Chapter 1. In a world where humans and elves live in harmony, there is an area shaped like a five-pointed star called the Carlos region. With its many mountains and vast forests, the Carlos region is a beautiful environment and suitable for elves, so there are many wild elves in the Carlos area and they often flock together. The eastern part of the Carlos region is the place with the most mountains and forests in the entire region, and the area with the most mountains and forests is called the Mountain Carlos. The most wild elves live here and there are many powerful elves. The terrain here is relatively rugged, so humans can basically only move in the marginal areas and they can't go deep into the mountains of Carlos. Because of this, the wild elves inside run and shuttle in the mountains unscrupulously without worrying about the invasion of hunters. On this day, the elves in the Mountain Carlos were still playing carefree in the mountains as usual, and suddenly a powerful energy fluctuation swept the entire Mountain Carlos. The wild elves of Carlos in the mountains ran back to their lair to hide, and this sudden energy fluctuation made them afraid and tremble. Then another strange thing happened in the mountains of Carlos. Here the dragon elves inside the wild elves actually started to go crazy, and without warning they began to attack other wild elves. Just when the wild elves were curious about what was going on, the sky of Carlos in the mountains suddenly darkened by half and everyone looked up, their eyes full of fear. An unknown creature wrapped in super metal is standing in the sky. It has the form of a human, but its hands and feet are the claws of dragon elves with steel-like claws on its hands, a knight-like helmet with horns on both sides, a sharp horn sticking out of the nose, and two hard shields on its back. The wild elves were dumbfounded. They had never seen such an elf. They also realized that the powerful energy fluctuation just now was emanating from that unknown elf in the sky. The originally mad dragon elf, after the arrival of this unknown elf, all went in its direction, crawling on the ground looking like they were doing a ritual similar to prostrating to it. I saw that the terrifying elf coldly glanced at the dragon elves on the ground and then emitted a dragon roar, and those dragon elves began to enter a state of madness again, as if they had received some order, and began to wreak havoc in the Mountain Carlos. Then the terrifying elf in the sky also left the Mountain Carlos and went to another place. At the same time, people in the Carlos region noticed that something was wrong. The human streets that wild elves don't dare to step on weekdays, but there are many wild elves fleeing in panic, and the eyes of these elves were full of horror as if they had encountered something terrifying. And behind these fleeing wild elves there were dragon elves who didn't know what went crazy for what reason. These dragon elves, without exception, their eyes have turned bloodthirsty red and they can't distinguish right from wrong. Whether they encounter elves or humans, they will attack for no reason. Several places in the Carlos area caused riots due to the sudden madness of the dragon elf group. This incident directly caused a sensation in the entire Carlos region. The Elf Alliance sent many troops to quell the riot, but these berserk dragon elves are very powerful. Even if these berserk dragon elves are captured, because the number is too large, it is impossible to capture them completely. Major media programs are reporting on this riot, and strangely no one knows what the reason for this elf riot is, and the elves of the riot are all dragon elves. Many experts and doctors have come out to study the reasons that caused these dragon elves to riot, but they have not found a reason. They just feel that these rioting dragon elves seem to be controlled by an extremely powerful mysterious instant. The recent rumors of the dragon elf riot were rumored, and when Qin Mu learned about it, his brows immediately furrowed. It can't be that guy who did it. Qin Mu returned to his place of residence and found that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast that should have been in the backyard had disappeared. Qin Mu was sure that this dragon elf riot was definitely made by this guy fighting the Tyrannosaurus beast. In order not to let this riot intensify, Qin Mu quickly used the spirit ball to find the traces of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Finally, Qin Mu found the battle Tyrannosaurus beast in a forest near the mountain area of Kakaras. This guy was watching the two dragon elf duel on the sidelines while the surrounding wild elves shivered in the corner. Battle Tyrannosaurus beast, Qin Mu roared. Originally in front of these wild elves it was still a high-flying battle Tyrannosaur beast, and when he heard this familiar voice his huge body trembled a few times. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast immediately came to Qin Mu, lowered its head and seemed to realize that he had made a mistake. "You guy who let you run out privately." Qin Mu angrily scolded the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. The strength of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is very strong, but this guy is naughty by nature and he didn't expect that this time it would cause a riot of wild dragon elves in the Carlos area. In the face of Qin Mu's scolding, the head of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast was buried lower. "Hurry up and stop those dragon elves. Do you know how much has happened in the Carlos region now because of you?" The battle riot beast looked like it was wronged by its parents, so it had to do as Qin Mu said and took back the control energy on those dragon elves. Qin Mu then took out a spirit ball. "Give me an honest elf to enter." The battle Tyrannosaurus beast suddenly sat on the ground with a butt, looking at Qin Mu with pitiful eyes as if to say, "Can't it be done if it doesn't proceed?" A big guy who has the ability to control all dragon spirits to create riots and terrorist forces. At this moment he actually sprinkled in front of Qin Mu. Qin Mu showed no mercy and said sharply, "It's useless for more novels." 40,282 Join obediently enter the poke ball and think about it inside. You must be well remembered. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast could only obediently enter the spirit ball. Qin Mu put away the spirit ball containing the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Seeing that the dragon elves on the side were still looking at him with a very fearful look, an idea suddenly appeared in Qin Mu's mind. Kaido Hall to increase prestige. Because of the battle of Tyrannosaurus beast, many dragon elves were gathered here, and it seemed a good idea if he brought all these elves back and opened a dojo with only dragon elves. Qin Mu immediately used the spirit ball to take away the strongest dragon elves here. Returned to the Longyu town he rented, bought a suitable place with almost all the money he had, and opened a Taoist hall. The name is Dragon Dojo. Half a year later, inside the White Sandalwood Hall in the Carlos area, with a loud bang a big dish fell on the ring. The whole body was still smoking blue. The body still twitched from time to time and its originally bright wings became scorched black. Pikachu, well done Pikapi. Ash hugged Pikachu, who won the first battle, and just now he led Pikachu to challenge the White Tan Dojo and won the victory. Congratulations Ash, your Pikachu is really powerful. One move of 100,000 electric volts will stun the BA Datish to the ground. The staff of the White Tan Dojo Hall brought Ash the Carlos badge. Whoever challenges and wins at the gym will receive a precious Carlos badge. The Carlos coat of arms represents strength in the Carlos region. The more trainers you have with Carlos badges, the more powerful you are. This Carlos badge of the White Tan Taoist Hall has great significance to Ash because it is his first Carlos badge. Serena, you see, I did it. I got a Carlos badge. Ash, who got the badge, excitedly showed Serena. Not long after Ash and Serena came to the Carlos area, the White Tan Dojo was the first challenge Ash chose to challenge, and this victory gave Ash more confidence. Congratulations Ash, it seems that you are just around the corner to become an excellent elf trainer. Serena praised Ash, and Ash's close cooperation with Pikachu is now more and more amazing, and the battle with Bada Butterfly just now took only a few minutes. Yao Ji, who had successfully challenged the White Tan Dojo, greatly increased his confidence, and he suddenly thought of hearing several trainers he met on the road before saying that Carlos' newly established Dragon Dojo was very powerful, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. Xiao Ji asked the staff of the White Tan Taoist Hall about the route to this Long I Taoist Hall, and also got some news about this Long I Taoist Hall from the staff. Although this Dragon Dojo has not been established for a long time, there are many trainers who go to challenge, but without exception the trainers who go to challenge are all failures. Is that Dragon Dojo really so powerful? After hearing this, Ash's desire to go to this Dragon Dojo Hall became stronger and stronger. After inquiring about some news about the Dragon Dojo, Ash thanked the staff and left with Serena. Ash, do you want to go to that Dragon Dojo to challenge? Serena knew that Ash must be interested in that Dragon Dojo now. Faced with Serena's inquiry, Ash nodded. The challenge at the White Tan Dojo was very smooth, so I want to take Pikachu to chase after the victory and challenge that Dragon Dojo. But that Dragon Dojo may not be as simple as you think. Serena stopped and said to Ash with a solemn face, half a year ago a major event occurred before Carlos, and a huge elven riot suddenly broke out in the northeastern mountains of the Carlos region. I don't know why, but all the troubled elves are dragon attribute. The other wild elves were frightened and ran to the area where humans live. The riot immediately attracted worldwide attention but was stopped by a mysterious man. However, no one knows who stopped the dragon elf riot, but strangely, as the riot of the dragon elves was quelled, this dragon hall was established, and the elves in the hall were all dragon elves. So many people suspected that the director of this dragon hall may be the mysterious person who quelled the elf riot at that time, but no one has evidence to prove it. After listening to what Serena said, Ash pondered for a moment, and suddenly his Zion sword sounds challenging. Then I should go more. Chapter 2. Ash, don't be impulsive. Since the establishment of the Dragon Dojo Hall for half a year, there have been countless challengers, but without exception all of them have failed miserably and kept a clean sheet. Moreover, although the Dragon Dojo has been established for a short time, it has become the most difficult to challenge success in the Kakaro's area. Serena continues to dissuade Ash. The White Tan Dojo is also a famous dojo in the Carlos area, but in the face of my challenge with Pikachu, I still won it easily. Although no one has been able to successfully challenge the successful Dragon Dojo yet, someone always has to give it a try, and if I don't give it a try, how do I know if I can challenge it successfully? Serena saw that Ash had made up her mind, and she no longer continued to dissuade, but she was still faintly worried in her heart, and her intuition told her that this time to the Dragon Dojo would definitely not go well. Somewhere in the east of the Carlos region, a black-haired man was sitting in the doorway of a dojo dojo. His eyes kept looking at the side of the road as if expecting something. This Taoist hall is the famous Dragon Daoist hall in half a year, and the man sitting at the door is the person who established this Dragon Daoist hall, Qin Mu. As the curator of the Dragon Daoist hall, who became Carlos's most difficult challenge to succeed in less than half a year since its establishment, Qin Mu actually had an unknown secret. He's actually a crosser. He crossed into this magical world half a year ago, and the creation of this Dragon Dojo was all for the purpose of doing system tasks. Qin Mu's system is a dragon system of god selection, which requires him to establish a Dao hall, accumulate prestige and increase his reputation to get a chance to choose god. Perhaps because of Qin Mu's arrival it caused a riot about the dragon elves, and Qin Mu quelled the riot by relying on the system and took the rioting dragon elves under his command. And the system also rewarded Qin Mu with a chance to choose god. Qin Mu chose Super Charizard X. In order to continue to obtain the opportunity of god chosen, Qin Mu established this Dragon Daoist hall and accumulated the reputation of the Daoist hall again and again in the challenges that many people admired. With this Super Charizard X, no one in the Dragon Dojo has been able to challenge successfully in half a year. But Qin Mu knew that the Super Charizard was the weakest one in the God's Chosen system, and the God's Chosen Dragon Elves after that would only get stronger and stronger. Qin Mu was very much looking forward to the NET Divine Election and worked hard to brush the reputation of his own Taoist hall, until only one last challenge is left to increase the reputation of the dojo. It's just that the trainers who came to challenge the Dragon Department Taoist hall all ended up miserably and the reputation was beaten, but it also made some trainers stop and fewer people came. Although only one challenge to Qin Mu could successfully improve the reputation of the Taoist hall, but it also made him wait for 2 days. For 2 days no one set foot in the Dragon Department Taoist hall. However, Qin Mu knew that what should come would always come, and all he had to do was wait patiently. Finally the Emperor did not pay off, and the two figures slowly met Qin Mu's gaze. The people who came were Ash and Serena. Seeing the deserted dojo, Ash and Serena thought for a moment that they were in the wrong place. Is this the Dragon Dojo? Coming, finally coming. Qin Mu got up to greet the two. That's right, the two of you are coming. My name is Ash, this is my partner Serena, and I am here to challenge the Dragon Dojo, Ash said confidently. When Serena first saw this black-haired man, she felt that this person had a powerful aura and a special temperament which made her confused. My name is Qin Mu, I am the curator of this Taoist hall, and I welcome the two of you to come and challenge. What? Ash claimed at the same time as Serena. The young man in front of him, who may not look like he is 20, is actually the curator. You must know that the curators of the White Tan Taoist hall are already 50 or si with grey hair, and they are very qualified at a glance. With such a young curator, Ash and Serena are still meeting for the first time, and besides, this dojo is still known as the most difficult dojo for Carlos to challenge success. After Serena learned that the young man with a powerful aura in front of her was the curator, she was even more sure that the mysterious person who quelled the riot of the Dragon Elf half a year ago was this person in front of her. Awe suddenly arose in my heart. So young but with the strength to calm the Dragon Elves of the entire Carlos continent. Serena knew in her heart that Ash was going to be deflated here this time. But Ash does not have such an awareness. His Pikachu has fought with him countless times and he has lost only a handful of battles, and he is very confident in himself. Qin Mu brought the two to the Taoist hall and introduced the rules of the Taoist hall to them. As long as one party's elf falls and loses its ability to fight, the other side wins, and the winning party is the challenger, who will receive a Carlos badge from the main hall. The rules are simple and crude. Winning is winning, losing is losing. You can ask me any questions you have. May I ask, what are the elves of the Daoist hall fighting this time? Ash asked with some expectation. With a wave of Qin Mu's hand, an elf summoning ball was thrown out, and the moment the summoning ball landed, Super Charizard X appeared in the ring. Super Charizard. Serena on the side claimed, Dragon elves are already relatively rare, while powerful dragon elves are fewer, and super fire-breathing dragons are extremely rare, and the elves are also graded, and the fire-breathing dragon in front of him is not only twice as large as the average fire-breathing dragon, but the flame on the tail is also extremely dazzling. You can reach SSS level at a glance. The appearance of this super fire-breathing dragon made Ash can't help but choke on a mouthful of saliva. Unexpectedly, it is a super fire-breathing dragon. As soon as it appears, it seems that this Dragon Dojo is indeed very unusual. Ash looked at Pikachu, who had been standing on his shoulder. Pikachu actually curled up looking at the fire-breathing dragon with a look of even more fear. Pikachu, cheer up Charizard, we also fought and won that battle, remember? Ash inspired Pikachu. Charizard, they did fight, but the level of that Charizard was far less than the one in front of him. Ash's words of encouragement were very useful, and Pikachu immediately cheered up. Ash, are you ready? Qin Mu asked. Yao Xiaoji Super Charizard hadn't seen the challenger come for 2 days and they couldn't wait to see Xiaoji go. Pikachu Pikapi. As Ash's voice fell, Pikachu jumped into the ring. Pikachu bent his front paws and threw his back ready for battle. The challenge began. As soon as Qin Mu's word sounded, the gong on the ring sounded at the same time. Almost at the same time, Charizard flared its wings and instantly came to Pikachu, revealing its sharp claws. Just as Charizard blade-like claws were about to touch Pikachu, Pikachu jumped to the side and dodged. Pikachu was not to be outdone and immediately fought back. Pikachu launched an electric shock at the Super Charizard, which easily dodged with a wave of its wings in the face of the rapid electric shock. Ash clenched his fist nervously, his eyes fired on the ring. Pikachu move at high speed to Charizard's side and then use 100,000 volt. Pikachu got Ash's command and immediately took action using high speed to move to Charizard's side and then charged to cast 100,000 volt. I have to say that Ash is worthy of being a person who has experienced 100 battles with Pikachu. Pikachu uses high speed movement to come to Charizard to cast 100,000 volts, and the close range attack can make it difficult for the huge Charizard to dodge. However, Charizard is not a vegetarian, and in the face of the high damage 100,000 volts, it did not choose to dodge but opened its mouth, spewed flames and directly greeted Pikachu's 100,000 volt. Pikachu was still reluctant to use 100,000 volts to compete with Charizard flames at first, but soon 100,000 volt consumed more and more energy and it was impossible to support it. Ash knows that if this continues, Pikachu will definitely lose. Pikachu don't continue to spend time with Charizard, dodge a flame attack and then find the opportunity to charge with the ultimate invincibility. Pikachu no longer released 100,000 volt, but the flames of Charizard instantly surrounded Pikachu. Wanted to escape, but he was still unable to match the speed of the flame attack, so that the aftermath of the flame attack hit. But even so, Pikachu insisted on making the ultimate invincible charge against Charizard. The moment he landed, Charizard showed a tired look on his face, then spread his wings, came to Pikachu at a faster speed than before and fired a flame bomb. It's very fast. The flame bomb made Pikachu hit his body solidly without any resistance. Pikachu suddenly fell to the ground unconscious. The challenge failed. Qin Mu said this unexpected result. Ash quickly ran to the ring and put Pikachu into the summoning ball to heal his injuries. The speed and power of Super Charizard's last blow just now were stronger than before, and it was obvious that Super Charizard did not fully show its strength at first. Ash lost, but he wasn't frustrated. This fire-breathing dragon is simply too strong. Is this Super Fire-breathing dragon the strongest whole card in the dojo? Xiaoji asked Qin Mu. Now he also knew why so many people came to challenge the Dragon Department Daoist Hall, but no one succeeded. Qin Mu shook his head in the surprise of Zai and Serena. No, this is my weakest elf. Qin Mu's understated words made Xiaoji feel that his worldview was about to collapse, and the fire-breathing dragon that hoisted Pikachu turned out to be the weakest one in the Dragon System Taoist Hall. Receiving such an unexpected answer, Ash left here with Serena in dismay. Ding dong. Gain prestige and succeed. Reputation increased to level 2. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately. Preemptive event period September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 3. God's chosen object is the green-eyed white dragon. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Qin Mu was very happy. With his reputation successfully raised to level 2, he can now start his second chosen. Qin Mu's God-chosen system can choose all the dragons in the 10,000 worlds by default, but the prestige level is low at the beginning and the space for choice is relatively small, so the first time he chose a fire-breathing dragon. Now upgraded to the second level, the spatial range of the God's chosen dragon will definitely be larger and the elves will be more powerful. Sure enough, the system provided dragons with 3 attributes for Qin Mu to choose from. They are water, light and light. Qin Mu wandered among the 3 options, and after thinking for a moment he chose the light attribute. Light attribute dragons are rarer than water attribute and thunder attribute dragons, and it is easy to open dragons with explosive strength. Ding dong. Is it confirmed that the second level God chosen ho select the dragon with the light attribute? Confirm. As soon as Qin Mu's word fell, a dazzling light appeared out of thin air, and along with this light a dragon appeared. Ding dong. God chosen is complete and God's chosen object is the green-eyed white dragon. Green-eyed white dragon. Qin Mu looked at the dragon in front of him and muttered. The green-eyed white dragon with light attributes in front of him was pitch white all over, as if its whole body was wrapped in shiny armor wrapped in light, dazzling and dazzling. The 2 dragon eyes are blue like gemstones, revealing a mysterious aura. Qin Mu was shocked at the first sight of this green-eyed white dragon. The ring of the Daoist Hall was 300 meters large, and this green-eyed white dragon accounted for half of the size. Qin Mu stepped forward forward and tested the elven attributes of the green-eyed white dragon. To his shock, the values of the test kept rising. After the value rose to a full score of 100, it fell again until it reached 0. What's the situation? Qin Mu was puzzled in his heart and then immediately thought of the answer. It must be that the attributes of this green-eyed white dragon are so powerful that it has broken through the boundaries of detection. Qin Mu observed the green-eyed white dragon for 3 minutes before withdrawing the green-eyed white dragon from the summoning ball. Looking at Qin Mu, who even summoned the ball, was pitch white and radiant. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that with this blue-eyed white dragon, the possibility that others could successfully challenge the Dao Hall was almost 0. Somewhere in the studio west of Carlos, a shout attracted the photographers who were on a mission nearby. Something strange. Come and see. A man in his 30s looked at the content presented on dozens of screens in front of him and called his colleagues in shock to come in and watch this strange scene. This is one of the stationing points of the Elven World program, which is a real-time video from photographers from all over the place, and their mission is to photograph various elves. But what is strange is that these elves who were filmed were fine 1 second, and the net second they hugged their head and curled up together as if they were very scared. Look, what's wrong with these elves? There is nothing suspicious in these pictures. Not only these elves in the video. I was just about to go on a mission with my BB bird, and BB bird suddenly threw himself into my arms and surrounded himself with his wings, and his whole body trembled, which startled me. My elves too. Mine too. These elves all look terrified. Do they feel something that scares them? One of them spotted the hot spot. Quick, send all these videos back to headquarters. It is sure to cause a wave of viewership raise. At the same time, the headquarters of the Elven World channel almost at the same time received video recordings of the strange performance of the elves from various stationing points. Headquarters was also very efficient, and the videos were simply processed and broadcast. Soon the incident received a huge response, and almost everyone was saying that their elf had made abnormal moves at the same moment, and it lasted for 3 minutes. The central part of Carlos is where the headquarters of the Elven League is located, surrounded by oases and flower field, and the environment is very pleasant and quiet. However, dozens of shadows that suddenly broke into the sky broke the silence here. Just now the district chiefs of the Elven Alliance were urgently summoned and gathered together in a meeting at the headquarters. League chief, all district chiefs have arrived. Miss Lilizy, the secretary of the alliance leader, stepped forward and said to the man sitting at the top with his back to everyone. The man waved his hand and Miss Lilizy nodded and stood aside. The man sat on the chair and turned around with a pair of sunglasses in his eyes, making it difficult to see his presence. 20 minutes ago the headquarters detected the appearance of a huge energy fluctuation. This powerful energy is enough to make all the wild elves of Carlos tremble nervously. Do you have any opinion on this? Hui Lai, the mayor of District 1, stood up. Alliance leader, with such a powerful energy fluctuation there is no doubt that it must be a divine beast. What do others think? I think District Chief Hui is right, there must be a divine beast born. Other district chiefs agreed with Hui's statement. The alliance leader nodded. I called you here to discuss this mysterious beast. The league leader waved his hand and Miss Lilizy came up with the video material and showed it to the district chiefs. The abnormal behavior of those elves lasted for 3 minutes, which means that this divine beast appeared for 3 minutes and then hid again. Miss Lilico summarizes the information in the video. Alliance leader, during this time the other major forces have been ready to move, especially the Dark Hunting Group, completely ignoring the rules set by the Elf Alliance. They have already done the business of burning and robbing. If the divine beast is allowed to fall into someone's power again, then the status of the Elf Alliance may be. Hui Lai did not continue. He knew, and the alliance leader also knew it all in his heart. Therefore the divine beast that appeared this time, we must start first. You can't let the divine beast fall into the hands of others. So the net time the divine beast appears in a certain area, we must fight the spirit of 12 points to explore. Everyone nodded yes. The Carlos area has always been managed by the Elf Alliance, but in recent years 3 major forces have risen: the 7-color dojo group, the Night Sea group, and the Dark Hunting group, and the power of these major groups is growing day by day, which has threatened the Elf Alliance, the master who was originally in Carlos, and the appearance of this divine beast will definitely become a hot spot for major forces. You know, the last time a divine beast appeared it was 100 years ago, and whoever has a divine beast has the strength to crush other forces. Become Carlos #1 force. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive event period September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 4. 7 Colors Dojikang Group. Dark Hunting Group. Carlos people will have a very resentful presence on their faces whenever they hear this name, but they are very afraid of a name. The hunting group must be doing the thing of hunting wild elves, but the Dark Hunting Group is also secretly doing the poacher's business, not only hunting wild elves but also poaching the elves with with masters. Almost all Carlos locals know about this, but everyone only dares to be angry and dare not speak. The power of the dark hunting group is very large and they really dare not provoke. Especially in recent years, the power of the dark hunting group has become more and more powerful, and the poaching work done in the secret in the past has become more and more brazen, treating the rules formulated by the Elf Alliance as air, which is undoubtedly a provocation to the Elf Alliance. However, in the face of such a provocation, the Elf Alliance can only turn a blind eye for the time being. If it really deals with the dark hunting group, it is not certain that it can win a big victory, and when both are defeated, I am afraid that other forces will take advantage of the void. Therefore, when the Elf Alliance does not have a very strong elven strength, it will not act rashly. Although the reputation of the dark hunting group is very loud, no one knows where the headquarters of the dark hunting group is, because the headquarters of the dark hunting group is in the sky. That's right, the headquarters of the dark hunting group is in the sky, built on a cracked empty seat. The rift void seat is the instance of a divine beast. It's just that this rift seat is a rift seat with no signs of life. Just a few years ago, the leader of the dark hunting group discovered this rift seat floating in the air but had no vital signs by chance, and he had the idea of establishing his own group headquarters on it. Therefore, after such a long time, no one knows where the headquarters of the dark hunting group is. Even the people within the group, only a few high-level people know. The things that had caused a big sensation in the Carlos region had naturally reached the ears of the leader of the dark hunting group long ago. Chief, it's all rumored outside a new divine beast has been born. One person crawled on the ground and said respectfully to the position above, "Oh, is it?" A very magnetic but indistinguishable voice came from above, and the person who had been crawling on the ground did not dare to look up. Since Li Wang came to this paradise place on the fast dragon, he had never dared to look up at the above, and a very tough aura pressed him, making him never dare to raise his head. After so long in the dark hunting group, Li Wang had not seen the true face of his leader, because the person above not only put himself in the dark but also wore a silver-white mask on his face. He didn't even know whether his leader was male or female, and he didn't dare to speculate on himself because the strength of the leader was very terrifying. It's all rumored outside, and the other major forces seem to have moved. The divine beast is an extremely terrifying instance. If we can have a divine beast, we will definitely be able to kill the other major forces and become the real master of Carlos. Li Wang waited for a long time only to get a he couldn't help but continue to ask, "Chief, what do you mean? As long as you don't let this divine beast fall into the hands of others, you can do whatever you want." The words landed and a silver object rolled down at Li Wang's feet. After Li Wang picked it up and saw what it was, he was overjoyed. This is a silver legendary elf. The leader actually rewarded him casually. It seems that he has followed the dark hunting group all these years and is a very right choice. When necessary, take it out. Yes, chieftain. Li Wang secretly decided in his heart that their hunting group must get the divine beast. If you can't get it, then let everyone not get it. Even without the help of divine beast, with the strength of the leader, in time the dark hunting group will definitely become the only master of the Carlos region. Challenge failed. As an indifferent system voice sounded, a girl showed a lost expression on her face. This is the 7th time she has come to the purple dojo to challenge, but she didn't think about it, but she still failed. Is my Jenny Turtle really so weak? The girl shouted angrily. It's not that your Yanni Turtle is weak, it's that the dojo you chose is too strong. The teenager on the side couldn't help but speak up. The girl was puzzled. Do you know the 7 Colors Dojo group? The teenager really didn't know anything about the girl, so he popularized science for her. There are 7 most famous dojos under the 7 Colors Taoist Hall, which are the 7 Taoist halls of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, and the purple Taoist hall you choose is the weakest of them, but even the weakest Taoist hall is a level that many people can't reach. Not to mention that you have challenged 7 times. Some people have challenged for years without success. Those who can pass the challenge of the 7 Color Dojo are world-class elf training masters. The old man sitting in the corner drinking tea took in this scene in his eyes and ears, and there was a middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Elder Hong, look at your 7 Color Taoist hall. You have become a god in the hearts of those children. Elder Hong put down the teacup and smiled slightly. Child, what you said should not be true, but your Night Sea Group's business is getting bigger and bigger, and I heard that a silver legend elf has appeared in the night auction house recently. Yalanchen shook his head, not letting Elder Hong continue. Rumors are rumors, rumors. Elder Hong, do you believe this? Elder Hong smiled again. Okay, don't talk about this silver legend elf, but you should have heard about the mysterious divine beast recently, right? Speaking of the divine beast, Yalanchen's expression became solemn. This matter has been making a lot of noise recently. I don't want to hear about it, but Elder Hong, you mentioned it. I want to talk to you. Elder Hong's face was still calm, as if he had a premonition of what Yalanchen wanted to talk to him about. Divine beast, our Night Sky group is really not interested, but the strength of the divine beast is too strong. If it falls into the hands of some malicious people, maybe the world will not be peaceful. So what do you mean? Elder Hong, let's get straight to the point, don't hide it. Yelin Tian saw that Elder Hong was still pretending to be stupid, so he directly broke it and said it. Land God, I, an old man, have no energy to compete for the divine beast, but you are right, if the divine beast falls into the hands of people with bad intentions, it is indeed not good for you and me. Yelinchen's eyes lit up. So you said yes? I promise you, the two of us cooperate. As long as the divine beast falls into our hands, it belongs to both of us. I don't dispose of the divine beast without permission. Never use divine beast to do things that hurt heaven and reason. Old Hong is old and hot. Naturally he will not easily believe a person, and his original intention of not staying overnight is exactly his intention. As long as the divine beast does not fall into the hands of a certain force, Carlos can continue to be calm. At this time in the special training room in the Purple Hall, Xiao Ji, who had been training for several days and nights inside, walked out with resolute steps. This time Ash has full confidence that he will be able to challenge and succeed. Chapter 5. The First Battle of the Green-Eyed White Dragon. The Dragon Department Daoist Hall has successively come to challenge these days, but just like before, it has not set off any wave. Qin Mu had been expecting a strong master to appear and defeat the fire-breathing dragon, and then he took out his newly acquired blue-eyed white dragon to fight with one just in time to see the strength of the green-eyed white dragon. It's just that Qin Mu hasn't waited for such a person to appear. However, he also heard about the recent birth of a new divine beast in Carlos. I wonder if my blue-eyed white dragon can compete with that divine beast. When Qin Mu heard this, the first reaction in his mind was this. What he didn't know was that it was his blue-eyed white dragon that appeared and was recognized by everyone as a divine beast. Until the evening no one had come to the Dragon Daoist Hall. Qin Mu thought that no one was coming today and was about to close the hall when a somewhat familiar voice came over. Pavilion Master Qin. Qin Mu fired his eyes. It turned out to be Ash and Serena again. Qin Mu was a little surprised he didn't expect Yao Ji to come to the Dragon Department Dao Hall again so soon, and the partner Net to Zai Serena seemed to have been looking at him with an adoring look, and Qin Mu didn't know if it was his illusion. Pavilion Chief Qin, I want to challenge the Dragon Dao Hall again. This time I am very confident that I can defeat your fire-breathing dragon. Qin Mu smiled lightly after hearing this. If Xiao Ji could really defeat his fire-breathing dragon, it would be even better. He would have a chance to show the blue-eyed white dragon. Ash, are you really sure that you won't go back to special training for a few days, right? I don't think I'm in such a hurry. Serena has admired Qin Mu from the bottom of her heart since she saw the power of the Dragon Dojo. Although Zai is her good friend, but in the face of such a powerful opponent she really can't build up confidence. Serena, a defeat once does not mean a failure in the future. This time I am really sure to defeat Charizard. Believe me. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, Qin Mu admired Yao Ji a little. To be honest, Yao Ji is the best among his peers, although he is young, but his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It's okay if you don't give it a try. How can you know the result? Serena saw that Qin Mu also helped Xiao Ji speak and stop fighting and followed them into the ring arena. Qin Mu released Charizard and Ash also let Pikachu enter the ring to prepare Pikachu just like we did during our special training. Come on. Pikachu heard Ash's word and looked at Charizard with more determination in his eyes. In the past few days of devil training in the Purple Hall, it has greatly increased its strength, and a cooperation with Ash is also more brilliant. This time it will definitely be able to turn over this big man in front of it that is 10 times larger than itself. The challenge begins. Qin Mu sounded the gong and the battle was about to break out. This time Pikachu took the lead and directly used a super spiral combo to attack Charizard. Charizard also did not expect that Pikachu would use its small body to force himself as soon as he came up, thinking that Pikachu, who was so much smaller than himself, would not cause any harm to himself, so he stood there and hidden, intending to use his body to directly resist this move. Pikachu. This is the time. With Ash's call, something unexpected happened. Pikachu, who was originally going to perform a super spiral combo against Charizard, changed his moves in an instant and made a thunderbolt. Pikachu used his best strength to use his own trick to hit the fire-breathing dragon. Charizard didn't have time to react because of underestimating the enemy and was hit by Pikachu solidly. Pikachu chase with victory with 100,000 volt. Don't give Charizard a chance to fight back. Seeing that it was a good opportunity, Ash quickly planned the NET step for Pikachu in the ring. After Pikachu got the order, he immediately used his second trick of 100,000 volt. Spitfire, which had just been struck by lightning, ushered in a second trauma, and Charizard was unable to fight back this time with blue smoke all over his body. His head was blinded by electricity and he directly knelt on one knee on one leg in the ring. This scene did not surprise Qin Mu. Charizard's strength is indeed far above Pikachu, but this time Ash and Pikachu cleverly used tactics to deceive the unsuspecting Charizard, which won Charizard. However, I have to say that in the battle strength is important and appropriate combat countermeasures are also very important, and Ash and Pikachu deserve to be a pair of partners with a very tacit understanding. Come back Charizard. Chin Mew threw out the summoning ball and collected the fire-breathing dragon into the summoning ball. Watching Charizard being defeated by Pikachu, Chin Mew's face showed a hint of excitement instead of loss, because he finally had the opportunity to release his blue-eyed white dragon. Serena's surprised eyes didn't blink. She didn't expect Pikachu to really beat Charizard, and Ash actually did it. Serena, did you see that? I said I could definitely do it this time. Charizard has been defeated by me and I will definitely succeed in the challenge this time. Ash was overjoyed. The training days in the special training room were specifically for Charizard, so he was very confident that his victory was in sight this time. Go green-eyed white dragon. Chin Mew threw a summoning ball towards the ring. A white light flickered and both Ash and Serena couldn't help but narrow their eyes to resist the harsh light. What is it? After the light dissipated and it was clear what appeared in the ring, Ash and Serena were dumbfounded. A dragon that was several times larger than Charizard appeared in the ring at this moment, and the dragon's body was accompanied by light as if it was not a product of the mortal world. Just looking at the appearance and aura, Ash and Serena were surprised and speechless. Now they really believe that Chin Mew said before that Charizard is the weakest elf in this hall, which is true. Ash, congratulations on defeating Charizard, and now the blue-eyed white dragon is fighting you. Green-eyed white dragon. Xiao Ji and Serena came back to their senses and repeated Chin Mew's word. They have grown so big they have never heard of the name blue-eyed white dragon. I have never seen a dragon elf with such a powerful aura. Oppressed, they didn't even dare to breathe. Ash, look at Pikachu. Hearing Serena's exclamation reminder, Ash looked at Pikachu in the ring. Pikachu, who was just a victor, covered his head with his hands at this moment, closed his eyes, his body trembled lightly and did not dare to look up at the green-eyed white dragon in front of him. This is the first time Ash has seen Pikachu behave so strangely in the face of an elf. Is this power suppression? Chapter 6. Ash swallowed the saliva in his mouth that he had forgotten to swallow because of shock, and this time he really knew that his victory was hopeless. Charizard he can take Pikachu to defeat with strategic looks, but this green-eyed white dragon just standing there with a powerful aura and the energy fluctuations emitted, the suppressed Pikachu does not dare to move at will. This is the absolute powerhouse in the elven world. Chin Mew was a little surprised by this scene. Why didn't the green-eyed white dragon do anything and Pikachu was scared like that? Then he also understood that in the world of elves the strong is king, and the strength of the green-eyed white dragon is far above Pikachu, and Pikachu will be in such a state because of his strength. The green-eyed white dragon saw that his opponent was so intimidating and he looked disdainful and then let out a dragon groan. This dragon chant directly shook Pikachu far away. Presumptuous, don't come nonsense. Chin Mew let out a low roar, and the green-eyed white dragon, who was originally very arrogant, immediately became obedient towards Chin Mew and stopped moving. At this time Pikachu had already run to Ash's side in fear. Xiao Ji hugged Pikachu, who was trembling all over, and submitted to this man named Chin Mew again in his heart. Not only did he say that Charizard was the weakest one in his hands, but he also subdued such a powerful elf that they had never heard of before, and this person's strength was simply terrifying. Not only that, this blue-eyed white dragon with terrifying strength is very well behaved and obedient in front of Chin Mew. You know, the stronger the elf rebellion psychology, even if it is subdued with great effort, it will take a lot of effort to domesticate the elf. If the master's strength is under the elf is very likely to rebel. Therefore, judging from the attitude of the green-eyed white dragon towards Chin Mew, it was possible to know that Chin Mew's strength far exceeded their expectations. Director Chin, I gave up the challenge. Ash said with regret. Pikachu's state is no longer suitable for fighting, although he has other elves, but Pikachu is the strongest one in it. Even Pikachu sees this green-eyed white dragon, let alone other elves. Chin Mew nodded. The gap in strength between the two sides was indeed too big and there was nothing to fight. Serena, you're right, it's really not a good choice to come to the Dragon Dojo to challenge. Xiao Ji turned his head and wanted to talk to Serena, but saw Serena looking at Chin Mew with a foolish look which startled Xiao Ji. Being able to subdue such a powerful elf and open such a strong dragon system hall pavilion, Master Chin is really powerful. It was the first time Ash had seen Serena like this as a partner. They had seen a lot of winds and waves, and Serena had never adored a person like she did now. Serena, we should go. Before Xiao Ji's words were finished, he saw that Serena had already walked straight in front of Chin Mew. Pavilion Chief Chin, how old are you this year, and are there any? What about that girlfriend, fiancé or something? Serena's face was red at the moment, and at this moment she had regarded Chin Mew as her idol. Chin Mew smiled a little awkwardly. Serena looked at most 15 or 18, although she was well developed with a pair of long legs and her appearance was also excellent, but in the face of this situation reaction he was not very Iparian. Well, I'm 20, my girlfriend is not in a hurry. Serena's eyes lit up when she heard this. Her face turned red again. Her face was very cute. She was about to say something but Ash behind her caught up and pulled her away. Serena, it's time for us to go. Ash pulled Serena out a little angrily. That director Chin, we will come again. Serena glanced at Chin Mew before being dragged away by Zai. After opening this dragon dojo, Chin Mew has also gained a few fans, but they are not as beautiful as Serena, and it is indeed rare for a 15 or 18-year-old girl to develop her body so well. Come back, green-eyed white dragon. Chin Mew retracted the green-eyed white dragon back into the summoning ball, but he didn't expect that he had the opportunity to take out the green-eyed white dragon, but he didn't have the opportunity to see the green-eyed white dragon show his strength. What Chin Mew didn't know was that at the moment when the blue-eyed white dragon was re-released, Carlos' 4 major forces detected this energy fluctuation at the same time. Elven Alliance Headquarters. Commander, detected. It is the location under the jurisdiction of the head of the 3rd Eastern District. The head of the survey department hurried to the office of the Alliance chief, and the urgent matter made him forget the etiquette of knocking on the door. What about the location? There was a hint of joy on the leader's face, but it was quickly replaced by seriousness. The specific location has not yet been locked, but the range is in the eastern part of the 3rd District. Hurry up and let the head of the 3rd District take action immediately. Yes. The Alliance leader's Pres Zion was very serious. He knew that the energy fluctuation just now must have been detected by the other major forces, and just like him, he immediately took action. This divine beast, the Elf Alliance, is bound to win. Miss Lalizi, summon the district chiefs of the eastern region. The Alliance leader ordered Lalizi, the secretary beside him. Lalizi immediately went to do so. After Lalizi left, the Alliance leader took off the sunglasses he had been wearing, and under the sunglasses the Alliance leader's left eye turned out to be a black hole. When he was young, he fought a divine beast but failed miserably. Luckily picked up a life but lost one of his left eyes. Now he is no longer the kid he was back then, and now he has the entire Elf Alliance, not to mention a divine beast, and he is confident that he can take down the 2 divine beasts. In order to prevent this divine beast from escaping under their capture, he specially ordered Miss Lalizi to summon the district chief of the eastern region, and he wanted to make this divine beast have nowhere to escape. For a time the Longyu town in the east of Carlos became lively, and Longyu town was originally the place with the most wild dragon elves, and many trainers who wanted to have dragon elves came here to catch them. But the dragon elf riot half a year ago caused the wild dragon elves here to almost disappear, so fewer and fewer people came, and Longyu town gradually became deserted. But today there are suddenly many strangers in Longyu town. These people are exquisitely dressed, followed by powerful elves, and they are not ordinary people at first glance. And there are 4 groups of people dressed differently, although the clothes are different, but the expressions on the faces of these people are very different, and it looked like they all came for one thing. Soon someone recognized that these uninvited guests in Longyu town turned out to be people from the Elf Alliance, the 7-color Taoist Hall, the Night Sea group, and the Dark Hunting group. The people known as Carlos' 4 major forces actually appeared here together, and the strange scene in Longyu town instantly attracted the attention of many media, and more people rushed to Longyu town. Chapter 7. This is the Elf News. Now the place we are in is Longyu town. You can see through behind me there are many people gathered here, and many technicians are holding special detection instruments. Some experts say that this is likely to be the place where the divine beast appears. Wow, where the divine beast appears. I want to go to Longyu town and see the sacred beast. I've never seen a divine beast when I'm this big. Going upstairs or not? Carry me one. I heard that there is a newly opened dragon dojo in Longyu town that is very powerful, so I just stopped by to see it. I've always heard that no one in that dragon hall has been able to challenge it successfully, and I have always wanted to go to that Taoist hall to challenge it. I am a local driver in Longyu town who wants to go to Longyu town. Contact me. 100 Union coin. Major forums and barrages are discussing the emergence of divine beasts in Longyu town, and many people who want to see divine beasts with their own eyes have gone to Longyu town, and there is a steady stream of people on the road, and there are more and more people in Longyu town. Chin Mew heard the noise outside in the Taoist hall, and as soon as he opened the door of the hall he found that there were many people gathered in front of the Taoist hall. This was the first time that Chin Mew had seen so many people gathered in front of his family Taoist hall, but when he asked there were few people who wanted to come to the Taoist hall to challenge. Chin Mew knew that these people came here for the sake of divine beast, and it just so happened that the Dragon Taoist hall he opened was also here, so he came to see it. By the way, about mythical beasts again? Although Chin Mew was puzzled in his heart, the arrival of these people also made him happy, because the system judged these people who came to the Dragon System Taoist hall in order to see the divine beast as the prestige of the Taoist hall. Seeing that his reputation reputation was accumulating rapidly. Qin Mu thanked this mysterious divine beast in his heart. Is this the Dragon Dojo? At this moment a female reporter came here with several photographers. They were originally going to shoot material about the sacred beast, but without the shadow of the sacred beast they couldn't even squeeze the position. They changed their thinking and thought of coming to this recent most difficult challenge, Dragon Dojo interview. Qin Mu nodded. He does not dislike these media because through the power of the media more people can be attracted to the dojo and his reputation will definitely accumulate faster and faster. Is the old curator here? The female reporter continued to ask Qin Mu. Old curator? Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he looked a lot like the staff of the Taoist Hall? It is no wonder that the female reporter did not recognize Qin Mu as the curator in her cognitive range to be able to open such a powerful Taoist hall in half a year. The curator is definitely a very qualified and powerful person. Most of the people who can do both are already old. I'm sorry, I don't know who the old curator you said is, but if you want to find the curator of the Dragon Daoist Hall you are below. As soon as Qin Mu's word came out everyone present cast incredulous eyes. When did a smelly boy dare to call himself the curator? In the crowd a voice suddenly came out. Everyone looked at the source of that voice and gasped again. The person who said this was none other than the champion trainer Shindai. Shindai has neat short hair, short leaves, very developed chest and bicep, and tattoos on his chest in the style of split and empty sitting. As a champion trainer he also owns the legendary elf Regilock. This makes the character of the god generation become arrogant and no one is in sight. In his eyes Qin Mu was only in his early 20s. How could he be the owner of the Dragon Daoist Hall who had not tasted defeat? It must be Qin Mu, this little hairy head who saw the media interview and wanted to show the limelight. Isn't this champion trainer Shindai? Why did he come here too? The gaze that was originally on Qin Mu's side instantly shifted to Shindai's body. Shindai is right. How can the curator of a Taoist hall be a hairy boy who looks no more than 20? What's more, this is not an ordinary Taoist hall. How can someone who can open the Taoist hall to the most difficult challenge to the reputation of a successful Taoist hall in half a year, how can he be so young? That's right, I see that kid is at most a staff member of a dojo, and while the real dragon curator is out he is here to pretend to be the curator and fool everyone. Everyone's remark all fell to the side of the god. Even the female reporter who was originally interviewing Qin Mu saw the appearance of the champion trainer and immediately brought the photographer to the front of Shindai. Hello Shindai, I really didn't expect that you as a champion trainer also came to Longyu town. Why did you come here? The corners of Shindai's mouth went up. Originally he was also attracted by the news of the divine beast, but he heard that there was a dojo here and no one had ever successfully challenged it, so he immediately attracted his attention. You know, as a champion trainer, what dojo has he never seen? Even the Taoist hall of the Seven Colors group except for the Red Dojo he has not yet challenged, and the other Taoist halls have allowed him to successfully challenge. Here in his god Dai there is no unsuccessful dojo. That's why he came here. Seeing that Shindai did not answer, the female reporter quickly answered herself in order to alleviate her embarrassment. I know Shindai must also come for this dojo, which is known as Carlos' most difficult challenge to succeed. After all, as a champion trainer there should not be a dojo where the Shindai challenge failed. After the female reporter finished speaking she quickly beckoned the photographer to take pictures around Shindai. That's right, I'm here to break this rumor. In my place there is no most difficult to challenge the successful dojo. As soon as Shindai's word came out everyone applauded him. Qin Mu smiled. That's it? Or a champion trainer? Looking at those people who looked like they didn't see anything, Qin Mu shook his head. Stinky boy, I advise you to quickly call out the curator. My god is coming to kick the museum. Qin Mu was too lazy to see this person and he said coldly, follow me to the ring. Seeing that Qin Mu, this kid was unrepentant and he really dared to fight against himself, Shindai snorted coldly and spoke, in that case then I will teach you a good lesson. Let you know the horror of knowing the champion trainer. Shindai was very energetic and he swaggered in. Seeing this the others also rushed to chase in for fear that there would be no place if it was too late. Coming to the ring, Shindai released his elf Banjira early and his Banjira is still 100 victories. Qin Mu didn't talk nonsense and directly released the green-eyed white dragon. The best thing that can be used to block the mouths of these people is strength. Hurry up and release the most powerful elf in your gym. Before the word come out were finished he was shocked by the green-eyed white dragon in front of him and couldn't speak. In the net second the green-eyed white dragon shook Banjira away with a dragon roar. With just one blow Banjira, who was proud of Godai, fainted directly. Others are directly dumbfounded. They didn't even see what was happening and the battle was over. Ding dong. Reputation has been successfully upgraded to level 3. Congratulations to the host for having another chance to choose God. At the same time Qin Mu's God chosen system brought him good news. Chapter 8. The appearance of the blue-eyed white dragon not only only caused a sensation in the entire Dragon Dojo but also caused a sensation to everyone in Carlos through the pictures broadcast by several photographers behind the female reporter. The powerful energy that unfolded from the green-eyed white dragon shocked everyone present, including this unseen champion trainer Shindai. Only today did Shindai realize the meaning of the phrase, there are mountains outside the mountains, there are people outside the people, and there is heaven outside the sky. The major forces detected powerful energy fluctuations through the instrument and they all rushed to the Dragon Daoist Hall. The huge Dragon Daoist Hall was crowded with people for a while, and these unreasonable people under the Dark Hunting Group directly threw out a wave of people inside, making room for them in the Taoist Hall. For a time the middle-level leaders sent by the four major forces were all gathered in the Taoist Hall. After they saw the green-eyed white dragon in the ring with their own eyes, they were overflowing with surprise. Is this the oppression of the divine beast? Just where the green-eyed white dragon stood motionless, they felt an invisible force pressing against them and even had the illusion that they did not dare to gasp. Some of the weaker elves could not withstand the energy suppression of the green-eyed white dragon without the order of their master and hid in the summoning ball. Such an elf they have never seen before. The appearance is all white but with light, as if the whole body is surrounded by a set of indestructible armor. The most shocking thing is the pair of blue eyes, deep and mysterious. It seems to have a kind of magic. People dare not look at each other for too long. Li Wang of the Dark Hunting Group is also in this Dragon Dojo, and he is accompanied by a Dr. Wan Swollen who calls himself an elf encyclopedia. Dr. Wan, what kind of elf is this? Wan Swollen had studied elves all his life, but he had never seen this strange style dragon in front of him. Even in the book there is no description of this elf. Wan Swollen even took out the tablet and searched in the database but still found nothing. Seeing Wan Swollen shook his head, Li Wang frowned and looked at his subordinate who were holding detection instruments in their hands. Are you sure that the elf emitting powerful energy is the one in the ring? The man holding the detection instrument directly handed it to Li Wang. Li Wang fired his eyes and saw that the instrument that had just been in good condition had directly failed after entering the Taoist Hall. The numbers above are constantly changing and jumping. This shows that the energy here is so powerful that it cannot be detected at all. Li Wang looked at the other forces in with the crowd. Wang Jielin, the 3rd District Chief of the Elf Alliance, the grandson of Hong Lao, Chairman of the Seven Colors Taoist Group, and the daughter of Yelanshan, Chairman of the Yehei Group, were all in this Dragon Hall. Li Wang touched the silver legendary summoning ball he was holding in his arms and then put his hand down. At such a juncture the Dark Hunting Group cannot take the lead. Although Li Wang wanted to get that divine beast very much, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew in his heart that this silver legendary spirit given to him by the leader might not be able to defeat this divine beast. If the other major forces intervened in his snatching process, it would be more troublesome, so Li Wang chose to wait and see first. Father, do I want to make a move? In front of Li Wang's right, Yelingwei was talking to Yelanshan through the communication device on her ear. No way, or don't act rashly. First, you and Elder Hong's grandson Hungrui guard this divine beast well. Beware of letting others snatch this divine beast. Good father. More and more media have poured into the Dragon Dojo, and the video of the blue-eyed white dragon has been disseminated on various programs and platforms. As long as it is about this topic, it will upload instantly. The TV station even invited several elf experts to study this elf that everyone had never seen or heard of. Hello everyone, this is the Elf World column. This column specially invited the most authoritative experts and doctors in the industry to talk about this mythical beast that appeared in the Dragon System Hall for the hot topic of the mythical beast recently. Regarding this divine beast, several of our experts consulted many books, but they did not find information about this elf, so we have reason to think that this is a brand new divine beast breed. And judging from the energy fluctuations emitted by this divine beast is a very rare high-grade breed, and it may be able to rank in the top 3 in the ranking of divine beasts. These words of the expert instantly detonated the barrage area and the forum. High-level divine beast. I heard that it is rare in a century. I have seen such a rare divine beast in my life. So sorry. My friend sent me a video of the scene. It was so shocking. At first I thought that the appearance of a mythical beast in Longyu Town was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. So sorry. Tell you as a witness at the scene. People who have not come to the scene to see this divine beast are simply at a loss. Not only the visual impact but also the sense of oppression that only divine beasts have, which really makes you feel very small in front of that divine beast. Heavy money to ask for a ticket to Longyu Town. Is it too late to go? Just as everyone was immersed in the shock brought by the blue-eyed white dragon, 2 mysterious figures came to Longyu Town. In the Carlos region there is no shortage of very powerful elf trainers, but all powerful elf trainers have a common ideal, that is to have a divine beast as their elf. Such trainers exist, but they are rare. The strength of the divine beast is a big gap higher than that of ordinary elf. It is a chasm that the elves cannot cannot cross in their lifetime, and the trainers who can subdue and tame the divine beasts are very terrifying. Trainers with divine beasts are not interested in elves in general at all, except mythical beasts, especially a brand new breed that has never been discovered. This is very tempting for trainers who possess divine beasts. In Carlos, the two most famous trainers with divine beasts Yinli had the same idea as Doctor and met in Longyu Town. The two looked at each other and smiled. Although they each covered their faces, the aura of the divine beast they carried instantly made them recognize each other. I haven't seen the appearance of the divine beast for a long time, and the divine beast that appeared this time seems to be very interesting. Chisato took off the hat on his head and revealed his face. Who says it isn't, but it's really unexpected to meet you here. We seem to have been missing for a few years, right? Doctor also took off the mask on his face. The two trainers with divine beasts actually look very young. Let's go meet this new divine beast. The two made their purpose clear and went straight to the Dragon Department Dojo. Chapter 9. Soon Qinli and Doctor came to the front of the Dragon Dojo, and the two covered their faces again and sneaked into the crowd. After seeing the green-eyed white dragon in the ring, Qinli and Doctor looked at each other. Sure enough, seeing it with your own eyes is very different from seeing it on TV. Just by observing, the two could feel that the strength of this divine beast could not be underestimated. It's just that how could such a powerful divine beast appear in a small hall? The two took a closer look and found that the green-eyed white dragon would ignore and obey as long as they met the eyes of that person. And this person is none other than Qin Mu, who is standing on the high platform in the middle of the ring. This person is a young man who claims to be the curator of the Dragon Department Taoist Hall. Doctor and Qinli both feel incredible, although they also have divine beasts, but they are also about 30 years old. As the leader of the Kalo region, Qinli spent huge financial and material resources when he first obtained the divine beast, and Doctor's divine beast was directly inherited from the family, and they did not have the strength to control the divine beast when they were in their 20s. And this young man not only possessed the divine beast was even very obedient to him. After being surprised in their hearts, the two quickly calmed down. Although they didn't know how the young man obtained that divine beast, they firmly believed that the young man's strength in controlling the divine beast was not as strong as theirs. Because Qinli and Doctor have the legendary Rifseat and Lashios respectively, the two have spent a lot of effort and time on domesticating and controlling the divine beast. Whether it is the Rifseat or Lashios, they have very terrifying strength. Qinli had been staring at the green-eyed white dragon in the ring, but he was calculating in his heart how much he would have a chance of winning if he fought this white dragon with his own splits each. Chisato thinks that his winning rate is extremely high, but Qinli looked at Doctor again. He and Doctor are also enemies and friends, seemingly friends on the surface, but secretly they have been fighting each other, wanting to separate from each other. Although he really wanted to use his split seat to fight the green-eyed white dragon, he would never act rashly without Doctor making a move. Doctor noticed the gaze that Qinli fell on him. As a trainer with a divine beast, he still knew Qinli for so many years, he could naturally guess what Qinli was thinking. His Lashios hadn't met an opponent for a long time, and now there was finally a chance for Lashios to fight, but Doctor could only endure it for the time being, because in addition to his scruples there are also people from the four major forces. In order not to cause more trouble, Doctor also decided to watch the situation first. Qin Mu, who was standing on the high platform in the center of the ring, looked at the densely packed people below, saying something about the divine beast to his blue-eyed white dragon, and he immediately understood. It turned out that the birth of the divine beast that everyone had been saying before was his blue-eyed white dragon. The terrifying strength of the green-eyed white dragon made Carlos people mistakenly believe that a new divine beast was born. Therefore now the Dragon Department Taoist Hall will be crowded with so many people, and there are many people who can't squeeze in, so they have been guarding outside the Taoist temple, and the entire Dragon Department Taoist Hall is blocked by water leakage. Unexpectedly, it was the blue-eyed white dragon that brought so much prestige to Qin Mu's Taoist Hall. This also allowed him to save enough to raise the reputation of the dojo to the 3rd level and successfully won the 3rd chance of the gods election rewarded by the system. Qin Mu thought in his heart that since the blue-eyed white dragon could bring him so much prestige, then he would definitely brush his reputation more and more by taking advantage of the opportunity of the 3rd divine selection to choose a more powerful dragon spirit. Qin Mu immediately checked the god selection system. This time the god choice is similar to the previous one, and there are also 3 attributes for him to choose from. The 3 attributes are earth, wind and fire. After thinking for a while, Qin Mu chose the fire attribute because the fire attribute was more powerful than the earth attribute and the wind attribute. After Qin Mu finished selecting attributes, it did not end like the last time, but 3 more entries appeared. Qin Mu is not surprised. Each time the prestige increase will be much more powerful than the last god chosen, and some changes are normal. Qin Mu continued to check these 3 entries, and when he saw these entries entries his heart became more and more happy. The terms are King of Dragons Fight for King Oath of Life. Qin Mu knew that every entry corresponded to a powerful dragon. Looking at these entries, Qin Mu could roughly imagine how powerful these dragons were. Qin Mu did not hesitate too much and directly chose the King of the Dragon. If nothing else, this entry was very good when he heard it. Ding dong. Has the host confirmed the choice of King of Dragons? Confirm. Ding dong. God's chosen success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King of Dragons Deathwing. Reminder: the King of Dragons, the Lord of Destruction, appears only in Scorched Earth. Qin Mu was delighted and he was already looking forward to it, and after hearing the system's word he couldn't wait to see the true face of this Deathwing. It would definitely not work to release it in the Taoist Hall, and the Daoist Hall he had worked so hard to build did not want to be destroyed at the hands of Deathwing. As soon as Qin Mu thought about it, he immediately came down from the high platform in the middle of the ring and then came directly from the back door to the back mountain of the Taoist Hall. At the beginning, Qin Mu chose to establish the Dragon Department Taoist Hall in this place because he took a fancy to this back mountain behind the Taoist Hall. This area of the back mountain is very vast, and Qin Mu originally wanted to use the back mountain as a training ground for his dragon elves, but he never practiced it. Qin Mu suddenly left the Taoist Hall, which attracted the attention of many people. Look, the kid who called himself the curator is gone. When the media reporters found out, they immediately brought their own team of photographers to follow. Qin Mu's actions also attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motive. What surprised them was that the man actually allowed his divine beast to be in the ring, and he actually left. Keep an eye on him. A small number of people in the Taoist Hall also followed Qin Mu to the back mountain. Qin Mu naturally noticed that there were many people following behind him, but he didn't care, because with the green-eyed white dragon there, these people want to break into the Taoist Hall is simply a fool's dream. The domineering silver white dragon saw that someone dared to break into the Master Qin Mu's Taoist Hall. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. The green-eyed white dragon pressed a dragon claw to block the door of the Taoist Hall. The low dragon roar trembled everyone's heart. Media reporters and some trainers who wanted to break into the dojo looked up at the green-eyed white dragon. I saw the green-eyed white dragon eyes showing a cold light, staring at everyone condescendingly. It looks like saying, "Ant offend, one more step die." People were terrified and swallowed their saliva in horror. They turned their head and ran without looking back for fear that they would be torn to pieces by the green-eyed white dragon. The green-eyed white dragon snorted contemptuously. The power of the dragon with just one glance scared everyone away. Qin Mu unhurriedly took out the summoning ball containing the Deathwing. The entire body of this summoning ball is wrapped in obsidian, which is a product of magma, and one is worth millions. Qin Mu could feel the endless energy in this summoning ball just by holding it in his hand. Qin Mu threw this summoning ball into the air of the coming back mountain. Show up, Deathwing. Chapter 10. A flame appeared out of thin air in the sky, and the flame grew larger and larger, and a black shadow gradually appeared inside that became clearer and clearer. A black dragon flew out of this flame, although the flame became smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing. Although this dragon is completely black, every inch of its skin is attached to hot magma. Every muscle tour has a magma link, and if you look closely, these magma seem to still flow on this dragon. With the appearance of the dragon, a twisted space appeared in the sky due to the intense heat. Several rows of large trees in the back mountain have directly become deadwood because of this heat wave. The Deathwing looked in the direction where Qin Mu was, opened its wings and looked at Qin Mu obediently. Qin Mu was immersed in the shock that the wings of death brought to him. The unfolded wings of the Deathwing simply take the horror aesthetic to the extreme. Every inch of hideous skin on it is like a little ghost dancing its claws. It's like a dark web with nowhere to escape. As soon as the wings of the Deathwing unfolded, Qin Mu felt that the sky was half dark. Deathwing waved its wings and landed on the back hill, but when it fell, the land in the back mountain began to shake without warning. All the grass and trees on the back turned to ashes the moment the Deathwing landed. Within 500 meters of the land touched by the Deathwing, it was charred into scorched earth in an instant. A few seconds later, magma appeared under the feet of the Deathwing, and with it as the center, it spread around the back mountain. One heat wave after another hit, impacting Qin Mu's vision and senses. Deathwing, King of Dragons, Lord of Destruction, only scorched earth. Seeing this scene, Qin Mu muttered these words, and he finally understood why the system would give such a warm reminder. The people who were shocked by the blue-eyed white dragon in the Taoist temple did not know what happened, but they all felt a sudden violent shaking under their feet, and then felt that the air was filled with a heat wave. Hot, oppress, suffocate. All kinds of uncomfortable sensations were coming towards them, and they even felt an invisible energy sweeping in. The people in the Taoist temple began to be restless. This feeling was too uncomfortable, and some people could not bear to run out of the Taoist temple. The people who ran out did not feel better. The sense of oppression and suffocation still eased, and the heat wave in the air hit wave after wave, and the smell of scorched earth was still permeated. It's like a volcano that has been dormant for hundreds of years has erupted. Soon it was discovered that many wild elves hiding in all corners had run out restlessly, as if there was some catastrophe running around. People couldn't help but be amazed. Could it be said that another divine beast was born in the Carlos region? The people and elves of the entire Carlos region felt powerful energy fluctuations from Deathwing, and this time the energy fluctuation is different from the energy fluctuation of the green-eyed white dragon, and this time the energy fluctuation is more wild and domineering. Some weak elves who were relatively close to the energy fluctuations actually passed out directly. The strange behavior of the elves as well as the violent energy fluctuations attracted the attention of a powerful elf. He landed on the highest mountain in the Carlos region and looked somewhere to the east. As the patron saint of the Carlos region, it had not felt such a strong energy fluctuation for a long time, and in a short period of time there were two such powerful energy fluctuations in that place, moreover stronger than ever. The headquarters of the Elf Alliance has plotted, and the survey department has detected a huge energy fluctuation, and this energy fluctuation is still in the direction of the Dragon Dojo. Damn, what's going on? First Qin Mu obtained the blue-eyed white dragon. How come there are more violent energy fluctuations now? Could it be that the divine beast can't be done? The alliance leader only felt a headache. The appearance of a divine beast had already made them uneasy, but they didn't expect another one. What happened to the Carlos region? Did you poke the nest of the divine beast? Could it be? Suddenly a terrifying thought appeared in the mind of the alliance leader. The first energy fluctuation was the green-eyed white dragon, and the green-eyed white dragon was Qin Mu's elf. Could it be that this time it was Qin Mu who made the ghost again? Thinking of this, the alliance leader immediately asked people to take Qin Mu's personal information. Not long after Miss Lilizy came with Qin Mu's information, the alliance leader took the information and he frowned and looked at it over and over again. According to the data, Qin Mu's resume is very ordinary, no different from most of the trainers in the Carlos region, but the more simple and ordinary the information, the more frightened it made the alliance leader tremble. Can ordinary people establish a famous dojo in half a year? Can ordinary people possess divine beasts? What a fuck. The alliance leader really wanted to meet this person named Qin Mu in person. It's just that if he personally comes forward, the impact on the Elf Alliance will definitely be very unfavorable at that time, and he will also be caught by other forces as a handle to attack the Elf Alliance. Not only did the Elf Alliance leader have such an idea, but the leaders of the other major forces all became fully interested in this person named Qin Mu. It's just that what makes them even more curious now is, what is this newly emerged divine beast? Qin Li and Doctor have never left the Dragon Dojo, and after feeling a new energy fluctuation, the two of them couldn't sit still. This energy fluctuation is obviously stronger than the energy fluctuation of this green-eyed white dragon. The two of them were already concerned about the strength of the green-eyed white dragon, and now a more powerful divine beast has appeared which shocked Qin Li and Doctor to the point of being unable to press. Originally the two of them still had doubts about whether Qin Mu had the strength to have a green-eyed white dragon, but they did not expect that in a short period of time another divine beast appeared in the Dragon Deo Hall, which made them unable to continue to be calm. If you wait and see, there may be no chance of challenge. Qin Li doesn't want such an outcome. He even somewhat regretted why he didn't challenge the green-eyed white dragon in the first place. Chisato looked at Doctor and an idea emerged in his mind. Originally thought that there was only one divine beast in the Taoist Hall, he chose to wait and see and not challenge, but now there is another divine beast. His split seat must not be able to pick two. Let him challenge now will definitely not succeed. However, if his rift seat is coupled with Dark Lashios, the two of them can definitely challenge success together. Qin Li did not grind and directly told Doctor his thoughts, and Doctor immediately hit it off with Qin Li, and he also had this intention. However, they also agreed that now was not a good time for them to take on the challenge. This time they no longer despised Qin Mu or underestimated the enemy, because the only result they wanted to fight was to challenge successfully. This is at stake with the reputation of Qian Li and Doctor's divine beast trainer. Therefore they must be well prepared. Choose a suitable time to challenge Qin Mu and defeat his divine beast in full view. This day will not be long. After Chisato and Doctor strengthened their determination to challenge, the two silently left the Dragon Dojo. Chapter 11. The Carlos area is making a fuss because of the divine beast, but somewhere in the Carlos region is very quiet and desolate. This is the desert city. As the name suggests, the desert city is a desert. No one sets foot here except for the wasteland is sand, let alone humans, not even elves. But today's desert city is not the same silence as before. A small barren mountain in the center of the desert plotted without warning, and a big pit appeared. There was an elf lying in the pit. It's a small pink-gray elf. It has a braid-like thing on the top of its head with upward curved horns on each side of its head and a gold golden ring hanging from each of them. It also has a ring pattern at the center of the eyebrow and a pink V-shape pattern on the belly. It has 2 short arms that float in the air separated from the body. A third golden ring is draped around the waist with no lower limbs and a small gray tail below the ring. It looked like it was sleeping, but it didn't take long for the elf to open its eyes instantly and then floated out of the big pit. Hoopa moved his body, which had not been active for a long time, and then looked at the place where he had been sleeping for many years. Hoopa, Hoopa. Hoopa said goodbye to this, then took the halo on his corner, made a distorted space and then got into it. Hoopa disappeared into this desert and the aura then disappeared out of thin air. Hello everyone, this is the Elf World column. At the moment we are in the manor of the royal dragon family. The scenery in the manor is extremely beautiful and there are dragon elves that have not been common for a long time playing in the manor. As we all know, the dragon conference held by the royal dragon family is held once every 4 years, and in a few days it will be the dragon conference, and we are invited by the royal dragon family to broadcast the whole process of this dragon conference and take everyone to watch this annual dragon conference. This dragon family conference, the royal dragon family attaches great importance to it. Not only as in previous editions, the royal dragon family will give 3 places for heavenly king level trainers as well as other rewards. Are the trainers who are watching the show very excited to hear this? Heart is better than action. Come and sign up. The NET heavenly king level trainer is you. The patriarch of the royal dragon family, Long Bassian, looked at these noisy media reporters outside the window, his face livid. That's what you call a good idea? Long Ting had long expected that his father would be dissatisfied with the way he thought his father was already a lot older, more traditional. Naturally he couldn't accept this way all of a sudden, and he was not in a hurry to defend himself, but slowly explained to Long Bassian. Now is the era of online media, through these media to beat the fame of the Dragon Lineage Conference and broadcast the whole process so that more people can see it. Dragon Decepticon does not eat this set of explanations of the Dragon Court. Long Ting continued. The Dragon Conference is more difficult to hold one session after another, plus those who come to participate in the Dragon Conference need to pay for themselves. There are not many trainers who can afford hundreds of thousands of alliance coins, and if you want the Dragon Conference to regain its previous glory, you must rely on the power of these media. However, this is not the only way I think of it. There is another way to make the reputation of the Dragon Family Conference greatly increased. When Long Bassian heard this, his face became much better, and he was also curious about the other method that Long Ting said. What way? Long Ting immediately took out some information and handed it to Dragon Decepticon. Long Bassian took a look and saw that these materials were all about one person, and this person was Qin Mu. Qin Mu, although the traditional dragon tyrant does not play online media, he has also heard of the name Qin Mu. It is said that this young man named Qin Mu opened a dragon line hall. Not only opened the hall to Carlos most difficult to challenge successfully, but also had divine beasts. This matter is widely spread. Father, do you know what is the highest popularity on the internet at the moment? It was this person named Qin Mu. Not only the young curator but also paid the divine beast, and most importantly his elves were all dragon. Are you trying to invite this person over to the Dragon Lineage Conference? Dragon Decepticon said. The purpose of the Dragon Court. Dragon Court nodded. As long as Qin Mu was invited to participate in the Dragon System Conference, the Dragon System Conference would definitely rebuild the glory of the past by relying on the hotspots brought by Qin Mu, and it would become an event that many people competed to participate in before dinosaurs. Their royal dragon family will not only be able to gain fame at that time but also make a lot of money. After all, such a large royal dragon family industry needs to be maintained with money, and the Dragon Family Conference is the most important source of money for the royal dragon family every year. After listening to Long Ting's thoughts, Long Tyrant eased his face and nodded with satisfaction. Still he was worried. What if this person named Qin Mu refuses to come to the Dragon System Conference? The problem that Long Tyrant said. Long Ting had long thought of it. Trainers who usually come to participate in the Dragon System Conference need to pay hundreds of thousands of alliance coins to qualify for participation, but we can exempt Qin Mu from all fees, not only save the cost of these hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. Qin Mu coming to participate in the Dragon System Conference is all benefits. I think he should have no reason to refuse. Hearing these arrangements of the Dragon Court, Dragon Decepticon finally showed a satisfied smile. His eldest son, who has improved very quickly in the past 2 years, can now also provide advice for the royal dragon family, and Long Bassian finally has a trace of comfort in his heart. Then it's all up to you. Hearing his father say this, Long Ting was also very happy in his heart. Good father, the son must live up to your expectations. Long Ting looked at the back of Long Tyrant's departure and his eyes changed a lot. Every child hopes to get the affirmation of their parents, and Dragon Court is no exception. Although he is the son of the dragon tyrant, he is not the best person in the family. The brightest star of the royal dragon family is only one person. That is Wataru. Adu an Epert in dragon attribute. He is the current champion of the Quartz League and is an elf who is proficient in all dragon attribute. Adu is not only a champion trainer but also one of the 4 kings of the Quartz Alliance. There is Adu, a mountain like distance in front of him. Long Ting kept his head down, and this time he must do a good job in winning over curator Qin Mu. Let the father impress himself. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive event period September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 12. In the past 2 days Qin Mu was very worried. His dragon Deist Hall originally had many dragon spirits to raise and one more green-eyed white dragon could still be maintained. But now there is another Deathwing counting the green-eyed white dragon. These 2 guys are simply abyss giant mouth. With the current economic level of the Taoist Hall it is already somewhat unaffordable. Dragon elves are already more expensive than other elves and he not only has to raise elves but also has to support the dojo, which makes his whole person stressed. Qin Mu thought about it and finally thought of a way. That's taking apprentices. According to his current reputation, the money collected from the apprentice should also be able to afford the Dragon Deist Hall for a while. Just do it. Qin Mu Dang even wanted to contact the TV station and broadcast the news that he wanted to take in the apprentice. Just as Qin Mu was about to call, a head suddenly popped out of the doorway. Qin Mu put down the picture guide in his hand and fired his eyes. The person who came was a young girl. The girl has black hair tied into 2 ponytails, a red ribbon tied on the ponytail, a pair of big eyes of water spirit just like grapes, a baby face with some heroism, is a very handsome girl. Hello, my name is Molly. After Molly saw Qin Mu, she actually stammered a little nervously. Recently there have been more and more legends about Qin Mu and Molly worshipped Qin Mu in these many legends, wanting to see the true face. Molly didn't expect Qin Mu to look so young, not much older than himself, and the whole person is handsome, much more handsome than he looks on TV. Molly looked at Qin Mu cautiously and the conversation that had been practiced for a long time before coming was a little blocked because of shyness. Seeing Molly's swallowing appearance, Qin Mu asked suspiciously, "Molly, girl, did you come to the dojo to challenge?" No. Faced with Qin Mu's question, Molly immediately shook his head. She took a deep breath, finally plucked up the courage, closed her eyes and straightened her body and said loudly with her hands up, Mr. Qin Mu, I want to worship a teacher." Qin Mu paused. He didn't expect that someone would ask for a teacher so soon. Looking Molly up and down, Qin Mu raised his eyebrows lightly and said, "It's not so simple to want to worship me as a teacher." Molly nodded seriously. She took out her guidebook, tapped it a few times to Qin Mu and asked solemnly, "This is all my possessions?" Qin Mu glanced at it and found that this little girl Molly actually had 500,000 alliance coin. What a little rich woman. Seeing that Qin Mu did not react, Molly gritted her teeth and she took out 3 fiery red evolution stones from her backpack. "Mr. Qin Mu, if it's not enough, add these evolution stones." Qin Mu looked down at the 3 fire attribute evolution stone. It is estimated that there are more than 400,000 alliance coins in alliance coin, more than 500,000 union coins, plus more than 400,000 union coin. In the blink of an eye, the kung fu is 1,000,000 in the account, and at this moment the Taoist Hall can continue for another month. In Qin Mu's heart, the 1,000,000 alliance coins on Molly's body had become his possession. The problem of money is solved, but if you accept Molly as an apprentice, you will inevitably have to be distracted in the future. The trouble is troublesome, but after all, people pay the worship fee and they always have to pay attention to the apprentice. But what gave Qin Mu a headache was that his cooking skills were not good. If it weren't for the shortage of funds to open a Taoist hall, Qin Mu wanted to hire a senior chef to cook for himself. But since you have accepted an apprentice, it is natural for an apprentice to cook for the master, right? Thinking so in his heart, Qin Mu looked Molly up and down. He cleared his throat and said deeply, "Enough is enough. These are just enough for the worship fee. However, in addition to the worship fee, if you want to be my apprentice, you still need to pass a very harsh test." "A harsh test?" Listening to Qin Mu's words, Molly's heart couldn't help but tighten. It is worthy of being the strongest Taoist hall that has not tasted defeat, and it is really not easy to worship a teacher. However, since I have already decided to enter the Dragon Department Deist Hall, then I, Molly, will never back down. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Molly said categorically, "As long as I have the opportunity to be your apprentice, I am willing to give it a try." Molly's eyes looking at Qin Mu were resolute and sincere. Seeing that Molly was very good, the corners of Qin Mu's mouth turned up slightly and he spoke, "Good. Be bold. I like it. The test for you is culinary expedition." Hearing Qin Mu's words, Molly couldn't help but be stunned. She originally thought that the test would be to challenge powerful elf and the like, but she didn't expect to test her cooking skills. This made Molly's hanging heart finally settle settle down. Master, I will definitely pass your test. Qin Mu watched Molly run towards the back of the kitchen with brisk steps. This hasn't passed his test yet, isn't it a little fast to call master? About 2 hours later, Molly called Qin Mu to the dining area. Looking at the large table of delicious food in front of him, Qin Mu was a little surprised. In just 2 hours, Mari made a table of fish, chicken, eggs and vegetable salad. I can't help but be beautifully presented, and the color is very bright, which makes people's tongues taste at a glance. This kid wouldn't go to the restaurant to pack up and come back to fool him, would he? But there are no restaurants near the dojo. Qin Mu tilted his head to look at Molly and asked suspiciously, "You did all this?" Mari nodded and then began to introduce where the ingredients came from. "I caught the fish in the fish tank, the chicken was caught in the back mountain, and the vegetables were asked for by the family in front of the right side of the dojo." Listening to Molly's introduction, Qin Mu couldn't help but admire this girl's ability to create ingredients in his heart. Wait a minute, the fish was caught in the fish house? He raised that fish for half a year. Qin Mu was about to blame Molly, but a mouthful of fish meat that Molly had clamped with chopsticks was stuffed in his mouth. "Master, you taste it quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. The mouth is smooth and fragrant." Qin Mu couldn't help but sound that familiar melody and narration in his mind. High-end ingredients often require the simplest way to cook. The words that originally wanted to blame Molly fell with this delicious fish meat. "Well, there are a total of 5 fish raised in the bathtub, and it seems that you can eat 4 meals." Qin Mu tried a few other dishes. Every dish was delicious. Qin Mu sent chopsticks to his mouth, one chopstick after another, and soon a table of dishes was finished for him. Seeing that each dish was empty, Qin Mu put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. He patted his bulging little belly and said with a full belch, "Hiccup. Molly, now I declare that you have passed the test." Molly was still a little incredulous when she heard Qin Mu's word. One meal made her pass the apprenticeship test? In fact, cooking delicious is a superficial phenomenon, and Qin Mu saw many advantages of Molly through this meal. In just 2 hours, Molly was able to make a table of food in the Taoist hall without a little ready-made ingredients, during which there were no complaints, and he could immediately come up with countermeasures to solve the problem in the face of the problem, and methodically carried out his own cooking plan. From these aspects, Qin Mu could see that Molly was a person who had a mind and a plan for doing things, and daring to come to worship the teacher alone also shows Molly's courage and courage. It was through these details that Qin Mu observed that Molly was indeed a good candidate for apprenticeship. "Fantastic. That's great." Molly jumped up happily and then bowed obediently like Qin Mu. She said respectfully, "Apprentice Molly meets master." After Molly worshipped, he also handed over his 500,000 alliance coins and 3 evolution stones with special interest. "Master, this is the worship fee, please accept it." Qin Mu nodded, accepted the worship fee very naturally, and then spoke, "Since you and I are already masters and apprentices, then the master will also send you a worship gift." And then, when the word fell, Qin Mu threw a spirit ball at Molly. There is a picture of Molly in this chapter. Chapter 13. Molly caught the spirit ball thrown by Qin Mu and carefully held it in her hand. "Master, what kind of elf is this?" Molly looked at the poke ball in front of her. This poke ball was different from ordinary poke ball. It looked very delicate, and there was no need to think about it to know that it was an unusual fairy. "Just summon it and look at it." Molly nodded after listening to Qin Mu's words, and then threw the spirit ball out. After seeing what the elf in this poke ball was, Molly's legs were soft and she almost couldn't stand. "Super Charizard X." Molly looked at Qin Mu incredulously. She thought that the poke ball would not be an ordinary elf, but she didn't expect it to be so outrageous. "Master, do you really want to give me this Super Charizard X?" Qin Mu nodded flatly. "Isn't it a super fire-breathing dragon X? He has many dragon elf, and he is only the weakest elf in his hand." Looking at Qin Mu's bland response, Molly was not calm. Her master is also too arrogant. Unexpectedly, he threw an elf of the level of Super Charizard X to himself. This worship is really right. Her master is worthy of being the man who has many legends in Carlos. How many people can give Super Charizard X away? Molly's mood at the moment was very excited, and he was grateful to Qin Mu. Okay, you will first get acquainted with Super Charizard X in the past few days, and then I will teach you some skills to control Super Charizard X." Qin Mu interrupted Molly's words of gratitude and then immediately took out the appearance of a master. "If you accept an apprentice, you must be responsible for your own apprentice and teach well." "Yes, master." The apprentices obeyed. Molly looked at the super fire-breathing dragon X not far away, thinking that this big guy will be his own elf after this, which feels like a dream. Watching Molly looking up and down and left and right at every angle of Super Charizard X, he sighed in his heart that this apprentice really had never seen anything in the world. This is just a Super Charizard X, and when he saw the green-eyed white dragon and the wings of death in the future, wouldn't he have to faint with excitement? Super Charizard X is a milder personality among the dragon elves, and Molly quickly became familiar with Super Charizard X, and under the guidance of Qin Mu these days Molly and Super Charizard X also have a good tacit understanding. Unconsciously Molly has been in the Dragon Department Taoist Hall for a week, and Qin Mu wants to check how Molly has learned under his teaching in the past few days, and while someone comes to the Taoist Hall to challenge, he gave this task of meeting the challenge to Molly. When Molly heard that the master wanted to hand over such an important matter to herself, she became a little nervous. If she didn't do a good job and accidentally smashed the signboard of the Dragon Department Dojo, then she really had no face to see the master. Qin Mu saw Molly's worry, and through the past few days of training he knew in his heart that Molly already had this strength, so he comforted her. With Super Charizard, what are you afraid of? Molly felt that it made sense when she heard it, and the training with Super Charizard X in the past few days has made her fully understand the strength of Super Charizard X, and with such a strong elf, even if she wants to lose it is difficult. Molly was immediately full of confidence and accepted this task. The strength of the trainer who can have the confidence to challenge in the Dragon Department Dojo is naturally not weak, and the person who came to challenge this time has a very strong elf, Shui Yubu. Shui Yubu is a very powerful elf in the water system, and Super Charizard X is a fire elf. Water and fire in the elf attribute restraint. Water EV has the upper hand. When the challenge begins, Mizu EV takes the lead in attacking and uses the water ball attack. Mari commanded Super Charizard X to dodge one by one and then found the right time to launch a flamethrower. For Super Charizard X's flamethrower, Shui EV easily defused it with a jet of water. Molly understood that in order to defeat Shui Ibu he could not use regular fire skills. Even if you don't use the fire skill, Super Charizard X is still a very powerful instant. Mari understands the strengths of Super Charizard X and immediately lets Super Charizard X use the Dragon Roar and Claw attack. The Dragon's Roar made Shui Ibu's mind dizzy, swaying from side to side, and Super Charizard X's Claw attack followed. Shui Ibu immediately fell into the ring. Qin Mu looked at Molly's performance and nodded. Although Molly did not take the Super Charizard X move to defeat the enemy but able to restrain according to the attributes of the elves, Molly was able to dig some skills to quickly launch a response to the opponent and win. Overall it was still very good. As the first time that Molly cooperated with Super Charizard X, Molly, who won the battle, jumped directly on the spot with excitement. Master, did you see that? I triumphed. I kept the signboard of the Dragon Dojo. When the person who came to challenge heard this, the person he challenged turned out to be just a small apprentice in the Dragon Department Taoist Hall. His face was embarrassed and he left angrily. Not long after, rumors spread in the Carlos area that if you want to challenge the curator of the Dragon Dojo, you must first win the curator's apprentice. Qin Mu has gained a few pounds by relying on Molly's excellent cooking skills during this period, and Molly will change her patterns every day when cooking, causing Qin Mu to look forward to what kind of surprise Molly will give himself every time he eats. Today's main dish turned out to be chicken stew with mushrooms, and it seems that the chickens in the back mountain not only did not escape the clutches of Molly but also scavenged the wild mushrooms on the side of the road. Looking at the colorful and fragrant chicken stewed mushrooms, Qin Mu's appetite increased greatly and he picked up the chopstick and started eating. Master, this chicken leg is for you to eat. As soon as Qin Mu took the chicken leg that Molly had clamped for himself, he heard a sound from the door. Brother Qin Mu. In the net second, Serena's figure appeared in front of Qin Mu and Molly. Brother Qin Mu, I brought a bento bow and wanted to give you a taste. Serena took the bento in her hand and looked at Molly, who was sitting net to Qin Mu. Her body suddenly stood there and the expression on her face suddenly froze. These days she has always wanted to come to the Dragon Dojo to see Qin Mu, but she was distressed that Zai kept pulling her to train and finally persuaded Zai to rest for a day, so she immediately made a very delicious bento and ran to the Dragon Dojo alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came in, she saw such a scene that made her angry. Serena couldn't believe it. She hadn't come for more than 10 days and there was an Etra girl net to her brother Qin Mu. Master, who is this? Molly listened to this girl affectionately call her master brother Qin Mu and wondered what the relationship between the master and this girl was. Master? Hearing that Molly actually called her Qin Mu brother master, Serena was shocked and unacceptable. Mid-Autumn Festival reading every day. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive event period September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 14. Brother Qin Mu, when did you accept your apprentice? Serena pouted and walked to Qin Mu's side with dissatisfaction, although her mouth was talking to Qin Mu but her eyes kept looking at Molly. Molly, who was sitting opposite, also looked at Serena in the same way. Qin Mu felt that there was something wrong with this atmosphere. Serena and Molly looked at each other and there seemed to be a smell of gun smoke in the air. So Serena, did you eat? Try this chicken mushroom stew, it's delicious. Qin Mu wanted to quickly find a topic to ease the current atmosphere. Serena followed Qin Mu's gaze and a fragrant chicken stew mushroom was placed on the table. When Qin Mu praised the delicious mushroom stew in the chicken, Molly looked proud and Serena immediately knew that this dish was made by her. Serena pushed the dish away and opened the bento she brought with her and placed it in front of Qin Mu. Brother Qin Mu, let's try the bento I made, meat and vegetarian matching, very nutritious. In order to make this bento she chose the freshest dish and made it very carefully, and Serena believed that Qin Mu would definitely like to eat it. Qin Mu looked at the bento bowl brought by Serena. It was placed very beautifully. The meat dishes and vegetarian dishes were placed in regular partitions. The rice was made into rice balls with nori, seaweed and sesame seeds on it, and a heart-shaped omelette in the middle. The edge of the omelette was burnt but the middle was very tender. It does look very tasty. Qin Mu gave a taste of face. I have to say that Serena's bento is not only beautiful and smelly but also very delicious, and it is a fight with Molly. How, brother Qin Mu, is it delicious? Serena put her hands on her face and looked at Qin Mu expectantly. Qin Mu nodded. Good, delicious. If brother Qin Mu likes to eat, I will make more for you to eat in the future. Hearing Qin Mu say that the bento she made was delicious, Serena swept away the previous unpleasantness and immediately became happy, seeing that this man was so gentleman and handsome when eating. The eyes looking at Qin Mu were slowly adoring. Master, isn't the chicken stew mushroom made by the apprentice delicious? Molly saw Serena looking at her master with adoration, and the master also praised the delicious bento she made and said gamblingly, no, it's delicious. Hearing Molly say this, Qin Mu had to eat chicken stew mushrooms again. Brother Qin Mu, this is the bento bowl I worked so hard to make for you, brought all the way over. Qin Mu had to eat a few bites of bento again. Master, I broke my knee in order to catch that chicken in the back mountain and it still hurt. After Molly and Serena said a word, Qin Mu felt the distress of happiness. For the first time he felt that girls were such terrifying creatures. At this moment he would rather take his elves to fight than continue to stay in this battlefield filled with gunfire. Sure enough, it is also a sin to be too handsome. Qin Mu pushed the chicken stewed mushrooms and bento bowl forward after eating. Is that okay? Qin Mu gently patted his bulging belly. This time it's good, there is no need to eat dinner. But Serena still looked unhappy. Brother Qin Mu, you still haven't told me when you will accept your apprentice. I didn't have it last time I came to the Dragon Dojo. Serena's tone of voice was jealous and she was very dissatisfied that Qin Mu had accepted a female apprentice without her knowledge. And this female apprentice is as good looking as her, and her figure is also comparable, which makes her have a full sense of crisis. Faced with Serena's pressing, Qin Mu had to introduce Molly and the process of his apprentice to Serena. After Serena listened, she immediately pulled Qin Mu's arm and coquettishly said, I don't care brother Qin Mu, I also want to worship you as a teacher. Serena, don't be kidding. Qin Mu only thought that she was playing with herself. Unexpectedly Serena looked serious. I'm not kidding. She thought very carefully. After worshipping Qin Mu as a teacher, not only could she often stay with him but she could also learn from him to improve her strength, killing two birds with one stone. How could it be a joke? Qin Mu shook his head. No, Qin Mu originally accepted apprentices are helpless moves. There is a Molly, an apprentice, to let him divide a lot of energy to guide one more, not to mention whether he still has extra energy. If he really accepts Serena as an apprentice, the fight between the two of them just now will be a common thing in the future. Qin Mu really can't afford it. Seeing that Qin Mu refused to agree, Serena immediately took out the booklet from her backpack and clicked it a few times. Brother Qin Mu, this is the pocket money I saved for 3 months. If you agree to take me as an apprentice, these will be regarded as my worship gifts to you, and my pocket money will be handed over to you in the future. Qin Mu fired his eyes. 1 million union coin. Qin Mu was afraid that he had miscounted zeros, so he counted it again, and now he was sure that he was not mistaken. Good guys, 1 million union coins in a few months pocket money. What kind of family is this? Qin Mu felt that he had reacquainted with Serena. Brother Qin Mu, you just promised you can take Molly as an apprentice and there are not more of me. Just when Serena was about to stalk Qin Mu to death and make him promise to take him as an apprentice, an uninvited guest arrived here. Serena, I knew you were here. Ash ran to Serena and pulled her up. Ash, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you have a rest today? The Dragon Clan conference held by the Royal Dragon family is about to begin. We must go back to special training. Serena looked reluctant. Do you have to go to special training now? I haven't been here for long. Serena looked at Qin Mu reluctantly, and she was still talking to her brother Qin Mu about worshipping the teacher. This Ash, if he doesn't come early or late, he comes at this time. There are not a few days left. Come with me. Serena saw that there was no room for discussion with Ash, so she could only give up and hang her head. Seeing Serena look like this, Xiao Ji glanced at Qin Mu meaningfully. Since they left the Dragon Department Daoist Hall last time, Serena has been obsessed with Qin Mu, saying that brother Qin Mu is her eternal eternal idol. Every time Xiao Ji heard Serena's words he would think of when he was defeated by Qin Mu, so during this time he had been forcing himself to train and make himself stronger. Pavilion Master Qin Mu, I will definitely become strong as you. After Xiao Ji said this sentence and threw it to Qin Mu, he pulled Serena away. Listening to what Xiao Ji said, Serena muttered in her heart, my brother Qin Mu is the strongest and no one can catch up. Chapter 15. After Xiao Ji and Serena left, Qin Mu was a little curious about the Dragon Conference in Xiao Ji's mouth. Molly, do you know about the Dragon Lineage Assembly? What is the event? Qin Mu saw that Xiao Ji cared so much about this Dragon System Conference and thought that it should not be simple. Molly looked at Qin Mu in surprise. Master, you don't even know about the Dragon System Conference? Qin Mu frowned slightly. Should he know? But he really doesn't know. Molly saw that his master didn't seem to know about the Dragon System Conference, so he immediately popularized science with him. In the Carlos region there is a generation family with many dragon elves called the Royal Dragon Family. The Royal Dragon Family has existed in the Carlos area for hundreds of years. It is a proper old family, and this Dragon Family Conference is run by the Royal Dragon Family and is held every 4 years. There is a dragon island on the outskirts of the Carlos region which is not normally accessible to people, and it is ruled by the Royal Dragon Family, and there are many powerful dragon elves on the Dragon Island. The trainers who participated in the Dragon Conference were going to Dragon Island to undergo a test, and the test was probably to survive on the island for more than half a month even if the challenge was successful. If you subdue the dragon elves during this period you will get points. The basic points for each person are 100 points, and if you can stay for half a month it is a full 100 points, and 5 points will be deducted if you are less than 1 day. Of course this half month is not so good to stay. There are many powerful dragon elves on Dragon Island. The island is full of dangers. If it is not for people with strong strength to participate, let alone half a month, it may not be able to stay for half a day. In addition to staying on the island for half a month, you will also earn points for subduing or defeating dragon elves on Dragon Island, and the points will vary depending on the strength of the dragon elf. Moreover, I heard that the Royal Dragon Family plans to organize the Dragon Conference this time, and when the time comes many media will be invited to broadcast the entire Dragon Conference live, and those who have achieved outstanding results in the Dragon Conference will be awarded the title of Heavenly King level trainer. Hearing Molly say that this Dragon System Conference was so powerful, Qin Mu was a little moved. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for him to gain prestige. There are many advantages to going to the Dragon Conference, but the only fly in the ointment is that those who participate in the Dragon Conference need to pay for themselves. This self-pay amount is still very large. In previous years the Dragon Conference cost 500,000 alliance coins. I don't know if the price of this Dragon Conference will increase. When Qin Mu heard that he would have to participate in this Dragon System Conference, he would have to pay hundreds of thousands at his own expense. Immediately cut off his newly conceived idea. 500,000 union coin. Qin Mu is now having a hard time raising the entire Dragon Dao Hall, so he better think of other ways to increase his reputation. Master, aren't you going to the Dragon System Conference? I think if Master goes to participate it will definitely be a blockbuster. Molly had already begun to think about Qin Mu's appearance when he went to the Dragon System Conference to cause a sensation in all Carlos. If I go, won't this Dragon Hall close? Master, I can watch the Taoist Hall for you. And it's okay if the dojo is closed for a while and no one has come to the dojo to challenge it recently. Qin Mu knocked on Molly's head and said seriously, shut up. Molly had to shut up in embarrassment, but she really wanted her master to go to the Dragon Conference, and if he went he would definitely be able to defeat the dragon elves on that Dragon Island one by one. If she can also go just follow the master to pick up Leaky, he think about it is very cool. Although Qin Mu didn't let Molly continue to talk about the Dragon System Conference, what Molly said was not unreasonable. There were really no people to challenge the Dragon Department Taoist Hall recently, resulting in his current reputation brushing very low, so if he wanted to raise his reputation to the NET level, I don't know when I will go. I really have to think of a way. Just as Qin Mu was thinking about how to brush his reputation, a knock sounded on the door. Molly, go and open the door quickly, maybe someone from the dojo is coming. Yes, master. Mari obeyed the order and ran to open the door. At first glance there was a young man at the door wearing a suit and shoes and carrying a briefcase. Ma Lilang paused. She has been in the Dragon Department Taoist Hall for some days and she has never seen such a formal dress to challenge the Taoist Hall. This man doesn't look like a challenge, more like coming. Talking about business. Hello girl, is Mr. Qin Mu the curator here? This gentleman, are you here to challenge the Dragon Dojo? If yes, challenge me, my master is busy. Every time someone came to the Dragon Daoist Hall to challenge during this period, Qin Mu would give her the task of accepting the challenge, causing her to have already sorted out this set of words. "Oh, I'm not here to challenge the Taoist Hall, I'm here to talk to Mr. Qin Mu about something." When Molly heard this, she let the man enter the door. Specially came to the Taoist Hall not to challenge but to find the master to have something. Molly saw that this person was dressed so formally, thinking that there might be something important to find the master, so he let him in. "Come with me." Qin Mu was calculating the expenses of the Dragon Department Taoist Hall this month when he saw Molly leading a man in a suit. Molly quickly ran over and leaned into Qin Mu's ear and whispered, "Master, this person is not here to challenge the Taoist Hall, saying that there is something to find. You got something to look for him?" Qin Mu's brows frowned slightly, looked at this strange man, quickly searched in his memory and found that he did not know the person in front of him. "Hello Mr. Qin Mu, I am a representative sent by the Royal Dragon family. My name is Long Yu." Long Yu said and handed over his business card. Molly hurriedly went to take it, and after seeing that it was indeed a representative sent by the Royal Dragon family, he immediately nodded towards Qin Mu. Molly gave the business card to Qin Mu and asked softly in his ear, "Master, do you know the Royal Dragon family?" Obviously before the master was still asking her about the Royal Dragon family and the Dragon family assembly, he should not know the people of the Royal Dragon family, right? Seeing Qin Mu shook his head, Molly suddenly wondered in his heart the master did not know the people of the Royal Dragon family, and secondly he had nothing to do with them. What was the purpose of this representative who claimed to be sent by the Royal Dragon family? "Mr. Qin Mu, please forgive my abruptness." Long Yu bowed respectfully towards Qin Mu and then began to explain the purpose of his trip. "The Dragon Family Conference held by the Royal Dragon family is about to be held, and I am ordered by the family to send an invitation letter to Mr. Qin Mu, hoping that Mr. Qin Mu will be able to appreciate a thin noodle to participate in this Dragon Family Conference at that time." Chapter 16. After Long Yu indicated his intentions, he took out an invitation letter from his accompanying bag and handed it out with both hands. "Mr. Qin Mu, as a special guest of our Royal Dragon family, as long as you can participate, the Royal Dragon family will waive all fees for you and send someone to pick you up." When Molly heard Long Yu say this, her heart was excited. Master deserves to be a master, he has such a face. Not only can you participate in the Dragon Conference as a special guest, but you don't have to spend a penny to participate. Molly once again deeply admired Qin Mu. Unlike Molly's excitement, Qin Mu didn't seem to have any mood swings. "Representative Long Yu, it's been hard to come here all the way." Qin Mu pretended to be polite. Seeing that master had been slow to accept the invitation from Long Yu's hand, Molly couldn't sit still, walked to him lightly and poked him with his finger. "Master?" Qin Mu looked at Molly, who gave him a strong look, wanting him to quickly accept the invitation letter in Long Yu's hand. Qin Mu did not do what Molly hinted. In his opinion, if something goes wrong there will be a demon, and the Royal Dragon family did not hesitate to send people from thousands of miles to this small place, not only to invite him to participate in the Dragon Conference as a special guest but also to exempt him from all expenses for participating in the Dragon Conference. Qin Mu thought about it and probably guessed the purpose of the Royal Dragon family's trip. Before Molly said that in order to run this Dragon Conference, the Royal Dragon family specially invited many media to broadcast the whole process, and they would invite themselves as special guests, definitely fancy his popularity and want to use him to beat the fame of the Dragon Conference and attract more people to participate in the Dragon Conference. After all, it takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to participate in a Dragon Conference, and if there is nothing that can attract others who wants to pay such a large amount of money to participate, one person who participates in the Dragon System Conference costs hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. What if it is 10, 20 or 100 people who participate? The more people participate, the more the Royal Dragon family earns. Not only can they pocket money but also increase the fame of the Royal Dragon family. What a good calculation. Moreover, this abacus even hit his Qin Mu's head. Qin Mu sneered. The Dragon Lineage Conference, Qin Mu will participate. After all, it is also a good opportunity for him to enhance his reputation, but he wouldn't let the Royal Dragon family take advantage of himself so easily. Want to get a good out of him? Then pay a price. Qin Mu had a smile on his face, but he still didn't accept the invitation letter that Long Yu took out, and saw that Molly stomped his foot on the side uneasily and even wanted to take it for master himself. "I'm sorry, this huge dragon hall still needs me to take care of it, so it's a pity that I can't participate in this Dragon Conference. I'm very sorry. Representative Long Yu, please come back." Qin Mu's words not only made Long Yu stay on the spot but also made Molly stunned. Master actually refused? Not only can she be a special guest, but she can also participate in the Dragon System Conference without all fees. Such a good thing. Her master actually refused like this. "Master Yu." Molly wanted to say something but was interrupted by Qin Mu. "I'm sorry, Representative Long Yu, the Dragon Dragon Department Taoist Hall will be closed soon, please go back first. Long Yu was really shocked in the face of such an attractive benefit given by the Royal Dragon family. Qin Mu not only refused to participate in the Dragon System Conference but also drove him away. He really didn't imagine this outcome. Originally Long Yu thought that Qin Mu would definitely agree to come to the Dragon System Conference, but now he was really at a loss. Mr. Qin Mu, please think about it again. Since the existence of the Royal Dragon family for so long, the Dragon Family Conference has not allowed anyone to participate as a special guest for a long time, and it has not exempted anyone from all fees. Mr. Qin Mu is the only one. Long Yu once again reiterated the favorable conditions given by the Royal Dragon family, but Qin Mu didn't buy it. It seems that I was not able to explain clearly, so Representative Long Yu failed to hear clearly. Qin Mu did not give Long Yu face in the slightest and once again refused the invitation of the Royal Dragon family. Mr. Qin Mu. Long Yu would never have calculated that Qin Mu would refuse so decisively, and he wanted to say something to change Qin Mu's mind. Qin Mu saw that Long Yu didn't mean to leave and began to instruct Molly. Molly drop off. Although Molly didn't understand it very much, she didn't dare to disobey Master's orders, so she had to invite Long Yu out of the Taoist Hall. After Molly, who drove Long Yu out, came back, he looked at Qin Mu angrily. Master, why didn't you accept the invitation? Such a good opportunity was missed in vain, and the representative of the Royal Dragon family was driven out in this way. Molly looked regretful and felt very sorry that Master had missed such a good opportunity. Qin Mu didn't think so, and he said confidently, "Don't worry, he'll be back." Molly didn't understand what Qin Mu thought. Master, you are indeed very strong for training elves, but in this matter Master is really too abrupt. You not only rejected people so decisively but also drove people out. How could he come back again? As soon as Molly's voice fell, there was another knock outside the door. Mr. Qin Mu, tell me. It's Long Yu's voice. He actually came back. While shocked by Qin Mu's clever calculation, Molly happily ran to open the door. Molly brought Long Yu to Qin Mu again. Molly really wanted to break his head and couldn't figure it out. What did Master rely on to make Long Yu return? Although Master is indeed very powerful in her opinion as a century-old Royal Dragon family, there is no need to spend in front of Master all the time. Long Yu returned to Qin Mu's face, and this time he said directly to the point, "Mr. Qin Mu, I hope you can think about it again. As long as you are willing to participate in the Dragon System Conference, you can put forward any conditions." Hearing Long Yu's words, Qin Mu did not show surprise. Everything was affected by him, but this Royal Dragon family really had no patience and came back so soon. Long Yu's words had already made Molly begin to wonder if something was wrong with his ears. In the face of Master's previous indifferent refusal and ruthless expulsion, the Royal Dragon family had not even given up the idea of wanting him to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference. The Royal Dragon family would actually whisper so much for Master and let her Master open conditions. If the Royal Dragon family can be like this, her Master should also be the first person, right? It turned out that she still underestimated her Master, and her Master was simply the god in her mind. There was a hint of fanatical worship in Molly's eyes when he looked at Qin Mu. Chapter 17. Qin Mu did not rush to give Long Yu an answer but calculated the conditions he needed in his heart. After a while Qin Mu slowly spoke. "If the Royal Dragon family must let me go to the Dragon Lineage Conference, it's not impossible, but..." Since Long Yu opened his mouth to let him put forward the conditions, Qin Mu began to put forward the following conditions. "Give me 20 million alliance coins as my appearance fee. I have more elves, so I also need to help me prepare enough rations for 600 large elves every month." After saying this, Qin Mu added another one. "By the way, I also want to waive all fees for my apprentice to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference." "Okay, that's all." Long Yu was shocked in his heart when he heard the conditions proposed by Qin Mu. Although he expected that Qin Mu would open the conditions, he didn't expect the conditions to open so big. This Qin Mu is simply a lion opening his mouth and opening so many outrageous conditions. Listening to what Master said, Molly's whole person was dumbfounded. "Master, where is this asking for conditions? Isn't this ripping off bamboo?" Molly decided in her heart that if Master made such an unreasonable request, the Royal Dragon family would definitely refuse. However, Long Yu's net words made Molly dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth, Long Yu pinched his thigh flesh and said strongly, "But in order to..." "Mr. Qin Mu, the Royal Dragon family can meet your conditions. In order to impress the sincerity of the Royal Dragon family, we are willing to pay 5 million alliance coins as a deposit for the appearance fee first, and it will be on your account soon." Not only did he agree to Qin Mu's unreasonable request, but he was so sincerely willing to take out 5 million alliance coins as a deposit for the appearance fee. Molly was really impressed by his Master again. "No, the 20 million alliance coin appearance fee I want must be paid in full now, otherwise I won't go go to the Dragon Conference. Molly gasped. Master is simply too arrogant. There are 5 million alliance coins as the deposit for the appearance fee and they are not satisfied and they even ask the other party to hit all the 20 million alliance coins to their own account in one go. When Long Yu heard Qin Mu's word he suddenly felt a pain in his flesh. As the representative of the royal dragon family he was already very sincere and the other party was not satisfied and he was still making demands. It was the first time he had encountered someone as arrogant as Qin Mu in so long that he had been the representative of the royal dragon family. However, Qin Mu did have this capital arrogance. When he received the task of inviting Qin Mu here to participate in the Long Eye conference as a special guest he was asked to only succeed and not fail. After failing to negotiate with Qin Mu for the first time and being kicked out he immediately contacted the young master of the Dragon Court and the attitude of the young master of the Dragon Court was very clear. No matter what he would let Qin Mu come to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference. That's why Long Yu came back a second time and let Qin Mu put forward conditions. But this Qin Mu, if there are conditions he really dares to mention it without the slightest consideration of whether they would agree to these conditions. Qin Mu had no unnecessary expression on his face all this time as if he was bound to do anything. This aura and confidence in controlling the whole audience on Qin Mu made Long Yu seem to see another person from the royal dragon family, that is their dragon family star Adu. Adu has always been his idol since he was a child, but he didn't expect that he would see Adu's shadow on Qin Mu's body. Seeing that Long Yu did not react for a long time, Molly thought that this matter had collapsed. If she were the representative of the royal dragon family who came here today to negotiate in the face of Master's request, Molly felt that she would not agree. Molly felt that the Master really did not give face to the royal dragon family step by step. This is good. Such a good thing made the Master collapse again. Good. Allow me to indicate the amount to the family. Hearing Long Yu's answer, Molly was shocked again. Oh my god, am I having auditory hallucinations? Such harsh conditions, this kind of almost difficult conditions, the royal dragon family actually agreed? The royal dragon family can even agree to such harsh conditions? Is this really the powerful royal dragon family? Molly's eyes widened and her little heart thumped in shock. Things turned out completely beyond her expectations. Molly couldn't figure out why this was happening. With a shocked and puzzled feeling, Molly secretly looked at the Master. I saw Master Qin Mu's face with a confident smile of everything under control. Molly couldn't help but be even more surprised. Could it be said that the Master had arrived at all this from the very beginning? It turned out that Master not only trained elves to be powerful but also so skilled in controlling people's hearts. I thought of what I had just said to my Master. He actually said that Master was abrupt. Thinking of this, Molly's pretty face couldn't help but blush with shame. Before she knew it, Molly had already worshipped her Master as a god. Let me ask, can this incident in front of her prevent her from worshipping Pastor Qin's father? Long Yu could only bite the bullet and agree to Qin Mu's request. The purpose of his coming here was to make Qin Mu agree to participate in the Dragon Dao conference no matter what means he used. So Qin Mu's request, he had to bite the bullet and agree. Soon Long Yu approved the money from the royal dragon family. Long Yu faithfully sent 20 million alliance coins directly to Qin Mu's account. Mr. Qin Mu, the money has arrived, take a look. Qin Mu looked at the extra 20 million alliance coins in his account and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, not only can he go to the Dragon System Conference for free to accumulate his prestige, but he has also earned 20 million alliance coins and he has been able to raise his own Dragon Daoist Hall for a while. If there is nothing else, then ask Representative Long Yu to go back first and then send someone to the Dragon Department Hall to pick it up on the day when the Dragon System Conference starts. Molly really felt that Long Yu was pitiful and the Master was driving him away again when he got the money. Long Yu's purpose is achieved and naturally does not stay too much. After Long Yu left, Molly couldn't wait to come to Qin Mu. His eyes were starry and he said with great admiration, "Wow, Master, you are really amazing. I thought that the royal dragon family would definitely not agree to your request, but I didn't expect that they actually accepted it. Master, you are simply my idol." In the face of Molly's wave after wave of rainbow farts, Qin Mu waved his hand and talked to him while talking about the state. After listening to it, Molly suddenly realized, so it is. No wonder the royal dragon family could even agree to such an unreasonable request. It turned out that they also had a purpose. Damn, what a bunch of stinky profiteers. Even Master dared to use it. Seeing that Molly was indignant, Qin Mu knew that this apprentice of hers was still too simple. The world is like this, no one will come to you for no reason. As the saying goes, if you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, the bustle of the world is for profit and the world is for the benefit. You little Nizai, there is still learning. Molly nodded as if she didn't understand and she said seriously, Mari will definitely be studious. Suddenly she thought of something, reached out and pulled the corner of Master's cloth and asked in a low voice. Master, do you have any other apprentices besides me? The last request made by Master just now is to empt his apprentice from all penses for participating in the Dragon Lineage Conference. Who is going to let him participate in the Dragon System Conference? Molly was still a little disappointed when she said these words. I don't know who is so lucky to be able to go to the Dragon System Conference with Master. Qin Mu looked at Molly and secretly said in his heart that he was really his stupid apprentice. He patted Molly's little head and said with a smile, naturally it's you. Chapter 18. When Molly heard what Qin Mu said, she looked incredulous. Master actually wanted to take her to the Dragon System Conference. Molly was ecstatic, and the excitement and gratitude almost brought tears to his eyes. Well, these days you train well with Super Charizard X so that you can deal with various situations that happen on Dragon Island. Yes, Master. Looking at Qin Mu's back as he left, Molly still couldn't stop being excited in her heart. The name of the Dragon Conference is known to almost everyone in the Carlos area, and Molly has been looking forward to the day when she can go to the Dragon Conference since she was a child, but she didn't expect that this day really made her wait. Not only was he able to have the opportunity to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference, but the high fee was also waived, and Molly thanked Master over and over again in her heart. All this was given to her by the Master. If it weren't for Master, even if she had the opportunity to go to the Dragon Department Hall in the future, she would not be able to pay the high cost, and she would definitely not be able to go to the Dragon System Conference by that time. But Master's casual words fulfilled her childhood dream. Molly hadn't been so happy for a long time, but after the joy, endless worries filled her mind. Being able to go to such a grand event as the Dragon Lineage Conference, and also emptying all fees, and more importantly being able to be by Master's side all the time, Molly knew that this was a great good thing for herself. But after the ecstasy, Molly calmed down and thought of many possible problems. Since she is Master's apprentice, she represents the Dragon Dojo, and if he fails to achieve good result, he will definitely disgrace the Master and bring shame to the Dragon Dojo. Although Molly was worried in her heart, she did not tell Master this. She did not want to live up to Master's expectations of him, and she had to find a way to solve these problems herself. Late at night, the entire Longyu town became very quiet, and only the occasional sound of insects filled the night. Molly thought about those troubles lying on the bed and tossing and turning without the slightest sense of sleep. Mari sat up from the bed and took out a poke ball. This is the Super Charizard X that Master gave her on the day she took her as an apprentice. At this time, the elf Marubek, who slept beside her, also woke up. Morabai has been with Molly's elf since she was a child, and in the past when Molly encountered troubles she would talk to Marub. Marub is not only a hers elf but also like a good partner she can talk to. Morabai does not like to stay in the poke ball, so Molly has always let Malub stay outside with herself. Mari unleashes Super Charizard X. The originally empty room suddenly became warm because of the appearance of Super Charizard X. Super Charizard X. Marubek, I'm really sorry to wake you up so late. Marubiko jumped onto Mari's bed and rubbed her head against it as if saying that it was okay. Super Charizard X also stepped forward and gently touched Mari's shoulder with his own paw. Super Charizard X has been getting along with Molly these days and has long regarded Molly as the master other than Qin Mu. Both elves seemed to see what was bothering Molly, and both looked at her with sincere eyes, wanting Molly to talk to them properly. Hey, Molly sighed deeply. Super Charizard X. Marubek, you know what? I'm going to the Dragon Conference soon. Marub jumped when he heard this because he knew that Molly had wanted to go to the Dragon Conference since he was a child, but he never had the opportunity. I know, Marubiko, I should be happy, but Mari bowed her head. But the people who participated in the Dragon Daist Hall are very powerful trainers, and this year I heard that the legendary genius of the Royal Dragon family will also participate. I am Master's apprentice. If I go to the Dragon System Conference, I represent the Dragon System Taoist Hall. If I fail to achieve good results in the Dragon System Conference, it will not only embarrass Master but also let others have the opportunity to make fun of Master. I don't want to make myself a laughingstock of Master, and I don't want to live up to Master's expectations, but I'm afraid I don't have that strength. Molly said. Her nose became more and more sour, her eyes were hazy, and tears actually flowed. For her Master is a very important person. For her Master has the grace of cultivation for her, and he gave himself such a valuable gift on the first day of accepting her as an apprentice. Even if she received an invitation from the Royal Dragon family to participate in the Dragon Family Conference, she did not forget to bring herself. Molly is very grateful for everything Master has done to her. She feels that Master is the best person in this world, so she must do her best to maintain everything about Master, and she can't let Master's reputation be flawed because of her own reason. Krug took the tissue handed over by Super Charizard X and carefully wiped away the tears on Marilyn. Super Charizard X patted Molly and asked her to take a good look at herself. Super Charizard X show off the tight muscles of his whole body and then make a scrubbing motion to tell Molly that he is strong. With him she doesn't have to worry about that. Not to be outdone, Krug jumped on Charizard's shoulder and also showed off his biceps. Both elves were cheering Mari on in their own way and cheering her up. Seeing her elf make a series of witty moves to comfort herself, Molly finally broke into tears and laughed. Krug jumped on Mari's body again, his little hand waving at her. Molly understood it is saying that he is the best and he must have faith. Super Charizard X also tended his claws to make a stick gesture. Molly was very moved seeing that her elves believed so much, supporting herself. Her heart was instantly filled with a trace of strength. Yes, Super Charizard X and Krug believe in themselves so much, why doesn't she believe in herself? Molly suddenly realized that what he needed most at the moment was not the strength to win but the courage to dare to fight. His previous excessive worries blinded her, restrained her and made her fearful, afraid of this and that. Now after talking to Super Charizard X and Krug, Molly suddenly wanted to open. She will not live up to the expectations of her master, nor will she live up to the expectations of her own elf. In this dragon lineage conference she will definitely fight with all her strength. Just as Molly continued to sleep after figuring it out, Qin Mu's room on the other side was empty. Qin Mu came to the back mountain of the Taoist hall. Looking at the back mountain that had been melted into magma by the wings of death and became bare, Qin Mu couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. And the perpetrator of all this is lazily lying on the magma playing with the little poke ball. Qin Mu looked to the side. The green-eyed white dragon was sleeping obediently on the side. These two dragons occupied the entire back mountain. The other dragon elves were so frightened by these two big Buddhas that they hid in the corner, huddled together and shivered. Qin Mu frowned. As the reputation increases in the future, there will only be more and more dragons in the future, and these guys don't like to stay in the spirit ball, so it is definitely not a way to continue. If there is another dragon, the mountain behind the Taoist hall will not be able to withstand it at all. It seems that it is necessary to make a dragon's nest for these dragons. Qin Mu thought about it, thinking that he had 20 million more alliance coins in his account anyway, so he immediately decided to buy the entire Carlos Canyon, which was only a few kilometers away from the mountain behind the Taoist hall, to make the dragon's nest for the dragon. Chapter 19. In the Carlos region there is such a group of people that people avoid it. They often take their elves around the streets, and when they encounter people who look bad or provoke them, they go straight up and beat them up, ignoring all the rules set by the Elven Alliance. These people are neither ruffians nor scoundrels. They wear uniform red suits and even a uniform slogan. This is the Flarers. A big reason people fear them is that the Flames are a very selfish group, and the purpose of their group is to just keep yourself happy regardless of whether others live or die. They only value their own interests and they don't care what happens to other trainers or elves. Although the Karos area of the Flame team is not popular, there are many excellent scientists in the Flame group, which has led to many technological inventions about elves in the Flame team, and these technologies have basically penetrated into the life of the Carlos region. The Flames rely on these techniques and therefore earn a lot of alliance coin. It's just that the technologies that the Flash team possesses are not just to facilitate the lives of the people in the Carlos area, they seem to have other more important purposes. There is one of the busiest streets in the middle of the Carlos region with a 100-story building at the center of this street. This towering mansion is owned by the Flame. On the top floor of the building, a man looks down on the people below through the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of him. This man has red hair, a beard, deep eyebrows, a burly figure, a height of 1.9 m. He is also wearing a suit, but the suit he wears is black. The edges are dotted with red. The whole material is very high grade. You can see the difference from other members of the Flame team at a glance. This man is Vilatali, the leader of the Flame. Although Vilatali is the leader of the Flame team, he has also been engaged in the research of elves, and he has many excellent scientists under him, which has made him a great achievement in the research of elven technology. In addition to these, Vilatali has been working on project to create artificial elves, and he wants to create one of the most powerful elves in the Carlos region. Although he has made considerable achievements in other elven techniques, he has repeatedly failed this research. But a recent appearance of a person has given him a new glimpse of the direction of this research. That was Qin Mu, who possessed the elven divine beast at a young age. Vilatali had carefully studied Qin Mu's green-eyed white dragon. He found that there had never been a record that such an elf had ever appeared in the Carlos area, and he checked all the information about dragon elves, even some elves that were similar to the green-eyed white dragon. This made Vilatali very suspicious of the origin of this green-eyed white dragon. Perhaps this green-eyed white dragon did not originally belong to the Carlos region. The appearance of Qin Mu appeared in Vilatali's mind. Could it be that this person has mastered the artificial elf technology that he has been unable to find a research direction for? Although this idea is unlikely, many things have happened to this person named Qin Mu that everyone thinks is impossible. Perhaps he still has many secrets that are not known. Philately thought so and began to be more and more curious about Qin Mu and that green-eyed white dragon. If the Flame team can get this arguably a completely new breed of elves, it may be a big breakthrough in their research technology. Just as Philately's mind was filled with these thoughts, Akobi knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, we have found the core of the guardian beast of the Carlos region. Philately was overjoyed when he heard the news. Well done, boss. Are you carrying out the arrest? As the guardian beast of the Carlos region, Kigald has 5 forms of form, and when he evolves to full form he has the power that neither Xerneas nor Iberter can fight. Philately naturally would not give up such a divine beast. Put all your strength, you must get the core. Yes, top dog. Akobi immediately went to work on the matter of capturing the core of the guardian beast. Philately came to the floor-to-ceiling window with leather shoes on. His favorite thing is to enjoy the view in front of this floor-to-ceiling window. It's not that the scenery outside this window is so beautiful, but from his high angle the people on the ground are as small as ants, as if he can trample these people into ashes as long as he moves his toes. Therefore Philately has always known a truth: only by standing tall enough can he have the strength to see people like an ant. At this time there was a knock outside the door, interrupting Philately's thought. Come in. The person who came was Claire. Boss, our people have passed the grapevine that Qin Mu will participate in the Dragon Family Conference held by the Royal Dragon Family this time, and he is participating as a special guest, exempting him from all fees. Not only that, but the Royal Dragon Family also paid him an pensive appearance fee. Claire reports to Fodolari the information she has just received. The task given to her by the boss in the past few days was to pay close attention to the news about Qin Mu. Oh, it kind of interesting. Philately didn't expect that Qin Mu had such a skill, so that the Royal Dragon Family, who had always been critical, would not only exempt him from the fee for participating in the Dragon Lineage Conference but also pay him an appearance fee. Dragon Lineage Assembly. Philately reached out and touched his beard, and some thought suddenly came to his mind. The Dragon Conference, which is only held once every 4 years, how can the Flame team be missing? How boring would it be to let the Dragon Conference be held under normal circumstances? Philately decided that their Flame team wanted to add a touch of fun to this Dragon Conference. The corners of Philately's mouth were raised just as he also had the opportunity to meet this man named Qin Mu. See if he has many secrets in him waiting for him to discover. Chapter 20. Time flew by and soon came the day of the Dragon Lineage Conference. The Royal Dragon Family set up a banquet in the manor for this Dragon Family Conference, and there were countless mountain and sea delicacies at the banquet, which made people call the Royal Dragon Family a big hand. Not only that, all the programs of Carlos Regional TV are broadcasting the Dragon Festival live, and there are more than 100 media and photographers who come here. Those who come to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference, if they are not very famous trainers, must receive invitations from the Royal Dragon Family. So many people who want to come to see the excitement are blocked outside the manor. Even if they can't go in, there are still many people gathered outside the manor, although they don't have the opportunity to squeeze in to see the grand opening ceremony of the Dragon Lineage Conference. But the people who come to participate in the Dragon Department Hall are some celebrities, and being able to see these famous trainers in person also makes them content. The Royal Dragon Family organized this Dragon Lineage Conference, which not only attracted great attention in the Carlos area, but also people from other areas heard about the Dragon Lineage Conference, and many people came to watch. Among them there are some very famous people such as Zulan, a champion level trainer in the Sinnoh region, and Lu Bo in the Johto region. As soon as Zulan and Lu Bo appeared, they attracted the attention of many media. Zulan herself is a super beauty. The appearance looks very dignified, although it is the kind of iceberg beauty, but in fact she is very gentle. Although as the champion of the Sinnoh region the strength is very profound, but she does not have the kind of frame of the strong at all, never proud in front of outsiders. The whole person exudes a very noble temperament. Among the champion trainers, big beauties like Zulan are very rare, so Zulan has many followers. Lu Bo has grey hair, although he looks older, but in addition to the identity of the champion trainer, he is also the owner of the Kaji Dojo Hall in Kaji Town, Johto area, and he is very rich in experience in training elves. As the owner of a dojo, many elves in Liuberdea East Hall are picked up by Lu Bo outside to save and come back. Those elves are not only loyal to Lu Bo under his powerful elf training experience, those elves who were injured and left outside have evolved into strong elves. The two have many admirers because of their excellent conduct, not only in their respective regions but also in other regions have heard of their deed. As more and more people came, the opening ceremony of the Dragon Dojo Hall was about to begin. People from the Royal Dragon Family also appeared one after another. After arriving at the opening time of the Dragon Department Dojo Dragon Pavilion, as the operator of this Dragon System Conference stood on the high platform. First of all, on behalf of the Royal Dragon family. I would like to thank all the trainers for coming. The Quadrennial Dragon System Conference is about to begin. I believe that I will soon participate in the training of the Dragon Department Dojo, and the family has already prepared. This time the Dragon Conference is not the same as the previous ones. This year we invited several special guests to witness this Dragon Conference with you. Everyone will definitely be curious who are the special guests. I'll reveal it to you soon. The special guests are Qinli and Dr. the cultivators of the sacred beasts in the Carlos region, and Qin Mu, the curator of the Dragon Daist Hall. Qinli and Dr. were originally enjoying the adoring gazes cast by people with a proud face, and they were immediately stunned when they heard the name Qin Mu. This guy is actually among the special guests. Qinli and Dr. looked at each other, both surprised, but then the two put their minds at ease. Qin Mu must be a guest at his own event. It's just a guest seat bought with money, and the two of them were invited by the Royal Dragon family to attend the Dragon Family Conference as special guests. Although the two did not have an appearance fee, the Royal Dragon family gave the two of them a place to participate in the Dragon Family Conference. Although the fees for the two places still have to be paid, some people can't buy the qualification to participate in the Dragon Conference for money. As for Qin Mu, don't even think about it, he can enjoy such treatment. This is given for the sake of their face as a divine beast trainer. This made Qinli and Dr. complacent, but the NET scene instantly made the two slap their faces. As special guests they took their seats in turn, and Qinli and Dr. saw that Qin Mu was sitting in the VIP seat, which was higher than their special guest seat. This leaves them scratching their head. Why could Qin Mu sit in the VIP seat, and as divine beast trainers they should sit in the guest seat of the lower Qin Mu's rank? Qinli and Dr. were not convinced in their hearts and were about to ask for a reasonable explanation from the people of the Royal Dragon family when suddenly the crowd let out a huge cheer. Adu, adu. Many people cheered in one direction, and as everyone looked at it, a very handsome young man slowly walked out. Adu has red hair, a big and cool cloak on his body, and a very sunny smile on his handsome face at the moment. Adu stretched out his hand to greet everyone, and his action made people even more crazy. So handsome. Adu, I love you. Adu, you are my eternal idol. Adu, my husband. The scene was about to get out of control, and the Royal Dragon family had to send security to maintain order at the scene. Adu has long been accustomed to this kind of scene, so there is no wave in his heart, and the Dragon Court, who was standing on the high platform, cast a jealous gaze at him. Before Adu appeared, everyone's eyes were still on him. As a member of the Royal Dragon family, Adu is very good at training dragon attribute elves. He is not only powerful but also handsome, which makes him have many admirers. Not only that, the people of the Royal Dragon family value Adu very much and even want to cultivate him as the heir of the Royal Dragon family. The Dragon Court tried hard to suppress his emotions. Now was the opening of the Dragon System Conference, and at such an important moment he could not make a single mistake. Adu walked to his place and sat down, and the cheers of the scene gradually subsided. Qin Mu, who was present, also noticed the extremely popular Adu, who happened to sit opposite him. Qin Mu didn't waste too much attention on Adu, because the purpose of his trip is very simple and clear, that is to brush prestige. Chapter 21. After the Dragon Court presided over the opening ceremony, he also came to his seat and sat down. Net to where he was sitting was Adu, and after he took his seat, Adu's eyes kept looking ahead and he didn't seem to notice his arrival. Adu, I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you doing? Although Longting didn't like this, Adu Ho had been stealing his limelight, but the two were also from a family. Longting wanted to say a few words to Adu first. You are Qin Mu, right? Unexpectedly, Adu directly ignored Longting's word and spoke with Qin Mu, who was sitting opposite him. Longting's face was embarrassed. He never expected that Adu would be so rude, ignoring his words in front of everyone, putting him in embarrassment. This made Longting not only dissatisfied with Adu in his heart but even resentful. When Qin Mu saw Adu talking to him, he did not ignore it like Adu but responded politely. It's me. I heard that you opened a dragon dojo in Longyu town and no one has been able to challenge it successfully. Adu continued to ask. It's just that I didn't meet a powerful person to challenge. Qin Mu replied in a low-key manner, making Adu laugh. Pavilion Chief Qin, don't be modest. I heard that you still have a divine beast. It seems to be called a green-eyed white dragon. A series of questions Qin Mu, who asked them, became a little impatient. Recently he was surrounded by rumors about this Qin Mu, and these heat were even about to catch up with him, so Adu was very interested in Qin Mu and even had the idea of wanting to fight. He wanted to know whether the recent rumors about Qin Mu were true, and if so, he didn't know who was stronger than this Qin Mu. But I'm a little curious, is the divine beast so easy to obtain? Could it be that I was unlucky so I couldn't touch a mythical beast? Adu's words were somewhat meaningful, and Qin Mu could hear that Adu was mocking himself, thinking that he had no ability to capture divine beasts. Sometimes luck is not the most important thing, strength is the most important thing. Qin Mu's fluttering words stunned Adu's words back. Oh, is that so? Then I'm even more curious, what kind of strength do I need to capture the divine beast? Adu looked at Qin Mu with a somewhat provocative look and then continued. I don't know if Director Qin can satisfy my curiosity and accept the challenge from me so that I realize if I also have the ability to capture divine beast. In the face of Adu's naked mockery and provocation, Qin Mu's face did not show any waves. With the blue-eyed white dragon and the Deathwings, he is naturally not afraid of Adu's challenge, and with Adu's high popularity, if he agrees to fight him, his reputation will definitely increase a lot, which is a good thing for him. As you wish. As soon as Qin Mu's word fell, the audience began to be very lively. Everyone wondered what was going on, and the deposit only knew at a glance that it turned out to be the champion trainer in the Carlos region, and Kurenai came. Kurenai is not only a champion trainer in the Carlos region but also an actress who has participated in several films and television and often appears on the screen. I saw Kurenai's excellent facial features painted with delicate makeup, wearing a white dress, a black coat over it, and high heels and boot. It's like the image of a big-name female star. Kurenai was followed by her elf Shanadot, who was very human-like in appearance, and its lower body seemed to be wearing a long green dress, and a pair of slender legs loomed under the long skirt, making people sigh that Kurenai was not only so good-looking but also the elves around her were so pleasing to the eye. Kurenai is so beautiful, worthy of being my wife. Goddess, look at me. Nini, I have watched every scene you play. Big on Nini. Many people in the audience were shouting their admiration for Kurenai, and Kurenai responded politely with a smile. Along with Kurenai are the 4 kings of the Carlos region. The 4 heavenly kings of the Carlos region are heavenly king trainers who are good at different attributes. Fire attribute King Pachira, water attribute King Shimai, steel attribute heavenly king Goose Armor, dragon attribute heavenly king Doracina. The popularity of the 4 heavenly kings is also very high, and appearing with Kurenai has raised the popularity of the field to a high point. All kinds of shouts and cheers came from the audience which were deafening. The NET to appear is still the big shot. As a huge event in the Carlos region, the Dragon Conference will naturally attend the Elf Alliance, and the person who is now appearing is the leader of the Elf Alliance. The leader of the Elven Alliance has many supporters in the Carlos area, and he also received a lot of applause and cheers when he appeared. The leaders of the Elf Alliance have actually come in person, isn't it? In the past, the Dragon System Conference Spirit Alliance only sent representatives over, but I didn't expect that this time the Alliance leader actually came over in person. This Dragon System Conference is really pompous. Champion trainers in various regions, 4 heavenly kings of the Carlos region, and divine beast trainers. Are there still few celebrities who come to the Dragon Lineage Convention? It seems that this Dragon Conference should be very exciting. The people in the audience were discussing, and at the same time they noticed a person sitting in the VIP seat. Isn't that Qin Mu, the curator of the Dragon Daist Hall that was recently rumored? He actually came to participate in the Dragon Lineage Conference, and he sits in a VIP seat. It's really him. I didn't expect that the Royal Dragon family even invited him. Qin Mu is my latest new idol. Also my idol. Some sharp-eyed people in the audience spotted Qin Mu sitting in the VIP seat and also began to discuss Qin Mu's recent rumors, and even ignored some people who were going to appear. NET. The people who came to participate in the Dragon Conference had basically gathered, and these people appeared one after another, making the Dragon Conference even more lively. After some excitement, everyone took their seat. Kurenai sat right NET to Qin Mu. After sitting down, Kurenai stretched out her slender hand to stroke her hair and then took out a small mirror from her pocket to sort out her demeanor. As a female star and in front of the public, she must maintain her demeanor at all times is the best, which is also the professionalism of most female stars. After tidying up, Kurenai put the mirror away, and then she found Qin Mu sitting NET to her. Kurenai tilted her head towards Qin Mu, approached Qin Mu's ear, and then her mouth moved. Chapter 22. Hello, my name is Kurenai and I'm an actress. Kurenai saw that the man sitting NET to her was a little confused, so she introduced herself to him. Hello. Qin Mu wanted to introduce himself to Kurenai out of politeness but was interrupted by Kurenai's NET word. I don't know if you have heard of the name Qin Mu recently. He is the hottest person in the entire Carlos region. Recently my friends around me, assistants, almost all discussed Qin Mu. I have a program planning friend who even wants to do a personal interview with Qin Mu. Open the major forum platforms. The one who enters the eye is Qin Mu, and my popularity is about to be compared by him recently. But I don't blame him for stealing my heat, but I am very curious about him. I heard that he is even only 20 years old. He opened a dojo at the age of 20, and it is said that no one has been able to challenge it successfully. And I heard that the champion trainer Shindai specially ran to the Dragon Dojo to challenge, but he was unable to challenge successfully. God knows on my behalf, but his strength is very strong, and he also has a particularly cool divine beast. It seems to be called a green-eyed white dragon, right? Because of this kind of divine beast, the Carlos area also caused a sensation. Divine beast, alas, there are very few trainers who have divine beast, and I have never heard of anyone who can have a divine beast at the age of 20. And I recently heard that Qin Mu may have more than one divine beast. God, this is unbelievable. Kurenai said these words with a hint of excitement and adoration in her eyebrows. These days I hear more and more rumors about Qin Mu, and I can hear them every day. These rumors are more shocking than the other. It all made me start worshipping him. But seriously, if I didn't have time, I really wanted to go to the Dragon Department Hall to meet him in person. I don't know if he is as handsome and dashing as the legend, and I don't know if the girl he likes will be my type. What Kurenai said could be clearly heard by Qinli and Doctor, who were sitting in the lower seat. Kurenai's words were all adoration and appreciation of Qin Mu, which made both Qinli and Doctor go crazy with jealousy in their heart. A goddess like Kurenai actually took Qin Mu as an idol. By what? Aren't the two of them also have divine beasts? Why didn't they get Kurenai's favor? At this time Adu, who couldn't stand it, spoke. Kurenai, do you know who you're talking to? Adu's sudden words made Kurenai a little puzzled. What? I don't understand what you mean. Kurenai looked puzzled. Her two good-looking eyes widened and the big one looked very cute. At this time the four heavenly kings beside Kurenai all snickered, and even the leader of the Elven Alliance, who had always had a serious Zion, laughed and said nothing. Seeing that everyone was laughing and still looking at herself laughing, Kurenai was confused, thinking of what Adu said to herself. Kurenai had a bad premonition in her heart and immediately asked Qin Mu's name. Well, I don't know what your name is. Qin Mu. The two words fluttering lightly fell in Kurenai's ears, but it was a thunderbolt. Qin Mu. The person sitting net to her was none other than Qin Mu. Kurenai's face turned red. Now she finally knows why everyone is snickering at her. She had just said so many things about him in front of herself, and most of them were from her own heart. Shame on you. As a big star, it is others who tell her admiration in front of her. Where has she done such a thing? She just wanted to find someone to talk about her feelings for Qin Mu in her heart, but she found herself by mistake. However, she just said that she wanted to see Qin Mu himself, but she didn't expect her wish to come true so quickly, and she was really very handsome, and even her temperament was very outstanding, and Kurenai flashed a trace of joy in her heart, worthy of being someone he admired. Kurenai's heart was beating so fast that she tried to rela herself. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Kurenai is nervous and shy, nervous about whether the words she just said in front of Qin Mu will make him feel abrupt and shy, because Qin Mu already knows the truest thoughts in her heart. Qin Mu smiled and said that it didn't matter. When Kurenai saw Qin Mu encounter this situation, she was still generous, and the person was also very generous, and her heart had a little more good impression of him. At this moment Molly and Serena, who were sitting in another area, kept their eyes locked on Qin Mu and Kurenai. Seeing Qin Mu and Kurenai talking and laughing, Molly and Serena were very unhappy in their heart. Molly wanted to try to comfort herself, but Master just lightly talked to the woman, but seeing Kurenai's coquettish look, she couldn't help but get more and more angry. Serena's eyes when she looked at Kurenai were also sharp. Isn't it a female star? When they grow up and develop, they can also become female stars. Isn't it a champion trainer? When they train for a few more years, they are confident that they can become champion trainers. At that time they will be the ones sitting net to Pastor Qin's father brother. Serena, there are so many powerful people coming to this dragon conference. I'm a little worried. Seeing that the people who came to participate in the dragon conference were so powerful, Ash complained to Serena with some worry. Seeing that his brother Qin Mu was talking and laughing so intimately with the woman of Kurenai, Serena was originally angry in her heart, and now Zai just hit the muzzle. Worry, you know, worries all day long. Are we terrible? Could it be that Serena was worse than that Kurenai? Ash didn't expect that his unintentional spit would make Serena so resentful, and quickly made amends. I didn't mean that, I just whined. It's useful to complain, so why train? Whining? If you can become a champion trainer, then everyone will complain. Isn't it a champion trainer? She will definitely become one in the future. Am I wrong? Ash didn't dare to speak again this time, but he was very puzzled. Where did he provoke Serena? Chapter 23. Molly took her gaze back from her master and shook her head, telling herself not to think about what she had. She should focus on the current dragon conference now. It is worthy of the dragon conference that she has been eager to participate in since she was a child, and just one opening ceremony is so grand, which makes Molly feel very excited, and she is even more looking forward to the NET Dragon Conference. Almost all the famous celebrities in the Carlos area came to the Dragon Lineage Conference, which is probably one of the few opportunities for everyone to see these people get together, and Molly also took this opportunity to meet many powerful champion trainers as well as mythical beast trainers who had only heard of me before. It's just that in Molly's heart, no matter what kind of champion trainer or divine beast trainer, these people are not as powerful as the master. Mari began to observe around, and the people who came to the Dragon Conference were basically many young trainers except for knowing Ash and Serena around her. The faces around her were very unfamiliar to her. Thinking that the trainers who could come to the Dragon Conference must be excellent, Molly couldn't help but start to get nervous in her heart. At this moment a girl behind Molly patted her on the shoulder. Molly turned her head to look back, and with a click, a girl holding a camera, she pressed the shutter of the camera in her hand to Molly. Hello, my name is Violet. I'm really sorry because I think you are really cute, so I didn't hold back. I took a picture of you. I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt behavior. This girl, who calls herself Violet, with silver hair, wearing a simple vest and slacks, the whole person look very refreshing, holding a camera in her hand and carrying a camera bag. It seems to be a girl who loves photography. Hearing Violet praise her cuteness, Molly's cheeks were slightly rosy and she quickly shook her head. It's okay that my name is Molly. Molly, very special name, but nice to meet you. Violet looked at Molly, who had rosy cheeks, and suddenly felt that this girl was more cute, and she couldn't help but want to take a few more photos of her. Suddenly Violet noticed the elf beside Mari. Wow, this is Marubiko, right? Mari nodded. Violet crouched down and looked at Marubek beside Molly. Such a cute little fellow, but I heard that Marub can't go hungry and his temperament will change greatly when he is hungry. Yes, so I carry a small backpack full of seeds of tree fruit. Mari opened the backpack she was carrying and showed Violet. It was full of seeds of tree fruit. Marub took the opportunity to grab a handful of seeds in his backpack and began to eat them again. Marubek, haven't you just eaten it? Mari glared at Marubiko and then immediately pulled his backpack on. It's so cute, it's really a well-deserved snack. Violet immediately picked up her camera and took a few pictures of Marubiko. Violet forgot about shooting and accidentally stepped on the person net to her. I'm sorry. Didn't step on you, did it? Violet immediately apologized to the person she stepped on. Haha, it's okay. This little pain doesn't feel anything for a ninja at all. Violet and Molly looked at each other. The owner who spoke was a teenager with high braids, a blue turban, a yellow neck scarf, and a ninja suit, which was indeed a ninja-like dress. Are you a ninja? Curious Molly and Violet asked in unison. The teenager introduced himself directly. My name is Sanpai and I'm a ninja from the ninja village. Then do you really know ninjutsu? Mari asked curiously. She had indeed heard of ninjas, but she had not seen them with her own eyes. Of course, in our ninja village everyone knows ninjutsu, Sanping said proudly. Can that give us insight? Molly was immediately interested. She wanted to see what ninjutsu was all about. Sanping ruffled the broken hair between his forehead with a gesture that he thought was handsome. When the Dragon Conference starts, you will have a chance to see my ninjutsu. Serena and Ash net to them have been listening to the conversation on Molly's side, and Ash feels that this Sanpai is really a little pretending. Could it be ninjutsu? Isn't it necessarily? I don't know if it's because Serena is murdered and has nowhere to be angry, and Ash, who usually follows him, actually said such a sentence. Hey, that kid, you don't believe I can do ninjutsu? Sanpai is most proud of the fact that he is a ninja, and today he is suspected of not knowing ninjutsu, which he can't endure. My name is Ash, not that kid. Ash scowled back at Sanpai. Ash, huh? Okay, when the time comes to go to Dragon Island I will find you to fight as soon as possible and let you see my ninjutsu when the time comes, but don't cry if you lose. Sanping crossed his hands and looked at Xiao Ji with disdain and said, what are you talking about? It's okay to fight, but you'll definitely be the one who loses. Pikapi. Pikachu, who stood on Ash's shoulder, echoed the same. Okay, you guys stop arguing. The Dragon Conference is about to begin, so stop. Serena, who couldn't stand it, interrupted the argument between the two. At this moment a flute of cruise ships sounded and everyone looked towards the ferry where a huge cruise ship was parked. It is a cruise ship sent by the Royal Dragon family to pick up all the trainers to Dragon Island. At the same time a thick voice announced, the Dragon Conference has officially begun. Please go to the cruise ship in turn and the cruise ship will take everyone to Dragon Island. Finally, waiting for this moment, the Dragon Conference has begun. Mari, Serena, Ash and the others all stood up with excitement, looked at the huge cruise ship in the distance and began to imagine what Dragon Island looked like. This half month in Dragon Island will definitely be exciting and nervous. Everyone got up and went to the ferry port, and under the organization of the Royal Dragon family they boarded the cruise ship in an orderly manner. After everyone got on the cruise ship, the Royal Dragon family gave the order and the cruise ship started and headed towards Dragon Island. Just some distance after the cruise ship drove out, a group of red figures appeared at the ferry, led by Akbai, Barakriel and Jasmine of the Flash team. Each led a team on the yacht. Catch up with that yacht, keep your distance and don't get detected. With Akabi's order, several yachts immediately launched and chased after the cruise ship that was about to disappear in front of them. The Flame team's yacht followed at a certain distance, following behind the Royal Dragon family cruise. Chapter 24. The cruise ship traveled for about an hour and an island appeared in front of it. Everyone scrambled to watch watch from the deck, and many people took out their binoculars and couldn't wait to see the scenery of Dragon Island. It's just that because the distance is too far, a thin layer of fog is covered in front of the island, making it impossible to see what it looks like inside. The further the cruise ship went, the island grew bigger and bigger in front of them, and the edge of the island gradually became clear to them. However, the dragon elves on Dragon Island basically operate within the center of Dragon Island, and the elves are basically invisible in the edge of Dragon Island. Soon the cruise ship landed, and the royal dragon family organized everyone to get off the cruise ship in an orderly manner. Everyone. The patriarch of the royal dragon family, Dragon Decepticon, appeared on the highest deck of the cruise ship. Presumably everyone should have known the rules of the dragon lineage conference, but for the sake of being conservative, everyone can fully understand the rules. I repeat, please don't think I am verbose. Then the Dragon Decepticon repeated the rules of the Dragon Assembly again. The royal dragon family has set an initial point for each trainer who participates in the Dragon Conference. The initial points are 100 points. The duration of the Dragon Conference is half a month. If the trainer stays enough, this half month is a full score. If it is 1 day less, 5 points will be deducted. Of course, in addition, there are additional points. There are many dragon elves and wild dragon elves carefully cultivated by the royal dragon family on Dragon Island, and if you can defeat the elves or subdue, you will get points accordingly, and the number of points is determined according to the level of the elves you subdued or defeated. Finally, I want to make one thing clear, that is the dragon elves that the trainers have collected on Dragon Island can finally be owned by themselves. Everyone who had already heard some lack of interest heard the last words of the dragon tyrant, and they became excited and excited again. There are many powerful dragon elves on this Dragon Island, and if you take one at random and become your own, you will make a lot of money. Yes, in this half month, no matter what, I must find a way to subdue a dragon elf. Do you think the dragon elves on this Dragon Island are so easy to subdue? Not to mention subdued. Whether you can defeat the dragon elves here is unknown. Even if it is defeated by luck, the powerful dragon elves will not be subdued so easily. Seeing that everyone had begun to discuss intensely, seeing this effect, Dragon Decepticon was very satisfied. Fellow trainers, start your own journey. On the other side of Dragon Island, the Flash team landed on Dragon Island in advance. Akabi took out a special telescope and observed the actions of the people on Dragon Island on the other side, and found that the trainers were about to explore Dragon Island. Akabi put away the binoculars and said to his companions behind him, "Work, guys." With a wave of Akabi's hand, the members of the Flame team behind him took their elf and high-tech weapons and headed for the depths of Dragon Island. The people on the other side of Dragon Island did not notice that there was a group of uninvited guests on Dragon Island. Mari walked with Serena, Ash and Violet, slowly moving deeper towards Dragon Island. There are many powerful dragon elves on Dragon Island, so they have to pay their full attention and be on constant alert to prevent a dragon elf from suddenly appearing from nowhere to attack them. Several people temporarily formed a temporary team. Ash walks in the front as a boy, and girls in the back should also be wary of dangerous situations behind them. In this way they walked for about 10 minutes, and the whole way was calm, and just when several people were curious about how they didn't encounter a dragon elf along the way, there was a huge explosion in front of the right. Molly and the others were frightened, thinking that the nearby dragon elves began to attack the trainers, but as a result there was another explosion in front of them on the left. There were many loud explosions on Dragon Island. Everyone realized that something was wrong, rushed to the place of the explosion to check, and found a group of people in red suits armed with cannonballs sabotaging in all directions on Dragon Island. It's the Flame. The people of the Royal Dragon family immediately wanted to inform the Dragon Decepticon that the Flame team had come to Dragon Island to sabotage, and at this moment Dragon Decepticon was sitting with the special guest they had invited, watching everything that happened on Dragon Island through real-time live broadcast. Dragon Decepticon's President was serious and his hands were clenched. He didn't expect that the infamous Flame team would run to this Dragon Conference to wreak havoc. The Dragon Family Assembly is very important to the Royal Dragon family, and the Dragon Decepticon personally led the people of the Royal Dragon family to Dragon Island. At the same time, the Flash team, which was wreaking havoc, made an unexpected discovery. Akabi just randomly fired a missile at the ground, and this explosion blew up a big pit on the ground, and a pink light mass floated in the pit. The pink light mass gradually dispersed, revealing an elf inside. This elf shimmers pink all over and has diamonds on his forehead. It turned out to be Tianai, the princess elf of the diamond mining country. Akbai Dingjin recognized the elf that made her ecstatic. Akbai also noticed that Tianai was holding a diamond shining with a multicolored light in his hand. It's a sacred diamond. Originally, Tianai's appearance had already made Akabi very happy, and this sacred diamond surprised her so much that her arms trembled, and she immediately took out the communication equipment to gather Bara, Claire and the other three together. The Bara people who rushed over were ecstatic when they saw Tianai Tianai and the Divine Diamond. Tianai is a genie who can make diamonds, and having this elf means having a ruthless and endless diamond, and the sacred diamond is not only a priceless treasure but also contains a very mysterious power. The discovery of Tianai and the sacred diamond has been known to Vilatali, the leader of the Flame headquarters, through the secret camera installed on the body of the Flame team, and Vilatali immediately ordered that Tianai and the sacred diamond must be obtained. After the Flame team got the order, they immediately launched an arrest of Tianai, and all this happened to be photographed by the eagle bird with a camera tied to 1 foot in the sky. This eagle bird is exactly the photography sent out by the Elven World program, and all the pictures on Dragon Island are broadcast live throughout, so the Flame team discovered princess of the diamond mining country Tianai and the sacred diamonds, so that the audience in front of the screen also knows. Chapter 25. Diamond mining country is a country composed of all elf small broken diamonds. Tianai is not only the princess elf of the diamond mining country but also the guardian of sacred diamonds. Sacred diamonds are very important for diamond mining countries. If the sacred diamonds once disappear, then the diamond mining country will be destroyed. All the elves in the mine will perish. These Flame team naturally knows, but they don't care about the survival of the diamond mining country, let alone the life or death of those elves in the mining country. They only want Tianai more sacred diamonds. This makes many trainers unbearable. This Flame team is also too selfish and excessive. Carlos' 4 heavenly kings got up one after another intending to stop the Flame team. I'll go too. Kurenai, who has a kind heart, saw Tianai holding the sacred diamond desperately fleeing, and she was worried, and she decided to stop the Flame team with everyone. This Flame team is too much, not only to destroy the Dragon Conference but also to snatch Tianai and the Divine Diamond. I also want to teach the Flame team a lesson with everyone. For a while many of the powerful trainers present all stood up and wanted to stop the Flame team, but at this moment a huge machine landed in an instant, blocking the way of these trainers. A window opened on the head of the machine and several figures jumped out of it. If you want to get over here, you have to ask me if Musashi agrees or not, and of course ask me, Kojiro, and me. Everyone claimed it's Team Rocket. Still that classic look. Musashi has long bright rose red hair, Kojiro has short blue hair. Of personality, both of them are wearing Team Rocket team uniforms, and the elf standing net to the 2 is Meow. This was not over, and several huge machines fell on Dragon Island from the air. Inside, people wearing Team Rocket uniforms jumped out, about 20 people. Now everyone who is going to help Tianai is stumped. It seems that the Flame team and Team Rocket not only joined forces but also came prepared, and those huge machines blocking in front of them simply cannot be forced through. But if you can't pass the level of Team Rocket, Tianai and the Divine Diamond will definitely be taken away by the Flame team, and by then the diamond mining country will really perish. Adu looked at Kinli and Doctor, who were sitting net to him. Originally he thought that these 2 guys would make a move. After all, they are people who have divine beast. If the 2 of them make a move, it is estimated that they can break through the blockade of the Rocket team. But now it seems that Kinli and Doctor looked like they didn't care about themselves and wanted to see the excitement, and they didn't plan to make a move. And the reason why the 2 were like this was because they learned that the Royal Dragon family not only invited Qin Mu to be a special guest but also gave him a huge appearance fee, which made them very angry in their hearts and dissatisfied with the Royal Dragon family's approach. In addition to this reason, another is that they don't want to rush to offend the Flame team and Team Rocket. Once they are hated by these 2 villain organizations, they will definitely try their best to deal with the 2 of them thanklessly. So in the current situation, they all decided not to make a move, just to watch from the sideline. Adu, who originally wanted to go to support, saw Qin Mu sitting beside him and did not react, resisted the desire to make a move and decided to wait and see. The elves in the Carlos region have rights to be protected by the Elf Alliance. Even the elves of the diamond mining countries are no exception. So at this critical juncture, the Alliance Master of the Elven Alliance ordered his men to come to support. With the help of the Elven League, other trainers followed the people of the Elven Alliance against Team Rocket. The Rocket team not only came prepared but also brought an elite team, all very strong, and they also brought several huge robots facing the trainers who shot. Some elves were directly trapped by the capture net sprayed by the robot. As the guests of the Dragon Family Conference who came to participate in the Royal Dragon Family, the Elf Alliance only came with a total of 5 people, and they were a little at a loss in the face of the superior Rocket team. After some fighting, Team Rocket not only did not get repulsed but became more difficult, dragging everyone who wanted to help. If this continues, Tianai and the Divine Ore will fall into the hands of the Flame team. Just when everyone thought that they could only watch Tianai being caught, the sacred ore being robbed, and all the elves of the Ore Kingdom perishing, Qin Mu, who had been unknown in the corner, stood up. Qin Mu had been waiting for the right moment to make a move, and when the Flame team appeared on Dragon Island, he had a hint of premonition that these guys would definitely make a fuss. Sure enough, the Flame team not only wreaked havoc on Dragon Island but also wanted to snatch Tianai and the sacred ore. Originally Qin Mu thought that the two guys Qinli and Doctor would make a move, thinking that there should be no chance to make a move on their own, but he didn't expect that these two guys bearing the name of the Divine Beast Trainer were so narrow and selfish in their hearts, and they had been sitting there and watching. Otherwise, with the Divine Beast in their hands, they can definitely repel Team Rocket. But fortunately, this also gave Qin Mu the opportunity to make a move. He strikes now, and it is estimated that he can still brush a wave of prestige at this time. Seeing Qin Mu get up, Adu also got up and followed. After looking at Doctor behind him, he immediately followed. Qin Mu looked at the two groups of people who were still pulling and looked at the current situation. No one yet knows about the existence of Deathwing. Therefore, in order to hide his humility, Qin Mu planned to still send the green-eyed white dragon to solve it. Qin Mu took out the spirit ball containing the blue-eyed white dragon from his pocket. Just as he was about to throw out the poke ball in his hand, the poke ball containing the wings of death suddenly flew out of the pocket. A dazzling red light was released from the obsidian-like poke ball. In the net second, a terrifying huge guy was released. Deathwing. This guy actually snatched away. With the appearance of the wings of death, a terrifying and powerful energy fluctuation swept through the entire Dragon Island. The two groups of people who were originally fighting were all calmed by this sudden terrifying fluctuation. The elves on both sides shivered and they all stopped fighting and returned to their respective masters. At this moment, the people on Dragon Island, whether they were humans or elves, were all looking at the dragon in the sky with a shocked face. What exactly is this terrifying dragon? Chapter 26. The appearance of the Deathwing was like a huge thunder thrown into the calm lake, setting off a monstrous wave in everyone's heart. This dragon, as soon as it appeared, made all the elves of Dragon Island tremble, including some elves hiding in the sea around Dragon Island, and the huge ability oppression made these elves in the sea restless, making the sea rough and even the sky slowly darkened. Each vein of the dragon's body was flowing with scalding magma, and just with two strokes of that pair of wings, the bird flying in the air were melted into ashes, and the air was very hot, which made everyone feel hot, and in just a few seconds beads of sweat appeared on the body. The dragon stopped in the air doing nothing, just the energy emanating from its body, which made everyone feel terrifying. And this terrifying guy turned out to be from Qin Mu's hands. They saw with their own eyes that Qin Mu took out a spirit ball with obsidian all over his body from his pocket and then released this dragon. This black dragon plus the previous blue-eyed white dragon, Qin Mu alone actually possessed two terrifying divine beasts. This once again refreshed people's understanding of Qin Mu. The Alliance Master of the Elf Alliance felt this somewhat familiar energy and suddenly remembered that he had also felt this huge energy in Longyu Town before, and at that time he still wondered if Qin Mu had another divine beast, and now it seems that his guess at that time was correct. In addition to that green-eyed white dragon, Qin Mu obtained a brand new divine beast. The wings of death hovered above the sky trying to find a foothold on Dragon Island, but was stopped by Qin Mu's reprimand. The back mountain of his own dojo was melted into magma by this guy. If this Dragon Island is also melted into molten slurry, then the elves on this Dragon Island don't have to live. Originally he didn't want the wings of death to appear in front of everyone, but now Qin Mu could also be forced to accept the gazes that everyone threw at him because of the wings of death. At this moment, the green-eyed white dragon that was about to be released by Qin Mu also appeared impatiently. In the sky of Dragon Island, most of it was occupied by two dragons. The green-eyed white dragon and the wings of death hovered in the sky, and they were stunned to directly adjust the brightness of the sky down several degrees. A large haze fell on the land of Dragon Island. The sense of oppression brought by the two terrifying divine beasts made everyone feel a little dizzy. Team Rocket sensed something was wrong, gathered all the robot big guys, and these robots stuck out of their chest to a gun battery and then all aimed at the dragon in the sky and began to launch. A trace of contempt flashed in Deathwing's eyes, and he directly opened his mouth wide and swallowed all those shells. Everyone was directly dumbfounded. Deathwing not only did nothing but also emitted a dragon roar towards the location of those robots. The energy wave generated by the dragon roar suddenly swept away in the direction of the robots, and those robots suddenly fell apart. Some of the relatively weak elves present could not withstand the aftermath of the dragon roar, and they actually foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. This made everyone take out the poke ball and receive their respective Pokemon into the poke ball. Seeing this, Musashi and Kojiro of Team Rocket threw the poke ball to summon all the elves to fend off the dragon. At this time, the green-eyed white dragon was not to be outdone and fired a bursting blast bomb towards the Rocket team on the ground. The blaster bomb hits Team Rocket's elves and directly knocks these elves away. The tornado formed by the bursting blast bomb swept all these elves in. The people of Team Rocket all had round eyes. As soon as their elves were released, they were severely beaten and they did not have the ability to resist resist. Team Rocket, who had no longer had elf fighting, saw the remaining meows around them. Meow meow, hurry up, I don't dare. Dying meow. Meow desperately hugged Musashi's leg and did not dare to let go, and the scene just now had scared it all over to soften. On the other side, the Flash team, who had just caught Tianai, also felt powerful energy, and the sound of battle just heard made Arkobi feel bad, put Tianai and the Divine Diamond into a special capture bag and was about to leave here with the others when the road in front of him was suddenly hit by a fiery fireball, and a 3-meter wide crack was directly cracked on the ground. The Flash team had nowhere to escape, feeling the suffocating oppression above their head, and looking up, the people of the Flash team gasped. The 2 dragons above their heads were looking at them with cold eyes. Akobi wanted to let Team Rocket come to support, but found that the robots sent by Team Rocket had all melted into a pool of molten iron, and Team Rocket's elves fell to the ground, and Team Rocket without elves was a group of defenseless waste without any ability to resist. Quick, summon all the elves. Akobi gave an order, and all the people of the Flame team did so. Akbai and Creel took out their most powerful Pokemon, ready to fight to the death with the 2 dragons above their head. Akobi took out the Great Wolfhound, Bara took out the Slash Commander, Claire took out the Lightning Beast, and Momiheim took out Maru. The elves of these few of them are very strong. Even if the opponent is a Divine Beast, these elves join forces and there is a great chance of winning. If they encounter other Divine Beasts, these elves are very likely to defeat, but their opponents are the Green-Eyed White Dragon and the Deathwing. Deathwing swung its wings, and in an instant the feathers that fell from its wings descended at an extremely fast speed, instantly turning into lava fireballs and hitting the elves of the Flame team. The Green-Eyed White Dragon emitted a pillar of energy from its blue eyes and also swept towards the opponent. Moment, Dragon Island is shaking. Some of the elves of the Flame team wanted to dodge but found that their speed was simply too late to escape. Some of the elves wanted to activate their skills to resist, but it only took a few seconds to e-house the energy of their whole bodies, and they were eventually knocked out. In an instant, magma was scattered on the ground and countless large pits appeared full of devastation. Originally the Flash team was expecting that they had half the chance of winning, but under the attack of 2 dragons and 1 dragon, the elves of the Flash team were annihilated in one fell swoop. Without the protection of the elves, the eyes of the Flame team were full of horror, and these 2 dragons seemed to let them see the Grim Reaper alive. Just when they thought they were going to kill Dragon Island, a deep voice came. Leave Tianai and the Divine Diamond and spare you from death. Chapter 27. The people of the Flash team raised their heads and looked at the place where the sound was made, and a black-haired man slowly walked over. This person is dressed very ordinarily, but the whole person reveals an unusual temperament. The words just now came from this person's mouth. Akobi immediately recognized that this was the person that the boss had made them pay close attention to before. Qin Mu. Those 2 powerful dragons in the sky were Qin Mu's. Deathwing looked at the Flame team condescendingly, and the Green-Eyed White Dragon looked at Team Rocket fiercely, and there were 2 dragons staring at these people, and they didn't have the slightest chance to escape. In the face of the destruction of Team Rocket and Team Flame, the people on Dragon Island were just helpless. Now the 2 dragons released by Qin Mu only used 1.5 moves to knock down the headache Team Rocket and Team Flame. Facing the Green-Eyed White Dragon and the Wings of Death, everyone present without exception was shocked by this dragon battle. Originally everyone's focus should be on the Dragon Conference, but at this moment the limelight of the entire Dragon Conference was stolen by these 2 dragons, and the real-time live broadcast of this shocking scene live. The Dragon Conference, which originally had a high popularity, directly became the largest hotspot in the Carlos region because of the appearance of 2 dragons, and the high popularity directly set a new record in history. The picture broadcast through the camera has already shocked countless people watching in front of the screen, but at this moment the people who witnessed this scene on Dragon Island were dozens of times more shocked than those who were not there. They have never even dreamed of such a huge scene. The shock on the faces of the audience at the scene seemed to be firmly welded to their faces. It was extremely rare to be able to see the true face of the Divine Beast, and at this moment they could actually see the wonderful battle of the Divine Beast. Sure enough, the Divine Beast is the Divine Beast. Any move you can show can destroy a land. For the audience, in addition to shock, it is also an incomparably enjoyable visual feast. I've never seen such a powerful elf in my life. I didn't expect to see 2 here at once today. This face once made me think I was dreaming. Isn't this proper dream material? When I can have such a powerful 2 Divine Beasts in my dream, I will be satisfied. They are all saying that the dragon is powerful, but have you ever thought that these 2 terrifying sentences are from the hands of Qin Mu? These words immediately woke up everyone. The dragons in the sky are stronger than one, but more powerful are the masters who can subdue them. Everyone turned their attention to Qin Mu. Kurenai came back from the shock, and her eyes were full of heat when she looked at Qin Mu. Kurenai, who originally worshipped Qin Mu, now worshipped Qin Mu even even more intraceably. I had always heard rumors about Qin Mu from other people before, but now that she saw Qin Mu's power with her own eyes, the shock and excitement in Karenai's heart was overflowing. It is worthy of being the person she admires, and it is even more powerful than the legend. The leader of the Elf Alliance was still glad in his heart that he had not rushed to fight for the blue-eyed white dragon before. If they really did this at that time with Qin Mu's strength, not only would they not be able to snatch the green-eyed white dragon, but they might also make the Elf Alliance suffer an unbearable price. Adu was also regretting his previous provocative words to Qin Mu at this moment. Qin Mu's own strength was simply inferior to those rumors about him. Looking at the two dragons in the sky, Adu knew that he was definitely not Qin Mu's opponent. With such strength but still acting so low-key, Adu couldn't help but have an admiration for Qin Mu in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, no matter where he goes, Adu is always with a dazzling light. Everyone's eyes will focus on his body. As a person of the royal dragon family, he has always been the pride of the royal dragon family. It wasn't until he met Qin Mu that Adu understood that real masters are often very low-key. The royal dragon family never expected that the protagonist of this dragon conference held by them would be Qin Mu. Seeing Qin Mu's strength with their own eyes, the royal dragon family suddenly felt that the appearance fee of 20 million alliance coins in order to invite Qin Mu to be a special guest was really worth it. Now it seems that with Qin Mu's value, he can completely ask for an appearance fee of 80 million or even higher. This wave turned out to be their royal dragon family that made a lot of money. Qinli and Doctor couldn't believe that Qin Mu actually had a divine beast with strength in a short period of time. Moreover, this new divine beast is obviously stronger than the previous blue-eyed white dragon. On the other hand, their divine beasts, under the strong contrast of these two dragons, were instantly eclipsed. Zulan looked at the back that gathered thousands of attention at this moment, and a wave was set off in her heart. I didn't expect that she could still meet such a powerful master in the Carlos area. Moreover, this person looks very young. Such a young age has such terrifying strength. Give this person a few more years, I am afraid that he will become a world-class powerhouse. In an instant, Qin Mu's back became extremely tall in Zulan's heart, which also made her have a lot of admiration in her heart. Zulan immediately made up her mind in her heart to find an opportunity to get to know Qin Mu well. At this moment, Molly, Serena, Zai, and the others who were trapped somewhere on Dragon Island could only watch the live broadcast of the Dragon Conference with the picture book, and they also learned what had just happened through the live broadcast. Molly was very excited at this moment and her whole body was surging. She couldn't wait to jump up and tell everyone that she was Qin Mu's apprentice. This person with unfathomable strength is her master. Although as Qin Mu's apprentice, the two dragons of the green-eyed white dragon and the Deathwing were the first time she had seen them. No wonder the master was able to give Super Charizard X to himself casually, and the master has a more powerful elf. It's just that she couldn't see the shocking scene just now, and Molly felt very pity. Also excited with Mari was Serena. I'll just say that brother Qin Mu is the most powerful person. Those two dragons are so powerful. My brother Qin Mu is also so handsome. Serena suddenly felt that her vision of people was too powerful, and the shocking scene now just confirmed her vision. It is worthy of her idol Serena fancy at a glance. Yao Ji on the side was in a very complicated mood at the moment. In addition to the shock to Qin Mu, there was also despair for himself. Before participating in the Dragon System Conference, he also said to Qin Mu that he would become stronger in the future, and he was as strong as Qin Mu. Now it seems that his previous words are simply a joke. He had been vainly thinking that he could catch up with Qin Mu's footsteps, and he did not hesitate to use all his strength to catch up, but found that he needed to go all out to reach the height, and others easily crossed it. All he has been showing in front of Qin Mu is all his strength, and all the strength he has shown in front of him is only the tip of the iceberg. Ash then understood that some efforts were in vain after all. He could only live in the shadow of Qin Mu all his life, and he would never be able to reach a level that could be hostile to him. This suffocating sense of despair swept through Ash's body. At the same time, the number of online viewers on various live streaming platforms in the Carlos region reached their peak. The people at the headquarters of the live streaming platform thus found a business opportunity. They set several levels of clarity for live streaming, and only those who have deposited money to become members can watch the Blu-ray Clarity live broadcast. Unexpectedly, in order to watch the clearest live broadcast screen, 80% of the online viewers have charged up for this. Just when the headquarters of the live broadcast platform made hundreds of millions of dollars and thought that the live broadcast platform had collapsed because of the terrifying number of viewers. Why is the screen black? How did the live streaming platform staff get it? Hurry up and solve the problem. We have to watch the dragon. I charged money to open a membership just to see the dragon beast. Hurry up and buy it. We want to see the divine beast. Otherwise refund our members' money. The collapse of the the live broadcast platform caused public anger, and the headquarters of the live broadcast platform immediately ordered all staff to maintain the platform. Fortunately, it only took 3 minutes to rebuild the crashed system, but in these 3 minutes the staff of the live broadcast platform has made people scold bloody head. There are 500 million people living in the Carlos area, but 400 million people watched the live broadcast. And that's not counting the people who have several people huddled together to watch the live broadcast, which is simply terrifying. And it was the green-eyed white dragon and the Deathwing that caused this terrifying record. Those two dragons look so cool. God, no boy can resist two dragons so cool. I've never seen a live broadcast that makes my blood so exciting in my life. The dragon is so handsome. What a rift. Eat a Tyrannosaurus, go to hell. I declare that the love of my life is a dragon. In an instant the green-eyed white dragon and the wings of death became super popular in Carlos. The video clips about the blue-eyed white dragon and the wings of death showing their skills were also edited by everyone to make a series of passionate videos which were placed on the like platform and instantly had millions of likes. On major forums and entertainment platforms, all of them are the figures of the blue-eyed white dragon and the wings of death. As long as it is about the blue-eyed white dragon and the wings of death, it can get extremely high popularity. For a while everyone in the Carlos area knew about the existence of these two dragons. Everyone fantasizes that they can have such a powerful dragon elf in this life, but fantasy is always just fantasy. Ordinary people can't get the dragon of the divine beast in a lifetime, but one person has two at once, and this person is Qin Mu, the curator of the Dragon Department Taoist Hall, the owner of the blue-eyed white dragon and the Deathwing. The two words Qin Mu began to be deified by people. The green-eyed white dragon and the Deathwing made a huge sensation in the Carlos area, attracting Mutuo's attention to the two dragons. Chapter 28. Mutuo looked thoughtfully at the video material about the two dragons in front of him. The peculiar appearance, the powerful attack skills and the powerful energy emanating from the body. These two dragons were not only powerful, but they were also elven breeds that he had never seen before. Mutuo had a bold idea. Perhaps these two dragons like him are unique beings in this world. Is it unique? Mutuo muttered. Mutuo can not only speak human language but also human intelligence. Seeing these two dragons, Mutuo thought of his origin again. He is an artificial elf. He was created by a group of scientists with fantastic genetic modification and countless recombinations. Mutuo has the same terrifying power as dreams, and the scientists can create him but they can't control him. On the day Mutuo was born, he destroyed the scientist who created him and the research base that gave birth to him, because this group of selfish scientists, in order to replicate the powerful power of dreams, created him without his permission. When he asked these scientists about the meaning of his existence, these damned humans actually said that the meaning of his existence was for their use. This answer made Mutuo very angry, so he erased these scientists. After escaping from the research base, Mutuo wanders the outside world for a while. The more he looked at the world, the more dazed his heart became. Most of the elves he saw were of the same kind, same appearance, same habit, but he has never found a similar kind. A question in his heart became stronger and stronger. What is the meaning of his existence? He wants to figure out the meaning of his existence. It was at this time that Mutuo met a human who claimed to be able to tell him what the meaning of existence was. However, the human said that he needed to do what he said. Mutuo did so and also put on the armor given to him by this human, claiming to be able to protect him. This human is going to Mutuo to help him plunder and destroy. Mutuo did it all. It's just that doing this kind of thing too much makes him more and more confused and more doubtful about the meaning of his existence. So he rejected everything this human wanted him to do and asked him to speak out about the meaning of his existence. But this human wanted to control himself with the armor he gave him. How can he trap Mutuo with a small amount of armor? The special armor was destroyed by him, and in the end this deception took advantage of his human fate, just like those scientists. Humans who claim to be able to tell themselves the meaning of existence are just as selfish as those scientists, all to take advantage of him. So Mutuo hate human. Man created him. It was humans who made him suffer so much. Man created him without giving him meaning to exist in this world. Mutuo can only pin its hopes on dreams in the end of the body. In a sense, dream can be counted as his parents, so he hopes to find the meaning of his existence in dream. It's just that dream has almost no trace, and after so many years of searching, Mutuo still hasn't found dream's whereabouts. However, the two dragons that appeared in the Carlos area made Mutuo seem to smell the smell of the same kind. Maybe he could find some answer from the two dragons. Somewhere in the Carlos region a golden ring appeared out of thin air. Immediately after that, a void of space-time appeared in the middle of the ring, and from this void Hoopa flew out. After waking up, Hoopa felt the feeling of freedom. It's just that he is still in a sealed state and his strength and form are sealed. Hoopa was unwilling to be this sealed appearance all along, and after being sealed, his original form, as big as a giant, became like a small doll, and similarly his strength was also sealed by half with the form. Hoopa withdrew the golden ring, then took out a donut from the golden ring and ate it. After eating a donut ring, Hoopa rehung the golden ring on his horn, and then he decided one thing. Hoopa decided to look for the pot of punishment that sealed him from now on, because only when he found the pot of punishment could he have a way to lift the seal on his body. Only after lifting the seal can he change back to his original form and have the original powerful strength. Hoopa remembered his previous appearance. At that time he was enough to make humans and elves tremble. Dragon Island in the Carlos region. The Dragon Conference, originally held by the Royal Dragon family, could only be suspended due to the destruction of the Flame Team and the Rocket Team. The culprits Team Rocket and Team Flame have been subdued by the green-eyed white dragon and Wings of Death, only waiting for Qin Mu's treatment. This battle allowed everyone to see the power of the blue-eyed white dragon and the Wings of Death, and it also accumulated a lot of prestige for Qin Mu. Qin Mu checked the god selection system. Shocked and admired by Kurenai, reputation plus 500. Won the shock and favor of Zulan, reputation plus 300. Get Serena's shock and admiration, reputation plus 200. Looking at the details of accumulating prestige, Qin Mu found that he not only gained prestige in this battle but also won the favor of many girls. After all these accumulated reputations, Qin Mu gained 20,000 reputation points in this battle. 20,000 prestige. It seems that this battle has gained a lot. However, Qin Mu calculated it and found that these reputation values were still far from summoning the NET dragon. However, an upgraded icon appeared on the blue-eyed white dragon's booklet in the God's Chosen system. Qin Mu had never seen this upgrade icon before, and then he clicked this upgrade icon curiously. Then the Chosen system pops up. Prompt: ding dong. It costs 20,000 reputation points to upgrade the blue-eyed white dragon. Are you sure to upgrade? As soon as Qin Mu checked it, he found that the reputation value he had just gained was just enough to give the green-eyed white dragon an upgrade. Qin Mu was a little surprised in his heart. Now the blue-eyed white dragon is already very powerful. How strong will it become if it rises an upgrade? At this time, Tianai, who was trapped in the special capture net of the Flame Team, looked at Qin Mu with bright eyes. Chapter 29. Tianai had a very strong intuition, and Qin Mu in front of her was the person she was looking for. As the princess elf of the diamond mining country, Tianai has been guarding the diamond mining country since he took over the mission of guarding the kingdom from the previous princess 2 years ago. The diamond mining countries live entirely on the energy emitted by sacred diamonds, but the sacred diamond in Tianai's hand was made by the princess elf of the previous session, but the princess elf of the previous session is no longer there, and this sacred diamond has been supplying energy to the diamond mining country for more than 10 years and is about to lose its power. If the NET divine diamond cannot be created, those small broken diamonds that rely on the divine diamond to survive will be destroyed with the disappearance of the divine diamond's energy. At that time the diamond mining countries will cease to eat it. Now Tianhai is the only elf in a diamond mining country capable of producing sacred diamonds, but she has not yet acquired the ability to make divine diamonds. She didn't want the kingdom to be destroyed in her hands like this, and the diamond mining country was in danger at the moment, so she must have enough energy to create new sacred diamonds. She learned in the annals of the kingdom that the goblin atmosphere can give her such energy. To this end she has been looking for a powerful elf worshipper who wants to successfully evolve to obtain a fairy atmosphere. Only by gaining the goblin aura can she level up and gain the energy to craft sacred diamonds. At that time the diamond mining countries can live under the protection of sacred diamonds. At this moment Tianai felt that the person she was looking for was right in front of her. Just as she fell into the hands of the hateful Flame Team and was almost about to be taken away by them, 2 dragons appeared to stop the Flame Team. Then Tianai witnessed the battle of dragons with his own eyes and saw the terrifying strength of the 2 dragons. After being shocked and amazed, she immediately thought that to be able to have such a powerful 2 dragons she must be a very powerful trainer, and this person in front of her is the owner of these 2 dragons. Princess Tianai felt that if she followed this person she would definitely be able to evolve. At that time the diamond mining country will be saved. In order to survive, the Flame Team handed over the Princess Tianai to the sacred diamond. Qin Mu took the special capture net containing Princess Tianai and the sacred diamond. At this moment a black mist flashing with green light appeared out of thin air. Everyone felt that there was a powerful aura of divine bees in this black mist. Then a magnetic male voice came out of this black fog. Vilately, the leader of the Flame Team, clapped his hands and smiled and said, "Qin Mu, you really impress me. It's really getting more and more interesting." It turned out that the leader of the Flame Team did not really come but transmitted, and that black fog flashing with green light made everyone wonder what it was. It's the core of Carlos' patron beast Kagel. Qinli and Doctor on the side recognized what the black fog with flickering green light was, and the two said in unison. Hearing the words of the two of them, everyone's faces changed. The flame team actually captured the core of Carlos' guardian beast. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Viladari smiled with satisfaction. The reason why he came to this show is to let the world know that the flame team also has divine beast. Then the people wrapped in the Flash team and Team Rocket with a black mist flashing green light instantly disappeared on Dragon Island. Qin Mu did not make a move on this. Even if the leader of the flame team did not make a move, he had already promised the flame team that they would spare their lives as long as they handed over Princess Tianai and the divine diamond. And at this moment Princess Tianai and the sacred diamond are in his hand. The leader of the Elven Alliance saw that the flame team had actually captured the core of Carlos' guardian beast Kageld, and his face became deep. With the flame team of divine beast, it is another big threat to the Elf Alliance. Several other forces are also aware of this problem. The flame team with the divine beast must be more rampant, and then it may not be the 4 major forces of Carlos but will become the 5 major forces. Qin Mu untied the special capture net made by the flame team, released the trap Princess Tianai and returned the sacred diamond to her. Unexpectedly, after getting the divine diamond, Tianai, who was rescued, did not want to leave, and a pair of bright eyes kept staring at Qin Mu. You are safe now and can return to your diamond mining country. Qin Mu saw that Princess Tianai was too cute and couldn't help but reach out and touch her little head. Tianai hugged Qin Mu's arm and let Qin Mu shake it, but he didn't let go. Tianai looked at Qin Mu with straight eyes as if to tell him, I have decided on you. Kurenai on the side and the 4 heavenly kings laughed when they saw this. Pavilion Chief Qin is really an attractive person, even the elves rely on you. Kurenai teased Qin Mu, where, in the face of Kurenai's ridicule, Qin Mu did not care. Elves are different from humans and Tianai's action must have her reasons. When Qinli and Doctor saw this scene, they began to regret that they had not been able to rescue Tianai at that time. Otherwise they will be the ones who let Princess Tianai rely on. You know, Tianai is a genie who can make diamonds. Whoever owns Tianai is equivalent to owning endless diamonds. With endless diamonds there is endless money. Moreover, the sacred diamonds in the hands of Princess Tianai not only have great value but also contain mysterious power. This is also why the flames snatched Princess Tianai. Qinli and Doctor both regretted that they couldn't make a move, and they were jealous that Qin Mu had fallen into the benefits again. Why did all the good things go to him alone? Qin Mu saw that Tianai was holding herself and not letting go, and knew that she had identified herself. Thinking that this guy can make diamonds, if he really keeps Tianai, then there will be no need to worry about the funds of the Dragon Department Hall in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Mu decided to take Tian Xian and picked her up. Okay, since you must follow me, then do as you wish. When Tianai heard what Qin Mu said, he laughed happily and the beautiful elf wings stirred up with excitement. Qin Mu had another elf like this and the others looked envious and jealous, but they were just thinking about it in their hearts. After all, it was Qin Mu who saved Princess Tianai and saved her kingdom, and Tianai would choose Qin Mu, which is reasonable. And the elves are very intelligent and know how to recognize the strongest person as the master. Because she had previously evaded the pursuit of the flame team, Princess Tianai hosted the energy of her whole body, and Qin Mu put Tianai into the spirit ball, allowing her to rest in it to replenish her energy. Then Qin Mu looked up in the crowd. After discovering that there was no Molly figure among these people, Qin Mu immediately ordered the 2 dragons in the sky, green-eyed white dragon Deathwing, go find the whereabouts of Molly. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he added in a meaningful tone, be sure to make sure she is not injured. After receiving Qin Mu's order, the blue-eyed white dragon and the wings of death immediately flew to the depths of Dragon Island. Chapter 30. The blue-eyed white dragon and the Deathwing soon found the location of Molly. The 2 dragons looked condescendingly at Mari and Serena. Mari and Serena and the others were stunned when they saw the 2 dragons. Originally they felt that the 2 dragons were incomparably tall and mighty through the live broadcast, but now they were unprepared for it and they were directly shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Seeing it with your own eyes is nothing compared to seeing it in the live broadcast. This is the first time that Molly has seen these 2 dragons with his own eyes since worshipping the master, and just by looking at the imposing appearance of the 2 dragons he feels that these 2 big guys are invincible. Molly suddenly felt awe in her heart. While immersed in the shock brought by the dragon, he also felt that his master was really powerful and even such a terrifying elf could be subdued. Serena was so shocked that she couldn't close her jaw. How powerful is her brother Qin Mu? Even such a powerful dragon can be subdued. This also made Serena even more convinced that her brother Qin Mu was omnipotent. Ash had seen the green-eyed white dragon once before, and the shock that the green-eyed white dragon gave him at that time remained in his heart and it could not be dissipated for a long time, and now he saw the wings of death, which was not only more shocked but also unable to calm down for a long time. Violet saw the 2 dragons and sat on the ground with a frightened but giant dragon. Because of fear, Violet's whole body went soft and she didn't have the strength to stand up again. Molly quickly eased up, helped Violet up and then comforted her. Don't be afraid. These two dragons belong to my master. Violet didn't know that Molly was Qin Mu's apprentice, so she was instinctively afraid the moment she saw the dragon. These two giant dragons belong to your master? Violet swallowed, looking surprised. Molly nodded proudly. The dragons listen to my master very much. They won't hurt us. Serena stomped her foot angrily when she heard Molly's words. Obviously she knew brother Qin Mu first, but let this Molly take advantage first. No, when the Dragon System Conference is over she will also go to recognize brother Qin Mu as a master. At this moment Deathwing spoke. The master told me to wait to see if you were hurt. Hearing that one of the dragons actually opened its mouth to speak, everyone was stunned again. Only divine beast with strong strength to a certain realm can speak. This once again proves the power of the dragon. Although Deathwing can speak, the green-eyed white dragon can't speak for the time being and his strength is weaker than Deathwing. Hearing that master specially sent two dragons to care for herself, Molly's face was full of joy. Serena was unhappy again, pouting and said in a sour tone, I'm also on Dragon Island. Why didn't brother Qin Mu ask me if I was okay? If you are not master's apprentice, why should master care about you? Seeing Serena's jealous look, Molly stuck out her tongue at Serena, looking proud. Thinking that master was directly concerned about whether he was hurt, his heart was a little happier. Don't be proud. As soon as the Dragon System Conference is over I will immediately worship brother Qin Mu as a teacher. Serena was not willing to be compared to Mari. Master said that he will not accept apprentices easily, and if you want to be master's apprentice you want to be beautiful. After making a face at Serena, who stomped on the spot with anger, said to Deathwing, I'm not hurt, nothing at all. No. Hearing Molly say that he was fine, Deathwing shook his head and continued, the host said you have something, huh? Before Molly could say anything, the Deathwing directly waved its wings and a gust of wind directly swept up Molly, Serena and the others, taking them away from here. Molly looked confused. She was obviously fine. Why did master say that she was in trouble? Master, which one is this play? Qin Mu, who was sitting in the VIP seat, kept sighing and there was a worried expression on his face. Kurenai, who was sitting net to Qin Mu, noticed his abnormality. Director Qin, what's wrong with you? At this time the leader of the Elf Alliance sitting opposite Qin Mu also asked, Director Qin, are you alright? Need any help? Yinli and Doctor saw that the leader of the Elf Alliance was so attentive to Qin Mu and their hearts became unhappy. The Alliance leader would be so friendly to Qin Mu, and it was also because after seeing Qin Mu's terrifying strength he wanted to win over Qin Mu. The Alliance leader saw with his own eyes that the two unruly divine beasts were very obedient to Qin Mu, and to be able to make such a powerful two dragons obey him, Qin Mu must have a strength that they had not seen. If you can really win over Qin Mu the Big Buddha, then the status of the Elf Alliance will definitely not be shaken by other forces. For the sudden courtesy of the Elf Alliance leader, Qin Mu naturally understood his purpose, and Qin Mu did not answer but just said in the way, my disciple is still on Dragon Island. I don't know if I have been injured, which makes me sit still. When the Alliance leader heard this he said, Pavilion Master Qin, rest assured Pavilion Director Qin's strength is so strong. As a disciple of the Procurator he must also have something outstanding. There will be no trouble. Please ask Pavilion Master Qin to rela his heart. Qin Mu understood that this Alliance leader had good intentions, but what he said was not what he wanted to hear now. At this time Kurenai, who had a straightforward personality, said directly, I didn't expect that such a solemn dragon conference could allow the Flame Team and Team Rocket to meet up on Dragon Island to make trouble, and several young trainers were injured because of this. I hope that Curator Qin's apprentice will be safe and sound. After listening to what Kurenai said, Qin Mu hurriedly pushed the boat along the water and began to attack the Royal Dragon family. I saw Qin Mu vigorously slap the table, his face grim, and said to the people of the Royal Dragon family, if my disciple makes any mistakes, your Royal Dragon family must pay the price. The people of the Royal Dragon family did not dare to speak out. After listening to Qin Mu's words they were all nervous and did not dare to come out, and they could only secretly bless Qin Mu's apprentices in their hearts that nothing happened. With Qin Mu's strength their Royal Dragon family really couldn't afford to mess with it. If his disciple is having something bad on Dragon Island, then Qin Mu is afraid that he will make a big fuss about the Royal Dragon family. As soon as he thought of the power of those two dragons, the people of the Royal Dragon family immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even the dragon tyrant, who had never smiled, began to wipe the beads of sweat between his foreheads with a cloth. Just when the hearts of the Royal Dragon family were all in their throat, two dragons returned with a unscathed Molly. In addition to Molly and Serena Ash, the Royal Dragon family immediately looked Molly up and down nervously. Seeing that Molly was okay, the people of the Royal Dragon family all breathed out a sigh. But Qin Mu stood up at this time and shouted loudly towards the the royal dragon family. Take a look, my disciple was injured so much. This is all the responsibility of your royal dragon family. Chapter 31. Qin Mu's words made the royal dragon family puzzled. Everyone turned their attention to Molly again. After looking at Molly from head to toe again with an inspecting gaze, he really found no traces of Molly's injuries. However, Qin Mu insisted that his apprentice was injured. The royal dragon family began to scratch their heads. How could Qin Mu say nonsense with his eyes open? His apprentice didn't seem to have anything at all. Where did it hurt? Dragon Decepticon stood up and spoke at this time. Director Qin, are you mistaken? If you take a closer look, your disciple is not injured. Not only was he not injured, this apprentice of Qin Mu has been very excited to stay by Qin Mu's side. Since he came to Qin Mu's side, it is simply alive. Molly also felt that the master cared too much about herself and quickly said, "Yes master, I didn't." Before Molly could say the words not injured, he was covered by Qin Mu. Interrupted by the master covering his mouth, Molly could only swallow the words in her throat. Qin Mu's abnormal behavior. Kurenai, who was sitting net to him, seemed to have realized what he wanted to do and couldn't help but cover her face with her hand and snickered. The alliance leader had also realized what Qin Mu wanted to do at this time and also pulled the corners of his mouth. Qin Mu is not a good stubble. It seems that the royal dragon family has suffered heavy bleeding this time. Yunli and Doctor also saw Qin Mu's intentions. Adu, who was sitting near Qin Mu, was no exception. Before his apprentice was found, he told the royal dragon family that if his apprentice was injured, he would have to pay the price. Now that he made such a move again, Adu was a little curious about what Qin Mu would do net, so he didn't break it. Several people did not choose to speak out but silently looked at Qin Mu. Qin Mu pointed to Molly's hair at this time and said, "Look, my apprentice's beautiful hair has broken several strands. What a serious mental injury this must have been." As soon as Qin Mu's word came out, everyone present was stunned. How many strands of hair are broken? Is it equivalent to serious mental injury? I have to say that Qin Mu's nonsense strength is really not to be underestimated. Molly heard her master say such a thing and only reacted. Immediately met the master's eyes, winked at him and told him that he already knew what the master meant. Seeing this, Qin Mu released Molly's mouth. Molly immediately cooperated with Qin Mu to act. "Master, the apprentice almost thought he would never see you in his life. The apprentice is so scared. The apprentice almost can't come back to see you alive." "Woohoo," Molly said and laboriously squeezed out a few tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. The person who was still laughing and talking just now immediately cried and chirped, and the speed of turning his face was simply comparable to turning a book. Qin Mu looked at Ma Sheng's tearful appearance and for the first time felt that this apprentice of his own even had the qualifications to be an actor. With a crying voice telling the fear in his heart, his body is still pumping and pumping. "Molly is like this now, I just see pity." Qin Mu immediately asked the royal dragon family again, "Look what scared my apprentice into. It caused such serious mental damage to her, and I don't know if she will fall to the root of the disease in the future. Not only did your royal dragon clan hurt my apprentice, but Tian I was almost taken away. This account must be compensated." The royal dragon family reacted now. Qin Mu was planning to deceive people. His apprentice was obviously very good, but he insisted that his apprentice was injured. "It's just naked fingering deer as a horse." The royal dragon family was very dissatisfied with Qin Mu's actions. The royal dragon family is not a soft persimmon to pinch. Although Qin Mu is powerful as a century-old clan, the royal dragon family has a deep foundation of strength, and it is definitely not something that can be manipulated by anyone. Dragon Overlord face pulled down. At that time Qin Mu was too much. Pavilion Chief Qin, you don't want to spew blood. Everyone present is watching. Your apprentice is so alive, but she insists on saying what kind of mental damage she has suffered. I don't know what Qin Guancheng's intentions are. Dragon Tyrant naturally knew that Qin Mu wanted to demand compensation from the royal dragon family, but he didn't carry this trumped-up charge. He will not compensate for this. Raw Patriarch Long, can you open your eyes and see clearly? My apprentice is so-called Sheng Sheng. Long Bassian looked at Molly, but he didn't expect that this girl's tears seemed to be like not wanting money, and she kept squeezing outside, and after a while she cried herself into tears. Everyone present also knew that Molly was acting, but no one came forward to say such a thing, because compared to the royal dragon family they were even more afraid of offending Qin Mu. Behind Qin Mo there were two dragons standing right now, and these two dragons are scanning people with fierce eyes. That look seemed to say, "Who dares to disobey my master?" Just when the dragon tyrant was embarrassed and didn't know how to deal with it, Adu stood up. As a member of the royal dragon family, Qin Mu's treatment of the royal dragon family like this was equivalent to hitting him Adu in the face. Adu has never been so angry. Adu immediately spoke up for his family and said, "Qin Mu, when you open your eyes and say nonsense, you are simply deceitful and you don't put the royal dragon family in your eyes." Adu pointed at Qin Mu with an angry press Zion. Oh, what evidence do you have that I'm talking nonsense with my eyes open? Qin Mu's fluttering word completely ignited Adu at this moment. Although you just shot away Team Flash and Team Rocket and saved Princess Tianai and the diamond mining country, you can't be so arrogant. Our royal dragon family is not something that can be trampled on. If you insist on doing so recklessly, I Adu challenge you on behalf of the royal dragon family. Although Adu knew that he was not necessarily Qin Mu's opponent, he couldn't let his family be bullied like this. This battle he must fight. At this moment, two people in the VIP seat present could not sit still. Hearing that Adu challenged Qin Mu, Qinli, who had missed the best opportunity to challenge because of hesitation and wait and see, stood up with Doctor. They waited for a long time but finally found the right opportunity. Qinli and Doctor also stretched out their hands and pointed at Qin Mu. The two of us are going to challenge you too. This time they challenged Qin Mu and had to take back the glory that should have belonged to them. Qin Mu originally just wanted to cheat the royal dragon family, but he didn't expect to buy one and get one free to give himself prestige. Of course he promised to have such a good thing. Qin Mu looked at Adu, who challenged him, and smiled with Doctor and then nodded. I accept your challenge. Chapter 32. Originally the matter that Adu wanted to challenge Qin Mu had already stunned everyone, but he didn't expect that as the only two divine beast trainers present who had divine beasts, Qinli and Doctor also stepped forward and kicked in. What everyone didn't expect was that in the face of the challenge of the three people, Qin Mu agreed. So, seeing that Qin Mu agreed to the battle, Doctor glanced at Qinli and then said to Qin Mu, we're talking about the three of us challenging you at the same time. In order to be able to defeat Qin Mu with certainty, Doctor and Qinli did not hesitate to bully the less. As a divine beast trainer, Qinli and Doctor said such words which made everyone full of disappointment and felt that they had lost the face of the divine beast trainer. And what surprised everyone was Qin Mu's net sentence. I'm talking about the three of you going together. Qin Mu's fluttering tone of battle, as if this battle was as dull as eating, but for everyone it is a thunderbolt news. This not only surprised the audience present but also made the audience of the live broadcast platform excited. As an e-perd who is very good at dragon spirits, Adu is not only a trainer at the level of the Heavenly King but also the strongest one in the royal dragon family. And Qinli and Doctor, not to mention as a divine beast trainer, just carry one out. They are all the strongest in the Carlos region, and these three powerful trainers actually want to challenge one person at the same time. Adu, Qinli and Doctor, three people beat Qin Mu 1. It was a scene they had never seen before. The audience began to talk about it. If it was Adu who challenged Qin Mu at the beginning this battle, I think Qin Mu will definitely win, but now it has become 1-3. I don't think Qin Mu should have a chance of winning. But isn't it? One is a Heavenly King level trainer and the remaining two are still divine beast trainers. Even if Qin Mu is strong, it is impossible to win this challenge. I don't think it's necessary. Have you forgotten the shock that those two dragons brought to you before? How about 1-3? I think Qin Mu has this strength. Exactly. Since Qin Mu could agree to the challenge of those three people, it meant that he was sure that he could win. Anyway, I support Qin Mu. The audience at the scene had already discussed and began to express their opinions. Some people felt that Qin Mu had no chance of winning in 1-3, while some people felt that he was invincible in the world after seeing the power of Qin Mu's two dragons and he would definitely win. The scene also became noisy because of these heated discussions. Not only the live audience was expressing their opinions, but the audience watching the live broadcast on the live broadcast platform also brushed the barrage. I'll go. Qin Mu is also too handsome. In the face of 2-3 challenges you can agree so calmly. They are people with two dragons. Naturally there is this confidence. Qin Mu's two dragons are very powerful, but Qinli and Doctor who challenged him are also trainers who have divine beasts at the same time. In this battle who loses and who wins is really not certain. Oh my god, the divine beast fights against the divine beast. I've never seen it this big. The live broadcast of this dragon conference really opened my eyes, and it is estimated that those who were spectators at the scene can blow for a lifetime. The intense discussion turned into a barrage and floated on the live broadcast interface, occupying a full screen. The number of barrages was so large that it almost crashed the backstage of the live broadcast platform. However, there are basically only two views. One side believes that Qin Mu will lose in this battle and the other side believes that Qin Mu can win this battle. The dispute between the two parties dragged into a tug of war and even launched a vote on the online platform. In just a few minutes, millions of votes were cast on the online platform. Those who think that Qin Mu for more novels 41,828 join win vote in red, and those who think that Adu, Qinli and Dake have many members vote in blue. The votes of the two sides were similar, but Qin Mu's votes were still slightly more. The heat of this upcoming battle has been soaring and everyone is looking forward to this big battle. When Kurenai saw this situation, she felt unfair and wanted to fight for Qin Mu. Why are you so embarrassed to have 3 to 1? With more to bully the less, thanks to the fact that you are the Heavenly King trainer and the Divine Beast trainer. You are simply embarrassing the Heavenly King trainer and the Divine Beast trainer. Kurenai's position was very clear. She stood on Qin Mu's side. So be it. Kurenai said to Qin Mu, Curator Qin, I will join you and fight those 3 people with you. Kurenai's domineering move instantly attracted countless people. Kurenai is right with all the enemies, and few it is not a hero and a good man, worthy of my goddess. The beauty rescue hero is also too handsome. With the addition of Kurenai, it seems that Qin Mu's chances of winning are a little greater. Because of standing on Qin Mu's side, Kurenai's popularity suddenly rose a lot. The leader of the Elf Alliance, who had always wanted to win over Qin Mu, also stood up at this moment. Pavilion Chief Qin's request at the beginning was not excessive, just let the Royal Dragon family compensate for the loss, but I didn't expect the Royal Dragon family to be so ignorant, not only to challenge Pavilion Master Qin but also to win over 2 Divine Beast trainers, the Dragon Patriarch. Do you think such a move is appropriate? Facing the questioning of the leader of the Elf Alliance, the Dragon Tyrant showed a trace of panic. How could the Alliance leader not see that Qin Mu was really lying to the Royal Dragon family? But at this moment he said this obviously on Qin Mu's side. In recent years the Royal Dragon family has grown day by day, and the Dragon Conference held has become more and more sensational and has gained a very high status in the Carlos region. This also attracted the attention of the Elven Alliance. The leader of the Elf Alliance has also been looking for an opportunity to suppress the Royal Dragon family and destroy their limelight. Curator Qin, you don't have to be afraid. The people of the Elf Alliance will send an excellent trainer to fight alongside you, and they will never let some malicious people exploit this loophole. As soon as the Elf Alliance leader's voice fell, the Dragon Tyrant's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The Alliance leader's words seemed to be saying to Qin Mu, but in fact he was hinting that the Royal Dragon family should not make some trespassing. At this time the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Carlos region also stood up indignantly. If Mr. Qin doesn't dislike it, our 4 Heavenly Kings can also fight for you. Seeing that so many people were holding grievances for themselves and supporting him, Qin Mu also felt a warm current in his heart. Especially Kurenai, her sincerity that did not ask for anything in return made him really feel it. It's just that he doesn't need the help of these people. Thank you for your kindness, but Qin, someone doesn't need it. Director Qin, have you really thought about it? The people who fought against were the Heavenly King trainer and the Divine Beast trainer. Kurenai herself was still persuading Qin Mu, but Qin Mu thought in his heart that it was, get out of the way, I want to have the appearance exclusive. Several people saw that Qin Mu had made up his mind and did not say more. Qin Mu and several people from thousands of miles came to a suitable place. Qin Mu stood alone on one side while the other was standing Adu, Qinli and Doctor. A much anticipated war is about to break out. Chapter 33. Tyrannosaurus come out. Adu threw a pokeball and released the Tyrannosaurus. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus came out, there was an exclamation in the audience. Adu is worthy of being a Heavenly King level trainer and even has an elf like the Tyrannosaurus. Qinli and Doctor were not far behind, and the two threw out the pokeballs one after another. Rift empty seat show up. Latios come out. The appearance of Rift Seat and Latios instantly ignited the scene. Lai Kong sat a huge green flying dragon with a yellow ring-like pattern wrapped around its body flanks on both sides of its body, and at this moment it was opening its mouth wide to reveal its fangs inside, looking very fierce. Latios is also a dragon elf, but his appearance is very similar to that of a bird, and it is also thanks to the similar appearance of a bird. Latios flies very fast. The two divine beasts appeared and they also swept Dragon Island with a strong sense of oppression. Rift and Latios. Oh my god, it's so big. As big as those two dragons. Not only that, the energy emanating from the bodies of these two divine beasts does not seem to be weaker than those two dragons. It is worthy of being a divine beast trainer. These two divine beasts seem to have the strength to shake the ground. Listening to the amazed voices from the audience, Qinli and Doctor were very satisfied, and after waiting for them, they will let everyone know that their divine beasts are more powerful than Qin Mu's two dragons. After a Tyrannosaurus and two divine beasts were assembled, everyone on the scene was shocked, and the three elves just stood there exuding a strong momentum, especially the two divine beasts of Riftvoid and Latios. Just one look is enough to make some elves frightened and run around. Seeing that several people had summoned their respective elves, Qin Mu glanced at the blue-eyed white dragon and the wings of death, and the two dragons understood in their hearts and came to the front of several elves in the Riftvoid seat. The appearance of the Riftvoid seat and Latios did not make Qin Mu have any mood swings. It seems that several of you are ready, so let the horses come. The big war is officially on. The Rift seat took the lead in attacking the Deathwing, only to see the Rift empty seat with a mouth and a destructive light attacked straight towards the Deathwing. Latios slammed directly into the blue blue-eyed white dragon at an extremely fast speed. Deathwing easily avoided the destruction light while the blue-eyed white dragon fought with Latios. 4 divine beasts appeared on Dragon Island at the same time and fought, which frightened the primitive resident elves on Dragon Island and fled everywhere. The audience at the scene and the audience on the live broadcast platform were all holding their breath watching this battle with full attention for fear of missing any wonderful scene. Deathwing opens the dragon's mouth and spews out magma fire. The rift empty seat flew to avoid the magma fire, and the place where the rift empty seat was located before was directly burned into a piece of magma by the magma fire. The high temperature vaporizes all the surrounding vegetation. The magma fire of Deathwing's move was so powerful that it made Rift Space's eyes tighten, and he began to cautiously confront Deathwing, not daring to strike easily. And the green-eyed white dragon and Latios were entangled and fighting, and the 2 divine beasts did not use skills and they both chose to fight in the flesh. Latios hit the green-eyed white dragon with his huge body, and the green-eyed white dragon resisted the blow with his hard body and then immediately showed his claws and continued to fight with Latios. Adu wanted to let the Tyrannosaurus go up to help, but the 4 divine beasts fought intricably in this battle that belonged to the divine beast. The Tyrannosaurus couldn't intervene at all. Even beware of being hit by the aftermath of the skill released by the divine beast. The reason why Deathwing did not take the initiative was to see the ability of the split empty seat, but unfortunately he was a little disappointed. After seeing the power of the Deathwing's Rivoid seat has always chosen to deal with him and no longer takes the initiative to attack. Deathwing didn't like this way of fighting and directly made a fire dragon meteor. Countless balls of flame appeared from the body of Deathwing and then all shot towards the rift seat. The ball of flame like a shooting star was about to smash into the rift empty seat, and the thousands of miles of pupils shrank, pinching a handful of sweat for the Rivoid seat. The Rivoid seat immediately used the divine dragon to swing its tail to avoid the flame ball. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of the rift seat busy dodging Deathwing was not very interesting. Seeing that Deathwing likes to hide, Deathwing has another fire dragon meteor, and this time he has created more flame balls. The flame ball once again overwhelmingly attacked the rift sky seat, and the dodge just now did not slow him down, and another wave of flame balls came and the rift sky seat was shocked in his heart and immediately dodged in a panic. On the other side, Latios' body was scratched by the claws and minions of the green-eyed white dragon in several places. On the other hand, the green-eyed white dragon was not injured at all, and the armor-like skin on his body was indestructible, and Latios' hand-to-hand combat could not hurt him at all. Seeing that he could not gain the upper hand in hand-to-hand combat, Latios immediately distanced himself from the green-eyed white dragon, intending to use the speed he was best at to win. Latios retracted his forelimbs, then aimed at the green-eyed white dragon and attacked the green-eyed white dragon with lightning speed. Latios retracted his forelimbs faster than a rocket. The green-eyed white dragon picked up his spirits and dodged Latios' first attack, but Latios launched the net attack with even more speed. The green-eyed white dragon no longer dodged this time but directly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Then Latios found that the airflow around him seemed to be frozen, causing his speed to slow down. The green-eyed white dragon opened his eyes instantly, and at this moment the speed of Latios was no longer a threat to him. Latios lost his speed advantage that he was best at, and his battle with the green-eyed white dragon became more and more incompetent. Doctor, who was still very confident in Latios, clenched his fist. At this moment he knew that if this continued, Latios would definitely be defeated. Although it avoided most of the flame balls, the Deathwing was like a bottomless black hole that made fireballs, and new fireballs were overwhelming like a large net, and the rift empty seat had to fight again to dodge. Chisato knew that it would not be good for them to continue like this. Then Qinli noticed Qin Mu, who was not far from him, and at this moment he was like everyone on the scene. All his attention was on this battle. Qinli looked at Doctor's Latios gradually a little weak. If Latios loses when the time comes, the 2 dragons will break the empty seat. They will definitely lose. Then an idea popped up in Qinli's mind. He slowly moved in the direction of Qin Mu. Thousands of miles away from Qin Mu's back is only 1 meter away. At this time Qinli slowly stretched out his hand towards Qin Mu's back, and just when he was about to touch Qin Mu's neck, the half of the spirit ball posed in Qin Mu's left pocket suddenly used a terrifying coercion. Qinli turned pale with fright. He withdrew his hand almost like an electric shock, stepped back and ran away for a long time. What kind of elves are in that pokeball? It turned out to be so terrifying. Could it be said that Qin Mu can't do it in addition to these 2 dragons but also powerful elf? Chapter 34. Thousands of miles ran away and I still felt palpitations about that terrifying coercion. Qinli remembered the spirit ball that he had just seen in Qin Mu's pocket. What's inside that pokeball? The terrifying feeling just now seemed to come from there. In the pokeball such a terrifying coercion can be released. Qinli was surprised in his heart. Could it be said that there was an elf elf in that elf ball that was more powerful than those two dragons? Not only did Qinli feel the coercion but also Doctor and Adu who were present. All hearts sank. At this time Chisato and Doctor looked at each other. Originally it was already very difficult for Rift Empty Seat and Lashios to fight against the green-eyed white dragon and the Deathwings. If Qin Mu really had more powerful elves, if they continued to fight they would definitely lose ugly. After making eye contact with Dr. Ming saved his life. The two immediately walked in front of Qin Mu together. Director Qin is really powerful, I'm just itching, not really hostile. As soon as these words were spoken, Qinli and Doctor both threw the spirit ball and forcibly took back the Rift Seat and Lashios who were still fighting. Everyone was puzzled when they saw Qinli and Doctor's abnormal behavior. What's going on? How do you call a genie back halfway? Yeah, since you want to challenge others at the beginning, how can there be a reason to pause without winning or losing? Quickly release the Rift Seat and Lashios and continue fighting. The audience of the live broadcast was dissatisfied with Qinli and Doctor's approach. Listening to these words in their ears, although Qinli and Doctor felt uncomfortable, they could only ignore that the two really wanted to escape here immediately at this moment. Director Qin, please bear with you if you have offended a lot just now. The two of us still had business, so we left first. Chisato and Doctor took back the elves and left Dragon Island in the midst of everyone's discussion. Qin Mu naturally knew the reason why Qinli and Doctor would do this. However, the two are still smart and know to stop in time, otherwise what awaits them is not only the failure of the challenge but also the disrepute. Two divine beast trainers plus a heavenly king trainer can't beat a hall master, say it. The two of them can't raise their heads in this life. Rift and Lashios are no longer participating in this battle and only Adu's Tyrannosaurus is left on the field. Although the Tyrannosaurus is a very powerful elf in the face of the Deathwing and the green-eyed white dragon, which are not at the same level as him, he only bowed down in an instant. In this battle Qin Mu won. A mess that do lost. Everyone at the scene was cheering for Qin Mu. The audience on the live broadcast platform brushed the barrage of Qin Mu invincible over and over again, and this battle made Qin Mu famous again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, get 80,000 prestige. Qin Mu was delighted and checked the god selection system again and found that the prestige he now possessed could give the green-eyed white dragon to the ultimate form. The blue-eyed white dragon that has ascended to the ultimate form will not only increase its strength to the Ma-imam but also gain the ability to speak. However, Qin Mu was not in a hurry to upgrade the green-eyed white dragon now. He still has something to do right now. Qin Mu walked in front of Adu, whose heart was like death. This challenge you lose. Qin Mu's words once again stung Adu. He knew that he was not Qin Mu's opponent, but he didn't expect that he would lose so completely, and the violent carp dragon that had made him almost invincible before was so vulnerable in front of those two dragons. Since Adu lost, can the royal dragon family compensate now? Qin Mu looked at the people of the royal dragon family again. Seeing this, the others also helped Qin Mu speak. That's right, the royal dragon family hurried to compensate. You said that you want to fight, and Director Qin also agreed. Now that the battle is lost, let's compensate. Pavilion Director Qin for Molly. Exactly. A century-old family with such a deep family background, how can it be so stingy? Scholar Qin Curator said that the battle is the battle, said that 1,003 is 1,003. No one has a sound. Originally the apprentice of the Qin Pavilion Master was injured in the Dragon System Conference, and the Dragon System Conference was held by your Royal Dragon family. Why do you have to evade responsibility now? Can the Royal Dragon family have a bit of everyone's style? Hurry up and make compensation. Almost everyone was on Qin Mu's side. Originally the Royal Dragon family still wanted to count on Adu to give them a breath, but now they had to swallow this breath. Fight and beat and no one to help. This dumb loss can only eat the stomach. Dragon Decepticon asked Qin Mu in compromise. Director Qin, how much compensation do you need? 20 million union coin. Qin Mu said a number unambiguously. Hearing this amount, everyone in the Royal Dragon family was shocked. This Qin Mu not only dared to open his mouth widely but also dared to open a second time. The first time they asked for 20 million alliance coins for the appearance fee, and now they have to pit them for 20 million alliance coins in compensation. Hit me now. Dragon Tyrant was just about to bite the bullet and agree to the 20 million, but he didn't expect Qin Mu to ask for it to hit him immediately. The Royal Dragon family really suffered a big loss in Qin Mu's hands this time. In the face of Qin Mu's terrifying strength, Dragon Decepticon only dared to be angry and did not dare to speak, so he could only call the finance and hit 20 million alliance coins to Qin Mu's account in person. Director Qin, 20 million alliance coins have arrived on your account. I don't know if you are satisfied. Being pitted 20 million for no reason, the Royal Dragon family still has to give Qin Mu a smile. This is really dumb to eat. Huanglian, there is bitterness cannot say. Qin Mu nodded barely. Hearing Qin Mu's answer, the Dragon Tyrant was angry and his nose was about to Mo, my apprentice was injured at the dragon conference and I want to take her back to recuperate, so this dragon conference will not participate. The royal dragon family simply doubted their ears. Qin Mu took the appearance fee of the royal dragon family and just lied to the royal dragon family for a huge compensation fee, and now he actually said that he would not participate in the dragon family conference. Didn't the royal dragon family become a proper wrongdoer? Although the people of the royal dragon family were dissatisfied in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. Qin Mu, this big Buddha, they really couldn't afford to provoke. In this way Qin Mu, who got the money, took Molly and left here directly with the two dragons, and the people of the royal dragon family did not even dare to put a fart. Chapter 35. The battle face of the four divine beasts has been quite circulated on the internet, and the video about this battle has reached 500 million views. Directly broke the historical number of views. You know, the highest number of video views in history is still a video about the mythical beast of Amos with 300 million views, and the battle between the four divine beasts turned out to be 200 million more views than the video with the highest in history. And in just 3 days, you must know that the Carlos area has a total of more than 500 million residents, which means that almost everyone in the Carlos area has seen this video. At this moment this video is also being played on the big screen in the conference room of the headquarters of Yehei Group. Yelanchan has watched this video dozens of times. He always felt that it was really strange that Qinli and Doctor suddenly stop fighting. Do you see the problem? At this moment all the high-level members of Yehei Group in the conference room have watched this video dozens of times in the conference room with Yelanchan. Qinli and Darkdu are also divine beast trainers. Although the battle situation between Rift and Lashios is not good on the video, but who loses and who wins is not certain, and there is no need to stop fighting halfway, right? One of them voiced his doubt. I think that Qin Mu's two dragons' strength is above the Rift's and Lashios, and Qinli and Doctor will end the battle, and they definitely don't want to lose too ugly. At this time another person pressed a different opinion. Yelanchan listened to the words of the two and thought thoughtfully. Both of you have a point, but I think, although Yelanchan felt that his idea was somewhat impossible, this person was Qin Mu, and many incredible things had already happened to him. Perhaps. Chairman, what do you think? Is it possible that Qinli and Doctor suddenly stopped because they realized that Qin Mu had more powerful elves? As soon as Yelanchan's word came out, the high-level officials felt that it was impossible. Qin Mu's possession of two dragons is already outrageous. If there is a third more powerful elf, wouldn't it be outrageous to open the door to the outrageous to the home? Yelanchan then fast-forwarded the video somewhere for everyone to continue watching. You see, Qinli walked to Qin Mu's side before ending the battle, and at this time he seemed to perceive something terrifying and ran away in fear. His face was full of fear, and not only Qinli but also Doctor and Adu also had such prescience. Yelanchan analyzed a wave of reasoned things, which was also the reason why he guessed that Qin Mu still had an elf with terrifying strength. Everyone listened to Yelanchan's analysis and then watched the video to associate together, and they all felt that what Yelanchan said made sense. Yelanchan not only sighed, this Qin Mu is really hidden and powerful. Then Yelanchan made up his mind in his heart, such a powerful person the Yehei Group must win over. However, the other major forces all have the same idea as Yelanchan. Moreover, the leader of the Elven Alliance has already begun to act before several major forces. After Qin Mu left Dragon Island, the Alliance leader also left Dragon Island with the people of the Elf Alliance. Not only that, considering that Qin Mu's two dragons ate a lot, the Elf Alliance also sent several tons of large elf rations to Qin Mu's Dragon Daist Hall. Qin Mu did not refuse the kindness of the Elf Alliance and accepted it. This ration was sent to him by the people of the Elf Alliance, and he didn't steal it and he didn't rob it, so why couldn't he receive it? Moreover, the rations were really useful to him, and these few tons of rations were enough for the dragons to eat for several months. After delivering the rations, the people of the Elven Alliance also left immediately with great understanding. After the people of the Elf Alliance left, only Molly and Qin Mu were left in the Dragon Daist Hall. Just when it was time for dinner, Molly saw that Master had no appetite in the past 2 days and was ready to go to the kitchen to show off his skill. Qin Mu took advantage of the gap when Molly went to the kitchen to busy himself with meals and came to the back mountain to open the God's Chosen system. He has a very important thing to do, that is to evolve the green-eyed white dragon into the green-eyed ultimate dragon. Ding dong, do you choose to confirm spending 100,000 prestige to evolve the green-eyed white dragon into the green-eyed E-Dream dragon? Qin Mu chose to confirm. Moment, the green-eyed white dragon's body was wrapped in a cloud of blue light, and a powerful force emanated from this blue light. The blue-eyed white dragon absorbed the power of this blue light, and gradually the blue light became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. The blue-eyed white dragon that successfully absorbed all the power in the blue light emitted a strong white light on his body. Qin Mu was forced to narrow his eyes by the harsh white light. After the white light dissipated, Qin Mu fired his eyes and saw that the blue-eyed white dragon had evolved successfully. Now it's the green-eyed ultimate dragon. The green-eyed dragon has the power to transcend the boundaries of space and time, a force powerful enough to destroy the world, an invincible instant. Just looking at the blue-eyed extreme dragon from a distance, Qin Mu could feel the power in this dragon's body at this moment that could level mountains and rivers. Not only has the strength been qualitatively improved, but the appearance has also changed greatly. The body of the green-eyed white dragon is white, while the green-eyed dragon has blue dragon scales all over its body and has 3 dragon heads. Each of the 3 dragon heads has the power of a green-eyed white dragon. Only with the power of 3 green-eyed white dragons can you evolve into a green-eyed extreme dragon. Not only that, but the size of the green-eyed extreme dragon is more than twice as large as before. The green-eyed white dragon successfully evolved into the green-eyed extreme dragon, which made Qin Mu feel very happy, but seeing that the big guy in front of him was so much bigger, he began to have a headache. This back mountain can't accommodate these big guys for a moment. It seems that it is necessary to choose a suitable place to use as a nest for the dragons immediately. Qin Mu didn't eat anything and immediately came to Carlos Canyon with Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon. Carlos Canyon has the largest number of mountains in the Carlos region, and the terrain here is very suitable for dragons as a nest. And he now has a lot of alliance coins in his account, and it is still possible to buy a small canyon for the dragon. Qin Mu stood at the highest part of the canyon with Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon overlooking a huge canyon. The back mountain of the Taoist Hall can no longer accommodate you 2 big guys. You can choose a nest that you are satisfied with here. At this time a spirit ball in Qin Mu's pocket floated out. Master, I also want to come out and choose my lair. It is a combat Tyrannosaurus beast. This guy saw that he was going to buy a nest for Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon, and he was also going to come to make fun. No. Qin Mu took the spirit ball floating in the air in his hand and then said to the battle Tyrannosaurus beast inside, "You gave me to obediently stay on the wall of the elf sphere and think about it and repent well." Chapter 36. Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon each chose their location after making a tour of Carlos Canyon. Then you can build it yourself. Qin Mu looked at the place chosen by the 2 dragons and said, "Leveling a few small peaks is not a piece of cake for dragons." He was afraid that these 2 big guys did not control the strength well and accidentally leveled the entire Carlos Canyon. Qin Mu then thought of something and immediately instructed the 2 dragons, "You guys move lightly, make the movement smaller, don't cause a sensation again." This time he just wanted to make a nest for the dragons in a low-key manner and did not want others to know. Hearing Qin Mu's word, Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon both nodded, turned around and flew down the canyon and began to build their respective favorite nest. I saw that the wings of death faced the mountain peak he had chosen, and he went up with a kick, directly kicking the mountain out of a big hole. Seeing that the shape was not very satisfied, the Deathwing spewed out magma fire and melted the shape of the cave into the shape he wanted. The green-eyed dragon came to his chosen position, directly shot 2 rays of light from his eyes, 3 giants respectively, 12 rays everywhere the light went. All were smoothed, and soon a nest with a shape similar to a cradle appeared in the canyon. The green-eyed extreme dragon put away the light with satisfaction. The 2 dragons quickly built their favorite nest and began to lie in it excitedly and try it. Looking at this amazing speed, Qin Mu couldn't help but sigh that these 2 good destruction abilities were really too strong. Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon had tried their best to make the smallest movement, but some areas near the Carlos Canyon still felt the movement. "What's going on? I just heard a loud bang. I still feel that the ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? That loud noise seems to be coming from the southeast. Isn't that Carlos Canyon in the southeast?" Look. At the location of Carlos Canyon, a big plume of blue smoke rises. Many residents in the vicinity have noticed these anomalies, but they don't know that the loud noise, earthquake and blue smoke just now were all made by Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon to build a nest. Some curious people began to team up to go to Carlos Canyon to find out what was going on. However, these people only reached the edge of Carlos Canyon and felt too terrifying coercion. This frightened the people who came to explore and ran away, never daring to approach Carlos Canyon again. Not only that, those who went back and saw people said that there were very terrifying monsters in Carlos Canyon. Don't get close. Qin Mu settled the 2 dragons and began to instruct them, "Stay here and don't bully the surrounding residents, otherwise you will end up like fighting the Tyrannosaurus beast. Stay in the pokeball." The 2 dragons nodded obediently after hearing this. They don't like to stay in that small poke ball, and with the lessons of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast they will definitely listen to the master's word. Qin Mu saw that the Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon were still well behaved, nodded with satisfaction and then left the canyon. When Qin Mu returned to the dragon department Taoist Hall, Molly was sitting inside outside looking at the door with a worried expression. As soon as she saw that Master had returned, the sadness on Molly's face immediately dissipated. Master, you can be considered to have returned, and the apprentice made you a table of delicious food, but you could not be found anywhere, Molly said and pouted aggrievedly. In order to be busy with the dragon's lair, he really ignored Molly a little. Qin Mu hurriedly walked towards the dining place and said on his mouth, "No wonder I smelled good smell as soon as I came in. It turned out to be the meal that my good apprentice made for me." Hearing Master say this, Molly's grievances all dissipated and he immediately followed. Molly watched the Master eat the food he had made and her heart was very satisfied. After the meal, Qin Mu thought that Princess Tianai, who had been resting in the fairy ball, should recover almost as well, and took out the poke ball containing Princess Tianai from his pocket and released her. After Princess Tianai came out of the spirit ball, she stretched her waist, and then after seeing Qin Mu, she immediately pasted towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu had never seen any elf as clingy as Tianai, but Princess Tianai was really too cute, and her act of coming up and sticking to herself as soon as she appeared made his heart melt. "Okay Tianai." Qin Mu plucked Princess Tianai from him. Qin Mu's action made Princess Tianai look at him pitifully. Qin Mu was soft-hearted by her and quickly explained, "It's not that I don't dislike you, it's just..." Qin Mu couldn't find anything for a while, and then he could only pretend to have a serious expression and look at Princess Tianai. "It's just that you have to tell me first, why are you sticking to me and choosing me as your master?" Princess Tianai telepathically transmitted a soft voice. "Because Tianai likes you." The first time Qin Mu heard an elf confess to himself, he was still a little uncomfortable. "Then why do you like me?" "Because you saved the kingdom of Tianai, and Tianai thinks you are very powerful, and Tianai feels that you can make Tianai evolve, and only by successfully evolving can Tianai make sacred diamonds." Only then did Qin Mu know that something as valuable as a sacred diamond could be made by Tianai. Tianai told Qin Mu about the current crisis in the diamond mining country. Qin Mu then knew that the divine diamond that Tianai was now about to run out of energy. If Princess Tianai can really evolve with herself and make sacred diamonds in the future, then being the owner of Princess Tianai means that she can have these sacred diamonds with great power. Princess Tianai then hugged Qin Mu's arm. "Tianai thinks that you are the person. Tianai is looking for the person who can lead Tianai to save the diamond mining country." Although she was an elf, Molly was still a little unhappy when she saw Princess Tianai acting so intimately towards her master. At this moment there was a knock on the door of the Dragon Department Hall. Molly hurriedly went to open the door, and when she opened the door she was frightened and stupid. A lot of cameras are pointing at her. The people who came were TV reporters and photographers. "Hello, is Director Qin here? We are TV reporters and want to give Director Qin an exclusive interview program." Chapter 37. The visiting reporter brought a team of photographers to the Dragon Department Dojo, which surprised Molly. "Do you need so many photographers for a personal interview?" However, the interview with Master is definitely different from other people, and Master is so powerful it must attract the attention of these people. Thinking about it this way, Molly also felt reasonable. Molly immediately told Qin Mu about the reporter's visit and wanted to do a personal interview with Qin Mu. As soon as Qin Mu listened, he interviewed personally. It was an opportunity to continue to improve his reputation, and recently fewer and fewer people came to the Dragon Department Dojo to challenge, just in time for him to take the opportunity to make a wave of advertisement. Thinking that it would not hurt to agree to do a personal interview, Qin Mu asked Molly to let these people in. "Director Qin, I finally met you in person. Do you have the time to let us give you an exclusive interview?" The female reporter was dressed very formally, dressed very decently, and her appearance was also excellent, and it seemed that the TV headquarters sent their facade to take charge. Although the female reporter's tone of speech was very official, her eyes were full of worship when she looked at Qin Mu. Now the most talked about thing in the Carlos area is about Qin Mu. Qin Mu has become an idol in the hearts of many girls, and this female reporter is one of Qin Mu's many fans. When she knew that she had this opportunity to interview Qin Mu, she happily didn't sleep all night. "I also packed up and dressed up for a long time before departure just to make a good impression on my idol." "Personal interviews, huh?" "Yes, no problem," Qin Mu agreed. Originally the female reporter and her photography team were holding the idea that they would be rejected, but they all felt that as long as they could witness Qin Mu's voice once, they were already very satisfied. But what they didn't expect was that Qin Mu as a strong man did not have the frame of a strong man, and he actually answered the matter of this personal interview. It is worthy of being her fans' idol. The female reporter's worship of Qin Mu is a little heavier. The female reporter immediately arranged for the photographer to be in place and then began this personal interview step by step. This personal interview is also in the form of a live broadcast to all audiences. Before the interview was live, hundreds of thousands of viewers came to book the live broadcast. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of online viewers directly reached 1 million and the number of people increased by 100,000 as time grew. After the live broadcast of the personal interview began, Qin Mu first took them to visit the Taoist Hall. That's the arena of the Dragon Dojo where elf battles are held. When everyone looked at the ring, it could be about 300 meters big. It's the size of 3 football fields. They have never seen a hall as big as the ring. However, when I thought of Qin Mu's 2 dragons, they all felt reasonable. Grab a dragon at random and take up 1/10 of the ring. Director Qin, there are legends in the market that you only used half a year to open this Dragon Dojo, and in just half a year the Dragon Dojo has become the most difficult to challenge in the Carlos region, and no one has successfully challenged it so far. Is this thing true? Qin Mu nodded flatly as if this matter was not worth mentioning to him at all. In response to this situation, the Dragon Dojo will also recognize its own problems and improve. Hearing Qin Mu say this, not only the female reporter was stunned, but the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked. What? Curator Qin actually felt that the Dragon Department Daoist Hall's failure was actually a problem of his Daoist Hall? Oh my god, how many Daoist Hall's hearts have been broken by Pavilion Master Qin's words. Other dojos can't do this kind of problem. Qin Mu is too handsome. What a cool thing to say. I'm going to fan him all the time. Heated discussions began again in the live broadcast room. After Qin Mu took them to visit the Taoist Hall, he said to the camera, "Welcome everyone to the Dragon Dojo to challenge. In order to reduce the difficulty, I will not let my 2 dragons fight in the future. The challenge work of the Dragon Dojo will be handed over to my apprentice Molly to do." After Qin Mu finished speaking, he pulled Molly forward and asked the photographer to give Molly a lens. In the future, the trainers who come to the dojo to challenge will challenge her, so you don't have to have any previous scruples. Please feel free to participate boldly. When everyone heard Qin Mu say this, they were all a little moved and they wanted to go to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall to try it. However, everyone thought that Qin Mu was already so powerful and his apprentice should not be able to challenge anywhere. It's just that in order to maintain the livelihood of the Dragon Dojo in the future, the challenge of the Dragon Dojo needs to pay a fee 5,000 alliance coins at a time. Qin Mu added another sentence. As soon as these words came out, it aroused the discussion of the audience. You have to charge or 5,000 union coins at once. That's too unreasonable, right? Who said it was unreasonable? I think it is very reasonable. Otherwise, what would Pavilion Master Qin take to raise such a large dragon hall? The elves of the Dragon Dojo Hall do not eat air to live. What you said upstairs makes sense, but 5,000 alliance coins is also too expensive. I originally wanted to go to the Dragon Dojo to challenge, but I didn't want to go when I saw that I had to pay. But Pavilion Master Qin didn't force you to challenge at the Dragon System Daoist Hall. If you think the fee is acceptable, you will challenge, and if you can't accept it, don't go. In response to Qin Mu's proposal to pay a fee to challenge the Taoist Hall, the audience argued fiercely. Some people felt that Qin Mu's doing so was unreasonable, while some people felt reasonable, and the fans who liked to worship Qin Mu felt that what Qin Mu did was reasonable. By the way, Director Qin accepted Princess Tianai on Dragon Island, and many viewers want to see Princess Tianai again. I don't know if Director Qin can meet this wish of the audience. Qin Mu directly opened the pockets on his body, revealing Princess Tianai's head. Unexpectedly, Princess Tianai had been staying on Qin Mu's body. Qin Mu asked Princess Tianai to come out and say hello to the audience, but Tianai just stuck to Qin Mu and was unwilling to deal with others. Everyone saw that the dignified Princess Tianai was so attached to Qin Mu, like a little daughter who couldn't do without her father. They all felt incredible. Princess Tianai will coquette with Qin Mu from time to time, all kinds of touching and hugging. It is simply cute and don't want it, and it directly cute the audience's face. The female reporter was also cute by Princess Tianai and wanted to reach out and touch Princess Tianai, but she didn't dare. At this time, a unified sentence began to brush up on the live barrage dragon. "We're going to see the dragon." The female reporter immediately told Qin Mu the audience's request, but Qin Mu's 2 big guys are lying on their stomachs in their new nest. Qin Mu asked the female reporters and photographers behind him to follow him closely. The female reporter was puzzled and asked Director Qin, "Where are we going?" Qin Mu replied, "Carlos Canyon." Chapter 38. The reporters group came to Carlos Canyon under the leadership of Qin Mu. Qin Mu directly took them to the highest part of the Carlos Canyon, which is also the center of the Carlos mountain range, and in addition to the mountain wall, there is only a narrow canyon passage in the Carlos Canyon leading to the giant peak on the top of the mountain. The Carlos Canyon is very high. From here you can overlook the entire Carlos Mountains. You can also clearly see the Carlos Canyon at the foot of the mountain and the top of the mountain. The scenery of the Carlos Mountains is very beautiful. The female reporter and the photographer photographer followed Qin Mu all the way into the Carlos Canyon, taking pictures of the beautiful scenery as they walked, and Qin Mu led them along the narrow passage. As they deepened into the Carlos Canyon, the female reporter and her group suddenly felt a strong coercive pressure attacking. This made all the photographers and journalists fight a cold war. Such a powerful coercive breath, I am a little breathless. A photographer carrying a camera put down the device in his hand and gasped, "Me too. And this huge coercive aura seems to be constantly increasing. Why are we here? I'm a little weak." Female journalists like these photographers, this coercion made her almost unstable. The female reporter knew that these powerful feelings of oppression they felt must have emanated from Qin Mu's two dragons. She swallowed the saliva she secreted for fear and asked Qin Mu, "Curator Qin, is this the habitat of your two dragons?" Qin Mu nodded lightly. That the female reporter was really a little frightened by this coercion and continued to ask, "Director Qin, they won't cause us harm? Don't worry, with me here they won't do anything to harm you." After hearing Qin Mu's answer, the female reporters and photographers all breathed a sigh of relief. The photographer and the group talked a lot and the camera was shaking. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly applauded, and the barrage that had just been issued was like a rocket and it was instantly brushed down. The female reporter immediately explained, "It's not that our camera teacher is not powerful, but the coercion here is too great. We stand here like a flat boat in extreme weather, and what's more frightening is that I feel like I'm about to suffocate." The feeling of suffocation surrounded by wool. She then asked the cameraman to give the crew footage. Without exception they were all pale-faced, their lips blue, and they were crooked. However, the audience in the live broadcast room does not buy it. "Isn't it so scary? Aren't all mountains here? What a dragon! That's it, don't pretend it's too fake. Your Zions are too aggravated. There are no divine beasts here at all. The show is sensationalism. The viewers see only the canyon in the picture and there are no dragons." They all felt that this was pretended by photographers and reporters in order to enhance the effect of the program. The audience on the live broadcast platform expressed their disbelief, and regardless of how the photographer and female reporter described the terrible coercion, the audience just thought they were acting. It even caused a chorus of scolding. "Director Qin, the audience doesn't believe that there are dragons here. Please let the dragons show up quickly." The female reporter had no choice, so she had to turn to Qin Mu and plead. Qin Mu took out the whistle in his pocket, put it to his mouth and blew it gently. Then Qin Mu entered Carlos Canyon with a long and gentle whistle. Suddenly there were several loud dragon roars under the Carlos Canyon, and the strong sense of oppression made the reporters use all their strength to stabilize their figures. Then there was a wave of ground shaking and the shots were also scattered. "What's wrong? Did there be a big earthquake in Carlos Canyon? What about the lens? Second time. What is this camera for? I have a hunch that Pavilion Master Qin's dragon is about to appear." When the camera was restored, two small black dots appeared in the distance of the canyon. As time goes on, it gets closer. Two dragons appeared in front of reporters, some people and the audience in the live broadcast room. The audience was in an uproar. "Groove, there really are dragons here. God, it's so shocking. Is this a divine beast? My heart is about to stop beating. So handsome and powerful. These two dragons are so handsome. Is this the aura of the rumored divine beast? But I think the more handsome should be the man. Is he a god? How can you control a divine beast with such terrifying strength?" After the two dragons appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room was convinced of the previous performance and remarks of the reporters and photographers. People tend to believe what they see with their own eyes. The dragons flew high in the air, circled around the reporter and the photographer, and suddenly swooped down. Bang! Two dragons smashed down a mountain. The female reporter and photographer were stunned. As the two dragons circled them, they felt like their heartbeats were about to stop. That feeling of fear is even more terrifying than watching a horror movie. If it weren't for Pavilion Master Qin here, I almost thought I was going to die here. A photographer had panic on his face and his body couldn't stop shaking. "It's terrifying. Fortunately I don't have a heart attack, otherwise I definitely can't suffer this blow. What a powerful divine beast. That mountain is as fragile as tofu drags to them." The photographers told what they just felt. Fortunately they are men and their psychological endurance is strong enough. But the female reporter is different. The scene just now directly broke through her psychological defense. The female reporter was so frightened that she squatted directly on the ground, buried her head in her leg, and her two hands tightly grasped the corners of Qin Mu's clothes. Seeing that the wings of death and the green-eyed extreme dragon scared these people like this, Qin Mu reprimanded the two dragons fiercely. Then Qin Mu helped the female reporter up and Hung comforted her. The female reporter was teary-eyed at the moment, and the image of Qin Mu in front of him in his mind was much taller. The Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon who had been reprimanded by Qin Mu did not dare to move anymore and obediently stayed in place. Such a terrifying dragon, after being reprimanded by Qin Mu, actually lowered his head. This stunned the people seen and the audience in the live broadcast room. The two dragons were were actually subdued by a human uniform. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a human being could subdue such a powerful two dragon. Chapter 39. Just when everyone was sighing at the shock brought by the dragon, some people who had watched the live broadcast of the previous dragon conference found something wrong with their eyes. "I'll go, you guys look like a dragon in it. It's not the same as before. It's bigger than ever. There are even 3 faucets. That green-eyed white dragon has evolved again." The green-eyed white dragon became the green-eyed ultimate dragon. This green-eyed dragon is 12 meters long. Its body is as large as a house. Its teeth are sharp, and when its mouth is open it can swallow the entire space. The most terrifying thing is its tail, which is more than 2 meters and 5 meters, and every swing has the power to collapse space. It's evolved again in this short period of time. It's just terrifying. The audience in the live broadcast room was already amazed. They were all frightened by the appearance of this green-eyed polar dragon, and some people even began to fantasize about whether another dragon would also evolve. It was already so powerful before evolution. Isn't it more terrifying after evolution? It is estimated that radios of Doctor will come to fight this dragon again, and he will be sent flying in minutes. Watching the live broadcast is so shocking. If you see it with your own eyes, it will definitely be even more shocking. I really want to rush to Carlos Canyon right away and see it with my own eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room was talking a lot, all discussing the green-eyed extreme dragon. Not only some ordinary viewers who pay attention to this live broadcast, the 4 major forces of Carlos are paying attention to this live broadcast. This live broadcast more intuitively showed Qin Mu's strength, especially when he saw that the green-eyed white dragon evolved into a terrifying form in just a few days. It was extremely shocking. The evolution of the green-eyed white dragon this time made everyone a little afraid of Qin Mu's two dragon. The people of the Elf Alliance called out the value of the few tons of rations sent to the Dragon Daist Hall before at least they had laid a good relationship with Qin Mu. The people of the Night Sea group also received the news that the Elf Alliance had sent rations to Qin Mu, and they were also working on the gift they wanted to send to win over Qin Mu. After the failure of the previous operation, the Flame Team had not acted rashly, and when they learned that one of Qin Mu's dragons had evolved again, the leader of the Flame Team sang. The Flame Team worked hard to get the core of Carlos' guardian beast, and this Qin Mu not only easily had 2 dragons in hand but also made it so easy for the dragon to evolve. This made rivalry extremely unbalanced. In the future, when the Flame Team fights with Qin Mu, I am afraid that they will not be able to please. In the Aloha region near the Carlos region, there is a very famous foundation. This is a heart foundation. This foundation was set up to protect the wounded elves. The name is the Ether Foundation, and almost all the caring trainers in the Carlos region know this foundation because they have all raised money for this foundation. On the surface, the Ether Foundation is a loving foundation that protects injured elves, but behind the scenes it relies on the money donated by people to carry out various research activities for injured elves. Recent events in the Carlos region have also caught the attention of this foundation. The president of the Ether Foundation is watching a live show in the Carlos region. The content of this live broadcast program is a personal interview with Qin Mu. The appearance of the 2 dragons made the etheric president's eyes widen instantly. Dragon, kind of interesting. President Ether stared intently at the 2 dragons in the live broadcast, and in the barrage content at the top he learned that one of the blue dragons had actually completed an evolution in just a few days. President Ether had seen several divine beasts and had heard of very powerful divine beasts, but he had never heard of a divine beast that could complete evolution in a short period of time. President Ether had been observing the 2 dragons, and his eyes gradually showed obsession. These 2 dragons are not only powerful, but their appearance is also very attractive to the president of the Ether. He reached out and touched the screen, even fantasizing that he was stroking the 2 dragons. However, the black dragon had magma flowing from it, and if he really touched it, his entire arm would probably turn into ashes in an instant. President Ether withdrew his hand, and a very strong thought appeared in his heart. He wants to get these 2 dragons. Of course, as a loving foundation, he would find the owner of these 2 dragons, this guy named Qin Mu, and have a good talk about the conditions under which he can give up 2 dragons. If what Qin Mu wanted was money, it would be better. For the Ethereum Foundation, anything that can be solved with money is not a thing. Since its establishment so many years ago, the Ethereum Foundation has long accumulated countless wealth which cannot be installed even if more than a dozen banks can install it. After all, money earned on kindness is never a no-brainer. After President Ether made up his mind, he immediately sent someone to the Carlos area to start this matter. Dragon, it's so interesting. President Ether's eyes showed an impression of necessity. If he can't get 2 dragons with money, then he will do something else. In a desolate mountainous area, thick fog is everywhere, and birds and beasts in the mountains and forests are constantly wailing like the Valley of Death. On the edge of a cliff, an elf appeared out of thin air. This elf is none other other than Hoopa. Hoopa looked at the sights, then locked his gaze on a cave. Hoopa's figure quickly penetrated the thick fog. At the foot of Hoopa a winding path leads to the inside of the cave, and net to the mountain road many plants grow. These plants are very strange, but Hoopa is not interested in them, and the further he goes into the cave the more excited he becomes, because he can feel that breath strongly. Hoopa knew that what he had been looking for a long time must be in this cave. Soon Hoopa came to the end of the cave. Hoopa's eyes lit up and he saw that at the end of the cave a very eerie green light wrapped around something. Hoopa was so excited he immediately came to this green light. Then Hoopa stretched out his hand and grabbed the contents of the green light. When Hoopa's hand touched the contents of this green light, the green light disappeared instantly, and an item like a kettle but with magical patterns all around appeared on Hoopa's hand. Hoopa's face was irrepressible joy and restlessness. Finally found you. Jug of Punishment. Chapter 40. Jug of Punishment. Hoopa was ecstatic at the moment. This pot of punishment which sealed his original power finally let him find it. It was precisely because of the existence of this artifact that his original power and form were sealed. But as long as this pot of punishment is broken, what originally belongs to him will return to him. Hoopa couldn't wait to gather his whole body energy in his hand and then hit the punishment pot. Break! Hoopa's voice resounded throughout the mountain. His voice just fell. A crack appeared in the pot of punishment. Subsequently, click! The whole pot of punishment shattered, and at this time Hoopa's body has changed dramatically. Layer after layer of white light covered Hoopa's whole body. Hoopa's originally small body became very huge, and the braid on the brain ground also became huge upside down, and the original two arms became SI. Each arm was covered with a golden ring. In addition, there is a pitch black round hole in the chest of the kettle Popa in the liberation form, which seems to be able to devour everything. These rays of light are precisely condensed by Hoopa's energy. My figure is back. My strength has recovered. Hoopa shouted excitedly. Hoopa broke through the cave and flew through the air. Hoopa's heart was filled with fanaticism. Aha! I finally have power again. Hoopa raised his head to the sky and roared. At this moment he is so majestic. He is like an eagle soaring in the sky, soaring wantonly. In Hoopa's eyes he is the king at this moment, the most powerful existence in this continent. He is heaven, he is earth, he is everything. Ha ha ha. Long lost energy filled my whole body. Hoopa laughed arrogantly. The valley before him was trembling all the time. The mountain in front of Hoopa was also trembling. Where he passed, everything was destroyed. All buildings were razed. Along the way, everything that Hoopa encountered was destroyed, and all living things were devoured by the black hole on Hoopa's chest. Hoopa flew hundreds of miles all the way up before stopping, and where Hoopa stopped it has long been turned into a wilderness, endless barren grass. Not even a single weed remained. At the moment at the feet of Hoopa, it's a deep pit. The bottom of the pit is pitch black and you can't see the bottom at all. Hoopa felt that he was really bored alone, and then took out the golden ring. The golden ring instantly floated into the air with the golden ring as the center, forming a space-time black hole. Come out, Guradu! An elf with a red armor-like body appears from the golden ring of Hoopa. If this scene is seen by people, they will definitely be surprised, because the elf Gurudor summoned by Hoopa is a very powerful divine beast. But at this moment this Gurudu's eyes that should have been clear turned lifeless red. The Gurudu divine beast was manipulated by Hoopa. After unsealing Hoopa, the most powerful ability is to use his golden ring to warp time and space, and can teleport any item in the world to any location. Whether it is an item, a human being, an elf, or even a divine beast, it can be teleported and summoned by Hoopa through the distorted time and space generated in the golden ring of Hoopa. Elves summoned by Hoopa with golden rings will be controlled by Hoopa and follow his orders. Hoopa looked at the Gurudor summoned by himself, very satisfied. Hoopa took Gurudu to wantonly destroy everything around him, venting his power to make Hoopa feel happy. Only then can he truly feel that he has regained his power. As if it wasn't enough to destroy everywhere with Gurudu, Hoopa had new ideas. His current strength is enough to call the wind and rain, so why didn't he really summon a rain to come? Hoopa immediately implemented this playful idea of his own, and he used the golden ring to distort the space and teleport a rain that had originally fallen somewhere to his place. Hoopa was drenched in the rain and cheering, and he was very satisfied that he could really control his power and squander it wantonly. After calling the wind and rain, Hoopa felt hungry and he took out his big treasure, the golden ring. Hoopa teleported a table of mountain and sea delicacies to himself and began to eat with Gurudo. Originally this table of mountain and sea delicacies was prepared for guests in a high-end restaurant. A table of food has mysteriously disappeared. This left the people in fine dining restaurants scratching their heads, and they even checked the surveillance. Through monitoring they actually saw that before a table of delicacies disappeared, a golden ring that didn't know what it was appeared there out of thin air, and then the golden ring was like a black hole swallowing all the delicacies on the table. This scared them into immediately reporting this matter to the people of the Elf Alliance. At this time this is not the first time that the Elf Alliance has received such feedback. In just one day many things things have disappeared mysteriously, and among these bizarre disappearing things there is a characteristic. That is, a golden ring will appear. The Elf Alliance looked at the surveillance video sent by the restaurant. After seeing the golden ring that appeared in the video, he was stunned, because this golden ring is like the golden ring on Hoopa's body. But wasn't Hoopa sealed by the pot of punishment and sleeping? In the mind of the Alliance leader, a terrifying idea suddenly appeared. Could it be that the sleeping Hoopa woke up and found the pot of punishment and unsealed his body? If this is really the case, Hoopa will definitely carry out a major destruction. At that time people will not be at peace. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the leader of the Elf Alliance immediately sent someone to investigate this matter. I hope it wasn't Hoopa who unsealed it. The Alliance leader's eyes were full of worry, because what happened 100 years ago in the Desert City. Desert City has become a major historical event. At that time Hoopa appeared in the Desert City, summoned many divine beasts and wreaked havoc in the Desert City, causing people to suffer terribly. Behind it was the appearance of a mysterious man that reversed the situation. In order to prevent Hoopa from continuing to destroy, the mysterious man used the artifact punishment kettle to seal Hoopa's figure and strength. Hoopa has been asleep ever since, and the pot of punishment that sealed him is hidden somewhere by the mysterious man. After recalling the historical events of 100 years ago, the Alliance leader felt faintly uneasy in his heart, because his intuition told him that what he was afraid of might really happen. Chapter 41. Hoopa's affairs made the leader of the Elven Alliance very worried, but he had another very important matter at the moment. That is the gorgeous competition jointly held by the Elf Alliance. The 7-color dojo group, the Night Sea group and the Dark Hunting group is about to begin. At that time the bosses of the 4 major forces will need to come forward as judges in the gorgeous competition. At this moment the Elf Alliance cannot slack. The 4 major forces are very friendly on the surface on weekdays, but they are secretly rubbing hard behind their back. So this gorgeous competition, he wanted to invite someone to participate. This person is Qin Mu. At this moment Qin Mu was collecting money in the Dragon Department Daoist Hall, watching his apprentice Molly fight against the trainers. Since the end of his last personal interview, more and more people have come to the Dragon Department Hall to challenge, although most of them have always come to see Qin Mu through the opportunity of the challenge. But Qin Mu is happy to welcome. The visitors are all guests, and there is a fee for coming to the dojo to challenge, whether the other party comes to see them or really come to challenge. Molly has been busy accepting battles recently, and she is also busy. Qin Mu looked at the time. It was almost o'clock. Thinking that Molly was indeed tired recently, Qin Mu planned to let Molly finish this game and the Taoist Hall would close. Qin Mu said to the trainers who were still waiting at the door to challenge, "Everyone, I'm really sorry, it's already the closing time of the Dragon Dojo. Trainers who want to challenge, please come back NET time." After listening to Qin Mu's words, a few people complained that they had been waiting for a long time, begging Qin Mu to be accommodating. But Qin Mu refused one by one. "I'm really sorry, my apprentice has taken over too many battles on behalf of the Dragon Daoist Hall. It's really tiring. I as a master have to think about her. I'm really sorry." When everyone heard Qin Mu say this, they stopped complaining and praised Qin Mu as a good master, and some people who originally loved Qin Mu worship Qin Mu even more. After the Dragon Department Daoist Hall closed, Molly reported to Qin Mu about today's situation. There are a total of 45 people who came to the Dragon Department Dojo to challenge today, and 3 people passed the challenge. Listening to Molly's report, Qin Mu nodded. "Did you release water to win these 3 people, or do you really have this ability?" Molly scratched her head and said with a smile, "It's a little bit of water, but those 3 people are also quite powerful." In order not to let the Dragon Dojo maintain the title of the most difficult to challenge the Daoist Hall in the Carlos region, Qin Mu ordered Molly to let at least 3 trainers successfully pass the challenge every day. In this way more and more people will come to the Dragon Department Dojo. As his own apprentice, Molly's strength is not bad, and he has the blessing of Super Charizard X. He is not a really powerful trainer, and it is indeed difficult to win the challenge. "Oh yes, master, I heard the trainer who challenged me today say that the gorgeous competition is about to begin." Molly suddenly remembered that the most mentioned thing by the people who came to the Dragon Department Dojo today was about the gorgeous competition, and felt that the master would be interested in this, so he mentioned it to the master. Gorgeous competition? Although Qin Mu didn't know what this gorgeous competition was, he felt that it was another good opportunity to brush his reputation. "What is the gorgeous contest?" Before Qin Mu could ask, Princess Tianai, who had been sticking to Qin Mu's side, asked aloud. Mari explained to her. "The gorgeous contest is a world-class festival and a kind of elf competition co-organized by the 4 super forces of the Carlos region." "Oh." Princess Tianai was a little interested and asked, "Tianai wants to know what the gorgeous contest is compared to?" Molly continued. "The competition is generally divided into 2 parts. The first link is for the participating elf to show their appearance appearance and the second is the participation elf to perform move. The scores of the two links can be shared and the elf with the most points win. As soon as Qin Mu heard it, isn't this the beauty contest in the elf world? He felt that Princess Tianai, who couldn't shake off his side at the moment, was very suitable to participate in this gorgeous competition. You must know that Princess Tianai has the nickname the most beautiful elf. If she goes to the competition, she is a proper champion. Qin Mu immediately spoke his mind. Molly, don't accept the challenge on behalf of the Dragon Department Daoist Hall in the past 2 days. As soon as Molly heard Qin Mu's words, she thought that she had made some mistake and asked the master to prevent her from representing the Dragon Department Daoist Hall to face the battle again, and she suddenly panicked. Master, did I do something bad to make Master angry? Seeing Molly like this, Qin Mu knew that she had misunderstood and quickly explained. It's not what you think. I want you to go to this gorgeous competition with Princess Tianai. Let Tianai participate in the gorgeous contest. Sounds like fun. Tianai wants to go. Hearing that Princess Tianai was willing to participate, Qin Mu was satisfied in his heart, but he didn't look very happy when he saw Molly. Master, do you have to let me attend? Molly didn't want to go a little because she knew that Master let her participate in this gorgeous competition with Princess Tianai just to go to the championship, and she was afraid that she would not cooperate well with Tianai. When Qin Mu saw Molly like this, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Molly, in this way, if you are willing to go to the gorgeous competition with Princess Tianai, then Master will. Qin Mu's words successfully aroused Molly's curiosity. Master, what about you? Molly opened her big eyes and looked at Qin Mu suspiciously. If you participate in the gorgeous competition, I will teach you the secret of subduing the divine beast. I'll go. I definitely go. Hearing Qin Mu's words, Molly agreed to go to the gorgeous competition almost instantly. This is the secret of subduing the divine beast. Not to mention participating in the gorgeous competition even if it is up the knife mountain and the sea of fire. In order to get the secret of subduing the divine beast, Molly is willing to try. At this time, the Dragon Department Taoist Hall, which had been closed, still came to a guest. Molly, pour a cup of tea for the alliance leader. Qin Mu ordered Molly, and the person sitting opposite him at this moment was the leader of the Elf Alliance. Director Qin doesn't have to be so polite. The alliance leader took the tea and said politely, I don't know what happened when the alliance leader personally came to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall at this time. The alliance leader put down the tea in his hand and his face was full of smiles. Director Qin, don't worry, I came to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall and it must be a good thing to bring. Hearing the alliance leader say this, Qin Mu became more and more curious. Oh, Qin, someone was really more and more curious about what good things the alliance leader had brought. The alliance leader stood up, walked in front of Qin Mu and took out a badge from his pocket. On behalf of the Elf Alliance, I hereby award Pavilion Master Qin the title of Heavenly King Level Trainer. Chapter 42. Hearing that he was going to award himself a Heavenly King Level Trainer, Qin Mu was keenly aware that there was something wrong with this alliance leader. If you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, there must be fraud among them. Alliance leader, this Heavenly King Level Trainer is afraid that there are conditions, right? Before he finished saying this, the alliance leader took Qin Mu's hand and said, Director Qin's strength can be said to be the best in the alliance, and Adu is not your opponent. I think this position of Heavenly King is the most suitable for you. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that this alliance leader must not be well-intentioned. How can the position of the King of Heaven be given when it is given? Besides, although Qin Mu was the master of the Dao Hall, his contribution to the alliance was almost zero. Calculated carefully, it seems that the royal dragon family was deflated at the Dragon Family Conference. Qin Mu wanted to refuse the alliance leader's kindness at that time, but after thinking about it, becoming a heavenly king would make it better to brush his reputation. It is also reasonable to make some request to the alliance in the future, and the cost of cultivating some elves is probably reasonable. But this alliance leader wearing sunglasses looked like the kind of person with a black heart, and he quickly let him make his word clear. Just as the alliance leader spoke, all the dragon elves in the hall turned their head and surrounded the alliance leader viciously. The first to appear is the fast dragon. Although they have short limbs, but after all they are the cards of the dragon attribute elves, and they are completely ranked as quasi-god. Then there are the hideous-looking three evil dragons. These elves with three heads will learn many tricks to restrain the dragon system. The dragon elfish rushed in, surrounded the alliance leader in the middle, and glared angrily at the alliance leader. The alliance leader's pupils were shocked, but they were quickly suppressed. But even this small action did not escape Qin Mu's eyes. This Director Qin, what is this for? Qin Mu stood in front of the dragon group while the alliance leader on the opposite side was surrounded by the dragon group. It looks like an underworld boss with a group of little brothers. The alliance leader, who had experienced a lot of major events, was also stunned for a moment, although he knew that these fierce-looking elves would not treat him well, but he was also uneasy in his heart. Under the powerful coercion. The Alliance leader also frowned. Sorry, elves thought the Alliance leader was here to find fault. After speaking, Qin Mu turned his head and scolded the dragon group. The Alliance leader stopped Qin Mu because he understood what Qin Mu meant, and Qin Mu just wanted him to pick out his word. Good Pavilion Master Qin is really young and promising. A powerful trainer like you is simply a treasure in the Carlos region, and you will hold this Heavenly King trainer's badge. After that, he shoved the badge symbolizing strength and status into Qin Mu's hands. Qin Mu played with the badge in his hand, looked at the Alliance leader with a smile and asked, can the Alliance leader think about it? The Alliance leader quickly nodded and said, seeing that there are so many dragon spirits in Pavilion Master Qin, I must not be able to open the event, so I will epan the Xilong Daoist Hall on behalf of the Alliance. After hearing this, Qin Mu waved his hand towards the group of dragons behind him, signaling them to disperse. After receiving the order, the dragon group screamed excitedly and left. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot, and the Alliance leader's brows also pondered soothingly. Qin Mu smiled and let the Alliance leader sit down and said politely, Alliance leader, I'm really sorry, the dragon group riot just now was not good for me to discipline. I will definitely teach them a good lesson when I turn back. Pavilion Chief Qin said heavily. The Alliance leader smiled and said, these elves are the brainchild of Pavilion Master Qin, and if the Carlos region can have such a vigorous Taoist hall, it is the service of our Carlos region. Then I will thank the Alliance leader for those elves who are not perfect. Then the Alliance leader took out a piece of information and said, Director Qin, oh no, sorry, it's now Qin Tianwang. Look at the information of the gorgeous competition. Hearing the change in the title of the Alliance leader, Qin Mu knew that it was time for the right thing to come. Qin Mu took the file bag with the words gorgeous competition printed on it, but he was not in a hurry to open it. Commander, what does this mean? The Alliance leader's face was gloomy and he looked at Qin Mu helplessly and said, the forces in the Carlos region are complicated and the rule of the Alliance is declining day by day, so I want to take the opportunity of the gorgeous competition, the majesty of reorganizing the Alliance. Qin Mu asked, that's right, you have two divine beasts. I think you as the judge of the gorgeous competition will definitely be able to let some ill-wishers weigh their strength. Qin Mu nodded. At the Dragon System Conference, the Flame team directly tore its face and fought against the entire Alliance, which was a little arrogant. The Alliance leader said, showed his own guide and continued, King Qin Tianwang, this is some tea fees, please accept it to improve the conditions in the lower hall. Qin Mu looked at the 20 million Alliance coins on the Alliance leader's book and he thought to himself, this Alliance leader is interesting. With the 20 million sent by the Alliance leader, it is not that comparison, plus the rations provided by the Royal Dragon family, the Dragon Daoist Hall can maintain it for a long time. Qin Mu opened the file bag and took out a thick pile of materials inside. Suddenly his brows furrowed. He really didn't want to see so much information. When does the gorgeous contest start? The leader replied, 2 days later. Qin Mu looked at the information of the gorgeous competition and thought that there were really many materials in the gorgeous competition and it must be a very important competition. If you go to be a judge in such an important competition, your reputation will definitely rise. However, this information is indeed a lot. It is better to let the Alliance leader elaborate. Leader, what should the judge of the gorgeous competition do? The Alliance leader pondered for a while and said, you only need to attend the unveiling ceremony and let the two divine beasts appear in a circle. Then it's responsible for the scoring of the appearance and moves of the master stage, and I will arrange it then. At this time Molly came over to feed the running elves. When Qin Mu saw Molly, he remembered that he had promised to let Molly participate before. Suddenly, if Molly took Princess Tianai directly to the scene of the final, the reputation would grow geometrically. So Qin Mu said to the Alliance leader, I am ready to let Molly also participate in the gorgeous competition. The Alliance leader looked hesitant and said, the gorgeous competitions are all screened layer by layer and I am not good at interfering. Qin Mu's face changed and he threw the Alliance leader Heavenly King level badge and said, since Princess Tianai can't enter the master stage, I don't think I'm qualified to be this judge. The Alliance leader looked surprised and asked incredulously, what? Princess Tianai also participated? Qin Mu nodded and motioned for Molly to send the Alliance leader away. Unexpectedly, the Alliance leader grabbed Molly's wrist and said, I see that with the strength of you and Princess Tianai it is not easy to enter the master stage, so you should prepare for the gorgeous competition. Seeing this, Qin Mu officially received the Heavenly King level badge. After the matter was completed, Qin Mu also officially became the Heavenly King trainer in the Carlos region. Chapter 43. Master, can I really participate directly in the gorgeous competition of the master stage? Molly is still in an extremely happy state and even she is a little unable to distinguish between dream and reality. Of course, your master's methods are very powerful. Qin Mu looked at the rations that Molly put down and remembered that the two dragons he had placed in Carlos Canyon had not yet been fed, so he beckoned Molly to go and feed the dragon some rations. However, these two giant beasts eat more than all the elves in the hall combined, so they should bring a batch of elves with strong load capacity to bring them food. Just then Serena ran in. Qin Mu looked at Serena, who was sweating profusely, and asked, "Why did you run out again, Ash?" Serena braced her waist and said as soothing as she could, "Ash has been like a demon recently, training himself and his elves crazy. Hey, I'm still a little worried about him." Oh, when Qin Mu heard this he was a little puzzled. "Is Ash all right?" Serena shook her head and said, "It's okay, but it looked hard. I can't bear to disturb him, so I ran out." Qin Mu nodded and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" Serena straightened her waist, pointed at Molly and said, "I want to challenge Molly." Molly replied coldly, "Elf battle?" Qin Mu nodded in support of Molly and et to him. "After all, Princess Tian, I was not a trainer of Serena's level that could fight." Unexpectedly Serena shook her head and said, "The gorgeous competition is about to start. Molly, will you participate?" "Of course I participate." Serena nodded very firmly and said very confidently, "That's right, I just want to beat you in the gorgeous competition." Qin Mu on the side poured a basin of cold water on Serena's head. "She has already guaranteed the final. Are you sure?" "Really?" Serena claimed in disbelief. So Qin Mu told Serena about the matter. He originally thought that Serena would back down after listening to it, but he didn't expect it to arouse her competitive spirit. "Don't talk about Diamond Princess Tian. Even if the dream comes, I will also defeat Molly." Hearing this, Qin Mu couldn't help but glance up at Serena. Molly is also not a vegetarian, so she didn't look at Serena and said, "I'll let you know the gap between you and me." Putting down the cruel words, he turned to Qin Mu and said gently, "Master, it's time for us to feed the dragon." As if she had heard some heavy news, Serena immediately came over and asked, "Brother Qin Mu, what are you going to do?" Qin Mu said while giving the elves good rations, "Let's go and send some rations to the two dragons." Serena's eyes flashed at little Venus and asked, "Are they those two elves from Brother Qin Mu?" Qin Mu settled the elf and replied, "That's right." "Can I go with you then?" Serena opened a pair of delicate and clear eyes and her hands held Qin Mu's arms for a while. Good. Qin Mu was frustrated, so he agreed to her request. However, he also instructed Serena, "When you see the dragon in the Carlos Grand Canyon, don't hide far away, go and feed them." Serena nodded categorically, but she didn't expect to be frightened by Deathwing and almost cry. "Okay, let's go." The three of them flew to the Carlos Grand Canyon with the dragons, and the pedestrians underground looked at the dragons and were amazed. "Wow, is this the face of the Dragon Dojo? It seems that there is a dragon elf." Oops, the elves of the Dragon Dojo Hall poured out, which only shows one thing: the Dragon Department Taoist Hall can't challenge again. It seems that I can only challenge again tomorrow. Carlos Grand Canyon. Qin Mu descended on the high platform last time with the dragon group and took Molly to unload the ration. Then he waved his hand to signal the elf to leave. When the elves received the order, they panicked like prisoners who had been amnestied. Serena looked at this scene and felt very interesting and asked, "Brother Qin Mu, why do these elves run so fast?" Qin Mu smiled, blew a loud slogan and said, "You'll know why they ran so fast later." The green-eyed polar dragon flew from afar and its wings covered the sky, drove a huge body. In the sky through which the body passes there are white tails visible to the naked eye. Boom! The green-eyed E-Tream dragon smashed heavily on the ground and the entire canyon was shaking. Unlike in the show, the blue-eyed E-Tream dragon in reality gives people a heavier sense of oppression. The shockwave generated by the landing of the green-eyed polar dragon hit the three of them and Serena fell to the ground without standing firmly. "Hello, host." What? Serena pointed at the green-eyed dragon and asked in surprise, "She can talk?" Molly looked at her coldly and said, "What a fuss." The green-eyed E-Tream dragon did not understand the human girl's little juju and cast a help-seeking gaze at Qin Mu. "Okay, let's eat quickly. By the way, what about Deathwing?" As soon as the word fell, the wings of death circled behind Serena. Breathing heavily hit Serena, making her bristle. As soon as Serena wanted to turn back, the dragon head of the Deathwing hung in the air over Serena's head. "Hello, host." Serena was startled and followed the prestige. "I saw that the huge dragon head of the Deathwing covered the sky without a ray of sunlight and the deep black scales emitted a metallic luster." Serena was so frightened that she ran to Qin Mu's side and the whole person was attached to Qin Mu, saying that she would not let go of anything. Qin Mu was helpless, looking at the little girl who buried her head in her chest and suddenly felt helpless in her heart. "Master?" Deathwing still didn't know what she had done and opened his mouth to ask Qin Mu, "Hurry up and eat." Qin Mu did not punish the Deathwing but pulled Serena out of her arms. "I said you're absolutely scared." Serena wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Whatever, with Brother Qin Mu by my side I won't be afraid of anything." Molly took out the spirit ball and said to Qin Mu, "Master, I want to cultivate a tacit understanding with Princess Tian. I hear." Qin Mu nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll check it for you here." Serena also summoned the fairy Evie and said, "Brother Qin Mu, I also want you to help me check the gate. I have to say that Serena is an excellent trainer, and with her cultivation alone she has raised the appearance of Fairy Ibrahimovic impeccably comparable to Princess Tianai. It depends on how well the skills are used. Fairy Evie, the power of the moon, Tianai Diamond Storm. The two were indistinguishable and Qin Mu couldn't pick out which one was better for a while. I can only look forward to the performance of the two in these 2 days and wait until the final of the gorgeous competition to compete again. Chapter 44. Gurudu the original is back. Covered in fiery red scales, Gurudu put his hands in the veins of the forest, frantically absorbing the power of the earth inside. As the power of the earth accumulate, blue spikes grow at the seams off the scales and the omega on the arms turns red. Seeing that the original return of Gurudu was almost over, Hoopa smiled viciously and shouted, "Gurudu, the sword of the cliff!" Gurudu threw the sword of the cliff unscrupulously around, and the forest that had been absorbed by the power of the earth was already fragile and devastated by the sword of the cliff. After a while, the area that had been hit by the sword of the Gulardo cliff turned into lava rubble. Hoopa clapped happily and laughed when he saw the elves fleeing around. At the same time, a large cocoon deep in the forest, because Gurudu draws the power of the earth and also uses the sword of the cliff, shake violently. Touch! Ipertal burst out of the cocoon. This is a dual-line divine beast with evil attributes and flight attributes, and Ipertar looks like a large eagle, but her wings and tail with these 5 claws are abnormally wide. Oh, roar! Ipertar is awake. The show is about to begin. Hoopa sensed Ipertar's breath and exclaimed excitedly. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "Since Ipertar is awake, then she is also coming out soon. He let me watch the good show." After that, Hoopa took out the ring and sent Gurudu away, and it was hiding in the shadows with a hidden aura, watching Ipertar wreak havoc here. Because he was disturbed, Ipertar was very angry. As a divine beast, she also confiscated such shame and was lifted by someone, but unable to find the culprit, he can only spread his anger on these elves. She used the Deathwing. Weak such as Pikachu little Dara, this elf was directly sucked into life and became a statue. Strong as a eagle, Heracross was also beaten halfway. Because Ipertar has absorbed the life force of many elves, his strength has recovered a lot and he can use more powerful moves. Her wings and tail are fully open and she looked like she wants to have a 3-meter thick ray of destruction was shot out by Ipertar, wantonly devouring the lives of all living beings in the devastated forest. As strong as a forest lizard, a wonderful frog flower, it was swept away by the aftermath and directly destroyed. Most of the life force that Ipertar had just obtained was consumed, so he used the Deathwing again. This time it was not as good luck as before, and all the living elves in the forest were absorbed by Ipertar. Whether it is a cabby beast or a walking grass, without exception it has turned into stone statues. After Ipertar absorbed the life force, he was still very angry. The restoration of strength did not calm her anger but fueled her killing ambition. Flaving his wings to cover the sky, Ipertar left the lifeless forest and flew towards the magnificent assembly where the people were. Hoopa came out of the ring at this time, looked at the surrounding stone statues and happily broke all these stone statues. Ipertar's strength has recovered most of it, and then it's time for humans. You don't need to do it anymore. After that, Hoopa entered the ring and did not know that he ran there to destroy it. The divine beast that controls all living things in the Carlos region journeys as a fairy line elf, Charizard, who looked like a deer, turns into a tree in a certain forest, but the extinction of an entire forest also attracts her attention. The blue and black Charizard slowly walked out and breathed in the fresh air of the forest. I don't know who broke the tranquility of the forest. Obviously knowing that something was wrong, Charizard used the ultimate impact to rush to the place where Ipertal wreaked havoc. Looking at the dead branches and leaves all over the ground, lava and rubble, what frightened her the most was the stone statues all over the ground. Ipertar, as the god of life, opposed to Ipertar, her means could not be clearer, but the priority is not to teach Ipertar a good lesson but to clean up the mess she poked first. Charizard urged the life force in his body, and the 8 long horns like branches on his head flashed with 7 colors. 7 colored lights spread out from her long horns, and when they encounter the elves who have been beaten into stone statues by Ipertar, a ray of light will descend and bring them back to life. As if guided by something, the resurrected elves ran to kneel in front of Xerneas. As more and more elves resurrected, the life force of Xerneas gradually dissipated. From standing at the beginning, it has become paralyzed on the ground now. But even at the last moment, Xerneas did not stop releasing the life force. Slowly the elves who had been beaten into stone statues by Ipertar were restored, and these elves surrounded the god of life, Xerneas, in the middle. However, in the end it is a weak elf and it is powerless to bring back the dead to such a divine power. Xerneas's body turned into a little starlight and dissipated in the air. The trees of the forest have been restored and the lava has been converted into land, which is the last gift of Xerneas to the elf. The elves spontaneously erected a tall statue in the lost place of Xerneas. Powerful elves like the drill-horned rhinoceros use the power of the earth to move the raw rock up. Elves like chrysanthemum grass use flying leaf knives, vine whips and other shapes. Soon a statue no different from Jeternios was made. Jernias gave his life for all the elves in the forest. The resurrected elves wept. Don't die, don't die. Zelnias shook her head gently and she said to the elves around her, don't feel sorry for me, death is just a new beginning for me. When the word fell, Jernias turned into a little starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. Under the 2-day special training, the intimacy between Molly and Princess Tianai is getting higher and higher. This made Molly happily pull Qin Mu's arm and say, Master, with my current strength I will definitely be able to defeat Serena in the gorgeous competition. Qin Mu thought about it. If he was better than Serena 2 days ago, there would be no problem at all. Well, come on Molly, the teacher believes in you. Meanwhile, Serena is letting Ash watch the moonstorm over and over again. Aggravatingly, it also let Ash see the difference. Originally Xiaoji also wanted to participate in the gorgeous competition, but because Qin Mu shocked him too much, plus the gorgeous competition, Xiaozai did not only win the championship once or twice, so he did not participate again. Serena, your fairy EV is really getting more and more powerful. I believe you will definitely be able to defeat Molly. Serena nodded and said, I will definitely defeat Molly. While the entire league was preparing for the Grand Major, Ipertal had already sabotaged along the way. However, because the places that Ipertal passes are inaccessible primeval forest, the Elven Alliance in the various regions did not receive any relevant notification at all. Mankind does not know that a terrifying divine beast representing death has descended on the world. Chapter 45. Welcome to the gala contest in the Carlos region, followed by the much anticipated opening ceremony. With the announcement of the host, the gorgeous competition finally began. First of all, the neatly arranged fast dragon pulls the petals and flow through the sky. Then Minas in the pool shoots a long water cannon at the sky, and finally the fat ding who sings in unison. Of course it is a lip syncing and the fat ding is not opened for the wheat. This year's opening ceremony can be different from previous years, so let's invite out the new heavenly king of the Carlos region, Qin Mu. As the host voice fell, Qin Mu appeared side by side with the green-eyed E-Tream dragon and the wings of death. The airflow instigated by the two dragons steadily dragged Qin Mu, thus forming Qin Mu's feat of walking in the sky. At this time the dragon slowly rotated around Qin Mu and dragon breath sprayed from its mouth. The green-eyed E-Tream dragon spits out white dragon breath and the wings of death spit out black dragon breath. The black and white dragon breath was intertwined, shrouding Qin Mu's body. At this time the prompts of the chosen system sounded one after another. Qin Mu listened to these beautiful prompts and felt that the hard rehearsals of these 2 days were worth the money. How much Qin Mu pulls the wind now, how difficult it is for these two dragons to cooperate, but it's all worth it, and with these prestige he is one step closer to his goal. Qin Mu slowly landed on the ground, put away the two dragons and took the host microphone. Hello everyone, I am Heavenly King Qin Mu and I am the judge of this competition. King Qin Tianwang, please sit down and then I will introduce the guests of this competition one by one. This time the cameraman was also very powerful and did not sway as leisurely as in the previous interview. This is the Elven Alliance leader. The sunglasses leader got up and bowed. This is champion trainer Kurenai. Kalusha, dressed in white, got up to thank her. These four are the Fire Heavenly King Pachira, the Water Heavenly King Shimai, the Steel Heavenly King the Yankai, the Dragon Heavenly King and Doracina. 2 men and 2 women, one strong and one thin, one old and one young. The 4 bent down together to thank them. Qin Mu looked at the trainers sitting around and found that the royal dragon family Adu and Qinli, who were jumping a few days ago, did not come. Qin Mu thought about it carefully. With the style of the 3 of them not benefiting early, the gorgeous competition really did not come to brush the sense of e-distance. It was really suspicious. So Qin Mu asked the alliance leader sitting on the side, Alliance leader, do you know where those people from Adu went? The alliance leader turned his head and looked at Qin Mu in disbelief and said, King Qin Tianwang, the 3 of them have left Carlos. Are you looking for them for something? Qin Mu shook his head and said, it's nothing. After introducing the guests, the gorgeous competition can be regarded as the beginning. The first is the unveiling, and as expected, the one who received the highest demand from the audience was Serena's Fairy Ibrahimovic. As the host followed the manuscript with a non-nutritious speech, the competition also came to the NET stage. Performance review, which is performed by the contestants' elf moves, is scored by the judges. The 4 judges of the performance review are the 4 kings, and Serena is also playing steadily and achieving the first result in the field. Unsurprisingly, Serena, who finished first in appearance and moves, won the prize. Just when the audience thought it was about to end, the host stood up with the microphone. NET, the most exciting moment has come. There is the apprentice of King Qin Tianwang, Molly, and her princess Tianai. As soon as the word fell, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. What the hell, the gorgeous contest and the airborne guests. So what does Serena, who is already the first, say? I think this is the profound intention of the alliance Elves, the disciple of King Qin Tianwang plus the Diamond Princess Tianai. Serena will definitely lose. This is the peak showdown. Ordinary Elves vs God Beasts. I stand Ordinary Elves. Serena, come on. The first to show is Serena's Fairy Ibrahimovic. I saw her wearing a short pink skirt that matched with Fairy Evie and strode forward. Serena stood in front of the judges, took out the pink poke ball and made a handsome throwing motion. I saw that after releasing the Fairy Evie, the poke ball bounced back into Serena's hand. Fairy Evie used the mist field. Fairy Evie swept his tail and a thin layer of smoke suddenly appeared in the field. At this moment the Fairy Evie is like a fairy in a fairyland with a suffocating hazy beauty. Fairy Evie used the enchanted voice. Fairy Evie opened her small mouth and let out a gentle singing sound. Many elves with weak resistance ran out of the fairy ball and knelt at the feet of the Fairy Evie. Fairy Evie used the power of the moon. In the cloudless sky the Fairy Evie actually summoned a bright moon. The power of the moon hit everyone present, but it made them feel like they were massaged, and the strength was very accurate. Fairy Evie unleashed all the moves towards the judges and the audience saluted slightly before Serena took it back into the pokeball. When Serena finished thanking her, everyone reacted and burst into thunderous applause. Serena was very outstanding in the performance competition, but I didn't expect the gorgeous competition to be so exciting. Fairy Evie, that Fairy Evie, I've always wanted to own one. What a envy. Fairy Ibrahimovic, hey hey my Fairy Ibrahimov, put on a pair of pants you. The audience watched Serena and Fairy Evie's wonderful performance and they all felt brilliant. Qin Mu sat on the judges' bench and bowed his head slightly, very satisfied with Serena's performance. Serena's performance was fantastic, and then the stage was handed over to Mari and her Princess Tianai. Molly, dressed in a long white dress, slowly appeared on the scene and stood in front of the judges' table. Take out the poke ball studded with pink diamonds, kiss the pink diamond on it and summon Tianai very gracefully. Like Serena, the poke ball bounced back into Mari's hands. Tianai used the power of the moon. Unlike the moon power of Fairy Ibrahimovic, Princess Tianai's moves are more elegant. The white moonlight sprinkled on Tianai and Marie as if covered with a veil of whiteness. Tianai used Diamond Storm. Tianai summoned countless pink diamonds that spun around Tianai at speed. At this time Tianai is the princess of the Diamond Country, and the kind of elegance and nobility cannot be done by ordinary elf. Tianai used the sharp stone attack. Tianai scattered the diamonds and flew towards the crowd. The pink diamond falls on everyone's hands with unmistakable precision, and the people who hit it do not hurt. The audience erupted into a tsunami of shout. Tianai and Mari are simply princess sister flowers. Although these pink diamonds are just illusions, they will be small in a while, but they are still beautiful. Yes, the light refract the colored brilliance through the diamond, which is really beautiful. Amid the applause of the crowd, Molly and Tianai held hands and slowly stepped down from the stage. Serena and Mari's performances were very exciting. The judges in the judges' table gave their own evaluations. The score came out quickly and the two were indistinguishable. In fact, the moves of the two are also very gorgeous, which can be said to be equal. The judges in the judges' table were all judged and only Qin Mu's last vote was left. It can be said that whoever Qin Mu vote for this vote will win the final victory. The judges on the judges' bench all looked at Qin Mu with a smile in their eyes. That ill-intentioned little face made it clear that this was a conspiracy. These judges did it on purpose. They voted for the tie on purpose. Qin Mu never expected that he would catch an eagle for a lifetime, and as a result he let the eagle peck here. Just when Qin Mu hesitated, not knowing who to vote for, a staff member of the Elven Alliance leaned into the leader's ear with a panicked "Press Zion." The staff whispered, "Will grow up. The sacred beast Ipertar has been found in the Carlos Forest." Chapter 46. Hearing this, the champion Kurenai beside her was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Ipertar, god of death?" The Alliance leader nodded like chewing WA and said, "That's right, it's the god who represents death." Qin Mu on the side saw that the high level of the Alliance was in turmoil and coldly reminded, "I don't see the need to let me vote. Quickly evacuate the crowd. These high-level officials who are pampered and well-respected will be chaotic when they encounter an emergency. They have the strength to retreat all over, but the onlookers will be killed and injured." Qin Mu scoffed at this behavior, but he couldn't bear to see the gorgeous competition become Ipertar's slaughter competition. Hearing Qin Mu's reminder, the Alliance leader was empowered, slammed the table, picked up the microphone above and shouted, "Everyone evacuate in order. The Alliance trainers maintain order. Be quick." The audience in the audience listened to the unknown reason and did not obey the order at the first time, but began to talk. "What's going on? We haven't seen the winner of the gorgeous contest yet, so why did we let it go?" Listening to the Alliance leaders, really an something big must have happened. Joke isn't the most important thing in the league right now. A gorgeous tournament? Could it be that Ipertal came out? The elite trainer who learned the inside story heard that people were still talking and he was furious and shouted, "Hurry up! Ipertal will come in a moment and he will all die here." These words are like gunshots that break the silence of the forest, and a stone stirs up 1,000 sound waves. The news of Ipertar's coming spread 10, 100 and was soon learned by the entire venue. With horror written on everyone's face, they scrambled towards the door. Stampede quarrels cries one after another. What's more, regardless of the dense crowd, he directly summoned a huge tropical dragon, rode the elf and flew out of the venue. For the people of the Carlos region, Ipertalis, the embodiment of death. Since childhood they have heard in legends that wherever the god of death Ipertar appears, the creatures will be sucked away and turned into stone statues. So everyone's faces were full of horror, and some timid ones were directly frightened and paralyzed to the ground. The trainers who maintain order do everything they can to calm the crowd. Qin Mu on the judges' table finally couldn't stand it and summoned the Deathwing to control the order of the scene. Deathwing control the scene, disobedient direct destruction. The Deathwing on the booth bowed slightly and then flew into the sky, unfolding its dark black body and shooting red lava towards the elves summoned below. Wait and dare to summon the elves again, shoot and kill. The sound of the Deathwing of the 100-meter body was enough to make everyone feel deafening. There was also coercion from the gods which made the panic people somewhat restrained. Deathwings then roared, obey the master's arrangement or die. Everyone stopped in unison and looked up at Qin Mu in unison. Qin Mu picked up the microphone and said without hurry, those near the it will follow the arrangements of the trainer and the rest will be carried out by the elves. The originally chaotic scene was quickly controlled by the alliance and everyone was evacuating in an orderly manner. However, there are still some ill-wishers who disturb the order and are stunned on the spot by Deathwing. The people who left the venue were all grateful, which made Qin Mu's reputation increase again. The alliance lord looked at the gradually receding crowd, collapsed on the chair with satisfaction and praised Qin Mu. King Qin Tianwang, thanks to you this time. The champion Kurenai beside him also cast an admiring gaze and said, I really didn't expect that the powerful King Qin Tianwang also had such a powerful on-the-spot command ability. Qin Mu was not praised but instead looked up at the sky and said, okay, let's think about how to deal with Ipertar. The surrounding trainers were like frosted eggplants and their faces darkened. Hey, with our strength we definitely can't stop Ipertar, the alliance leader said helplessly. But we can't let Ipertar wreak havoc in the Carlos region, Kurenai said indignantly. Qin Mu waved his hand and said, gather all the elite trainers and build a system to block Ipertar. When the alliance leader heard this, he praised King Qin Tianwang is right, although he is facing a divine beast, our human system is not vegetarian. Kurenai mused, legend has it that Ipertal is evil, flying dual-line elves, rocks, electricity, ice and goblin moves have miraculous effects on her. On the side, the Dragon King Dora Ena interjected, we only have fairy elves who can take out their hands. The Fire Heavenly King Pachira's sunny day system and the Water system Heavenly King Jimmy's rainy weather system are completely useless. The Steel King Yan Kai is also a single-handedly king of the king, but there is a key ring that is steel, and the Goblin dual-line elf Dora Ena also only has the Super Tanabata Blue Bird Goblin move, but she is very strong. And although the champion Kurenai has the Ice Dragon of the Ice system and the Super Shanadot of the Goblin system, there are not many elves who restrain Ipertar. Like the Sunny Day system and the Rainy Day system, it is also an elf with its own fairy aura. Unfortunately, her name is Gelnias, so it can be said that it is even more difficult for the alliance to block Ipertar. At this moment a thick bright red fog descended from the sky. It is this thick fog that look harmless to humans and animals, eluding terrifying coercion. Kurenai asked, what is it? The four heavenly kings also looked at each other and no one could understand what was inside. There was a sound of flapping wings in the dense fog and the face of the alliance leader changed like a great enemy. Kurenai noticed the alliance leader's strange appearance and asked, does the alliance leader know what it is? The alliance leader said word by word, Ipertar. Everyone was shocked and summoned their powerful elf. Even Qin Mu, who was as powerful as Qin Mu, recalled the Deathwing to block in front of him for fear of a destructive light coming in. The smoke cleared and Ipertar revealed his true identity. If the newly revived Ipertal alliance is still possible to defeat, Ipertar, who sucks the life force all the way, can completely beat the alliance. At this time Ipertar had a metallic luster on each paw and each feather was as straight as a steel needle, not to mention the coercion emanating from the top and bottom of his body. The elf, who was as strong as a heavenly king level trainer, and he was afraid to even look at her with a slight weakness and fear. At this moment Molly and Serena changed into civilian clothes and walked out together. When Qin Mu saw the two, his face was instantly bad and he quickly let the wings of death take him down. Qin Mu turned over and jumped in front of the two and said, why are you two still here? Forget it, immediately go back to the Taoist Hall and bring all the elves to Carlos Canyon. Chapter 47. Hearing Qin Mu's and Ias words, the two quickly nodded. Qin Mu waved his hand and the wings of death waved their wings and took the three away. Qin Mu has also heard of the great name of the god of death Ipertar, and with her strength she can definitely rank in the first echelon. Even if he was as strong as Qin Mu, he was not sure that he would defeat Ipertal with a single single elf. It must be understood that the first echelon of Gurador and Gaoka often fought for 3 days and 3 nights, devastated the Fengyuan area. So just in case, Qin Mu asked the second daughter to take the elves in the hall to retreat to the Carlos Canyon on the side first. As for the elves who could not even restrain Ipertar, they couldn't make up a systematic elf alliance, and Qin Mu really didn't feel that he could stop her. If Qin Mu didn't make a move, Ipertar as the god of death would have to kill all living beings before he was willing to leave the Carlos region. In this way his dragon Daist Hall will also be affected, so he must make a move. At the same time, the top of the alliance has begun to fight against Ifertar. Fire Lion use flamethrow. Super Water Arrow Turtle use the water cannon. Pachila's Ace Fire Lion spat out a 10-meter giant flame, burning the water vapor in the air. Shimai's Super Water Arrow Turtle blasted out a 20-meter water column so fast that there was a sonic boom in the air. But Ipertal didn't look at them and used his shadow doppelganger to dodge the menacing attack. The skill schemed through the after images created by Ipertar and collided together. Water and fire are incompatible, and the aftermath of evaporation makes the elves below take a few steps back. On the other hand, Ipertar, who was closest to the center, was indifferent. Seeing the unbearable performance of the two heavenly kings, the champion Kurenai shook her head and told them both to step back and attack Ipertal with the goose armor and Doracina. Super Xanadu use magic to shine. Hearing use magic to shine. Super Chi Blue Bird use magic to shine. The 3 beams of light fused together, turning into a 100-meter long silver-white pillar of light, and attacked towards Ipertar. In the sky, Ipertar opened his body to cover the sky and turned into a large Y shape. The leader of the alliance, who watched this change in the audience, changed his face in fright and muttered, "Destroy the light, destroy the light." Unlike in the forest before, this one is bigger, thicker and more dazzling. The destruction light and magic shine collide violently, bursting out powerful energy. The air wave blew the clothes of everyone present like the death bell of death. The 3 elves gritted their teeth and struggled, but because the disparity in strength was too great, even if they had attribute restraint, they were hit by the destruction light and retreated one after another. Finally, the 3 elves could not support the high-intensity attack and were defeated by the destruction light. Seeing that the destruction light was about to attack Super Xanadu, everyone asked the elves to make defensive moves. Great North Nose use wide area defense. Jewel Starfish use cosmic power. Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit use parting gifts. Relying on the defensive skills of the elf, they were able to prevent the destruction and death of Ipertar. Because this move consumed some life energy, Ifertar was furious. She would actually expend energy for some bug, and she had to make these bugs her power. So Ipertar spread his wings and cast the wings of death. Although they have not been sucked away from all their life force, they are also in danger. The champion Kurenai, who was sucked away most of her energy, knelt on the ground, looked desperately at the elves who were struggling around, and then looked up at Ipertar in the sky, shouting in despair, "Is there really no way?" Ifertar heard her shout. An array of destruction smashed through. Kurenai's ace Super Xanadu sees that she is in danger, does not wait for orders, expends all his strength and uses teleportation to block in front of Kurenai. Kurenai watched in a daze as the elf stood in front of her and shouted in disbelief, "No!" At this moment a huge figure blocked in front of them. Kurenai, who was about to collapse, saw Lai Long and said with relief, "You are finally here." Then he fainted. The green-eyed dragon spread its wide wings and blocked the destruction light, saving Kurenai and one elf. Then with a wave of his wings he sent the people and elves lying around him to a safe place in the back. Qin Mu, who was holding the wings of death, glanced at Ipertar and said indifferently, "Ipertar?" But that's it. Ipertar sensed that the 2 elves beside the human were unusual, each exuding a majesty comparable to his own. Roared, "You 2 are God, and you bend your knees and the feet of human." Deathwing was furious when he heard this and roared, "The master gave us life, how dare you such an ant insult?" Although Ifertal had palpitations, her dignity as a god did not allow her to retreat without a fight. "When I finish sucking your life, my strength will definitely go to the NET level." Noisy. On the green eye is the ultimate dragon. The green-eyed E-Dream dragon had long been impatient, and after receiving Qin Mu's order he rushed forward with a roar. Ipertar's pupils shook and he quickly slammed the divine bird. She tightened her body and rushed towards the green-eyed E-Dream dragon like a sharp arrow. Boom! The 2 collided together, creating a huge noise. However, the green-eyed E-Dream dragon is not too dominant because her 3 songs have some impact on hand-to-hand combat. On the opposite side, Ipertar has 15 sharp claws on wings and tail, as well as the original 2 claws. Although the green-eyed dragon has thick scales on its body, Ipertar's claws are also sharp. Although the claws could not break her defenses for a while, they scratched her after a lot of time. The green-eyed dragon broke free from Ipertar's attack and turned to spit out dragon breath at her. The pursuing Ipertar hurriedly used the shadow doppelganger to pull away and dodge the fatal blow. But the dragon breath of the green-eyed E-Dream dragon was like pressing the navigation, chasing her true body and constantly attacking. Ifertal was bored roared to run turned and spread his wings and sent a destructive light towards the green-eyed dragon. Two pillars of light collided together and no one could help the other. However, Fertile is the god of death and she urges the life energy she has plundered before to add another fire to the destruction of light. The destruction light became a lot thicker and soon pushed the dragon breath of the green-eyed Etrium dragon in front of her. Qin Mu frowned and said to the commotion of the Deathwing, "Let me down, you go and help the green-eyed Etrium dragon." Deathwing carefully lowered Qin Mu to the ground and then roared excitedly and shot a dragon breath towards Ipertar. At the same time, the group hiding in the shadows stretched out their heads to watch the fight and whisper. Chapter 48. Guys, I don't think we can pass up this opportunity to become famous. The person who spoke was actually the host of the previous gorgeous competition, and these people hiding in the shadows turned out to be members of the program team. The cameraman at the head nodded in agreement. That's right, I remember that when I interviewed Qin Mu last time the ratings reached a record high. The live broadcast effect this time is definitely better than the last time, and the title is set as Double Dragon Heavenly King vs God of Death. Everyone agreed, and as a result Qin Mu's battle was broadcast live. As if he had a premonition, Qin Mu turned around and saw the program team members tiptoeing to place the equipment. His brows furrowed, feeling that staying with these people would disturb his battle. But thinking about it, the last interview made him gain a lot of prestige, so how much prestige should he gain in this wonderful battle? When the program team saw Qin Mu looking at them, he froze in place for a moment and his nervous palms sweated. After seeing that Qin Mu ignored them, he dared to carry the equipment lavishly. After a while, a simple live broadcast studio was set up. With the preparation completed, the live broadcast naturally began. People who had fled home not long ago and were packing up their things to run away saw that the original broadcast of the gorgeous competition had become a live broadcast titled Double Dragon King vs God of Death, and they clicked in curiously. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I saw Deathwing and the green-eyed Etrium dragon vs Ipertar. This shocked the people who felt that disaster was imminent, and they turned their strength into words to support Qin Mu. "Wah, King Qin Tianwang went to fight with Ipertar. Come on, you will definitely win. That's the god of death." Qin Tianwang went to the meeting single-handedly. What man can have such courage as the heavenly king? I packed my things and was ready to run, but I didn't expect that there were still people who knew that there were tigers in the mountains who were biased towards Tiger Mountain. "King Qin, I love you." The divine chosen system sent a hint of prestige, but Qin Mu didn't have time to pay attention to it. This time the battle is not like an ordinary elf battle, but a battle between high-level beings. Although the green-eyed Etrium dragon was defeated by Ipertake, the strength of the two was not affected, which is like those Super Sonaido's super water arrow turtles. A burst of destruction light can be cleaned up. Not to mention that 10 shots destroy the light, even 100 it will not end the battle between the god. Therefore Qin Mu had to command 2 divine beasts before he could defeat Ipertar in a short time. Deathwing, you fly into the sky and rush. Green-eyed Etrium dragon, you use the light cannon behind to cover the Deathwing. Deathwings put away their moves and soared into the sky. The green-eyed polar dragon constantly attacks Ipertar with light cannons in the distance, leaving her with no time to care about the wings of death. The wings of death rushed to a height of 3,000 meters, spread their dark red wings and slammed into Ipertar. She tightened her body to minimize resistance and speed up the descent. As the speed became faster and faster, the Deathwing rubbed violently with the air and its body was like a layer of flame smashing towards Ipertar like a meteorite. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the wings of death like meteors and felt unbelievable. Wow, it looks like a shooting star. Ipertar definitely can't stop it. I also hope that Ipertar will be defeated, but the divine beast war will take at least 3 days. I'm afraid Qin Tianwang will not feel good. I am very satisfied to see the divine beast battle in my lifetime, but I still hope that King Qin can end the battle sooner so that I don't have to worry about it. Looking at the many war screens in the live broadcast room that pressed concern, the host said on the side, "We must believe in the strength of King Qin Tianwang. He must have the ability to end the battle quickly." Back on the battlefield, Ipertal saw the wings of death galloping down, and she understood that this move would definitely break her bones, so it was necessary to dodge this blow. She urged the strength of her whole body and just wanted to use the hidden spirit surprise attack. She was shot by the green-eyed Etrium dragon. Angry, she shouted, "What is the skill of 2 fighting 1?" As a result, before he finished speaking, he was smashed to the ground by the Deathwing. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large pit of 100 meters, and in the center lay the seriously injured Ipertar. As for the wings of death, although the huge inertia made her inseparable with Ipertar, the god of death, as a cushion, she was only slightly injured and then flew to the sky to quietly recover from her injuries. Because of the angle, the camera could not capture the condition of Ipertal in the pit. The live broadcast room began to talk about it. "This move is simply the most powerful move I've ever seen in my lifetime. Ipertar is dead, right?" "It's so nervous," they all said. say that there is no smoke or injury. There is no smoke at all. It is estimated that it is a serious injury. Please hurry up and finish Ipertar. You don't stand up. Ipertar in the cave was seriously injured, but his strong vitality and Haj's moves allowed him to recover in a short time. She flew again, but this time her eyes were red and the feathers on her body stood up, which seemed to swell a lot. I, God of Death, will let wait for blood today. As Ipertar's voice fell, a strong storm was set off in a radius of 10,000 meters with her as the center. Two of the divine beasts were okay, but Qin Mu and the program group of the human body couldn't stand it. Seeing this, the green-eyed E-Dream Dragon created a transparent wall of light to block in front of Qin Muhao's program group. Seeing that Ipertal was going to use all his strength, Qin Mu solemnly said to the two dragons, I command you to block them at Ipertar. Ipertar slammed the divine bird and was forced to stop by the two dragons. He also hit the evil fluctuation, and the result was that Erlong easily prevented it. Embarrassed, Ipertar shot out a 500-meter thick destruction light, which was easily dodged by the two dragons. Her shots again and again were defused by Qin Mu again and again. The most important thing is that every time Qin Mu can find the optimal solution, use the most labor-saving method to avoid the deadliest attack. Yi Pelter looked at Qin Mu, who had a grim face and suddenly lost his breath and released a destructive ray towards him. After seeing this, Qin Mu hurriedly asked Shuanglong to block the attack, but the attack between the gods was within a fraction. Even the speed form of Deochesis could not stop this destructive light. The destructive light at this time was like a scythe threatening Qin Mu's life. You know, destroying the light itself is a powerful move. If you want to receive the destruction light of Ipertar, you must at least have the physique of a fast dragon, otherwise you will be beaten into slag. The rapid speeding destruction light was about to hit Qin Mu, and the 100-meter thick pillar of light seemed to be about to devour Qin Mu. Chapter 49. The Deathwing and the green-eye E-Dream Dragon in the air saw that the destruction light was about to hit Qin Mu. The two dragons also fell on their bodies despite Ipertar's attack. They desperately flapped their dragon wings trying to block this attack in front of Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu was too far away from the two dragons, and even if the two dragons tried their best, it would be impossible to catch up. Champion Kurenai wakes up leisurely in the back and sees that Ipertar's destructive light is about to hit Qin Mu. Regardless of the severely injured body and the storm in the air, Super Shanaduo used teleportation to push Qin Mu away. The program team members hiding behind the wall of light stopped the equipment worth millions of alliance coins in their hands and looked at Qin Mu blankly. The audience in the live broadcast room also stared at the screen in panic, afraid of missing a little detail. Don't, Qin Tianwang. King Qin Tianwang, you can't fall, you are the only hope. Woohoo. Don't dare to look, Qin Tianwang, you must be fine. Because of the barrage frantically brushed up in the live broadcast room at this time and the loss of concentration of the program group, the huge live broadcast room instantly blackened the screen. Pika, Ash and Pikachu on their shoulders showed desperate look, and they had experienced many divine beast battles. Knowing what the destructive rays of Ipertar meant, it was an attack that humans could not withstand. Carlos Canyon, Molly and Serena looked at the blackened live broadcast room blankly, tears coming out of their eyes without fighting. The two hugged each other tightly, and only each other could understand their mood at the moment. The elves of the Dragon Daist Hall saw the scene where Qin Mu was about to be hit through the riffle wall created by Princess Tianai, and they all wailed in pain. The entire Carlos region is mourning Qin Mu and mourning this rising star who has been a rookie for less than half a year. What's more, he closed his eyes in pain and smashed his phone, unwilling to admit all this. Because of the fermentation of the Ipertal incident, people in other areas also knew Qin Mu's great name, and many people came to the live broadcast room to see the heroic posture of the teenager. Unexpectedly, I saw the jealous genius, and I felt sorry for this genius. At this time, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly lit up. I saw a golden shield as wide as 100 meters appear in front of Qin Mu with 4 big characters engraved on it: badge of courage. The destructive light hits the shield with a loud noise. Bang! Mars splashed around, and the aftermath of the impact created huge smoke. Only the ground under Qin Mu's feet was intact, and a huge pit was blown out of the surrounding 500 meters. Everyone's eyes were uneasily fixed on the center of the smoke, trying to see the situation inside. When the smoke screen dispersed, the shield along with Qin Mu stood there intact, and the golden protective film built by the shield was still shining. Mari and Serena hugged happily, and the dragon elves howled excitedly. My god, today was definitely the most shocking day of my life. Qin Tianwang, eternal god, and those who say bad things about the heavenly king behead. Why did a shield appear in front of King Qin Tianwang? It doesn't look like props. Are there still mythical beasts? With the barrage of the live broadcast room, the reputation of the God's Chosen system is also skyrocketing wildly, this time longer than ever. But Qin Mu held the spirit ball around his waist and felt very relieved. The battle Tyrannosaurus Tyrannosaurus beast is still very timely and this brave shield is just right. However, he does not want to show this whole card, the so-called whole card. Only when the crisis is a moment the whole card will be played. Qin Mu, who was standing behind the golden shield, looked at Ipertar coldly and said slowly, "Okay, me Deathwing's green eye dream dragon, give it to me." Xuanglong, who was frightened and stupid by Ipertar's move before, had long wanted to smash her corpse into 10,000 pieces, and after receiving Qin Mu's order he flew to Ipertar with his fists rubbed. The champion Kurenai, who teleported over, fell into Qin Mu's arms, and a pair of big eyes that could squeeze out water looked at Qin Mu helplessly. "That King Qin Tianwang, I want to save you." Qin Mu hugged Kurenai's soft body, crying and laughing, and asked, "Then what's going on with you?" "Well, I was sucked half of my life by Ipertal just now, and because I was in a hurry I didn't take the medicine, so I was." Before she finished speaking, a blush crept up Kurenai's cheek and her whole body was hot. Qin Mu took out a recovery potion and fed it to Kurenai. After a short while Kurenai left Qin Mu's embrace and could stand. Mary and Serena, who were far away in Carlos Canyon, saw this scene and their faces were as ugly as if they were jealous. At the same time, Ipertar, who was high in the air, was not idle. Seeing that Qin Mu did not command the double dragons, he took the opportunity to attack them. However, Deathwing and the green eye dream dragon are not vegetarian. Previously, because of Qin Mu's temporary evasion strategy, they did not attack Ipertar. Not that they were afraid of Ipertar. On the contrary, if it weren't for Qin Mu, the master, with the personalities of the two of them, they would have fought with Ipertar for a million rounds. Deathwing directly summoned a meteor shower, and although one or two did no actual damage to Ipertar, a sufficient amount could not make her get any benefit. The green-eyed dream dragon used the dragon's head to eject 3 white lasers, each of which shattered time and space, wrapped in time fragments and space debris. Even if Ipertal used a 1,000-meter wide destruction laser, this time it was not an opponent of the two combined. Ipertal was shot down again, and as before she was once again restored with her strong vitality and Haja skills. Ipertal flew into the sky, his entire body shrouded in a haze. For Ipertar's state at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room sensed a trace of fear. "Ipertar's defeat has been decided. Is there anything else she can't do? When I was a child I heard my grandmother say that when the god of death ends his life he will absorb the life of all living things. No, if Ipertar can use this skill, there are still creatures in the Carlos region." Ipertar stretched his wings and his open body was aggregated to 300 meters. She said in a heavy tone, "The majesty of the god of death must not be provoked." Deathwing. The creatures within a radius of 10 miles all felt that their bodies were empty, as if their souls had been sucked away. Ipertar sucked half of their lives, and at this time Ipertar had half-step top combat power. She can now wrestle with Arceus and Neclozma. Her size ponded to 500 meters, and the coercion she used was more than that of 2 dragons. Qin Mu looked up at Ipertar and his heart raised interest. He knew that the god of death could not be defeated so simply, and the Deathwing and the green-eyed dream dragon could finally exert their full strength. Chapter 50. Deathwing, green-eye dream dragon, bring out your true strength. Qin Mu's eyes are tough, this pelter he must take. Deathwing and the blue-eyed dragon began to use all their strength to frantically attack Ipertar, but the life force that Ipertal had just absorbed had strengthened him a lot, and his defense and attack power were almost unlimited. This made Deathwing and the green-eye dream dragon a little helpless and could only keep dodging his attack. Deathwing dodged Ipertar's attack while secretly looking for a breakthrough. Although Ipertar's attack was very strong, but he still had no trick. This trick is amazingly powerful. As long as it is issued, it will definitely seriously injure him or defeat him in one fell swoop, but the consumption of this trick is also very large. Once used, it is very likely to fall into a coma. Deathwing constantly dodged Ipertar's attack, but Ipertar's speed was too fast and he had to dodge first, not daring to easily counter-attack. At this time the green-eyed dream dragon let out a roar and then opened its blood basin and tore towards Ipertar. Bang! The mouth of the green-eyed dragon collided with Ipertar's head and 2 huge shock waves spread out in all directions. The green-eyed dream dragon shook and almost fell. Deathwing quickly reached out to grab it lest it fall to the ground, and then it would be trouble. Ipertar. At this time Deathwing let out a roar. His wings first wrapped him tightly, and then with a flash of blood-red light the wings unfolded and countless flame feathers instantly cut through the sky and flew straight towards Ipertar. At this time the green-eyed dream dragon also reacted, and he also used a skill. Jets of white light followed and struck Ipertar along with the plumes of flame. Bang! Bang! The flame feathers collided with the jet of white light and attacked Ipertar in unison. 2 powerful attacks plotted instantly, forming a huge shock wave that shattered the nearby trees and turned them into debris. Although Ipertar took these 2 moves abruptly, the powerful shockwave also took away a large amount of Ipertar's health point. This makes his health less and less. Ipertar watched his life value decrease little by little, and he couldn't help but be angry in his heart. damn. I want you to know how good I am. Ipertar spread his wings, his body quickly raised, and he pounced on the Deathwing and the green-eyed polar dragon. He wants to kill them both. Ipertar's speed was extremely fast, and he pounced on the back of Deathwing and the green-eyed extreme dragon in the blink of an eye, and then prepared to use one of the best moves, the dark aura of evil. He was ready to strike a fatal blow and end the battle once and for all. But at this moment the body of the Deathwing actually disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the green-eyed extreme dragon present. What? Ipertar was stunned. He didn't react at all, but the Deathwing had disappeared from his sight. Oops. Pelterton felt bad, but just then a straight line of flame came from behind him and hit him right in the chest. It was the molten flame unleashed by the Deathwing, who Ipertar was hit, fell directly from the air and directly smashed a bottomless pit on the ground. A pained Zion appeared on his face as the molten flame hit his chest, penetrating his body and piercing a bloody hole through his chest. The green-eyed extreme dragon immediately added a few more rays of white light towards the big pit. Never let Ipertar get up again. At this time only thick smoke came out of the big pit and there was no movement. Deathwing forcibly stabilized his figure, and just now he let the green-eyed extreme dragon cooperate to attract the attention of Ipertar, and he used the magic move instantaneous to launch an attack which knocked Ipelter down. Although Deathwing, which consumed a huge amount of energy, was not unconscious, he was also extremely weak now, and I was afraid that it would take a while to replenish the energy consumed. After waiting for several minutes there was no movement in the pit where Ipertar fell, and everyone began to make a sound. Ipertar, is it dead? Some people proposed to go to the big pit to check it out, but everyone had seen the horror of Ipertar and they did not dare to act rashly. Qin Mu took a step at this time and walked towards the big pit step by step. King Qin, you have to be careful. Beware of Ipertar playing dead. The people at the scene and the people in the live broadcast room lifted their hearts together, and the closer Qin Mu was to the big pit the higher their hearts were. Walking to the edge of the big pit, Qin Mu stopped. He didn't find anything unusual, but the pit was full of smoke, making him unable to see the situation in the pit. Qin Mu beckoned towards the green-eyed extreme dragon. The green-eyed extreme dragon immediately noticed and opened its big mouth to blow away the smoke in the pit. The smoke cleared and Ipertar, who should have been in the pit, actually disappeared. Instead an egg that was sleeping and covered with thorns appeared. Ipertar has once again changed back to his primitive sleeping form. We are safe. When the leader of the Elf Alliance saw this scene, he immediately shouted with joy, "We're safe! Long live the dragon! Long live King Qin!" Everyone began to cheer, and the rebirth after the disaster made everyone's faces look heartfelt joy and joy. Fortunately Qin Mu appeared in the gorgeous competition today, otherwise none of the people here would have been spared from being wiped out by Ipertar. Maybe by then the entire Carlos region will be taken away by Ipertal. Qin Mu is their lifesaver, the savior of the Carlos region. Everyone was cheering for Qin Mu, but Qin Mu, as the party concerned, was focused on the egg in the big pit. Ipertal was not wiped out but turned into a sleeping egg. This means that the threat is not completely removed. If Ipertar wakes up again, they will be in crisis again. Qin Mu thought of a way to avoid this situation, that is, pay Ipertar. After all, it was his two dragons who defeated Ipertar, so you can try to subdue it. Qin Mu took out a high-grade spirit ball from his body. When everyone saw this scene, they all understood what Qin Mu wanted to do. But Ipertar is so powerful, can he really be subdued? As Qin Mu threw out the high-level spirit ball, everyone's hearts were lifted again. After the spirit ball touched the egg, a light mist immediately appeared and surrounded the egg and then sucked it in. Everyone held their breath. Everyone gasped. The poke ball shook. Everyone's heart is going to jump to the mouth of the throat. After shaking for about 5 seconds, the poke ball calmed down again. Shang! It worked. The poke ball shakes again. Some people are so nervous that they forget to breathe and turn their faces red. After a while the poke ball calmed down again. Just as everyone was about to take a deep breath, the poke ball shook violently again, this time stronger than the previous 2 times. Some people closed their eyes in fear. They did not dare to look at the result, but then a deafening shout broke out. The poke ball lit up with a green light that was successfully subdued. Qin Mu succeeded. He successfully subdued Ipertar, the god of death. At this moment Qin Mu is the god in people's minds. With a golden ring, Hoopa takes in everything that just happened at the magnificent competition. Looking at this human who put the poke ball containing Ipertar into his pocket, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Hoopa's mouth. Chapter 51. Seeing that Ipertar, who was hard to defeat, was subdued, the green-eyed extreme dragon let out a long breath, licked its wings and sent the high-level spirit ball to Qin Mu. Qin Mu held the high-level spirit ball floating in the air and felt the power of Ipertar inside. He stood in place surrounded by 2 dragons who had just fought and held in his hand the parite ball of Ipertar, the god of death. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they couldn't hide their excitement in their hearts and buckled up one after another. King Qin Tianwang is mighty. He solved Ipertar alone. If I want to be a woman, I have have to marry you. The feeling of the rest of your life after the disaster is fantastic. Qin Tianhuang is the savior of Carlos. Without you today's Carlos is a scorched earth. Originally Qin Tianhuang had really terrifying strength and he recovered Ipertar who in the alliance can beat him. In my opinion it is better to let Qin Tianhuang be the alliance leader. Champion Kurenai rubbed her eyes and asked in disbelief, King Qin Tianhuang really recovered Ipertar? Qin Mu raised the high-grade spirit ball in his hand and said it's like a fake bag. Seeing Qin Mu's handsome behavior, Kurenai trotted over excitedly, threw herself on Qin Mu and kissed him fiercely on the face. However, Kurenai quickly reacted. Her face was like a ripe lobster and she twisted and pinched and said, I'm just too happy. Qin Tianhuang, don't mind. Qin Mu looked at the shy Kurenai, touched the deep lip print on his face, waved his hand and said, it's okay, I'll go back and wash. Suddenly Kurenai's face turned even redder. The program group on the side frantically captured the two and they were ready to broadcast this face overseas. The two women who were far away in Carlos Canyon were originally very happy when they saw Qin Mu subdue Ipertar, but when they saw this scene their faces instantly fell. Thinking of Kurenai's hug before the two looked at each other, Serena took the lead in speaking. Molly, I think we should go over and congratulate brother Qin Mu. Molly nodded and said, that's exactly what I mean. The two rode the elves of the Dragon Daist Hall and rushed toward Qin Mu non-stop. Different from the happy mood of ordinary people, the high-level leaders of the major forces saw Qin Mu subdue Ipertar and they each had ghosts in their heart. If you want to say who is the most uncomfortable, the first is the criminal group in the Carlos area, the Flash team. The leader Vilately stared at Qin Mu on the screen and his hand holding the document was bruised. He glanced at the core research report on the document again and was immediately furious. Akbai, why is progress really slow? Qin Mu has subdued Ipertar. Vilately flung the document at Akbai, the chief scientist of the Flash Corps. Although Akbai's body was trembling, he still reported the research process truthfully. Boss G. Kageld's life level is so high that no one has studied it to that extent. Shaking with anger, Vilately pointed to her nose and asked, how did that Mutuo come out? Yeah. Hearing this, Akobi lowered his head in shame. Vilately took a deep breath, picked up the white coat hanging aside and said, it's really waste, I still want to go out myself. At the same time the rocket team which once controlled the divine beast also received news. Sakeka stared at the blurry photo of Mutuo on the table and muttered, Qin Mu can use the power of the divine beast and so can I. Sakeka. Apollo pushed the door in and asked cautiously, boss, do we continue to cooperate with the flames? Sakeka put down the photo, looked up at Apollo and said, now Qin Mu's strength is unfathomable, sit back and watch. If the flame team decides to make a move you must also assist them, but be fully prepared. Good. Apollo led the way to retreat. Sakeka picked up the photo not knowing what to think again. True New Town. Dr. Oe looked at the live broadcast in amazement and he could stuff an egg in his mouth. He said incredulously, there are more demon trainers than Zai. I am afraid that Qin Mu can defeat the Fini King. No. Dr. Oe picked up the pager. I have to tell the headquarters about the situation. The three major groups that work for the Tiger in the Carlos region also looked solemn when they learned the news that Qin Mu had subdued Ipertar. The big crisis is the dark hunting group, and the shady things they do are enough to make these people spend the rest of their lives in prison. The leader looked at the direction of Qin Mu's battle from a distance and said to the people around him, contact the flame team and be ready to join forces. She knew that Vilately was not a good stubble, but it was undeniable that the flames were now powerful. With Qin Mu's powerful combat power, she did not believe that the Elf Alliance would allow the dark hunting group to develop steadily. Only by uniting with more powerful forces can we compete with the Alliance. But can she really block Qin Mu, who subdued Ipertar? She is also very bottomless in her heart. Inside the Seven Colors Dojo, the Nightland Sky rushed into Hong Lao's room. Elder Hong, Qin Mu has subdued Ipertar. Elder Hong's face was also a little ugly, so he said calmly, not bad, but looking at your windy appearance, did you encounter something? Yalanchen picked up the teapot on the table and drank it, wiped his mouth and said, that is the god of death, the god who has slaughtered many living beings. Can you let a hairy boy hold her? Elder Hong pondered for a while and said, Ipertar has become a cocoon, so there should be no danger. Yalanchen waved his hand and said, the Wind King can create Lei Gongyan, Emperor Water Lord, and Ipertar as the god of death, who knows if he has left a backhand. So what do you mean? Let Qin Mu hand him over. Yalanchen said solemnly, the power of the gods is too terrifying and needs to be firmly mastered by us. Elder Hong nodded. He also thought that Ipertar's strength was too terrifying, not a force that ordinary people could master. Royal Dragon Family, why hasn't Adu been found yet? Where the hell has he gone? Dragon Decepticon roared at the Dragon Court. What a big thing happened in the Carlos area to subdue Ipertar, and Adu actually did not return. The Royal Dragon Family, which originally held a grudge against Qin Mu, had no idea after learning that he had defeated and subdued Ipertar, leaving only one thought: to befriend befriend him. As a former challenger, Adu naturally had to be sent by the royal dragon family to apologize and give gift. It's just that now that Adu has no news, the royal dragon family can only stare enviously. Live streaming. The high-level leaders of the Elven Alliance woke up one after another and arranged for people to clean up the devastated field. The first thing the Alliance leader did when he woke up was to grab someone and ask how Ipertar was when he learned the news that he was taken in by Qin Mu. First he was stunned and then he hurriedly found Qin Mu. Chapter 52. King Qin, can you let me see Ipertar? The Alliance leader rubbed his hands and asked. Hearing this, Qin Mu's eyelids lifted lightly and said, I'm afraid that she will run out again to cause sabotage. The Alliance leader shook his head and said, that's not what I mean. Ipertar is too dangerous. I'm afraid of hurting King Qin Tianwang. Qin Mu looked at the Alliance leader coldly and said angrily, if the Alliance leader doesn't bother, I will settle Ipertar. The shrewd Qin Mu could see at a glance that the Alliance leader wanted to take Ipertar for himself, but he would definitely not hand over the divine beast, and when the time came, let Ipertar obey himself and he would definitely gain great prestige. When the Alliance leader heard this, he was like a deflated leather ball and his face suddenly became dark. He turned to see Deathwing nestled on the side and turned to whisper to the people around him. Seeing the Alliance leader retreating, Qin Mu walked to the side of the Deathwing and examined her wounds. Master, I'll be fine. Deathwing gritted his teeth. After seeing the injury of the Deathwing, Qin Mu's face became ugly, but he didn't expect that Ipertal was really difficult. He took out some of the recovery potions and energy cubes he had prepared from his bag and asked Deathwing to take them. At this time, the senior trainer of the Alliance pushed out a cartload of potions block and piled them in front of Deathwing. 047. Qin Mu turned his head to look at the Alliance leader who commanded the staff in the distance to clean up the mess. The champion Kurenai Net to him said, this is the high-level potion and high-level energy cube stored by the Alliance. Not only these, because of this incident the Alliance decided to award you the highest medal of honor in the Carlos region. Saying that, a young trainer walked in front of Qin Mu with a brocade bow. For the highest medal of honor, Qin Mu originally did not want to accept it. This small medal represents the attitude of the Alliance, which saves a little face for the Alliance defeated by Ipertar. There will be another and there will be another too, and the NET time the Baokai Alliance encounters something that cannot be handled, it will run over to Qin Mu for help. However, the pile of potions worth 50 million Alliance coins in front of him eliminated Qin Mu's heart disease. As we all know, most of the dragon elves are irritable and have to get started at every turn, resulting in many dark diseases in the elves of the Dragon Hall. These potions are good for healing the elves in the hall, and they can also help Deathwing quickly regain its strength. Therefore Qin Mu accepted the highest honorary medal, and with a wave of his hand he took all the potions. At this moment Molly and Serena arrived with a large number of elves from the Dragon Dojo Hall BBFJ. One by one the two rolled over and jumped off their mounts and ran to Qin Mu's side. Master, are you alright? Ipertar didn't hurt you, did he? Brother Qin Mu, I'm so worried about you. Net time I must improve my strength and fight side by side with brother Qin Mu. Kurenai saw this scene and smiled awkwardly. Unexpectedly the two looked at her at the same time, their eyes full of doubt. Kurenai was stared at with hair, completely unaware that it was because she kissed Qin Mu before. This reminded her that because of Ipertal's agitation the winner of the gorgeous competition had not yet been decided. King Qin, the champion of the gorgeous competition, has not yet been selected. Hearing this, Qin Mu looked at Molly and then at Serena. The palm and back of this hand were full of meat and Qin Mu didn't know what choice to make. At this time the Alliance leader came over and said, King Qin Tianwang's apprentice and Serena are here. Fortunately I just happened to present the medal. After speaking, the Alliance leader took out the championship medal from his arms and brought it to the two. This gorgeous tournament did not determine the winner because of the troubles of Ipertal, so I decided on behalf of the league that there will be two champions in the Carlos region this year, namely Mari and Serena. Qin Mu took the lead in applauding the two and there was a round of applause around them. Serena said to Qin Mu excitedly, thank you brother Qin Mu, if it weren't for you my fairy Eevee and I wouldn't have won the championship. Molly also cast a grateful look at Qin Mu, which was also the first championship she won. After the media finished the interview, Qin Mu took the two back to the Dragon Department Taoist Hall. This is followed by a large group of elves carrying potions. Qin Mu jumped to the ground and arranged for the elf to put the potion away. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. He said to Molly, you and Serena distribute these potions to the elves in the hall and I will go and settle Ipertal first. Subsequently, under the gaze of the two, Qin Mu returned to Carlos Canyon with the green Dream Dragon and the Deathwing. Qin Mu put the high-level spirit ball of Ipertar deep in the canyon and told Erlong to take good care of it. For ample walk around her every day, eat net to her, eat net to her. Anyway, how to intimidate, how to come and strive to make her surrender as soon as possible. Meanwhile Meanwhile Mari and Serena gather all the elves and have them line up to receive the potion. When the distribution is finished there is not much left of the 50 million potions. Serena said to Molly while collecting the remaining potions, let's go cook together and wait for brother Chin Mew to come back. Mari nodded and pulled Serena into the back mountain. Serena asked, puzzled, isn't it to cook? Why did you pull me to the back mountain? Molly ignored Serena and summoned Princess Tianai, saying, Tianai, use shoot down. Princess Tianai summoned a pink diamond and threw it at the pheasant in front of her. Molly ran over and picked up the pheasant and said, Master likes to eat wild game from the back mountain the most. Serena suddenly realized, summoned the fairy Eevee and said, Fairy Eevee, use the high-speed star. The fleeing mallard on one side is stunned by the stars summoned by the fairy Eevee. Serena picked up the duck happy like a child. The two returned to the dojo and used what they had learned all their lives to make delicious dishes. At this time Chin Mew, who had placed Ipertar, also returned. Seeing the two of them making chickens and ducks, one of them, I suddenly felt my head grow. The last time I really did it I almost broke his belly. Brother Chin Mew, try the 8 treasure duck I made. Saying that, Serena picked up a piece of tender meat, blew hot air with her small mouth and fed it to Chin Mew. Seeing that Chin Mew ate it, Serena picked up another piece with joy. Brother Chin Mew, come eat another piece. Seeing this, Molly also learned the appearance of Netherine, picked up a piece of chicken, blew it and sent it to Chin Mew's mouth. Serena stuffed a bite of duck meat, Molly stuffed another bite of chicken, and soon the chicken and duck on the table were only a pile of skeleton. Chin Mew smiled helplessly, looked at the two and said, satisfied, I have eaten all your things. But the two of them were just like a fight and soon launched an after dinner dessert. Serena's strawberry Christmas and Mari's is a fruit platter. Chin Mew quickly waved his hand, saying that he was not hungry but he could not stand the personal feeding of the two. He could only eat all the dessert in one bite so that he couldn't get out of bed later. Just as they were playing, a golden ring suddenly appeared in the center of Carlos City, the place with the highest flow of people. Chapter 53. People stopped to observe the golden ring, wanting to find out the secret inside. The eyes of the Flash team followed the crowd and rushed over, reporting this mysterious sign to the Flash team headquarters, and soon recruited the Flame team researchers. They raised a long cordon around them, making it look like a murder scene. This attracted more people, which caused the Elven Alliance to notice the golden ring. Bara, who had green hair, picked up a knife and cut it on the golden ring, wanting to take some samples and bring them back for study, but there was not a trace left on the ring. Bara's brows frowned slightly and he flicked out the elf ball and summoned the elf Chop Commander. Chop Commander used the metal claw. A shining steel claw appeared on the back of the slashing commander's hand, slashing down fiercely towards the golden ring. As before, there was not a single trace left on it. Chop Commander used the guillotine pliers. Bara, who saw that the steel claw was ineffective, decided to perform a stunt. I saw that the chopping commander summoned a 3-meter-long metal tongs and slammed towards the golden ring. The result was still ineffective, and the angry Bala unleashed the sword dance superimposed on the attack power of the slashing commander. Slash Commander used the sword dance. It was not until the sword dance was stacked that Bara decided to strike. Chop Commander use guillotine. As a result, the chopping commander was bounced and flew out backward, and the ring still did nothing. The people watching the play around talked about it, and they were amazed at the golden ring that appeared. Isn't it even the senior researchers of the Flame team are constantly chopping? What is the origin of this thing? Isn't it some prop similar to the Arceus slate or something? I see that only the god can make such hard things. The headquarters of the Elven League in the Carlos region. Commander, a golden ring appeared in the city for no reason, exactly the same as the ring that appeared before, but it did not disappear this time. Hear reports from your subordinate. The alliance leader was suddenly uneasy, thinking of the appearance of the ring before. It took away a lot of things, and the iconic item of the super demon god Hoopa is the golden ring. If the rings that appeared before were coincidence, then this time it was definitely the Hoopa Buddha figure. Liberating Hoopa is much more terrifying than Ipertar, the god of death, who is a top god. The alliance leader now only hopes that Hoopa has not found the pot of punishment, and it is better to punish Hoopa in that way, and the current alliance can no longer forbid the destruction of the god. The alliance leader slammed the table and shouted to Dora Ena, the dragon heavenly king sitting on the side, go and summon the 4 heavenly kings and the champion Kurenai. Do you want to call King Qin Tianwang? Dora Ena asked. The alliance leader shook his head and said, I will personally go and shout. You can let people evacuate and minimize the damage to the city. Dora Ena turned and left, summoning the super Chi Blue Bird outside to summon the high-level combat power of the alliance. At this time, Hoopa, who did not know where to hide, was looking at the members of the Blind Flame team, making him laugh. Humans are so stupid, they want to gnaw my baby with insects and laugh me to death. Hoopa suddenly changed his face, looked at the 3 people around him, clapped his hands and threw the 3 people into the golden ring with his mental power. At the same time, the top management of the alliance also rushed to the scene. scene. The crowd was evacuated and Bara and the others were detained. You have no right to detain us. Wait, someone will come to our rescue. Bara, who was taken away, shouted. The reason why the flames are really fearless is because the Alliance does not have substantial evidence, including the previous Dragon Conference. Because the flames are rich and enemy, there are many lawyers who can reverse black and white to form a legal team to defend them, plus their pressure in other aspect. This matter is over. Champion Kurenai stared at the golden ring with a grim face, ignoring Bara, who was shouting loudly. The General Steel King Yankai asked, did you find anything? Read violent novels, go on Fanfiction network. No. Kurenai shook her head, but I can feel the coercion inside. She looked upside and said, let's organize people to evacuate first. I'm afraid that this time the gods are no less than Ipertar. Then what reason do we use to advise people to leave? Kurenai thought for a moment and said, give them that the super demon god Hoopa may becoming a more terrifying instance than the god of death. Okay. Yankai took the trainer to organize people to leave. However, people were reluctant to leave at first, and after learning that it was the super demon god Hoopa, they were so frightened that they didn't take their clothes with them and they quickly left the city. As for Flowers Zero, even those trainers who maintained order could not hide the panic in their hearts and tightly grasped the spirit ball with one hand. At this moment, the three people who had disappeared earlier, Adu, Chiri and Doctor, were thrown out of the golden ring. Everyone was shocked and they were about to smash into Kurenai, who was closest to the ring. At this time, Super Shanado uses teleportation to rescue Kurenai. Only when the three fell heavily to the ground did everyone see their appearance. Ah, isn't this Adu, Chiri and Doctor? The three were dressed in rags and their e-post skin was full of bruises which could be said to be dying. The poke ball pinned to their waist became a pile of fragments and the elf inside was nowhere to be seen. Kurenai immediately asked the paramedics to carry them away and then stared warily at the golden ring guarding against Hoopa's net move. At this time the ring released a sharp sound. Be shocked, Hoopa can do anything. Everyone was shocked and the Super Shanadot who crowned Kurenai couldn't stop shaking. Kurenai saw at a glance that this was a scare move and quickly reminded, this is a scare move, hurry up and let the elf take the energy cube so as not to fall into chaos. Hoopa, who heard this through the ring, was very unhappy and said angrily, well, it makes me angry. The golden ring disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, inside the Dragon Dojo, King Qin saved the Cass region. The Alliance leader said that he was about to kneel down for Qin Mu. Qin Mu pulled up the Alliance leader and asked what happened. The Alliance leader told him about the super demon god Hoopa and finally cried and begged Qin Mu, King Qin, save us. 100 million Alliance coins will be presented afterward and the Alliance will shape a statue for you to admire in the Carlos region. The super demon god Hoopa, but comparable to the instance of Arceus, even Ipertar saw Hoopa and he had to give three thin faces. However, as soon as he thought of solving the prestige brought by Hoopa, Qin Mu felt that he could try it. Don't worry, Commander, I will solve Hoopa. The Alliance leader looked at Qin Mu's resolute face and asked worriedly, the wings of death have recovered? Qin Mu smiled mysteriously and said, no, I don't need her. Chapter 54. In the distance, a 300-meter tall Liberation Hoopa appeared in front of everyone. The pink and purple braid on her head towered high, two long horns thrust into the sky. Arms hovered around her, each arm had a golden ring, a large dark hole in her chest and a thick tail knocked down one house after another. Everyone looked at the big pink-gray monster in front of them and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of spit. At this time Kurenai also knew why Hoopa could be called a super demon god. Gentlemen, this battle is not only a decisive victory or defeat but also a matter of life and death, Kurenai said. Everyone nodded, commanded their elf and attacked Hoopa in the distance. Super Shanado used spiritual strength. Super Tanabata Bluebird used the Song of Perdition. Super Water Arrow Turtle used the water flow to crack. The various attacks of the 1000 Deo 847 are towards the liberation of Hoopa, although there are large and small, but they are undoubtedly the strongest attacks of all the elf. The trainers of the Elven Alliance watched with anticipation as the flying skills smashed towards Hoopa, hoping for a miracle. Is that all? Only to see that Hoopa's two arms flung out golden rings, one enlarged in front of her and the other flew nowhere. Let you see the other dimension cave of Lord Ben. All attacks passed through the golden rings and descended from their head. What? We have golden rings on our head? Our moves have all been returned. How does this fight? Don't say it. Use the defensive move. The trainers shouted desperately, but the experienced ones made quick decisions. However, it takes time to cast a powerful defensive move, so only powerful elves can prevent this attack. At this time the Elven Alliance was killed and injured in half. Gee, human beings today are really far worse than they were more than 100 years ago. Kurenai shouted towards Liberation Hoopa, don't be arrogant, King Qin Tianwang hasn't come yet. Hoopa laughed, is that the human kid who beat Ipertar? Hoopa's face changed and he roared fiercely, then can he master the power of nature? After that all the golden rings on Hoopa's body flew out. Shrouded in the sky, the pitch black hole is aimed at the city cave of another another dimension. The sudden disappearance of the sandstorm raging in the Guandu area greatly puzzled the temperament scientists in the region. The raging typhoon in the Johto area became calm and the surrounding fishermen knelt down and shouted miracle. The long devastated sea tornado in the Fenjiayuan area suddenly disappeared and tourists rushed out of the hotel to enjoy the beautiful sunbathing. The erupting Tengwan mountain in the Sinnoh region quietly extinguished and people went out to collect the valuable volcanic ash on the ground. As the tornado disappeared in the United Peoples area, people rushed to collect the blown items. The tsunami in the Ellora area inexplicably turned into a small wave and people who were puzzled looked at each other. Liberate Hoopa and transfer all the natural disasters in the SI regions to the Carlos region. Howling sandstorms, raging tsunamis, reinforced concrete of cities. In the face of these forces of nature is a thin piece of paper. The huge city turned into ruins in an instant and people who did not have time to flee lost their lives in an instant. The city's drainage system is filled in a matter of moments and the seawater that carries sewage gradually rises. The prosperous and beautiful city became devastated under the liberation of Hoopa. The remaining trainers teamed up to clear a pure land in the middle of the city, but there was only so much they could do. Under the god, preserving oneself is the greatest effort. Champion Kurenai stared blankly at Wang Yang days below as well as the elf and human bones floating above. Seeing her masterpiece, Jafang Hoopa exclaimed happily, "Can your Qin Mu achieve this level?" Kurenai woke up like a dream and said to her elf, "Stay if you want to fight me and I will release the rest." Like Kurenai, the other trainers are saying their elves a final goodbye. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction network. In times of crisis, the friendship between humans and elves is manifested. Of the 1,000 elves, not a single one fled. Since long-range attacks can't work, then we will be close to Hoopa. Super Xanadu use the Mind Head Hammer. Super Chi Blue Bird use the Divine Bird to rush. Super Water Arrow Turtle use the Water Flow Tail. 1,000 elves carrying the trainers rushed up and attacked in all directions to liberate Hoopa. Hoopa snorted coldly. Wall of light. Liberating Hoopa easily summons a wall of light that envelopes his body. The elf hit the 10-meter thick wall of light and were bounced out. Champion Kurenai fell to the ground, looked up at the elves that kept falling and sighed secretly. Is there really no way? At this moment, Qin Mu with the Deathwing and the Green Eye Dream Dragon blocked in front of the liberation of Hoopa. When Hoopa saw Qin Mu, he alertly withdrew the SI golden rings. "You're finally here, Qin." Qin Mu looked coldly at the behemoth in front of him and said, "Prepare to die." Jafang Hoopa let out a deafening laugh. "So you are preparing to fight 2-1? Qin Mu looked at Hoopa coldly and did not make a sound. "Oh, I'll learn from you human trainers too." After speaking, Hoopa threw SI golden ring. "Come out, Guradu Gaoka." Rift Empty Sea. Chief Reem. Ride Latina. Dark Ray. Guradu wearing fiery red scales jumped out of the ring. Dark Blue Gaoka flew out from inside the ring. Bamboo Green Crackseat burst out from inside the ring. Grey Blue Chief Rem slowly walked out from inside the ring. Grey Riding Latina ran out of the ring and Black Dark Ray floated out from inside the ring. Although these elves had a dull look in their eyes, their coercion was enough to surprise Qin Mu. SI Divine Beasts plus liberating Hoopa for a total of 7 Divine Beasts. The gathering of the 7 Divine Beasts is an event that has never been seen in the history of the elves. 07 let alone one person singled out the 7 Divine Beasts. Guradu Gaoka, the original return. As Hoopa's voice fell, the Omega on Guradu's body stood out while the on Gaoka's fins glowed blue. "Qin Mu, I see what you blocked." Qin Mu's face was unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that this battle was very difficult to fight and he would definitely not be able to fight with 2 dragons alone. Therefore it can only be allowed to let the battle Tyrannosaurus beast come out. Thinking of the performance of the Tyrannosaurus beast in the previous battle, Qin Mu was suddenly full of confidence. Jafang Hoopa on the opposite side saw Qin Mu's confident eyes and asked in disbelief, "Could it be that you still have a backhand?" Qin Mu took out the spirit ball and whispered to the battle Tyrannosaurus beast inside. "Battle Tyrannosaurus beast, your confinement is over early. Come out and make a big fuss." Chapter 55. Guradu Gaoka. Rift Empty Sea. Chief Reem. Ride Latina. Dark Ray. Every divine beast brought out alone is an instance that makes a city tremble, and at this moment these SI powerful divine beasts actually gathered together. The appearance of SI divine beasts' huge energy fluctuations directly triggered the vision of extreme weather, and the dark clouds in the sky covered the sun so that the world below was suddenly in darkness. The dust is flying, the wind is howling, and it blows so hard that people can't open their eyes. It's like the end of the world. SI divine beast stood tall in the sky as if they were judges of this world, and the strange thing is that every divine beast has red eyes as if it has lost its mind and been manipulated by people. The terrifying coercion brought by the SI divine beast is enough to scare people into peeing their pants and make people prohibitive. Everyone present was frightened and sluggish. Why do these divine beasts appear together? People thought about this question in shock, and the 2 divine beasts among them, Rift Empty Seat and Dark Ray, are really familiar. Then they thought that they had been thrown on the street thousands of miles and doctor before. Everyone immediately reacted. 11 split empty seat and dark ray are thousands of miles and dark too. Their divine beast was taken away and manipulated by Hoopa. As a divine beast, Hoopa not only has the ability to control the power of nature but also can control the divine beast. What a terrifying instant. At this moment people looked at Hoopa as if they were looking at Yan Wang yet and were afraid. Hoopa gathered these SI divine beast to completely destroy the Carlos region. It's terrifying. I'm getting out of here. You'll be dead if you stay here. We don't have the ability to fight the divine beast. Let's save our strength and escape. The appearance of SI divine beast huge energy fluctuations directly triggered the vision of extreme weather, and the dark clouds in the sky covered the sun so that the world below was suddenly in darkness. The dust is flying, the wind is howling, and it blows so hard that people can't open their eyes. Some trainers who had originally planned to fight to the end saw the appearance of the SI divine beast, and the only remaining hope in their hearts was shattered. More and more people began to panic, did not dare to confront Hoopa again but began to find a way to escape. The crowd fled in panic, running around to hide. At times like this people don't care about anything, they just want to escape this terrifying hellish place. The divine beast roared and a terrifying coercion enveloped the city. The entire city was trembling as if it was about to collapse, and the buildings on the ground collapsed one after another, and one building after another collapsed under this powerful coercion, turning into ruin. Carlos elves screamed even more. Some of the weaker elves could not withstand it at all under the coercion of the divine beast, die on the spot, and some humans can't stand such a stimulating scene and faint directly. Help! Help me! The crowd cried and was terrified. They don't know exactly who has provoked the sacred. Why did this happen? SI divine beast descended at the same time, which was simply a catastrophe. Whoosh! One of the divine beasts raised its head and roared, suddenly raised the solace of its feet and stepped on the ground fiercely. Suddenly the ground cracked, rubble rolled down and dust flew up. A huge rock was flattened by it, revealing the abyss below as if a bottomless dark world. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. The hearts of everyone were even more shocked and terrified. It's just terrifying. This kind of scene they usually see in the movie is very shocking, but now it really happens in front of them, allowing them to directly break through their previous self-perception. In the face of the terrifying strength of the divine beast, ordinary humans are as small as ants. Run away! I don't know who shouted, and the people who were originally shocked by the divine beast and forgot to act immediately scattered and flew in all directions. Roar! A roar sounded from the mouths of the SI divine beast, shocking everyone again. It was just a roar, but the shock wave generated was amazingly powerful. Everywhere they passed, houses capsized, streets shattered, buildings collapsed. Countless elves and humans died. Everyone is busy running for their lives, but one person is doing the opposite, towards the direction where the SI divine beasts were. Strive against the stream. Some people were so surprised that they forgot to run away and stared closely at the figure who was running in the opposite direction to everyone else, sailing against the water. Just when everyone thought that they would be buried under the hands of SI divine beasts along with the entire region of Carlos, Chin Mu stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. After everyone saw the figure clearly, they were moved. In such a situation they do not expect someone to stand up, because the consequences of standing up are a dead end. Although Chin Mu has super high strength and has 2 dragons in the face of those SI divine beasts as well as Hoopa, he can't escape that fate. Everyone regretted it. Some people were awakened by Chin Mu's actions, gave up the idea of escaping and decided to resist the SI divine beast and Hoopa with Chin Mu. Chin Mu blocked the SI divine beast with the wings of death and the green Dream dragon, and 727 blocked energy fluctuations for Carlos people and elves. Looking at the lonely Chin Mu alone, Hoopa said, what a courage worthy of defeating the human beings of Ipertar. In the face of Hoopa's praise, Chin Mu did not respond but said, Hoopa, if you disperse those SI divine beasts now, stop here and leave here, I can avoid a battle with you. Hearing Chin Mu's words, Hoopa laughed loudly. Are you threatening, Hoopa? That's interesting. Not only did Hoopa have no intention of stopping, but he became more and more excited after listening to Chin Mu's words. Ipertar, you can be defeated by 2 dragons, but in the face of SI divine beasts, what do you rely on to win? Hoopa laughed at Chin Mu. No matter how powerful Chin Mu's 2 dragons were in front of the SI divine beast, they could only be obediently defeated. Chin Mu sneered and then threw out a spirit ball. In that case, then this battle is inevitable. Fight the Tyrannosaurus beast. Show up. A high-level spirit ball was thrown into the air and a dazzling light instantly spread as if it wanted to cut a crack in this dark sky. Then a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. This long-lost freedom. My battle Tyrannosaurus beast can finally come out. Chapter 56. As a magnetic sound appeared, a huge coercive pressure swept in, instantly covering the range within a radius of 100 meters. A huge figure covered the sky and a low roar was transmitted, shocking everyone's hearts. Super metallic full-body armor, giant claws that can tear everything apart, extremely hard shield. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast appeared strongly and the momentum was monstrous. A dragon groan resounded in the sky, accompanied by a blood-red light cutting through the sky. The thick arms of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast suddenly smashed towards the ground and a strong shock wave spread out in all directions. The strong attack wave directly shattered the hard soil layer, and the underground mud and rocks were also impacted by this strong force and flew upward. Deep cracks spread out from the earth, destroying the entire landscape. The debris in the ground continued to shoot outward, forming huge waves of earth. The earth trembled, cracks were everywhere on the surface, explosions occurred from time to time, and earth and rocks splashed on the ground. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast was very excited because it had not seen the light of day for too long, and he didn't control himself and hammered it twice to the ground, but he didn't expect to cause such serious consequences. Master, I didn't expect this land to be so fragile. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast looked at Qin Mu with innocent eyes. He didn't want to be locked up again. Your power will hit the enemy. This place can't stand your toss. I know, Master. Seeing that Qin Mu didn't mean to blame him, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast returned to its arrogant appearance. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. I didn't expect Qin Mu to have such a terrifying elf. No wonder Qin Mu had the courage to go it alone. The strength displayed by the Tyrannosaurus beast just now is amazing. And at this time an unmanned helicopter sent by the media appeared on the scene and filmed the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Originally I wanted to film the scene of Hoopa and the SI divine beasts wreaking havoc, but I inadvertently filmed Qin Mu summoning a new divine beast. This shocked the audience. Another dragon beast. It seems to be more than a little stronger than Deathwing and Eyed Dragon. This is incredible. Oh my god. I could feel the majesty of that Tyrannosaurus across the screen. How many whole cards are still not revealed on Qin Mu's body? Maybe Carlos is saved. Everyone secretly marveled at the terrifying strength of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast in their heart. They stared intently at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and suddenly they noticed a badge of courage on the back of this battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Look at the shield behind that Tyrannosaurus. Do you feel familiar? I remember that when Qin Mu fought with Ipertar and was almost hit, it was such a badge of courage that protected him. I remember too. It turned out that it was this Tyrannosaurus that saved Qin Mu. It turns out that Qin Mu has such a strong elf and he has never taken it out. Everyone was fiercely discussing this battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and they thought that perhaps this battle Tyrannosaurus beast was the key to defeating the SI divine beast controlled by Hoopa. Carlos' major forces, after seeing the appearance of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, were all panicked. Qin Mu actually took out such a powerful dragon spirit again, but he just took Ipertar. Deathwing, blue-eyed polar dragon Ipertar plus the new Tyrannosaurus that has now appeared. There are a total of 4 divine beasts. The divine beasts they all dreamed of getting were there, but Qin Mu already had 4. Every single one is brought out and the strength is so terrifying, especially this newly emerged Tyrannosaurus. Qin Mu refreshed the strength in their minds again and again. Almost every time they saw Qin Mu again, they would overturn their previous perception of Qin Mu, and Qin Mu was far beyond the strength they could predict. That's why Qin Mu dared to face the crisis again and again, facing the difficulties. It's because he has confidence. The wings of death, the green-eyed extreme dragon, including the new Tyrannosaurus that appeared now, are all Qin Mu's strength. An even more terrifying idea appeared in the minds of the high-ranking officials of the major forces. Perhaps Qin Mu's strength is more than that. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction network. The thought scared their heart. After feeling terrified, they all rejoiced. Fortunately, they did not choose to be enemies with Qin Mu. Otherwise they will definitely not end well. But the Flame team is different from the Rocket team. They have already formed a bond with Qin Mu before, which makes them regret it incomparably. Seeing Qin Mu release a new divine beast, Team Flash and Team Rocket fell into panic. If they knew that Qin Mu's strength was so terrifying, they would never provoke him. But now it's too late. They can only find a way to improve their strength lest Qin Mu find the door to settle accounts in the future and they can compete with it. The Flame team can only hope for the body of Carlos Guardian Beast, and Team Rocket can only be tied to Team Flash and seek a way together. Seeing Qin Mu release a new dragon spirit, Hoopa was a little shocked. A human being could actually possess 3 powerful divine beasts, which he had never seen before. Moreover, this Tyrannosaurus that appeared later looked more powerful than those 2 dragons. The energy on this Tyrannosaurus is indescribably powerful. Of the SI divine beasts present, none of them could have such powerful energy fluctuations. Maybe the strength of this Tyrannosaurus is terrifying. This made Hoopa feel a little threatened. However, even if this Tyrannosaurus is very powerful, plus those 2 dragons and the divine beasts controlled by themselves, it is 3 to SI, accounting for half of the quantitative advantage. Even if there is some gap in strength, relying on this more than doubled quantitative gap, how can the gap be pulled back? Moreover, there is Hoopa himself. In this battle, Hoopa firmly believes that he can win. Lee's just don't think you can defeat Hoopa with 3 dragons. Hoopa can do anything, Hoopa said to Qin Mu. Qin Mu sneered, Hoopa, you will pay for all the crimes you have done. Qin Mu's word provoked Hoopa to be completely angry. Abominable human being. Hoopa does everything right. Hoopa is the king of this world. Qin Mu began to be on guard, allowing the Deathwing, the green Dream Dragon and the battle Tyrannosaurus beast to gather together to form a small formation. Ready for battle, guys? Whoosh! The 3-headed dragon responded to Qin Mu's question with a deafening dragon roar. Hoopa, who had already been angered by Qin Mu, heard the shouts of the 3 dragons and immediately commanded the SI divine beasts under control to rush towards them. Tear them to shred. With Hoopa's order, all SI divine beasts swarmed toward Qin Mu's side. The Great War begins. Chapter 57. Qin Mu analyzed the situation in an instant and made perfect tactical arrangement. The most powerful battle Tyrannosaurus beast against the Earth God Primordial Gerudo, the Sea God Primordial Gaoka. Then the green-eyed Dream Dragon confronted the Upper Dragon Container Chief Reem and the God of Destruction Road Latina. In the end, because Ipertal had not yet recovered his full strength, the Deathwing faced 2 divine beasts with slightly weaker strength, the 1000-mile Rift Empty Seat Dark Deuce Dark Ray. Liberation. Hoopa watched Qin Mu finish making tactical arrangements and mocked, you think you can defeat me in this way? Naive. Gerudo use the Sword of the Cliff. Gaoka use root fluctuation. Primordial Gerudo gathered his primordial power to reach his arms, his body shining with the dark red of magma, and slammed towards the ground. Countless magma-clad rocks erupted from the ground, stabbing at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Primordial Gaoka urged the primordial power to create 10 blue energy balls around him. With a loud roar, the energy ball shot out a dark blue beam and stabbed towards the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. In the face of the 2 great ancient divine beasts, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast still did not change its face. She summoned the Shield of Courage with 1073 hand and gathered the energy of atmospheric existence with the other hand, gathered a little and released ultra-high density high heat energy bomb. The Shield of Courage blocked Gaoka's root fluctuations and the battle Tyrannosaurus beast took a few steps back. The Gaia energy cannon and the Sword of the Cliff collide together, producing a violent explosion. The resulting shock wave blew away anything within 100 meters, leaving only the earth full of ravines and the land turned scorched yellow by the influence of molten slurry. Even the helicopters flying at high altitudes were affected and the entire fuselage was slowing down. People in the live broadcast room felt the vibration of the camera and were shocked. My god, this is a kilometer high. What kind of combat will affect the helicopter? This is the battle between the divine beast, and this battle is fiercer than the previous battle against Ipertar. Look at Qin Tianwang 3 to SI. His face is full of calmness. How strong is he? The tens of billions of pixels of the camera clearly captured Qin Mu's face and the audience could see his calmness. Seeing that Qin Mu did not panic in the slightest, Liberation Hoopa pouted and did not care about the chieftain Rem who were fighting and decided to find the field on the battle Tyrannosaurus beast first. Gerudo used the armor. Gaoka used the sacrifice to rush. Primordial Gerudo swung his mountain-sized fist towards the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and every time she ran it was accompanied by a landslide. The original Gaoka flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, tightened his body and slammed into the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Seeing that Hoopa was ready to let Gerudo and them fight the battle Tyrannosaurus beast in close quarters, a sneer appeared on Qin Mu's face. Since Hoopa wants to solve the battle Tyrannosaurus beast first, then he will accompany him to the end. Fight the Tyrannosaurus beast. Calm down, use war drive. As Qin Mu's order fell, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast quickly reacted. She unleashes her potential, mobilizes her whole body strength and accumulates it on the surface of her body. Because of the overload, milky white steam wafted out of her body, creating an air cyclone overhead. Just as Gerudo and Gaoka were about to rush in front of them, Qin Mu shouted, "It's now! Use battle tornado!" The battle Tyrannosaurus beast rapidly rotated its body and quickly generated a tornado with a radius of 100 meters. Fiercely collided with the original Gerudo, the original Gaoka. However, because the battle Tyrannosaurus beast accumulated strength, it was easy to knock them away. Gerudo was knocked down to the ruins 100 meters high, while Gaoka was shot down on the scorched ground. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the battle Tyrannosaurus beast repelling the menacing Gerudo and Gaoka and instantly plotted, "My god, she knocked Gerudo and Gaoka flying. 1,200. Those two have carried out the original return and they can still fight too without falling into the BBDB downwind." How strong is the battle Tyrannosaurus beast? The battle Tyrannosaurus beast is strong, but without Qin Mu's command just now the result may be certain. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. Looking at Gerudo and Gaoka who were beaten out, Liberation Hoopa's face was gloomy and said, "Well, you Qin Mu play the trick of charging power." Qin Mu snorted coldly and said, "It's that you can't command the elf." Hoopa was furious and roared, "Gerudo, get me up. Gaoka, get out of here! Gerudo roared, shaking away the ruins that pressed on him. Gaoka shook his huge body and flew up from the ground. Gerudo used bodybuilding move. Gaoka used the meditation move. Of course Qin Mu would not let them finish with their strength and gave orders to the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Use Tyrannosaurus fire. Interrupt their charge. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast roared, opened its blood basin and spit out 2 huge red fireballs. Liberating Hoopa will not allow her to interrupt Gerudo and Gaoka's charging moves, so he uses the wall of light to stop the Tyrannosaurus flame. Qin Mu frowned and said, battle the Tyrannosaurus beast, continue to use the war drive. Since you can't cross Hoopa the super demon god, it's better to strengthen the battle Tyrannosaurus beast so as not to be suppressed by Gerudo and them. As a result, the scene was quiet for a while, but everyone with a discerning eye knew that it was the calm before the storm. What's going on? Why didn't King Qin Tianhuang take advantage of the victory to pursue? Both sides are accumulating because Hoopa blocked the battle Tyrannosaurus beast and prevents her from interrupting Gerudo's moves. Swa can only fight with them who strengthens first. The scene has become so depressing. I hope that King Qin Tianhuang can defeat Hoopa. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't bear the loneliness and opened a heated analysis on the barrage. Because the battle Tyrannosaurus beast had been strengthened before, it had to be strengthened before Gerudo. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast let out a long roar, venting the energy that was about to implode. Qin Mu understood that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast urgently needed to release its energy, so he ordered battle Tyrannosaurus beast use dragon beast equipment. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast was like a sharp arrow off the string, stabbing straight at Gerudo and Gaoka. She easily tore through the 10-meter thick wall of light and rushed to Gerudo at an extremely fast speed. A punch slammed into Gerudo's abdomen, knocking her 100 meters away, and without slowing down he flew in front of Gaoka and knocked her away with an upper hook punch. However, because they have also strengthened many times, they have not been beaten as badly as before. Hoopa didn't care about fighting the Tyrannosaurus beast to break through the wall of light she created and instead ordered the Gerudo to them. Gerudo used the sword of the cliff. Gaoka used root fluctuation. This time their big move was different from the one before the beginning. Just the energy spilled out of the move and they all produced a powerful shock wave. The helicopter was affected by the bumps up and down, which was very uncomfortable. Chapter 58. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast once again flew Gerudo and Gaoka. Gerudo and Gaoka were sent flying again, and the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is too strong. Thanks to the previous strengthening of King Qin Tianhuang, otherwise it would not have been possible to really accumulate strength so quickly. But Gerudo, they are not weak. Looking at their moves this time, they are much stronger than last time, and I don't know if Qin Heavenly King can block it. Qin Mu also knew that their big move this time was not simple and said to the battle Tyrannosaur beast, the time has come to fight the Tyrannosaurus beast. Use the Gaia energy cannon. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast gathered powerful energy in its chest, compressing this energy to a point at its limit. Because of the huge energy coupled with the small space, the body of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast was constantly trembling. Roar! I saw her roar and throw out the Gaia energy cannon that had been accumulated for a long time. The Deo wounds on the body of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast are all repercussions brought about by the overload of the body. Primordial Gerudo's cliff sword, Primordial Gaoka's root fluctuation, and Gaia energy cannon for fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. The most powerful moves of the three collided together, bursting out with earth-destroying energy. The helicopter was blown upside down by the air wave generated by the explosion in the sky, and the hard-working pilot had excellent skills, otherwise the plane would be directly destroyed and killed. Because the energy was too dense, 1,000 meters around the explosion produced a blinding white light. Because of this dazzling white light, the audience in the live broadcast room could not see the situation in the venue. What happened? Why does my screen freeze? My god, this is the battle between divine beasts. Can't we people even see it? King Qin is still at the center of the explosion. He won't be fine, right? As the white light gradually dissipated, people also saw the situation in the field. In front of Qin Mu, the shield of bravery, which had previously blocked the destruction of the light of Ipertar, was erected, and the 4 divine beasts were carried down by relying on their powerful bodies. Seeing that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast was so difficult, Liberation Hoopa couldn't help but think of rebellion. How about following me? If you can block the original Gerudo and the original Gaoka under my control, when the time comes I will give you what you want. Is it better than following this human being in front of you? The battle Tyrannosaurus beast exhaled 2 hot breaths from its nose and mocked super demon god Hoopa. At just that, Hoopa, who was ridiculed, was furious, and she hated being told that she was not strong. Then let you see what is the means of the super demon god Hoopa. Feature swapping. The power is evenly divided. The defense is tied. Hoopa divided the aspects of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast between Primordial Gerudo and Primordial Gaoka and divided his power among them. Gerudo and Gaoka's momentum skyrocketed while the momentum of the the battle Tyrannosaurus beast fell by half. Qin Mu's pupils shook and he had a new understanding of the power of the super demon god Hoopa. It turns out that her most powerful is not the skill of the demon class of the different dimensional cave but her superpower. Even if the green caterpillar fights with the divine beast, Hoopa can also complete the killing of the god by dividing the move equally and then superimposing her power. However, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is not a product here. No matter how strong the super demon god Hoopa is, can she transcend the limitations of the world to control the battle Tyrannosaurus beast? Fight the Tyrannosaurus beast, suck back the energy that belongs to you. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast roared, trying to suck back the energy that had entered Gurudu and Gaoka. Oil and water are incompatible and those energies are like dehydrated fish sensing the call of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast and throwing themselves into their arms. Liberating Hoopa was very surprised, and so far no elf has been able to escape her trick unless the life level is higher than her, like Arceus, the ultimate creation beast like Neclozma. And every time Hoopa encounters a divine beast of this level there is only one end and he is beaten back to punish Hoopa and sealed. Hoopa shuddered at the thought of the more than 100 years that had been sealed before, so she was hiding from Arceus and the divine beast of Neclozma. She didn't believe that the battle Tyrannosaur beast in front of her who submitted to humans was higher than her life level, which was equivalent to her repeatedly jumping in front of Arceus with a group of garbage divine beasts. Hoopa shouted, Guruduka Oka, go on, defeat this stupid beast. When the battle Tyrannosaurus beast heard Hoopa call her stupid, he became furious and said to Qin Mu, master, leave it to me here, see if I don't smash these two ugly good. Qin Mu nodded and agreed to the request of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Because of Guruduka Oka consumes a lot of primordial power, so sooner or later it will be beaten out of the primordial return state. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. As for flowers, all that needs to be done now is to command the two remaining dragons defeat Chief Reem and ride Latina Rift and Darkrai. And Hoopa, because he had just failed to split the move, did not want to face the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, an incomprehensible elf. So prepare to control the remaining elves. Solve the two dragons first and solve the battle Tyrannosaurus beast in SI-1. Chief Reem use the frozen world, ride Latina and use shadow sneak attack. With Chief Reem as the core, goose feathers and heavy snow fell in a radius of 10 miles. Soon the ground was covered with a thick layer of cold ice and the green-eyed polar dragon was also affected. Her movements became sluggish and her 100-meter-long body was also covered with frost. But riding Latina escaped into the ruined world untouched in the slightest, and she came behind the green-eyed Etrium dragon through the destroyed world. The power of destruction condensed in the air just when it was about to smash on the green-eyed Etrium dragon. Qin Mu shouted, green-eyed Etrium dragon, concentrate your strength, release it from the whole body. The green-eyed dragon mobilized the power of every cell and spread it on every scale in its body. Each scale burst into dazzling brilliance and the immense heat broke free from the control of the frozen world. Almost instantly the green-eyed Etrium dragon dodged the sneak attack of the shadow that was bound to kill. The shadow sneak attack riding Latina hit the ground, blowing up a 1,000-meter deep pit. The audience, who was originally scared half to death, saw Qin Mu save the blue-eyed Etrium dragon and happily launched a barrage. It was really dangerous just now and I almost hit the Qing-Yang Etrium dragon. With such a heavy move, it is estimated that the green-eyed Etrium dragon will not be comfortable. The hard-worked Qin Tianwang arrived in time, which saved the green-eyed Etrium dragon. Liberation. Hoopa looked at Qin Mu, who hurriedly arrived, and roared, there is no battle Tyrannosaurus beast, I see what you used to block my Chief Rem and ride Latina. Qin Mu snorted coldly and said, the green-eyed Etrium dragon is no worse than the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Hoopa looked the green-eyed Etrium dragon up and down and mocked, there are so many heads just a waste. These words caused the strong dissatisfaction of the Kinjian Etrium dragon. If it weren't for Qin Mu here, she would have gone up and fought Hoopa to the death. Chapter 59. Hoopa, I see you only talk big, Qin Mu said coldly. Hoopa felt that her strength was once again looked down upon and shouted, Chief Reem, use war cry, ride Latina, use ghost face. Chief Rem let out a loud roar which frightened the ordinary elves around him into fainting. Riding Latina squeezed out a terrifying face with the power of destruction, staring at the green-eyed Etrium dragon deadly. For Hoopa's delusional idea of scaring the green-eyed Etrium dragon, Qin Mu's face was complicated. The green-eyed dragon was very tired of the Chief Reem who had been making noise and the riding Latina who had been staring at her and wanted to give them a breath of dragon breath. Qin Mu knew the thoughts of the green-eyed Etrium dragon and he also wanted to take advantage of people's unpreparedness. Green-eyed Etrium dragon used the bursting blast. The green-eyed Etrium dragon waved its wings and shot out 100 powerful balls of light. Seeing that the 200 green-eyed Etrium dragon was not affected in the slightest, Hoopa's pupils were earthquake and he quickly made a wall of light move. A 10-meter thick wall of light blocked in front of Qin Chief Rem and riding Latina in a vain attempt to block the bursting blast bomb. Boom! After paying the price of 10 bursting blast bombs, he successfully shattered the wall of light and hit Chief Rem and riding Latina. After a series of explosions, Chief Rem and rider Latina were blown to the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately buckled the barrage excitedly because every trainer has beginner elf feelings. The green-eyed polar dragon was Qin Mu's first elf to appear, and it evolved once, so the audience thought she was Qin Mu's first elf. Wow! Or is my big green eye extremely powerful dragon and I can break through the wall of light with one move? How do you feel that the gods summoned by Hoopa are really dish? Ipertal can compete with the green-eyed polar dragon. It's Hoopa's control of the Taike, and Qin Tianwang is a very powerful trainer. Hoopa looked at the chieftain Rem and the riding Latina lying on the ground, and the morale was angry. Chief Rem, ride Latina, get up. Chief Rem shook his injured body and flew into the sky again. Riding Latina first stood up, then retreated into the destruction space. Chief Rem used Blizzard, ride Latina, and used Dragon Claws. Chief Rem flared his wings and released extremely cold air, shooting a blizzard towards where the green-eyed dragon was. Because the frozen world released before coupled with the blizzard released this time froze the green-eyed extreme dragon in an instant. At this time the riding Latina, who was hiding in the world of destruction, ran out and raised his huge claws and slapped at the green-eyed extreme dragon. Boom! The frozen green-eyed extreme dragon fell to the ground, sending up many snowflakes. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, and I couldn't believe that the green-eyed extreme dragon was actually photographed on the ground. Impossible! How could King Qin Tianwang be defeated? It must be a plan, it must be his plan. The green-eyed extreme dragon is really a powerful elf, it will not be beaten like this. No, the green-eyed extreme dragon will not be defeated. King Qin Tianwang will not be defeated. Just when there was an uproar in the live broadcast room, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Qin Mu's mouth. Green-eyed extreme dragon, get up. As soon as the word fell, the frozen blue-eyed extreme dragon actually flew up as usual. Hoopa dared incredulously and asked how could she stand up. Riding Latina is obviously hit on the body. Qin Mu ignored Hoopa and said to the green-eyed extreme dragon, let's get out. The riding Latina hiding in the world of destruction. The green-eyed polar dragon pointed into the air and shot 3 dragon breaths. These 3 dragon breaths shattered space, shattered time, pierced the destroyed world and hit the riding Latina inside. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. Hoopa was completely defenseless, so the rider Latina was severely injured. Hoopa looked at the wound of riding Latina wrapped in the power of time, the power of space, and asked in disbelief, how can she know the power of time and space? Qin Mu slowly opened his mouth and said, the green-eyed extreme dragon is a light system, a dragon system, dual-line elf, and its moves naturally bring a little time and space power. Hoopa was shocked when he heard this and questioned, it's impossible, I haven't seen the light elf. Qin Mu looked at Hoopa like an idiot and said, green-eyed extreme dragon, use the jet white light. The green-eyed extreme dragon gathered his whole body strength and spit out a white laser towards Chief Rem. This laser contains huge energy, not only shattering space and time but also has unparalleled speed. Hoopa didn't react and the jet of white light hit Chief Rem, knocked her into the ground at once, pierced her body. This earth-destroying move made the audience in the live broadcast room exclaim, oh my god, the green-eyed polar dragon is actually a light elf that has never appeared in history. It is estimated that it is the same as Gurudu's cliff sword, which belongs to the unique characteristics of the god. As the only light elf, isn't it unrestrained? The news that the green-eyed extreme dragon was the first light system elf was soon learned by major forces, and Qin Mu's reputation increased again. Liberation. Hoopa looked at the 2 divine beasts lying at her feet and helplessly divided her power among them again. Looking at Rift and Darkrai, who were fighting not far away, they went over to command their battle. Qin Mu saw that these 2 divine beasts could not turn over any storms, so he went to help the Deathwing and defeat the last 2 divine beasts. Deathwing, because of Ipertal, fell slightly behind when fighting Rift and Darkrai. When Qin Mu saw it, he immediately asked her to release a powerful move. Deathwing, use everything to burn. Wings of death flew into the sky, spread their wings and summoned large panzas of meteors. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hoopa shouted, split the empty seat, use the finishing touch. Stop her. Darkrai, use a dark hole. Stop her from releasing her skills. However, Deathwing's skills are very fast. The rain of meteorites hit the Rift and Darkrai, who rushed up. 3-9. At first they could still insist on persevering, but as the number of hits on their bodies increased, they finally couldn't hold on and were smashed to the ground. Seeing this, Hoopa coldly summoned a wall of light to block the meteorite that fell on them. When everything was burned out, Hoopa spoke, Qin Mu, your elves are very strong, but with that Hoopa pulled out the golden ring again and summoned the fighting primordial Gurudu, primordial Gaoka, Chief Rem, and riding Latina to her side. Qin Mu watched coldly as Hoopa finished all this. At the same time, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast and the green-eyed extreme dragon also flew flew to Qin Mu's side. 1 person, 3 dragons and 7 divine beasts faced each other like this, but the other party was seriously injured. Qin Mu spoke, "You have already lost, Hoopa." When Hoopa heard this, he laughed and said, "The good show has just begun." Chapter 60. Hoopa looked at the SI divine beast with different degrees of injury and mobilized their whole body superpowers. Feature swapping. The power is evenly divided. The defense is tied. The characteristics, strength and injuries of all divine beasts are all divided equally. In other words, the original Gerudo's powerful ability to control light and heat Darkrai can also do it. The characteristics of the 7 divine beasts are shared regardless of each other, and because the strength is different, some powerful moves cannot be released as they should. The equal division of the power to liberate Hoopa takes care of this completely, making the power of each divine beast the same. Their injuries are also severe and light, and the defensive tie makes their injuries completely the same. And because of the powerful recovery ability of the divine beast, they quickly digested all the injuries. Qin Mu calmly watched this scene because he had been prepared for a long time. The big move that Ipertal put before his defeat is still vividly remembered. He knew that these mythical beasts did not have a fuel-efficient lamp. If it weren't for Hoopa forcibly controlling these divine beasts and asking Qin Mu to fight 3 to SI, it would really cost a lot of effort. Qin Mu, now 11 is here. It is my full strength, so let's do it. With a wave of Hoopa's big hand, the SI elf each released their strongest move: Gerudo's Cliff Sword, Gaoka's Root Fluctuation, the Frozen World of Chief Reem, Ride Latina's Shadow Sneak Attack, the finishing touch to the Rift Empty Seat, Dark Hole and Darkrai. There are near and far offensive and defensive. This is the strongest move of the SI divine beast, and the coercion released by raising his hand alone is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. If he were an ordinary trainer, he would have been scared away by these powerful moves, but Qin Mu only felt his blood boiling and was ready to take his elf to stop the super demon god Hoopa. Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast. Use the Shield of Bravery. Block the Rift Seat and ride the Latina. Green-eyed Extreme Dragon. Use the Burst Blaster. Block Gerudo Gaoka. Deathwing. Use everything to burn. Melt the Frozen World and stop Darkrai. The Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast raised its shield with one hand to block the Rift Seat that rushed straight down, and the other hand blocked the riding Latina who sneaked up on its back. The shield was full of fire and both sides were gritting their teeth to eat the impact of the impact. The green-eyed Extreme Dragon threw out 10,000 light bullets, breaking the ground thorns that kept rising and the rays that shot directly at them. Both sides are constantly consuming their own strength and constantly performing moves. Deathwings summoned a rain of fire in the sky and fought against the thousands of miles of frozen cold. Also beware of Darkrai, who hides in the shadows lest she cast a dark hole. The city was originally in ruins, but after the battle of these divine beasts there was not even slag left. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this protracted battle, their eyes widened in shock for fear of missing a little detail. 10. There are 10 divine beasts and there are powerful super demon gods. It is completely a miracle that King Qin single-handedly singled out 7 divine beasts without falling into the downwind. If it weren't for the fact that King Qin Tianwang had cleaned up an Ipertal not long ago, it is estimated that Hoopa would have fallen into the downwind. At this time the liberation of Hoopa finally took action. I saw that with her powerful mental power she abruptly slowed down the speed of meteor falling. Without the control of Deathwing, Chief Rem quickly froze the entire venue, and Darkrai, who was hiding in the shadows, also found an opportunity to attack the chassis of the Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast. The Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast suffered pain, lost its balance all of a sudden, and was found by the Rift Empty Seat and the riding Latina and attacked together. The Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast was shot several meters away, and the blue-eyed Extreme Dragon was not as fast as before because of the influence of the frozen world. Gerudo and Gaoka took the opportunity to mobilize their primordial power and sharply increase their skill, successfully broke through the fire power network of the green-eyed Extreme Dragon and knocked all 3 elves away. Although the battle situation was unfavorable to Qin Mu, he quickly analyzed the flaws. These divine beasts are like Hoopa, tying them together with a rope, pulling them all over the body, and there is also Hoopa, the central brain, to grasp the battle situation, not so much to fight with the 7 divine beasts. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. It is better to fight only with Hoopa, a super demon god, and a divine beast. Only by capturing the thief first can he truly defeat Hoopa. And as far as Hoopa's use of mental power to slow down the meteorite falling speed just now is concerned, she is definitely lacking in skills, otherwise why wouldn't she use the more powerful interdimensional cave? Hoopa is also not Arceus, a divine beast of the level of Necrozma, so controlling SI divine beast alone cost most of his superpowers. Green-eyed Extreme Dragon used Jet White Light. Deathwing used Lava Blaze. Fight Tyrannosaurus Beast and used Tyrannosaurus Flame. A white 2-red linear wave of energy struck towards Hoopa. Just as Qin Mu effected liberation, Hoopa saw the attack hitting her and immediately used the alternate dimension cave skill skill to avoid damage. Just as Hoopa released the golden ring, the originally imposing divine beasts lowered their heads as if they were asleep. Boom! The attack landed on a small hill not far away, slicing the peak more than 100 meters high into the ground at once. The audience in the live broadcast room was startled by the loud sound and buckled up one after another. Scared me to death. How did King Qin turn his head and hit Hoopa? Hoopa has a golden ring, and if it is hit, it is also beaten in vain. Just now all the elves of King Qin Tianwang were defeated. I thought the battle situation was about to be reversed. It turned out to be a false alarm. At this time Hoopa's face became very ugly, and she knew that Qin Mu on the other side of 530 knew her weakness. Therefore it is necessary to solve Qin Mu immediately, otherwise it is inevitable that something will change. Subsequently the 7 divine beasts began a crazy attack. However, with his super command, Qin Mu blocked one offensive after another. Qin Mu thought about it carefully, thinking that only the Gaia energy cannon that fought the Tyrannosaurus beast had enough energy to hit Hoopa. Qin Mu shouted at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, "Battle Tyrannosaurus beast, prepare to use the Gaia energy cannon, which must be an attack that you can hit with all your might." The battle Tyrannosaurus beast nodded, turned and flew into the atmosphere. Begin to concentrate the energy in the atmosphere at one point, constantly compressing the volume of the energy mass. Green-eyed E-Tream Dragon Deathwing, give cover to the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and you can't let Hoopa interrupt her move. Hoopa saw the battle Tyrannosaurus beast flying into the atmosphere, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Quickly let the Rift Eat fly up to stop her, but was forced to stop by a molten flame from the Deathwing. This deepened the doubts in Hoopa's heart, and he divided 3 divine beasts and went to block the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Rift Empty Seat, Ride Latina Gaoka, use Ali Hour moves to stop the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Just as they were about to fly up, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast had already absorbed the energy in the atmosphere. She pushed flat with both hands and delivered the strongest blow. Air Gaia Energy Cannon. Chapter 61. Air Gaia Energy Cannon. As the arms of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast pushed out, the temperature around the battle Tyrannosaurus beast's body soared, instantly rising to the limit. At this time a giant ball of light appeared in the palm of the right hand of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. This ball of light was 10 meters long in diameter, and it was filled with electric arcs emitting a terrifying heat wave, and the power contained in the ball of light was shocking. Boom rumble. The giant ball of light cut through the sky and instantly appeared in front of the SI divine beast and Hoopa, and the giant ball of light plotted halfway, and the strong shock wave tore the energy storm that was running around to pieces. Roar. The energy wave generated by the explosion of the giant ball of light directly slammed into the face of the SI divine beast, and 2 of the divine beasts could not dodge and were instantly blasted back thousands of meters away. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouth and their eyes were bubbling with Venus. Seeing this, the other 3 divine beasts hurriedly dodged quickly and at the same time released their shields to resist the attack of the energy shockwave. However, their shields only lasted for 3 seconds, and the energy shockwave directly destroyed the shield, sending the remaining 3 divine beasts flying upside down. Whoosh! The 2 divine beasts hit by the energy let out painful screams. Both legs were injured by the energy. The skin on their bodies also turned a scorched black color, and bright red blood continued to flow out of the wounds, obviously incapacitated. Although the remaining divine beast was not injured, it was no better. Its body was covered with crack and its entire body was trembling slightly, obviously suffering great pain. Although Hoopa used the golden ring to resist most of the damage, it was not much better, and its body was also severely damaged and blood flowed from the corners of its mouth. At this time Hoopa's heart was very unwilling. Originally he had the advantage, but he was beaten by the sudden attack and was unable to fight back. This situation is definitely not a small insult for a proud instance. This insult is more uncomfortable than killing it. Damn, Hoopa is going to kill you. Hoopa roared. His figure flashed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared in place, and the NET moment appeared above the body of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. His body swelled up sharply at this time, and the NET moment his body actually shrunk a few times, and the whole body was like a blowing balloon, and it suddenly swelled to 200 kilometers in size, and the entire huge body was like a mountain using a strong oppressive force. Looking at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast that was getting closer and closer to him, Hoopa shouted angrily, burst. In the NET second his right fist bombarded the battle Tyrannosaurus beast with terrifying energy. Boom! 7 collisions in a row. Hoopa's fist collided with the giant fist of the fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the violent energy storm raged in all directions. The air instantly distorted, and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Boom! Violent explosions sounded one after another, and in the area where the battle Tyrannosaurus beast collided with Hoopa, ravines tens of kilometers deep and hundreds of meters appeared on the ground, and the ground was even blown up. Hoopa, who was already injured by the Gaia energy cannon released by the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, was no longer an opponent opponent of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Rumble. Another fight. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast blasted Hoopa out, smashed heavily into the ground, leaving a pit hundreds of meters in size on the ground. Hoopa's head also fell into the dirt. The whole person looked embarrassed, covered with dirt, and his body was also covered with scars. However, Hoopa did not give up because of his injury. He struggled to climb out of the ground, looking at the battle Tyrannosaurus beast standing in the air in the distance, his eyes showing crazy eyes. Hoopa never expected that he would be deflated at the hands of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and he was seriously injured. Hoopa took out the golden ring, wanting to regain control of the SI divine beast against the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. However, this time it did not work. As soon as he summoned the SI divine beast, immediately let out a painful roar, and the red in their eyes gradually faded. Hoopa then realized that because he had been severely injured and had lost too much energy, he no longer had enough energy to control the divine beast. At this time, the figure of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast suddenly appeared behind him. Hoopa turned pale with fright and quickly turned his body and waved the golden rings in his hands, trying to stop the attack of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Rumble. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast punched the golden ring in Hoopa's hand, knocking the golden ring out, and at the same time kicked Hoopa fiercely. Hoopa hurriedly dodged to dodge, but because the speed of the Tyrannosaurus beast was too fast, Hoopa could not react at all. Hoopa was punched in the left shoulder, and suddenly a piercing pain spread throughout his body. At this time, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast stepped out again, stepped on Hoopa's stomach, kicked Hoopa to the ground, and fell heavily on the ground. Hoopa lay on the ground unable to move and could only let out a wail of pain. Hoopa wanted to get up, but as soon as he moved there was a heart-wrenching pain throughout his body. Looking at the battle Tyrannosaur beast, the green-eyed Extreme Dragon and the Deathwing who came to surround him, Hoopa had no power to fight back. He really underestimated the strength of this Tyrannosaurus. The power of that air Gaia energy cannon was too huge. Even his golden ring that could summon everything could not resist. Now Hoopa is extremely weak, no longer has the strength to struggle, and still lies on the chopping board with fish and meat, which can only be at the mercy of others, and he can only accept this cruel truth. He lost. Hoopa is a king. Today he lost at the hands of these dragons and that human, and although Hoopa was unwilling, in his heart he was helpless. Hoopa lost. If you want to kill Hoopa, hurry up and give an eat. Hoopa closed his eyes in despair. At this time Chin Mew walked up. Hoopa, can you admit defeat? Chin Mew's voice came, and Hoopa opened his eyes again. Originally he was full of disdain for this human being, but he was defeated by the Tyrannosaurus under this human being, and at this moment he also had a trace of awe for Chin Mu Kai Zhao's in his heart. Hoopa threw in the towel. He did lose. He admitted that fact. The crimes you committed in Carlos must be paid. Since you admit defeat, if you are willing to be accepted by me, then I can save you from death. Listening to Chin Mew's words, Hoopa's eyes were surprised. Originally he thought that he would definitely die, but he did not expect that he was willing to give himself a way to live. System. Chin Mew did not continue to ask Hoopa's choice, but threw out a high-level spirit ball. Hoopa stared at the spirit ball in front of him and glanced at Chin Mew. Chin Mew turned his back. As a human being, his body is so small in the eyes of the huge divine beast, but at this moment Chin Mew in Hoopa's heart is like a giant, like instant. Hoopa turned into a mist of light and voluntarily entered the spirit ball. Then a voice came out of the spirit ball and sent it into Chin Mew's eyes. From now on you will be the master of Hoopa. Chapter 62. This moment became a moment in the history of the Carlos region. Chin Mew actually defeated Hoopa, who has the title of demon god, and also subdued Hoopa. This made everyone unbelievable. This whole process was recorded by helicopters sent by the media. This made everyone unbelievable. That's Hoopa, the instance of the great demon king of the Mid world. Si divine beasts were summoned, and they were all worshipped in the hands of King Qin Tianwang. It's incredible. What kind of strength is this? How strong is King Qin Tianwang's strength? What the hell is going on here? Hoopa had Si divine beasts. How could he be defeated? They simply cannot understand everything in front of them. The power of Hoopa is already known to everyone, and now everything has changed dramatically. Will Hoopa actually lose? Chin Mew actually subdued Hoopa. All this upends everyone's perception. Everyone was stunned by this. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, but the facts are in front of them, so they can't believe it. Chin Mew did it, and now Chin Mew not only defeated Hoopa but also subdued Hoopa. It's a horror 207 thing. Chin Mew was actually able to subdue Hoopa. Hoopa is a demon god with unlimited potential and endless potential, but now King Qin had actually defeated such a terrifying instant. What an incredible scene. This is simply subverting their perception. It's nothing short of a miracle, but now this miracle has appeared in front of them. Everyone is shouting wildly. King Qin Tianwang is really too powerful. It's terrifying. It's so against the sky. Once again he saved Carlos. King Qin is simply a god in my mind. Is there anything else he can't do? Cupido is willing to be subdued by by King Qin Tianwang, which shows how powerful King Qin Tianwang is. Countless boys and girls were stunned by this shocking scene in front of them. First Ipertar, then Si Divine Beast, and then Hoopa Qin Mu actually broke through people's cognition of him again and again, defeating these powerful beings one by one. Although the battle is over, the number of people watching the live broadcast has only increased, reaching a terrifying 400 million people online in a short period of time. The barrage in the broadcast room of the Straightba broadcast was overwhelming all around Qin Mu's defeat of Hoopa and the subduing of Hoopa. This is simply the battle of the century. Today's battle should go down in history. The one who should go down in history the most is Qin Mu, Qin Heavenly King. If he hadn't stood up alone, Hoopa would have destroyed us a long time ago. Yes, King Qin is the big hero who saved everyone. After the shock, everyone was grateful that Qin Mu single-handedly blocked Hoopa's wanton destruction. If Qin Mu hadn't come forward, the Carlos region might cease to exist in the Elven world. The battle between Qin Mu and Hoopa. The four major forces in the Carlos region are paying close attention. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction network. As the most powerful forces in the Carlos region, they were helpless in the face of the demon god Hoopa, so they did not stand up to resist Hoopa at the first time. They simply don't have the ability to compete with Hoopa. Even if you come forward to resist, you simply go to death. Originally they thought that Qin Mu was also like this. Although there are 3 dragons but Hoopa's power, they have a deep understanding, and there are Si divine beasts controlled by Hoopa fighting for him. Everyone feels that Qin Mu has no chance of victory, but Qin Mu slapped them in the face fiercely. A fierce and huge war passed and Qin Mu actually won this battle with the dragon. The most suffocating thing is that he also subdued Hoopa. Hoopa is a very proud divine beast known as the demon god. Hoopa is not afraid and has never yielded to anyone, but he did not expect to be accepted by Qin Mu today. Carlos' 4 major forces all gasped. In the future, regarding Qin Mu's calculations, they would not dare to fight anymore. Just before, the Flame Team and Team Rocket were still watching this battle with a good attitude, and Qin Mu has always been a very threatening existence for them, so they pinned their hopes on Hoopa, hoping to solve Qin Mu with Hoopa's hand. It backfired. God didn't seem to favor Team Flash and Team Rocket, and the Tyrannosaurus under Qin Mu showed amazing strength, making a unique move to defeat the enemy, defeating Hoopa. Not only that, Hoopa was willing to be subdued by Qin Mu, which made the hearts of the Flame Team and the lighter sink to the bottom. What else could they take to make enemies of Qin Mu in the future? Qin Mu took the spirit ball containing Hoopa in his hand and then put it into his pocket. Although he won this battle, it also caused his dragons to lose a huge amount of energy, and he had to take the dragons to cultivate well. However, it is really a surprise to be able to subdue Hoopa, and with Hoopa as his general, it is equivalent to having several divine beasts at the same time. Hoopa's summoning power to distort space is a terrifying instant. Qin Mu thought to himself he definitely gained a lot of prestige in this battle, but now wasn't the time to check his prestige. He had to settle his elves well. At this time, Qin Mu looked at the Si divine beast in the distance. After Hoopa was subdued by Qin Mu, the Si divine beast controlled by Hoopa gradually regained their senses. The Si divine beasts all looked at each other, not knowing why they appeared here or what happened, but they all had scars of different shades on their bodies, and each divine beast felt extremely weak. After regaining consciousness, the Si divine beasts all stood up one after another, and the figures of 2 divine beasts were even shaky. Seeing that these Si divine beasts planned to leave here, Qin Mu did not stop these divine beasts. They were all summoned and controlled by Hoopa, and these Si divine beasts were not at fault. However, these divine beasts attracted the attention of others. The 4 major forces of Carlos and the criminal group Flash Team and Team Rocket sent powerful trainers at almost the same time to track these divine beasts. These divine beasts are very weak after the big battle just now, and they want to take this opportunity to subdue these divine beasts to expand their power. In the ruins where the divine beast war had just taken place, a short figure appeared. This man is dressed very strangely, wearing a mask made of a blue mask on his face, long white hair, and a black cape on his body, and under the cloak it turned out to be a body made of ice. The Cayman man looked around for the traces left by the battle, then stood on one of the tallest boulders looking in one direction and muttered a person's name under the mask. Qin Mu. Chapter 63. The city where high-rise buildings were supposed to be erected was littered with ruins and injured people. The surviving Elven Alliance trainers are all cleaning up the site, but there are not enough manpower, causing the people to complain. Save my elf. She's crushed under the slate. Help. Has anyone come to my rescue? Remove the slate from me. What about the people of the Elven Alliance? Why not come yet? When the masked man heard these shouts, his face under the mask became gloomy. Then look at the busy trainers around and decide to help them. I heard that Qin Mu is the heavenly king of the Carlos region, and he should be able to meet this heavenly king through the introduction of the Elf Alliance. He took out the spirit ball and released the divine beast Frozen Bird. She flicked her blue transparent feathers in the air. 3 dark blue prismatic feathers on top of her head and a pair of red eyes stared around warily, eluding a cold coercion. After the surrounding trainers sensed the coercion, they immediately recalled their elves and waited for them. Tacitly surround the frozen bird in the center. Watch out for the net move of the Cayman man. The masked man clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have no malice, I just came to help you." However, it was obvious that the surrounding trainers still did not let down their guard, obviously not believing that the masked man would be really kind. At this time the champion Kurenai rushed over with the 4 heavenly kings because she felt the majesty released by the frozen bird. The trainers saw Kurenai approaching and consciously made way for them. The masked man saw the person coming and asked, "I wonder if I can let my frozen bird clear the way for people?" Kurenai looked the masked man up and down, then turned to look at the frozen bird and said with a solemn face, "If you help the Carlos region through this disaster, I thank you on behalf of the Elven Alliance of the Carlos region." Kurenai changed her tone and threatened, "If you have bad intentions, even if the Alliance fights for all the casualties, it will make you pay." The masked man didn't care about Kurenai's threat and said lightly, "Then I'll start." Kurenai waved her hand signaling the trainers to disperse, making way for Cayman and frozen bird. "Freeze bird, use the wind." The frozen bird flutters its wings and flaps its blue wings towards the ground, creating a wind. After a while, seeing that the wind had risen, the masked man shouted, "Frozen bird, use the tailwind. Remove the buildings that are pressed on you." Frozen bird flap their wings and control the direction of the wind in the air. Soon the ruins that pressed on the elf and people were blown into the air. The frozen birds then sent these floating wreckage to the desert area. Miraculously, although everyone present could feel the violent hurricane, none of them felt unwell but felt that their bodies became lighter. At this time the masked man said to the trainer on the side, "The frozen bird downwind move can make your speed faster. I think this can speed up your rescue speed." At this time these trainers all understood that the masked man in front of them was a good person. They all cast grateful glances at him and then turned to help the wounded. The onlookers saw that the masked man had saved so many people and they praised one after another. "Not only is he strong, but he is also helpful, and he is simply a model trainer. Yes, it's much better than Qinli Darkdu and the 2 divine beast men. This kind of person who uses divine beast for the benefit of people is the real trainer, just like Qin Tianwang." At the same time the leader of the Elven Alliance also arrived in a hurry with support. "I originally thought that the scene must be devastated, but I looked at it on the ground. The rescue work was carried out in an orderly manner and the battlefield was cleaned up." The Alliance leader grabbed Kurenai, the champion who saved people, on the side and asked puzzledly, "Kurenai, why is it so fast to clean up the battlefield this time? Read violent novels, go on Fanfiction network." Kurenai pointed to the masked man who was rescuing people not far away and said, "Because of him and his frozen bird we have been able to clean up so quickly." When the Alliance leader heard the 3 words of frozen bird, he immediately became excited. "You must know that the frozen bird is one of the 3 holy birds, an ice-flying dual-line divine beast and the younger brother of the sea god Lokia. When the 3 holy birds gather, heaven and earth change color." Therefore the Alliance leader really wanted to meet this masked man and see what kind of divine was under the mask. The Alliance leader walked to the masked man first, bowed deeply to him and said, "Thank you for saving the people of the Carlos area, and I thank you on behalf of the Alliance." "Ask for flowers." The masked man stopped the potion in his hand, handed it to the trainer on the side and then waved his hand and said, "Commander Meng is polite, this is what I should do." When the Alliance leader heard his voice he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen this person for a while. "We've met." The masked man nodded and removed the mask on his face, revealing an old and vicissitudes face. When the Alliance leader saw it he let out an exclamation and asked in disbelief, "You are you Liuber?" "Yes, that's me," Lu Bo replied. The Alliance leader smiled bitterly and nodded. He should have thought that it was Lu Bo's. Lu Bo is the owner of the Kaji Taoist Hall in Kaji Town, Johto district, and is known as a teacher with harsh winters. He is the oldest hall owner and has been training elves for more than 50 years. His strength is unfathomable. Not long ago, when he was training elves in the depths of the snowy mountain, crashed into the divine beast frozen bird, defeated the frozen bird with only 1 elf, the main white sea lion, and subdued him with amazing will. It became a good story that people talked about at that time, and also became one of the very few people who had divine beast. After a few years, Liu Bo's strength has become more and more refined. Lu Bo shook his head with a smile and said, "Compared to Qin Mu in your Carlos region, it is far behind." Speaking of this, the Alliance leader remembered that he had not gone to Qin Mu to talk about this super demon god Hoopa. "Lu Bo is modest, but you defeated the character of the frozen bird with only 1 ordinary elf." "Hey," Lu Bo waved his hand, "let's not be in this set. I came to meet King Qin Tianwang." Upon hearing this, the Alliance leader looked at Lu Bo in surprise and asked, "Why are you looking for King Qin Tianwang?" Lu Bo looked at the Alliance leader with a smile and said, "You don't care about this. You can help me introduce it. Lu Bo had helped the Elven Alliance earlier and the Alliance leader was not good at refusing him. I had to nod and agree. Okay, I'll help you then, Lu Bo said with satisfaction. Well, call me then. Then summoning a frozen bird, an arrow jumped on her back and flew into the distance. The Alliance leader looked at Lu Bo's departing backside, explained some things about colony to settle people and led people to Qin Mu's Dragon Daoist Hall to enter. Chapter 64. At the same time, Qin Mu rode the green Dream Dragon back to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall. Mari and Serena heard the voice of the green-eyed dragon and hurried outside the hall. Qin Mu rolled over and jumped off the back of the dragon, standing firmly in front of Molly and Serena. Because they had just watched Qin Mu fight the super demon god Hoopa, the eyes of the two women became obviously red and swollen. Seeing Qin Mu returning, he trotted into his arms. Feeling the warm body temperature on Qin Mu's body, tears flowed from his eyes without fighting. Woohoo, master, I thought I would never see you again. Brother Qin Mu, Serena is good to see you. Happy. Qin Mu looked at the two girls who were holding him and crying bitterly and quickly eased their emotions. Molly, it's okay, I'm not coming back. Serena, what are you crying about? Come laugh. 820. Saying that, he gently wiped the eyeballs from the second daughter's face and then led them into the Taoist Hall. After entering the Taoist Hall, Qin Mu saw that there was a program on TV that was showing his battle. Although the battle has passed for a long time, the number of people watching the show remains high and the barrage brushes quickly. Wow, King Qin Tianwang is really handsome. I really want to marry him. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast is stronger than the green-eyed Dream Dragon. I announce I have lost my powder and now I have turned to the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. It is said that Qin Mu has subdued the super demon god Hoopa. Counting the previous Ipertar, there are 5 gods. Qin Mu looked at the barrage on the TV and felt quite happy in his heart. Because of this 3-pick, Qin Mu's reputation became famous and it also brought the fame of the Dragon Daoist Hall to fly. This made the Dragon Dojo leap beyond all the dojos in the Carlos area, becoming a coveted instance for trainers. 7 Colors Dojo. Elder Hong looked at the sparse trainers in the hall and the teacup in his hand clenched again and again. 2 gorgeously dressed trainers sat not far away to rest, watching them as if they were talking about something. Elder Hong put down his teacup and listened carefully. Have you heard? King Qin Tianwang returned to the Dragon Department Taoist Hall. Really? Then if we go to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall now, we may be able to get a word or two of guidance from King Qin Tianwang. At that time we can be like King Qin Tianwang and subdue the god. What are you waiting for? Take a walk. Watching the two of them run out of the red hall in a hurry, the red old man's face gradually became embarrassed. He called a trainer and asked, how is the investigation of the divine beast? The trainer took out a piece of information and said, it's all here, ready to be arrested at any time. The red dragon nodded and said, okay, hurry up and let people do it. After the trainer left, Elder Hong drank all the tea in the teacup and said viciously, when our 7-color dojo also has divine beast sitting in town, let's see who doesn't come to challenge our dojo. The news of Qin Mu's return to the Dragon Department Daoist Hall soon spread among the trainers, and for Qin Mu's guidance they did not hesitate to bring all their belongings and kneel down to see Qin Mu. There was a long queue in front of the Dragon Dojo, and from time to time elves with trainers fell behind. Qin Mu looked at the long line at the door and dared to be shocked. In order to take care of Molly, he deliberately increased the ticket price. From the first 10,000 union coins gradually increased to 100,000 union coin. However, these trainers did not have the slightest intention of leaving but gathered more and more. Qin Mu was helpless, released the Deathwing and the green Dream Dragon and shouted to everyone outside the door, from now on if you want to enter the Dragon System Daoist Hall you must withstand the coercion of these 2 dragons. After speaking, the Deathwing and the green Dream Dragon roared very cooperatively. Frightened by Qin Mu, many trainers with decent strength were paralyzed in fright. The 2 dragons, which added up to 500 meters long, stared fiercely at every trainer present. However, this has made many trainers with vicious eyes see the clue. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. You guys said that when King Qin released these 2 divine beasts, did he signal us to exercise the endurance of the elves here? Training elves under the noses of the gods will definitely be 100 times better than in the 7-color Taoist Hall. Without further ado, hurry up and take out my elves and exercise your skills. So the trainers, who knew that they were invincible, took out their elves one after another and trained at the door of the Dragon Dojo. When Qin Mu saw this scene, he couldn't laugh or cry. However, these people blocked the door of the dojo and some affected the trainers who came to challenge. So Qin Mu let Serena go over to collect their fees. It was not pensive, and everywhere he looked he had 10,000 alliance coins per person. Qin Mu, this is the fee standard summarized by referring to the 7 colors Taoist Hall. The appearance fee of Deathwing and the green Dream Dragon is not pensive. Qin Mu is atmospheric and these people are not considered training fees, tuition and miscellaneous fees. Besides, these are honest trainers, and if they don't collect money they are embarrassed to occupy the door of the Dragon Department Dojo. Hehe, this time I will definitely be able to evolve and stand up. Jenny Turtle, my Charizard is too timid to exercise her gut. Wow, my shuttlecock Ras actually evolved into a shuttlecock flower by relying on the oppressive environment. In the high-pressure atmosphere many weak elves chose to evolve, and there were many evolutionary light flashing in front of the Taoist Hall. At dusk Shin Mukai put away the Deathwing, and the green Dream Dragon waved his hand at the reluctant trainer and signaled them to leave. The trainers who returned home passed on 10, 10 and 100, and everyone knew that the Dragon Dojo used Divine Beast to train trainers. The reputation of the Dragon Taoist Hall increased again, and Qin Mu also became a training master among the people. However, the current Qin Mu is resigning the position of the leader of the Carlos region. King Qin Tianwang, it is fitting that you come to be the alliance leader. Qin Mu quickly waved his hand, refusing to accept it. I will definitely not be the league leader. King Qin Tianwang, you saved the Carlos region twice and in the midst of fire and water, and you deserve 1-9 for the position of alliance leader. The alliance leader looked into Qin Mu's eyes and said sincerely. Qin Mu took out the 100 million alliance coins given by the alliance leader before and said, this is the alliance leader gave me 100 million alliance coins, so these are the credit of the alliance leader. Seeing Qin Mu's firm attitude, the alliance leader turned around and took out a land deed. This is the title deed of Carlos Canyon, and the alliance decided to give it to King Qin. Isn't this sleepy to send pillows? Qin Mu has recently been worried about the Ipertal placed in Carlos Canyon. He didn't expect the alliance to send this big gift, but he knew that the alliance couldn't give Qin Mujin such a big piece of land for no reason. Qin Mu asked, is there something wrong with the alliance leader? The alliance leader stuffed the land deed into Qin Mu's hands and said, without him I just want you to take a good look at Hoopa. Qin Mu was suddenly puzzled and said, Hoopa has already been defeated by me, and the alliance leader doesn't have to worry. Chapter 65. The alliance leader shook his head and said solemnly, the strength of the super demon god Hoopa is too terrifying. When people sealed her with the pot of punishment more than 100 years ago, they thought they could sit back and rela, but today she came out to sabotage. Hearing this, Qin Mu subconsciously clenched the spirit ball containing Hoopa. Throughout the ages, King Qin Tianwang was the first human to defeat the liberated Hoopa head-on, so be sure to take good care of Hoopa. After speaking, the alliance leader bowed fiercely towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu quickly pulled up the alliance leader and said, don't worry alliance leader, I will take care of Hoopa. Then thank you. The alliance leader continued, Lu Bo, the owner of the Kaji Dukan in the Johto area, wants to see you. Qin Mu thought for a while, and there was no such person as Lu Bo in his mind, so he deferred, this is not necessary. The alliance leader didn't say anything and left the Dragon Department Taoist Hall. At this time, Molly and Serena, who had settled the account, ran to find Qin Mu, raised a handful of banknotes in their hands and said with a smile, Master, I have collected 75 million alliance coins just for the ticket. Brother Qin Mu, I received 90 million. Qin Mu put the money away with a smile. Now he has more than 300 million deposits, which is enough to raise the Dragon Department Taoist Hall for a while. At this moment there was a knock on door 11, as well as Ash's shout, Director Qin, I've come to challenge you. After hearing that it was Xiao Ji, Qin Mu motioned for Serena to go over and open the door for him. Ash, what are you doing here? I'll challenge Curator Qin, Ash said as he squeezed into the dojo. Seeing Qin Mu sitting on the chair, Xiao Ji quickly ran to him and excitedly shouted, Director Qin, I watched your last battle against Ipertar, and I watched the big battle against the super demon god Hoopa. Qin Mu nodded and asked, then do you still want to challenge me? Ash nodded firmly and uttered a jaw-dropping sentence, I'm going to challenge the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Hearing this, Serena quickly grabbed Xiao Ji and said, Xiao Ji, you can't beat brother Qin Mu, well go back. Molly added, at this time the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is Master's strongest elf, and you will definitely not be able to defeat the instance of Hoopa with one move. Ash firmly shook Serena's hand away and said, I want to be the strongest trainer, how can I cower? Qin Mu appreciated Xiao Ji's courage and decided to grant Xiao Ji's request. Come out, battle Tyrannosaurus beast. This time the battle Tyrannosaurus beast was not as huge as it was when it fought against Hoopa before, but it was relatively normal, 3 meters tall. Although his size has shrunk, he still eludes the coercion of a divine beast. Ash felt the coercion generated by the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, swallowed his saliva and shouted, go Pikachu. Pikachu's vision this time is completely different from the previous battle against the green-eyed white dragon, and he has become very tough. However, Pikachu is really weak in the face of fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. Pikachu used 100,000 volt. In the face of Pikachu's strongest blow, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast did not lift her eyelids, allowing the attack to fall on her. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast's body body arced with electricity, but it made her armor shine even brighter. Ash saw that the electric move did not cause damage, so he used other move. Pikachu used wave missile. Pikachu gathered the power of Ash and her wave guide and rushed towards the battle Tyrannosaurus beast with his fist. Unexpectedly, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast just gently raised its arm, opened its palm and held Pikachu in his hand, then threw Pikachu in front of Ash, and although Pikachu was not injured by a flash of electric light, Ash admitted defeat. Serena was visibly stunned when she heard Ash admit defeat, and in her impression Ash had never taken the initiative to admit defeat. Read violent novels, just go to Fanfiction Network. Ash, are you okay? Ash wiped his tears, looked up and smiled. Serena, don't worry, I'll be fine. Xiao Ji looked up at Qin Mu and said, Qin Hall Master, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is too strong. My Pikachu has defeated the Red Daist Hall, but it is not her opponent. Serena's eyes widened in surprise and said, Ash, are you talking about the 7-color dojo? Xiao Ji nodded and said, I have been honing myself recently and I have defeated all the Taoist halls in the Carlos region, but unfortunately I can't beat Urator Qin. Zai, it's okay, you're already strong enough. It's Master who is too powerful. Molly, who had not spoken for a long time, opened her mouth to comfort Ash. Qin Mu nodded, pulled up Xiao Ji and said, Xiao Ji, you have to remember that the strongest trainer is not simply fighting and killing, but to establish a bond with the elves. Saying that, Qin Mu took out a dragon egg from behind and said, this is a fast dragon egg, you take it to defeat all the dragon spirits in my Daist Hall and I will give you the Daist Hall badge. After listening to Qin Mu's words, Xiao Ji suddenly came to his senses, carefully took the dragon egg and said, Qin Hall Master, I will definitely get the badge. After Xiao Ji left, Serena and Molly cast admiring eyes at Qin Mu. Qin Mu asked embarrassedly, what's wrong? Something on my face? Brother Qin Mu, just handsome. Molly nodded and agreed. The meaning of a trainer is to establish a bond with the elves worthy of being a master. Qin Mu smiled and took out the spirit ball to prepare to take back the battle Tyrannosaurus, but they were stopped by the two because they were also the first time to observe the battle Tyrannosaurus beast up close, and they were inevitably curious. Wow, Brother Qin Mu, the outside of the battle Tyrannosaurus beast is armor. Master, the 850 battle Tyrannosaurus beast is a humanoid elf. Hey, it's really rare. Watching the two of them go up and down the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, Qin Mu thought that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast had not yet made a nest in the Carlos Canyon, and compared to the two of them in Deathwing, it must be the coercion brought by the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. So he was ready to place the battle Tyrannosaurus beast in Carlos Canyon. Meanwhile, the central research room of the Flash team, Viladari, wearing a white coat, laughed wildly with the reagent in his hand, finally refined the core of Kageld. The first scientist beside him, Akabi, took out Kagelda's remaining energy body in the world and stacked it in the nutrient solution. Viladari took Viladali's core and carefully loaded it inside the device. Looking at the button in front of him, Viladali suppressed the excitement in his heart and pressed it, activating Kageld's resuscitation device. The device shook violently, producing a puff of white smoke. After a while, Kageld slowly walked out. Viladali took out the pokeball and threw it at Kageld tremblingly. Without a trace of suspense, Kageld was successfully subdued, and the guardian saint of the Carlos region, Kageld, whose power was withdrawn in a breath, turned into Kagelda's cell form. Again, this is the only remaining Kageld cell. Chapter 66. The NET day. Qin Mu rode the Qing-eyed E-Dream Dragon to Carlos Canyon to prepare to place the battle Tyrannosaurus beast. Before leaving, he bumped into Molly, who was walking the dragon as usual. Molly also thought that Qin Mu was going to fight the divine beast again and cried and stuffed Princess Tianai's spirit ball into Qin Mu's hands. Master, Princess Tianai is also very strong, she will definitely be able to help you. Qin Mu smiled and returned the spirit ball to Molly, saying, where is the matter of Master using apprentice spirits? Rest assured, I am going to place the battle Tyrannosaurus beast this time. Hearing this, Molly smiled and parted with Qin Mu. Qin Mu returned to Carlos Canyon, landed on the high platform, took out the spirit ball and said, come out. Battle Tyrannosaurus beast. The battle Tyrannosaurus beast landed firmly on the ground, but this time it did not shrink its body. It was a giant beast more than 100 meters tall. Qin Mu watched her jump up and down, excitedly frowned and shouted, battle Tyrannosaurus beast, if you are restless I will punish you for not coming out. As soon as he heard this, thinking of her appearance in the spirit ball, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast immediately calmed down. Qin Mu said angrily, like the wings of death, you find a place yourself. Meanwhile, Carlos Forest. Kageld cells sucked up almost all of their energy at once, struggling through the forest. In the forest of the jungle, Kageld cells can't beat even the weakest green caterpillars, so they walk very worriedly, and because it's a cell form, it's very slow. The predatory eagle in the sky saw the green Kageld cells, thought it was some kind of delicious elf, and dived down. Kageld cell looked at the eagle that rushed down. She never dreamed that the final end of a god would be eaten by the eagle. Just as Baiao was about to eat her, Princess Tianai arrived in time. Tianai used shoot down. Tianai threw an oversized diamond at Baidio and knocked her to the ground. Molly took out the pokeball and prepared to subdue the eagle, only to catch a glimpse of the green Kageld cell. Neither Molly nor Princess Tianai had ever seen such an elf and looked curiously at the little green guy in front of them. At this time the stunned Baiao also woke up and immediately fled the place with his wings flapping. Molly noticed that Baidio was running away and watched helplessly as she flew higher and higher. But she took out all the pokeballs and it was a pity not to collect any elves. So Mari looked back at the Kageld cell and felt that it was okay to subdue this cute looking elf. However, in case it evolves and becomes crippled like a round tadpole, it grows into a bloated toad king. But this elf had just been almost eaten by the eagle, and if this was the only elf left in the world, wouldn't the image of her in the elf book be dimmed? After thinking for a long time, Molly decided to subdue the elf in front of her, because Kageld cells are so weak that they don't even have the ability to break free from the spirit ball. So Molly effortlessly subdued the divine beast Kageld. At this time Molly did not know that her spirit ball contained a divine beast that was even more terrifying than the super demon god Hoopa, and was rushing back to the dragon dojo with the dragon group. At the same time the Flash team united rockets poured into action. Directly tear your face with the Alliance, openly attack Elven Alliance trainers, capture people's elves and destroy public facilities and houses. The high-ranking members of the Flash team and the rocket team cotters appeared in the sky above the headquarters of the Elven Alliance. The Alliance leader looked at the thousands of robots in the sky and said angrily, "Vilatali, are you ready to tear off your face?" Vilatali stood on the robot and sneered, "You are no longer qualified to say such things." As soon as the word fell, the champion Kurenai and the four heavenly kings rode their respective elf and surrounded Vilatali in the middle. But Vilatali didn't panic, slowly took out a pokeball from his arms and said, "Let you see the confidence of my flame team." When the Alliance leader saw the spirit ball in his hand, his heart suddenly felt bad. Come out, Kageld. Read violent novels, go on Fanfiction network. As soon as the word fell, the Kageld core flew out. Kageld complete body form. As soon as the word fell, Kageld core turned into a huge humanoid Gundam. Kageld complete body is black and has green lines, and the wings that grow out have red and blue diagonal patterns on each body, using more coercion than Hoopa. The commander was taken aback when he saw Kageld appear, and he knew that these people present were definitely not Kageld's opponents. So he shouted the champion Kurenai and said, "You go and invite King Qin Tianwang over. No matter what the cost, you must invite him over." Qin Mu, who was still unaware, was feeding the battle Tyrannosaurus beast, and by the way he checked the situation of Ipertar. He released Ipertar still the same as before, a dark cocoon that is a cocoon of destruction, then put Ipertar back in its place and slowly returned to the dragon dojo. He saw the champion Kurenai squatting in the doorway and asked puzzled, "Kurenai, what are you doing here?" When Kurenai heard Qin Mu's voice, she immediately stood up, grabbed Qin Mu's arm and begged King Qin Tianwang, "Please save the Carlos region." Qin Mu's face became very solemn and asked what happened. Kurenai told Qin Mu about the flame team and the rocket team attacking the Elven Alliance together. Qin Mu frowned when he heard this and asked, "It's just that the words of the flame team and the rocket team won't come to me, right?" The boss of the Flash team flatly took Kageld, and he is still in full form Kageld. Qin Mu didn't believe Kurenai's words at all. Vilatali took Kageld, it was still completely decent. This was impossible at all. Kurenai continued, "We saw Vilatali use the pokeball to summon Kageld and complete the evolution from core to full body in an instant. This fully formed Kageld is not a problem to crush Ipertal and Jeternias. Even Arceus and Ultimate Neclozma did not necessarily fight the fully formed Kageld. Once a battle breaks out between these life-level divine beasts, it will undoubtedly destroy the heavens and the earth." Qin Mu was well aware of the terrifying nature of these elves, and defeating the super demon god Hoopa before was a waste of power, let alone defeating Kageld, who was stronger than Hoopa. At this time Molly returned to the Taoist hall with a group of dragon elves. From a distance I saw Qin Mu and Kurenai standing together, and the atmosphere between the two was very tense. Molly first drove the dragon elves back to the hall and then came out to inquire about the two. "Master, why are you and Kurenai standing outside?" Qin Mu touched Molly's head and said heavily, "Kurenai came to ask me to solve the full body form of Kagelda." Molly's eyes widened in fright and asked incredulously, "Kigal?" Chapter 67. Zygarde. Mary was puzzled when she heard this strange name. Is this some new mythical beast? Colonai Plain. Zygarde is the guardian beast of the Kalos region. Legend has it that he has been hiding somewhere in the Kalos region, protecting the ecosystem of the Kalos region. He will only show up when the ecosystem of the Kalos region is destroyed. Zygarde has a very powerful secret power, and he has 5 forms. Even Xerneas and Yveltal can't beat Zygarde complete form. Listening to Colonize Planation, Marie gradually understood the power of the guardian beast Zygarde. Now the Flare team not only obtained Zygarde core but also also successfully deciphered and controlled Zygarde. Now the Flare team and Team Rocket are plundering on a large scale. The people of the Elf Alliance have been resisting and the leader will soon be unable to hold on. Mari then remembered that she heard a lot of noise when she came back from the forest. I just came back from there. The forest was very noisy. I thought it was caused by wild elves. After hearing what Mary said, Colonai looked at Qin Mu with a pleading look on her face. King Qin, now only you can save Carlos. Qin Mu thought that he was not a kind-hearted person, but when he thought about it carefully, the Flare team had provoked him before, and now that they had Zygarde they would definitely be more presumptuous. It would be better to get rid of this scourge and help the Elf Alliance again. After making up his mind, Qin Mu was about to set off for the forest with Colonai. When Mary saw him, she immediately grabbed Qin Mu's sleeve. Master, I want to go too. Qin Mu thought this trip was dangerous, so he rejected Mary's request. No, you stay in the dragon gym to look after it. Mary was unwilling to stay in the gym and continued to persuade Qin Mu. Master, let me go with you. I am now able to protect myself, and I also have the super Charizard X Princess Diancie you gave me, so I will be fine. Qin Mu saw that Mary was so insistent and changed his mind. Letting her follow him to gain more experience will also help her increase her strength, so he agreed. You can follow me, but you are not allowed to act without my order. Is that clear? Hearing that her master was willing to let her go, Mary nodded happily and said, got it. Quickly, Qin Mu took Colonai and Mary to the place where the Flare team was fighting against the Elf Alliance. Of course, there were also the indispensable dragon Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and War Greymon received Qin Mu's summons and flew over from Carlos Canyon together. When the dragons left their nest, the entire sky was instantly blocked and it was dark like three high mountains across the entrance of Carlos Canyon. The three dragons flew side by side in the sky, simply covering the sky and the sun. The elves around were so scared that they trembled and fled back to their nests in panic. The scene was so spectacular that it was jaw-dropping. Many timid elves were frightened and stayed where they were. The pressure of the three dragons enveloped the forest, making the whole forest seem to be trembling. Roar! War Greymon bared his teeth and roared to the sky, shaking the birds in the sky to the ground. They Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon swept the stones on the ground with its tail and roared to the sky. The sound was loud and distant. The three dragons were flying in the air, sometimes colliding with each other and sometimes pulling each other. Deathwing was also roaring to the sky. Its voice was much louder than that of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The leaves on the trees fell in pieces and some trees were even broken and fell to the ground. The three dragons were extremely excited to be able to come out and move around, but their actions made the people below the Pokemons were terrified. Some trainers who were training outside the Kalos Canyon happened to see this spectacular scene. They were all alert to the movements around them, but suddenly there were several loud noises and the sky darkened in an instant. Several powerful pressures appeared, causing these trainers to breathe rapidly and their Pokemons hid in their Pokeballs. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. For a moment the confused trainers outside the Kalos Canyon raised their head and looked up at the sky. When they saw the huge guys in the sky clearly, they were all dumbfounded. Look at Deathwing, War Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon. The trainers outside Kalos Canyon were stunned. It turned out that the noise just now was made by these dragons. No wonder their Pokemon were so scared that they all went into their Pokeballs. For a moment everyone was stunned by the giant dragon in the sky. It turns out that the dragon's lair is really in Carlos Canyon. I didn't expect to actually see these three dragons in person. I really made the right choice to come to Carlos Canyon. Everyone was amazed at the power of the dragons, and then they realized a problem. Why did King Qin's three giant dragons appear again? The three legendary beasts Deathwing, War Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon are out together. Has something happened again? I just learned that Team Flare is teaming up with Team Rocket to plunder the Pokemon and chassis of the Pokemon Alliance. Maybe the dragons are out for this purpose. Deathwing, Battle Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon are all out together. It's going to be a good show. Let's go and see. Yes. There must be another fierce duel. Let's catch up and see what's going on. Let go. A group of trainers chased the three dragons excitedly, but the dragons were so fast that they disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. These people could only follow from a distance. Soon Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and War Greymon gathered beside Qin Mu. The three dragons took Qin Mu and others directly into the air, and they reached their destination in just over 10 seconds. The trainers and Pokemon of the Pokemon League fell to the ground looking badly injured. The leader of the Pokemon League was still resisting on the front line. His face, which was originally covered with dark clouds, showed a hint of joy when he saw the appearance of Qin Mu and the dragon. The leader knew that the Pokemon League and Carlos were saved. The huge energy fluctuations from the three dragons stopped all the Pokemon that were fighting. The people from Team Flare and Team Rocket were bullying the people from the Pokemon League, and Qin Mu were stunned when they saw the dragons falling from the sky. The leader of Team Flare flatly smiled when he saw the dragons appear. We've finally been waiting for this. Chapter 68. The Elf Alliance, which had long been at a disadvantage, saw the arrival of Qin Mu and the dragon, and their morale suddenly soared. The leader of the alliance even excitedly went to greet them. Qin Tianwang, you are finally here. If you hadn't come, the Elf Alliance and the entire Kalos region would have been destroyed by the Flash team. The leader's voice was still choked with sob, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was injured in the confrontation with the Flash team just now. Don't worry, leader, I won't let the Flash team succeed. When the leader heard Qin Mu say this, he immediately felt relieved. He knew that the Elf Alliance and the Kalos region were really safe. When he was fighting the Flash team just now, his elves were seriously injured several times to protect themselves. Now he can't help. Qin Tianwang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but a leader of the Elf Alliance almost died at the hands of Zygarde. Qin Mu shook his head. Zygarde is the guardian beast of the Kalos region. After all, it's great that the leader can resist to this E10. It's strange to say Zygarde as the guardian beast of the Kalos region should not be close to evil, and no one knows why he was subdued by the Sparkle team and used by them. Qin Mu also noticed what the leader said. He saw that Zygarde on the Sparkle team had empty eyes and seemed to be unconscious. The state he showed was very similar to the SI beast that Hoopa had controlled before. Maybe Zygarde was not willing to be subdued by the Sparkle team for their use. Qin Mu guessed that the Sparkle team might have mastered some method to control Zygarde, but now is not the time to figure out these things. Qin Mu, we finally meet. Qin Mu looked at the owner of the voice. It was the leader of the Flash team, Vilatali. Last time on Dragon Island, Vilatali had used telepathy to meet Qin Mu. Today was indeed their first meeting. It is indeed the legendary Flash team who always do the dirty work of burning, killing and robbing. Qin Mu disdains dealing with such people. Seeing Qin Mu's disdainful attitude, Vilatali was furious. Qin Mu, don't think that you can be the best in the world just because you have a few dragons. Now that Team Flare has Zygarde, you can no longer be so arrogant. Oh, it seems that you have no say in whether you are arrogant or not. Vilatali grinned and said, then let's give it a try. Zygarde, show us your strength. Seeing Team Flare send out Zygarde, Qin Mu waved to Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon behind him. Everyone, it's time to stretch your muscles again. The three dragons were very excited and expectant. For these dragons, what they are most looking forward to is to meet their opponents and have a good fight. Now that they finally have such an opportunity again, the dragons can't wait to. Zygarde, use the destruction beam. Sweep away these three dragons. Under the command of Vilatali, Zygarde attacked fiercely, and the huge pillar of fire directly enveloped the Battle Greymon standing in the front. Battle Greymon directly resisted with his super metal armor. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing dodged quickly. Now it was the turn of the three dragons to attack. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon instantly rushed towards Zygarde. Zygarde instantly jumped into the air and dodged. Deathwing followed closely behind and launched an attack. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing are so fast. Vilatali was surprised to see the two dragons quickly chasing Zygarde. Although his Zygarde was also very fast, he was not as fast as Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Zygarde continued to use the Destruction Ray. At his urging, Zygarde launched the Destruction Ray again, this time targeting Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon reacted quickly, and they quickly dodged and escaped the range of the Destruction Ray. Use Supercharge Wave. Zygarde launched another attack. This time the attack range became wider, and the dodge range of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing was also greatly expanded. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing kept dodging, avoiding Zygarde's destructive Death Light and Supercharge Wave. Vilatali watched with relish. He knew his own Zygarde's strength very well, and he also knew that his Zygarde would not need to worry too much about dealing with Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing, because Zygarde has a special talent, that is, he can use his tail. This talent allows Zygarde to maintain the flying speed at high speed, and it will not affect his body weight. He can even spray fierce to ends continuously while flying. Zygarde's talent allows him to spray fierce to ends while flying. These to ends will invade the enemy's body, causing the enemy's flesh and blood to become stiff or paralyzed, making the opponent lose its combat ability. Vilatali is also, I think Zygarde can use this to defeat Qin Mu's three dragons. Of course, this is just one of Zygarde's advantages. Even if he can't use this to defeat the three dragons, Vilatali still has a killer. After all, he is the guardian of the Kalos region, and the secret power contained in him is absolutely beyond their imagination. However, Vilatali also noticed the Battle Greymon that had not made a move. He also watched the live broadcast of Qin Mu's battle against Hoopa before, and he knew that the key to Qin Mu's victory over Hoopa was this Battle Greymon. The aerial Gaia energy cannon used by Battle Greymon at that time was the key to defeating Hoopa. So Vilatali was very afraid of this Battle Greymon, which was more powerful than Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But this Battle Greymon has been standing net to Qin Mu and watching Zygarde entangled with Deathwing Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, but he didn't go up to help, which made Flatterly very confused. Is he observing the battle and wanting to study Zygarde's shortcomings and flaws? Flatterly snorted in his heart. If the battle Tyrannosaurus King could see through his flaws like this, then Zygarde wouldn't be worthy of being the guardian beast of the Kalos region. The Flare team had to spend so much effort to break Zygarde core. Zygarde, quickly get rid of Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Your real opponent is that Battle Greymon. Zygarde listened to Flatterly's word, glanced at Battle Greymon, who was standing still, and then increased his fire power to attack Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Chapter 69. Zygarde used Sandstorm and Black Fog. As Flatterly's voice fell, Zygarde in her complete form flapped her wings and flew into the sky. She flapped her wings violently, creating a thick black fog. She rolled up the sand and gravel on the ground, forming a sandstorm that covered the sky. Zygarde was in the center of the black fog and sandstorm like a devil. Flatterly looked at the black fog and sandstorm with joy and shouted excitedly, Zygarde used 1,000 arrows. Zygarde gathered all the energy in his body, turned it into a rain of arrows, and shot at Deathwing and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon flying in the sky. Seeing this, Shin Mew hurriedly asked Deathwing and the others to get out of the way. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, get out of the way. Unfortunately, because Zygarde had arranged the venue, the black fog affected Deathwing and the others' 537 vision, and the sandstorm slowed them down, so the rain of arrows fell heavily on Deathwing and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and frequent explosions sounded on their bodies until they were blown to the ground. Flatterly took advantage of the victory and shouted to Zygarde, Zygarde, use Earthquake. Zygarde jumped to the ground and stomped his foot hard, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The powerful energy penetrated into the Earth's crust, causing an earthquake disaster that was enough to change the color of the sky and the Earth. Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon were the first to be hit. Affected by the earthquake waves, their internal organs were shifted. Although Zygarde in his perfect form was very powerful, he could not cause such great damage to Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in their prime. Unfortunately, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons had just defeated the super demon god Hoopa with their bodies that had not yet recovered from the battle with Yveltal, so their injuries and bodies were in a state of gritting their teeth. When they were attacked twice in a row by Zygarde, they were exhausted. Those who were watching saw that Deathwing and the others were seriously injured, and they all cried out in surprise, "Oh my god, Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon were defeated. Does that mean Qin Tianwang can't beat Zygarde?" Qin Tianwang defeated the god of death Yveltal and the super demon god Hoopa. It is inevitable that he will have some difficulty facing the stronger Zygarde. I believe that Qin Tianwang will definitely defeat Zygarde. Come on, Qin Tianwang. Qin Mew heard the cheers of the audience and looked at the 100-meter tall Zygarde. He knew that these unarmed people could not escape the black fog and sandstorm created by Zygarde, so he decided to let the seriously injured Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon protect their safety. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Deathwing, protect the people. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing nodded, flapped their wings, flew in front of the people, and used their huge bodies to block the invading black fog and sandstorm. Qin Mew turned his head to look at the Battle Greymon on the side and said, "Go Battle Greymon." Battle Greymon had long been unable to suppress his belligerent mood. After hearing the order, he roared and fired a Gaia energy cannon at Zygarde. The white energy bullet attacked Zygarde at an extremely fast speed, leaving a light white tail in the air. Flatterly shouted, "Zygarde, use Mystic Guard." Zygarde opened his arms and released the energy in his body, forming a 10-meter thick shield on the outside of his body. The Gaia energy cannon collided directly with the shield, producing a powerful aftermath. This energy wave spread very quickly and soon appeared in front of people. Deathwing opened his mouth and spit out a dragon breath, offsetting the energy in the aftermath. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon spread his huge wings and protected people under his huge wings. Although Mary stood in the middle of the two dragons and could not be protected by them, she was also protected by Princess Diancie. Although Princess Diancie was not a mythical beast, she was at least a rock and fairy dual-element fantasy treasure elf. She used the light wall to create a 1-meter thick white energy wall, which had no problem blocking the aftermath. At the same time, Qin Mew continued to launch an attack. Battle Greymon used Dragon Bane. Battle Greymon raised his claws and released a fiery shockwave. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. This shockwave easily tore through Zygarde's mysterious protection and hit her body, producing a violent explosion and a pile of grey smoke. Seeing Zygarde being hit, the onlookers exclaimed sincerely, "Battle Greymon is indeed the strongest, and it hit Zygarde with 2 moves. Qin Tianwang is still so strong, he will definitely defeat Zygarde just like he defeated Hoopa. King Qin is mighty. Battle Greymon is invincible." Unlike the people Qin Mew just watched Draymond Buster hit Zygarde precisely. Because all this was Qin Mew's plan. When Zygarde just came out, Qin Mew felt the pressure of the dragon beast coming from her. That's why he asked Battle Greymon to observe Zygarde to see if he could use Draymond Buster, which can restrain Dragon Digimon. The result was just as Qin Mu thought. Draymond Buster could also restrain Dragon Poka copyright Mon like Zygarde. When the smoke cleared, Zygarde was still standing there intact. Flatterly enjoyed the shocked prescience of the people, laughed wantonly and taunted. Zygarde is the strongest beast. Can you defeat him with just a Battle Greymon? Qin Mu ignored Flatterly's taunting and said coldly, Battle Greymon, use Draymond equipment. Go up and get close to Zygarde and then use Draymond Buster. Battle Greymon gathered energy in his legs, then rushed out quickly, leaving deep grooves on the ground. Flatterly was not to be outdone and shouted, Zygarde, use bind tight. Zygarde gathered the scattered energy like a beast with its body lowered, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Battle Greymon slammed into Zygarde fiercely, leaving a huge aftermath. As in 1-4, Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon protected the people as usual, and Princess Diancie used the light wall to protect Marie. At this moment Flatterly's eyes were flashed by the light reflected from the light wall, and he turned around to look at Marie. This Marie seemed to be Qin Mu's disciple. If she was killed, Qin Mu would be furious, so Flatterly ordered Zygarde to attack Marie. Zygarde used Dragon Breath to attack Marie. Zygarde fought back the Battle Greymon with all his strength and spit out a black energy ball at Marie. Seeing the fierce Dragon Breath, Princess Diancie used her strongest defensive move. She mobilized all her energy to create a 10-meter thick light wall, but she was too weak and the 10-meter thick light wall was easily torn apart by the Dragon Breath. The Dragon Breath knocked Diancie away and the remaining power was about to hit Marie. Chapter 70. Qin Mu saw that Zygarde's Dragon Breath was about to hit Molly, so he quickly asked Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to return to defend. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, quick, stop this dragon's breath. Without waiting for Qin Mu's reminder, Deathwing and the others launched an attack trying to intercept the dragon's breath. Deathwing spit out a red fireball and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon released a white ray. Although the attack of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was fast enough to shatter time and space, the dragon's breath emitted by Zygarde had already attacked Mary. The strong wind generated by the dragon's breath blew Mary's hair and she only felt the heat wave on her face. Facing the black energy ball with a diameter of tens of meters, Mary's heart was left with regret for not being able to help Qin Mu. Qin Mu, contrary to his usual calmness, suddenly ran to Mary, but the distance was still too far. Qin Mu could only watch the dragon flame devouring Mary. At the critical moment, the Zygarde cell that Mary had previously subdued automatically jumped out of the Poka copyright ball. Facing an energy ball that was hundreds of times larger than her, the Zygarde cell blocked the attack alone. The Zygarde cell was like a vacuum cleaner, sucking the energy ball that was dozens of meters large into her body. Moreover, the Zygarde cell licked its lips, looking unsatisfied. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the Zygarde cell stood there intact. Oh my god, what kind of elf is this? It can actually block Zygarde's dragon breath. There is no information about this elf in the elf encyclopedia. What kind of elf is this? She looks like a pool of dirty water. I didn't expect she could withstand such a strong attack. Even someone as powerful as Qin Mu was surprised by the appearance of this elf. Who is this elf? How could it withstand Zygarde's attack? When did Mary subdue such a mysterious elf? Mary, who survived the disaster, picked up the Zygarde cell on the ground and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Seeing that Mary was fine, Qin sneered and asked the Battle Tyrannosaurus to continue attacking Zygarde. Battle Greymon, continue your attack. Because Zygarde had previously withdrawn to use Dragon Breath, she was unable to adjust for a while. However, Battle Greymon keenly seized the opportunity and used Draco Killer to cut her wings. Zygarde felt pain and fell from the sky. Seeing Zygarde injured and falling, Qin Mu shouted, "Battle Greymon, use Aerial Draco Killer." War Greymon showed off the Draco Killer and stabbed Zygarde. Vlately didn't care to be surprised and hurriedly ordered Zygarde use Mystic Guardian. Zygarde ignored her falling body and mobilized all her energy to build a protective shield of several dozen meters in front of her. However, the Dragon Beast Killer was a special item to restrain Dragon-type elf, and with the added strength of War Greymon, it cut through Zygarde's mysterious protection like cutting tofu. It stabbed Zygarde's abdomen, fiercely cutting through her black body, and kicked her into the ground, causing a cloud of smoke. Seeing this devastating blow, people exclaimed in disbelief. Zygarde was defeated by War Greymon again. I wonder if he can stand up again this time. Battle Greymon was not injured at all and completely beat up Zygarde. Qin Tianwang is indeed the strongest. Even Zygarde is no match for Qin Tianwang. But there was no panic on Vlately's face. Instead, he smiled. "No way, Qin Mu, do you think it's so easy to defeat Zygarde?" Qin Mu looked at Vlately coldly and said, "No matter what means you use, War Greymon will win." Vlately sneered, "Let me show you the true strength of Zygarde." Zygarde used reverse scale to read the e-citing novel. Go to follow novel network. As soon as the word fell, Zygarde's eyes turned red and white smoke emanated from his body. Zygarde used a terrifying aura all over his body which was chilling. Qin Mu noticed the change in Zygarde Zigard and turned around to let War Greymon attack. Battle Greymon used Dragon Bane. Battle Greymon stopped in the air, put his hands together and sent a fiery shockwave toward Zigard on the ground. However, Zigard allowed War Greymon to attack at will, seemingly not taking him seriously. Finally Zigard made his move. Zigard's injuries healed in an instant and he jumped up and rushed to War Greymon in an instant. He smashed her face hard and knocked her to the ground. He accumulated all his strength in the air and released a devastating dragon breath. At this moment the Zigard cell, which was originally extremely weak, suddenly broke free from Marie's arms and jumped to War Greymon, just like when he saved Marie before he took the dragon breath again. After swallowing the dragon breath, the strength of Zigard's cell was improved again. Then he slowly walked to the front of the perfect Zigard. Seeing her take the dragon breath move again, Flatterly was surprised, but after seeing her walk in front of the perfect Zigard, a few traces of ridicule appeared on his face. Zigard used the power of the earth to attack this elf, but Zigard in his complete form was like a stuck robot, motionless. Seeing that Zigard was unmoved, Flatterly shouted, "Zigard, what are you doing standing there at 537? But Zigard still did not move and ignored Flatterly's roar. Flatterly was furious and shouted at Akbai beside him, "What's going on? Why doesn't Zigard obey me?" Akobi also saw Zigard's silence and hurried to debug the machine in front. However, the dozen machines in front showed that everything was normal, so Akobi and other researchers could only restart the machine. Seeing that Zigard was still in the same state, Flatterly pushed these researchers aside and started to debug the machine. At the same time, Zigard's cells saw the complete body of Zigard hundreds of meters high in front of them, licked their lips and looked excited. Because Zigard power comes from his body and Zigard cells can absorb those powerful moves to restore their own strength. Zigard complete body saw the Zigard cell in front of him and suddenly went crazy. He attacked her like crazy, tirelessly launching a series of devastating attacks. Zigard complete body used 1,000 waves. It set off huge waves on the ground which were completely different from those on the sea. Gravel and stones formed huge waves and hit Zigard's cells. The onlookers saw the huge waves hundreds of meters high and turned pale with fear. Chapter 71. It's over. No matter how strong this elf is, it can't withstand Zigard's full force attack. What a pity. This Pokemon will definitely be as powerful as Snurlaw in the future, but it will die here today. Oh, it's so scary, I don't dare to watch it anymore. The huge wave hit the Zigard cell and the shock wave it generated hit the people watching the battle nearby. Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon stretched out their wings to block the powerful aftermath. After the complete form of Zigard was strengthened by the reverse scale, the moves he released this time were even more powerful. The aftermath alone made Deathwing and other beasts retreat several steps. However, Zigard's cell was fine and slowly stood up from the ground. At this time, Akamuro, a coder of the Flare team who was observing the situation from far away in the sky, found something wrong. He ran to the leader Flatterly and said breathlessly, "Leader, the big something terrible has happened." Because Flattery could not find the problem, he was a little angry and shouted angrily, "Akamalo, is there anything more important than Zigard?" Akamuro nodded and said, "Boss, it is Zigard." Flatterly stopped what he was doing and asked what happened. Zigard's elf form appeared standing right in front of Zigard complete form. Flatterly was horrified when he heard this and quickly ran outside, snatched the telescope from his younger brother and saw a scene that horrified him. Zigard's elf stood intact in front of Zigard complete form, and no matter how Zigard complete form attacked, it was useless. Zigard pushed his younger brother behind him away and walked to the control machine alone. After a series of crackling operations, the body of Zigard complete form outside paused and slowed down its attack speed. Flatterly and Easley gave orders to the controller, looking forward to Zigard complete form recovering. However, after a violent vibration of Zigard's complete form, white smoke floated on the control machine. Flatterly knew that he was finished and Zigard was out of control, and she would eventually have all her power sucked away by Zigard's cells, helping Zigard's cells to recover all their power. What made him most angry was that the efforts of the Flame team over the years and the Zigard core that they had spent so much effort to obtain all became wedding clothes. No! Flatterly roared in despair, venting his dissatisfaction. The chief scientist Akbai beside him comforted him, saying, "Boss, Zigard is indeed powerful, but Zigard in cell form is like cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. As long as we catch her, we can regain control of Zigard." Flatterly suddenly realized and quickly commanded Team Flare and Team Rocket to capture the Zigard core together. At the same time, Chin Mew looked at the elf in front of him who was constantly devouring the power of Zigard perfect form and was a little overwhelmed. However, he quickly made a decision that no matter what, this elf was the first thing to deal with was this Zigard perfect form. As the saying goes, attack him while he's ill. Chin Mew quickly commanded War Greymon to attack, but at this moment Chin Mew saw Team Flare and Team Rocket surrounding him. He keenly observed that these people were looking for the mysterious elf that had devoured a lot of Zigard's energy, so he decisively took action and stopped them. Battle Greymon used Tyrannosaurus fire to knock down all these robots. Battle Greymon spit out fireballs, and the fireballs with a diameter of 10 meters hit the robot. There was a violent explosion blowing these robots to the ground. Flatterly frowned and ordered Akbai, "You take everyone, cover me and hold Qin Mu back." Akbai nodded and summoned her elf, the wolfhound and the red-faced dragon. Leading thousands of elf and hundreds of robots, they rushed to Qin Mu aggressively, and Apollo, a coder of the rocket team, brought people to help. Qin Mu looked at these minions coldly and derided, "Battle Greymon, don't hold back." After hearing this, Battle Greymon shouted excitedly and released a battle tornado. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. A huge tornado was generated within 100 meters with Battle Greymon as the center. When the members of the Flare team and the rocket team saw this scene, they quickly let their elves release their strongest skills. Big Wolfhound, use Crunch. Houndoom, use Purgatory. Dragon King Scorpion, use the Cross Poison Blade. Thousands of attacks were carried by the hundreds of missiles toward Battle Greymon, but this level of attack was no different from tickling her. These attacks were blocked by the battle tornado, and as the Battle Greymon moved, the people close to the tornado were blown away. Soon all the members of Team Flare and Team Rocket were lying on the ground. Qin Mu ignored these minions and commanded Battle Greymon to attack Fratali. Battle Greymon used Tyrannosaurus fire to attack Flatally. War Greymon spat out a huge fireball and flew rapidly toward Flatally. Flatally sensed something was wrong and looked back. A fireball appeared in front of him. Flatally didn't bother to scold his men for their incompetence and hurriedly shouted, "Crow Chief, use surprise attack and dodge the attack." The Crow Chief under his seat turned around and dodged the Tyrannosaurus fire. Qin Mu saw Flatally dodge the attack of War Greymon and continued to order the attack. Battle Greymon used Gaia Energy Cannon. Battle Greymon concentrated his energy on one point in his palm and fired a super dense high heat energy bullet. The speed was extremely fast, several times faster than before. Flatally was startled and summoned all the spirit just to avoid this attack. Master Atake, use wide area defense. Crow Chief, use hold on. Use Flame Lion and hold on. However, it was ridiculous to rely on these Pokemon alone to block War Greymon's Gaia Energy Cannon. The energy bomb easily tore through these defenses and blew away the leader Viladari and her Pokemon. At the same time, after enduring hundreds of attacks, the Zygarde cells have slowly recovered their strength. In contrast, Zygarde perfect form, because of the multiple attacks it released and the continuous absorption of Zygarde cells, has changed from the original 100 meters high to the current tens of meters high. Qin Mu saw that the strength of Zygarde perfect form was weakened so much and thought that he should take the opportunity to let War Greymon launch a full strength attack. Battle Greymon, fly to the atmosphere and use the aerial Gaia Energy Cannon. However, at this moment a majestic voice suddenly sounded in Qin Mu's mind. "Human, this is my battle. As the patron saint of Kalos, your heroic performance will earn me a reward." Chapter 72. In fact, Zygarde had noticed Qin Mu a long time ago. She was in the depths of the cave monitoring the stability of the ecosystem. When the god of death Yveltal slaughtered the elves in the forest, she noticed it, but just when she was about to take action, Qin Mu took Deathwing and others to fight Yveltal. In the end, he defeated Yveltal and saved countless lives. At this time, Qin Mu attracted her attention. You know, Zygarde has never seen a trainer who can defeat Yveltal head-on. Later, when the super demon god Hoopa brought Si divine beast to destroy Kalos city, she was also ready to stop him. Then Qin Mu went to stop Hoopa again, and that battle was really fierce. Originally she thought Qin Mu would not be able to defeat Liberation Hoopa, but she took out Battle Greymon and successfully defeated Hoopa. Zygarde decided to reward Qin Mu well, but first he had to restore his own strength, so he shouted and turned into a cobra. She has 4 green diagonal eyes like the compound eyes of insect. There is a black decoration like a pleated lizard behind the head with a green hyagon on it. The tail has 5 forks. When Viladari saw the change in Zygarde cells, he lost his mind for a moment and muttered, "It's over, everything is over." Zygarde in 50% form. Zygarde looked at the complete form of Zygarde in front of him, flew into the air and then absorbed her remaining energy from a high position. After a while, Zygarde's complete form gradually shortened from dozens of meters to a few meters high until only a core was left. Zygarde picked up the core and ate it up. At this moment, everyone present felt a chill from the soul. Zygarde felt the long-lost power. Now she can be said to be the guardian of the Kalos region. Now even if Arceus and Ultimate Necrozma come, Zygarde has the confidence to beat them back to where they came from. Zygarde can't wait to see her complete form. Zygarde, who was in the 50% form, shouted and turned into the same elf as the perfect Zygarde controlled by Team Flare before. However, everyone noticed the difference between her and the perfect Zygarde before. Zygarde now was not as tyrannical as before, but brought a supreme pressure which came from the nobility in her bones. Zygarde carefully felt the power flowing in her body and stretched her muscles. She turned her eyes to the leader of Team Flare, Viladari, who was the instigator, and said, "I I was going to punish you for stealing my power, but considering that you have gathered my remaining power, I will spare your life." Sigurd changed the subject and said coldly, "The death penalty can be forgiven, but the living crime cannot be pardoned. From today on you are not allowed to step into the Kalos region, otherwise you will die." After speaking, Sigurd raised his arm and released the sandstorm skill. It actually blew all the people and elves of Team Flare and Team Rocket out of the vast Kalos region at once. The onlookers realized that the Sigurd in front of them was the guardian god in the myth. Little guy, no, the elf just now was actually Lord Sigurd. Lord Sigurd, I actually met Lord Sigurd in my lifetime. Lord Sigurd is so strong that he can blow away all the bad guys with a sandstorm move. Sigurd looked at the ruins around him and decided to help people restore the city to its previous appearance. Earth power. Sigurd put his hands into the ground and mobilized the power of the earth. Dots of fluorescent light flew up from the ground and attached to a piece of ruin. "Get up!" Sigurd shouted. All the ruins floated in the air and began to reorganize, gradually returning to their previous appearance. Fall. As Sigurd's voice fell, the city was completely renewed. To read the e-citing novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Seeing this divine power, the people at the scene knelt down to thank Sigurd. "Great Lord Sigurd, thank you for your gift." "Master Sigurd, I will always remember your divine power." "Lord Sigurd, you are so great." The audience was filled with praises and the people of Kalos were all thanking Sigurd. This is because Sigurd is the patron saint of the Kalos region and has been since ancient time. Every time the ecological balance of the Kalos region is disrupted, Sigurd will take action to restore order. As a result, the entire Kalos region worships Sigurd as a god. So when Sigurd first helped Team Flare, many people felt desperate, but no one doubted that it was Sigurd's will, and they all thought that Team Flare controlled her. Sigurd released her power, helped those who knelt up and said, "You should thank Qin Mu because he saved you." "I just did some small thing." People nodded in agreement. Qin Tianwang is the most powerful trainer and the guardian of the Kalos region. Qin Tianwang and Sigurd are both very strong. Qin Tianwang is invincible. He has saved us 3 times. Qin Mu's reputation continued to rise and the system kept sending the sound of rising reputation. Qin Mu whistled and called back Deathwing and the others. After putting them back into the Pokeball, the field suddenly became much emptier. At the same time, Mary stared blankly at the Pokemon she had captured not long ago, which turned out to be Sigurd. Thinking that she had thought she was determined to raise Sigurd's cells, she blushed with shame. Princess Diancie gently pulled the corner of her cloth and said, "It's okay, you still have Diancie." At this time Sigurd released his complete form and turned into a 50% form. She slowly walked to Qin Mu and paid tribute to him. Sigurd nodded slightly and said, "Qin Mu, Qin Tianwang, you have defeated the god of death Yveltal and the super demon god Hoopa, successively saving the ecology from fire and water. Thank you." It was also the first time that Qin Mu was saluted by such a beast. He waved his hand and said, "Even without me you would maintain the balance of the ecology." Hearing Qin Mu's humble words, Sigurd once again deepened his inner thought. "Human, you save Carlos' life. You have a pure heart. I will help you solve the crisis the net time you are in trouble. However, I will only help you once." Then Sigurd pondered for a while and felt that he should give Qin Mu some material reward. After all, such a powerful human must have a bright future. "You have stopped the destruction of the god of death Yveltal and the super demon god Hoopa. I will give you rich favors and reward." Chapter 73. As soon as Sigurd finished speaking, an egg covered with thorns suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Yveltal's sealed egg actually appeared out of thin air in front of Sigurd. Qin Mu saw this scene and touched his pocket where Yveltal's sealed egg was placed and found that it was really gone. "It can actually do this. Is this the power of being the guardian beast of the Kalos region?" Sigurd complete form roared Yveltal. The thorns that originally wrapped the egg actually retreated instantly, revealing a complete egg. Then the eggshell was broken, the seal was released, and Yveltal completely woke up. When everyone saw Yveltal waking up again, they subconsciously felt fear in their hearts, but when they saw Yveltal they realized that Yveltal seemed to be different from the 540 state that had caused a big disturbance in the gorgeous competition before. When Yveltal was causing trouble in the grand contest and sucking the lives of many elves, he looked ferocious, but now in front of Sigurd he was actually very well behaved. Sigurd perfect form can suppress Yveltal, so Yveltal will behave like a child, the leader said in amazement and answered the questions of some puzzled trainers. Everyone was amazed at the power of Sigurd perfect form. "I can still vividly remember how terrifying Yveltal was before. Sigurd complete form is so powerful that he can make Yveltal so obedient just by suppressing her." Yes, it felt like a father teaching his child a lesson. Yveltal didn't dare to act rashly in front of Sigurd perfect form. After all, Sigurd is the guardian beast of the Kalos region. He can not only suppress Yveltal but also Serena. Sigurd stretched out his hand, pointed at Qin Mu and said to Yveltal, "Yveltal, from now on you must obey this man. He is your master." Sigurd suppressed Yveltal and Yveltal nodded obediently, then lowered her head towards Qin Mu. Master. Everyone was extremely shocked. Look, Yveltal surrendered to King Qin under Zygarde's oppression. Yveltal. This time King Qin really conquered Yveltal. Congratulations to King Qin for adding another divine beast. King Qin is invincible. Qin Mu was also delighted. He had been wondering how to make Yveltal truly work for him. He did not expect that Zygarde's simple words would make Yveltal truly recognize him as his master. Human, this is the reward I Zygarde give you, Yveltal. Qin Mu was very satisfied with Zygarde's reward. Not only that Zygarde could obey him once, which was enough to satisfy him. Human, I Zygarde promise to obey your orders once. When the time comes you only need to shout my name and I will come. Qin Mu nodded after hearing what Zygarde said. Then Zygarde's complete form instantly disappeared in front of everyone. The speed of disappearance was so fast that some people were not prepared at all. In just a blink of an eye Zygarde figure was gone. Qin Mu looked at Yveltal in front of him and threw the poke ball out. Yveltal entered the poke ball. Yveltal, who was educated by Zygarde, entered the poke ball very obediently. Qin Mu put the poke ball containing Yveltal into his pocket with satisfaction. Mary immediately came forward to congratulate him. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Master. Congratulations on conquering Yveltal. From now on Master will be the strongest among the strong. Listening to Mary's words, Qin Mu said, this time it is all thanks to you. If you hadn't taken out Zygarde's L form, Zygarde core would not be so easy to solve. Hearing the master praising herself, Mary blushed slightly and was very happy in her heart, but she couldn't help but feel shy. Hehe, that was an elf I saw randomly in the forest. I thought it looked strange and was a new species of elf. I helped Master by accident. Qin Mu touched Mary's head. You are worthy of being my good apprentice. Mary was very happy when she heard what Qin Mu said, as if she had never been so happy before. To receive the praise and affirmation from her master was as refreshing as flying to the sky. Colony and the leader of the Elf Alliance also came up to congratulate Qin Mu. Qin Tianwang, congratulations on conquering Yveltal, and you have also obtained the guardian beast of the Kalos region to obey your orders, which is really a cause for celebration. Colony A sincerely congratulated Qin Mu, and her admiration for him in her heart became deeper and deeper. Qin Tianwang, this time it is thanks to you and your disciple that we not only rescued our Elf Alliance but also rescued Zygarde, the guardian beast of the Kalos region, from the hands of the Sparkle team. You are simply the savior of the Kalos region. Faced with the high evaluation of the leader, Qin Mu waved his hands repeatedly. Leader, you are too kind. Seeing that Qin Mu, such a strong man, actually had such a precious humble heart, Colony became more and more envious of this man who created countless surprises for everyone. Soon the news that Qin Mu defeated the Sparkle team and subdued the core of Zygarde spread throughout the Kalos region, including the fact that Qin Mu truly subdued Yveltal under the suppression of Zygarde complete form and once dispatched Zygarde complete form. Originally, when they heard that the Sparkle team was attacking the Elf Alliance, the other three major forces in the Kalos region were secretly happy in their heart, thinking that they could get rid of a major enemy. Unexpectedly, not only did they hear the news of the Sparkle team's failure, but also that Qin Mu had subdued another beast. Not only did he subdue Yveltal, but he also made the guardian beast of the Kalos region obey his orders. Does this mean that Qin Mu has the final say in the Kalos region? In the conference room of the Yehei group headquarters, Yelanchan said with a serious expression, Qin Mu has helped the Elf Alliance again and again. Doesn't this mean that he has stood on the side of the Elf Alliance? One of the senior executives of Yehei pressed his thought. If Qin Mu really stands on the side of the Elf Alliance, let alone our Yehei group, even the Seven Colors Gym group and the Dark Hunting group will not be a match for the Elf Alliance after joining forces with us. Moreover, the Elf Alliance has a capable assistant like Qin Mu, and they will definitely find a way to eliminate the forces that threaten the Elf Alliance. Maybe the first one they rescued is our Yehei group. Listening to these people's discussion, Yelanchan's expression became more and more solemn. What they said did make sense. If Qin Mu really stood on the side of the Elf Alliance, the days of the other three forces would be really difficult in the future. Chapter 74. Yelanchan's face became more and more gloomy, and his hand, which was originally on the table, gradually clenched into a fist. Boss, what should we do? Qin Mu has so many divine beasts in his hands. Our Yehei group is definitely not his opponent. Yelanchan was silent for a while, then said, I will go to find Mr. Hong from the Seven Colors group now. Maybe he has a way. Mr. Hong has opened a gym in the Kalos area for decades. He has a very high qualification and is the only person in Kalos who has more prestige than the leader of the Elf Alliance. Yelanchan immediately set out to find Mr. Hong, and Mr. Hong had an uninvited guest. Mr. Hong took a sip of tea, then put down the teacup and slowly said to the person in front of him, our Seven Colors Gym group has never had any intersection with the Dark Hunting group. I wonder what the Dark Hunting group has sent people to do this time. Sitting opposite Mr. Hong was Li Wang from the Dark Hunting group. At this moment he came to to the 7 Colors Gym Group because of the order of the leader 17. Does Mr. Hong know that Team Flash attacked the Elf Alliance today? I have heard something about it. Old Hong replied calmly. Li Wang saw that Old Hong was still calm after hearing such a big thing, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is worthy of being an old FO who has been in the Kalos area for decades. Then Elder Hong must have also heard about how Qin Mu with the help of Zygarde Perfect Form successfully subdued Yveltal and even got a chance to dispatch Zygarde Perfect Form right. Elder Hong didn't respond this time, still sipping his tea leisurely. Li Wang cursed in his heart, old FO. I don't believe you are so calm. You are still pretending even at this point. Li Wang knew that speaking in code to this old FO would not get him any good, so he simply got straight to the point. Qin Mu subdued various mythical beasts again and again, first a few giant dragons, then Yveltal and Hoopa, and this time he got the help of Zygarde's complete form. Qin Mu has always had close contact with the Elf Alliance. Doesn't Hong Lao think this is an invisible bomb for the 7 Colors Gym Group? Hearing Li Wang's direct words, Hong Lao's face still had little expression. Our 7 Colors Dojo Group has been working diligently in the dojo business and has not done anything shameful. Even if Qin Mu is really in league with the Elf Alliance, why should our 7 Colors Dojo Group be worried? Li Wang listened to what old Hong said. His face was ashen with anger. This old FO was hinting that their dark hunting group was doing shameful things behind the scenes, so they were afraid that Qin Mu was really in league with the Elf Alliance. Ahem. But has Mr. Hong ever thought that even though the 7 Color Gym Group has been working diligently, the 7 Color Gym Group has opened more and more gyms over the years and its power has grown? Does Mr. Hong think the Elf Alliance can trust the 7 Color Gym Group? Li Wang saw a subtle expression on Mr. Hong's face and continued to strike while the iron was hot, saying, moreover, the leader of the Elf Alliance specially sent several tons of rations to the Dragon Gym as well as funds to expand the Dragon Gym. The gyms under Mr. Hong have never received such treatment, right? As far as I know, a portion of the income of each gym of the 7 Color Gym Group has to be allocated to the Elf Alliance, but the Elf Alliance spent all the hard-earned money of the 7 Color Gym Group on the Dragon Gym. This matter would not be pleasant for anyone. So the purpose of your visit this time is to want the 7 Colors Dojo to join forces with the Dark Hunting Group. Li Wang saw that he was about to persuade Hong Lao and wanted to continue to say something, but at this time the men from the 7 Colors Dojo Group came to report. Mr. Hong Yelanshan from Yehei Group is here. Mr. Hong glanced at Li Wang. When Li Wang heard that Yelanshan from Yehei Group was also here, he was not annoyed by being interrupted but was excited. Master Hong, if my guess is correct, the purpose of Yehei Group's visit is the same as that of my Dark Hunting Group. Why don't we let Yelanshan in and let the three of us have a good talk together to read the exciting novel? Go to Falu Novel Network. Master Hong was silent for a moment, thinking something in his mind, and then ordered his subordinate to invite Yelanshan in. Li Wang raised the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, the leader is really as good as a god. This time the three major forces have a chance to join forces. When Mary went to feed the elves these days, she found that there were always a few wild elves fleeing from the forest in panic. For several days this phenomenon became more and more serious, which made Mary very puzzled, but she thought about it and couldn't figure out why, so she told Qin Mu about it. When Qin Mu listened to Mary talking about these things and thought about the battle with Team Flare a few days ago, he had the answer in his mind. Now Zygarde has not only awakened but also successfully evolved into the complete form of Zygarde. In the previous battle with Hoopa and Team Flare, War Greymon used the ultimate move Gaia Energy Cannon several times, which made such a big noise. Maybe it awakened a sleeping beast, and those wild Pokemon who fled in panic happened to be near the sleeping beast and were scared away by the pressure of the beast. Qin Mu's guess was not wrong. The appearance of the complete form of Zygarde and the noise caused by the Gaia Energy Cannon made the beast that was originally sleeping somewhere show signs of awakening. However, this time it was not just one beast that awakened. 540. Lu Bo put on the blue mask in his hand and put on a cloak to hide his true identity. Before, Lu Bo asked the leader of the Elf Alliance to meet Qin Mu, but he didn't expect that even the leader couldn't invite him, so he didn't meet Qin Mu. Moreover, in such a short period of time, Qin Mu actually repelled the Flash team, not only solved a crisis for the Elf Alliance but also made the guardian beast of Kalos Zygarde evolve into a complete form. With the help of Zygarde's complete form, he successfully subdued Yveltal. Even Zygarde, the guardian beast of Kalos, willingly obeyed Qin Mu's dispatch. Lu Bo had never heard of such a thing, but Qin Mu created surprises for him again and again. This made Lu Bo more and more curious about Qin Mu. What kind of magic power does he have that can save him from danger again and again and gain a lot from it? So this time Lu Bo decided, since he couldn't meet Qin Mu through someone else's introduction, he planned to go to the Dragon Gym in person under the identity of Masked Man to find Qin Mu. Lu Bo thought this this time he must get to know this person who could interest him again and again. Chapter 75 Kanto Region. Flare leader Fradalai was thrown onto the beach by the waves, causing a commotion. The uniformed trainer roughly pushed aside the onlookers, picked up the unconscious Flatterly and walked out. They lifted Flatterly onto the back of Charizard and flew towards the towering Team Rocket building. Flatterly held his forehead and slowly sat up from the bed. He opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man in a grey suit standing by the bed. His face suddenly turned ugly and he said, Sakaki, it's you. Sakaki patted his shoulder and said, Flatterly, you should have a good rest here. After that he led people out of the room. Keep an eye on him, don't let him take a step out of here, Sakaki said to the gatekeeper. Athena behind him asked, Boss, all the members of Team Flare scattered in Kanto and Johto have been found. Sakaki nodded and said, not just these two areas, we need to find all the members of Team Flare and make full preparations for our plan. After explaining everything, Sakaki sat on the chair looking through Chin Mu's file and said in a cold voice, Chin Mu, don't hinder my plan, I'm not a waste like Vlatterly. What? Chin Mu already has 5 divine bees. Lusamine, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, looked at the information handed over and asked the subordinate beside her in disbelief. Yes, Chairman, and Chin Mu has the strength to rival Zygarde. Lusamine was embarrassed. As the chairman of the Ether Foundation, she must seize every opportunity to improve the foundation's strength. Where is the scientific research team that I paid for? Have they produced any results recently? Lusamine asked. The subordinate replied, Chairman, they are studying the weaknesses of the previous bees. Lusamine sneered and asked, are they the beast that escaped because of Hoopa? Yes, the subordinate was sweating profusely, but we haven't found it yet. Lusamine was furious and shouted, don't look for it. I think Chin Mu's elf don't belong to this world. Go contact Chin Mu first. So Lusamine sent Deputy Branch Director Pico to the Dragon Gym to borrow some of Chin Mu's elf. At the same time, Mewtwo was shocked when he learned of the appearance of Zygarde. You know, Zygarde hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. Her appearance this time gave Mewtwo great hope. Mewtwo has been looking for the legendary elf Mew, but she hasn't even seen the shadow of Mew in these years. Zygarde is a very ancient mythical beast and its strength is so strong that there must be news about Mew. But in order to find Zygarde they have to start with Chin Mu. Although Mewtwo is very powerful, she knows in her heart that she can't beat Chin Mu's 5 mythical beasts no matter what. So if she wants Chin Mu to help her, she still needs to work hard. Although the city was restored by Zygarde, the leader of the Elf Alliance was not happy. The successive crises of the legendary beast made him realize the weakness of the Alliance. Champion Colony and the 4 Heavenly Kings, the high-level combat forces of the Alliance. When facing the legendary beast they were completely useless and could only run to the Dragon Gym to ask Chin Mu for help. Although Chin Mu is powerful, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, and what if he is not in the gym for something? Wouldn't it be left to the legendary beast to destroy? Therefore it is necessary to build a team that can fight against the legendary beast. The leader called the Champion Colony and gave her 2 pieces of information. This is the physical examination report of Kinli and Dokduo. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Colony took it, flipped through it and said all physical indicators are normal, but their brains have suffered severe damage. Whether they wake up or not depends on God's will. What does the leader mean? Then the leader took out 2 more reports, handed them to Colony and said, this is the information of their mythical beasts and their experiences. Colony held the information with both hands and asked in confusion, the leader wants me to capture these 2 mythical beasts. The leader shook his head and said, these 2 mythical beasts will come back sooner or later and you will help train them when the time comes. Colony didn't understand what the leader meant for a moment and said, the leader means that while Kinli and Dokduo are unconscious I will replace them. Yes, the leader nodded. The alliance is too weak and we need those 2 beasts. Hearing this, Colony remembered the feeling of powerlessness when Yveltal and Hoopa wreaked havoc. Even if all the trainers of the Pokemon Alliance went up, they would not be able to defeat the beast with one blow. They could only watch the beast do whatever they wanted without the strength to stop them. But Colony was still worried. She doubted whether she had the strength to control the 2 beasts. Leader, I don't think I have the ability. The leader looked at Colony solemnly and said, you are the best trainer in the Pokemon League and you care a lot about the feelings of the Pokemon. It's perfect for you to train them. Seeing that Colony still had concerns, the leader said helplessly, you can go find Chin Mu, King Chin. He should know how to train the bees. Colony's face lit up when she heard that she could go find Chin Mu. Chin Tianwang has 5 divine beasts, so he must know how to train them. After saying that, Colony summoned the wrestling eagle man and flew to the Dragon Gym. The leader watched Colony leave, turned around and came to Kinli and Dokduo's ward. Looking at them lying there quietly, he sighed and said, you and Chin Mu don't get along well, so I'm wronged that you have to lie here all the time. After saying that, the leader waved to the nurse behind him. Seeing this, the nurse took out a bottle of medicine with the label covered and injected it into Kinli and Dokduo's bodies. Li's Fengyuan region. Groudon and Kyogre each found a scarlet orb and an indigo orb, and after absorbing the primordial power inside they recovered their severely injured bodies, and Chitos's Rayquaza flew into the ozone layer and found the meteorite altar where she lived. She sat cross-legged on the meteorite, swallowed up the power in the ozone and meteorite and recovered her previous strength. After the three beasts recovered their strength they were about to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly a pressure from the Kalos region woke them up. Zygarde. The three beasts said this at the same time and then thought of how they had appeared inexplicably in the Kalos region and how they were seriously injured. As the guardian of the Kalos region, Zygarde must know what happened. So the three beasts left their sleeping places and rushed to the Kalos region. The pressure from the three beasts caused a lot of commotion. Chapter 76. Shinmu returned to the Dragon Gym and couldn't wait to summon Yveltal to see her strength. At this moment Mary and Serena came over after feeding the elves. Serena looked at Shinmu holding the Pokeball and complained, "Brother Shinmu, when your mythical beasts come out the ordinary elves in the gym are scared and can't leap or eat." Shinmu thought about it. Every time he summoned a mythical beast the ordinary elves were scared and fell to the ground. So Shinmu put away the Pokeball and prepared to go to Kalos Canyon to see Yveltal's strength. "Master, what are you going to do?" Mary asked. Shinmu saw that Mary and Serena were looking at him with eagerness, so he spread his hands helplessly and said, "I'm going to see Yveltal's strength." Mary and Serena looked at each other and said in unison, "I want to go too." Shinmu knew that after they learned about the plan they would definitely go with him, so he had no choice but to agree to them. "Okay, let's go together." Then Shinmu released the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and brought the two girls to Carlos Canyon. Shinmu rolled over and landed steadily, caught the two girls who jumped down and put them safely on the ground. He took out Yveltal's Pokeball and released the God of Death Yveltal in the E-sided eyes of the two girls. The 100-meter-long Yveltal flew in the air and whispered, "Master Yveltal, what is your characteristic?" Shinmu asked about Yveltal's characteristic. Yveltal replied, "Dark Aura, which can double the power of the elf's evil attribute move." Shinmu nodded. This characteristic is quite standard among the legendary elf. Besides, he can't use Yveltal's Dark Aura. Battle Greymon and the others are not dark attribute elf. "What is your special move?" Shinmu continued to ask. "Deathwing can absorb the life force of elves, turn them into stone and feed themselves." Hearing such a perverted move of Deathwing, Shinmu was a little doubtful and asked, "Can you not turn them into stone?" Yveltal nodded and said, "Yes, Deathwing only absorbs the life force and those with low life level will directly turn into stone, and I can control the power of this move." Shinmu nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, but you can't use this move without my permission." Only after seeing Yveltal nod solemnly did Shinmu allow her to live in Carlos Canyon. This made Carlos Canyon famous in the future because with the pressure of the four mythical beasts it became a feature of the Carlos area. Many tourists from other places list Carlos Canyon and the Dragon Gym as must-visit places. This has greatly improved Shinmu's reputation and further spread Shinmu's reputation. After dealing with Yveltal, Shinmu took the two girls back to the Dragon Gym. As soon as they sat down, Serena came to Shinmu impatiently and asked, "Brother Shinmu, did you really subdue Yveltal?" Shinmu nodded and said, "Yes, with the help of the guardian god Zygarde it is easy to subdue Yveltal." Serena's eyes were full of stars and she was full of admiration for Shinmu. "Brother Shinmu is so awesome, I must catch up with you." Speaking of this, Shinmu felt that Serena's elves were a little weak. Marie had a magical elf like Princess Diancie, while Serena still had an ordinary elf like Sylphev. In the future he must find a chance to get Serena a more powerful elf so that she can have some self-protection ability. "Well, I believe in you, Serena. When there is a chance in the future I will give you a Pokemon like Diancie." Serena was very happy to hear that, but she still advised Shinmu very sensibly, "Brother Shinmu, Serena doesn't need any phantom Pokemon as long as you are safe." Just then there was a knock on the door. Mary thought it was a challenger, but the gym was not open today, so there should be no trainers coming. So as the gym director's apprentice, Mary went to open the door for the person. When Mary opened the door, it turned out to be the champion Colony. Mary looked at the dusty Colony and asked in confusion, "Champion Colony? Looking for my master?" To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Colony nodded and said, "Yes, please notify King Chin." Mary was about to go back to inform her master, but unexpectedly she turned around and bumped into Shinmu's arm. It turned out that Shinmu heard Colony's voice coming from outside the door and thought that some beast had come out to destroy it again, so he hurried out. "Mary, are you pretending to be in pain?" Shinmu asked with concern. Mary rubbed her forehead and said, "It's okay, master, I'll go back first, you guys talk." "Okay." Shinmu touched her head. "Then you go back first." Shinmu watched Mary leave and then asked Colony, "Kalunini, what do you want to talk to me about?" Kalunini smiled and waved her hands, saying, "Nothing, I just want to know how King Chin trains elf." Hearing this, Shinmu thought about it carefully. Speaking Speaking of training elves, he really didn't have much training. Iparian, I haven't trained elves much. Colonai naturally didn't believe it. Looking into Qin Mu's eyes, she said sincerely, to be honest, I came here for the alliance. Oh, Colonai took out the pathology reports of Qin Li and Darko and told Qin Mu the whole story. After listening to it, Qin Mu thought about it and immediately understood what the leader of the elf alliance was thinking. He wanted to control the two mythical beasts Rayquaza and Darkrai through Qin Li and Darko. However, Qin Li and Darko had come to him for trouble many times before, and the alliance really needed the mythical beast to take charge, so Qin Mu decided to help Colonai. Most of the divine beasts are arrogant. First you have to subdue them with your powerful mental strength and then treat them with care. Kalunyi kept Qin Mu's words in mind and then discussed some training methods with Qin Mu. At the same time, on the edge of the Carlos region, the detection station set up by the Elf Alliance detected 3 powerful auras. The station master looked at the instrument flashing on the screen and said uneasily, the level of these 3 auras has exceeded the scope of ordinary elf. The observer on the side said it is estimated that they are 3 divine beasts. The station master let out a sigh of relief, picked up the pager tremblingly and called the Elf Alliance headquarters. Inspection station number 27 observed 3 mythical beasts approaching the Kalos area. The operator frowned and confirmed again, are you sure you have observed the mythical beast? It's absolutely true. So the call was made to the leader. If it's not a legendary beast, you will be held responsible. After saying that, the leader hung up the phone and arranged for the trainers to prepare for the battle. Chapter 77. Colonai asked Qin Mu many questions before she left with satisfaction. Qin Mu looked at her leaving back feeling deeply moved. Women are really difficult creatures. It is better to fight with divine beasts than to deal with these women. Thinking of this, Qin Mu checked the God's Chosen system. He found that the reputation accumulated from 3 battles was enough for him to summon a new dragon again. The first 3 attributes that appeared were available for him to choose. The 3 attributes are Evil Attribute, Ice Attribute and Steel Attribute. Qin Mu thought of Yveltal's previous characteristic, the Dark Aura, which can enhance the power of Evil Attribute move. If the Evil Attribute is chosen, wouldn't it be particularly suitable for Yveltal and form a dark system with her? So Qin Mu decisively abandoned the Ice and Steel attributes and chose the Evil Attribute. After selecting the attribute, 3 entries appeared just like the last God's Chosen Deathwing. This was completely within Qin Mu's expectations and did not cause much surprise. Qin Mu checked these 3 entries and considered them carefully. These 3 entries are respectively Dragon Villain, the Dragon of Sin, Demon Apostle. Qin Mu understood that each entry corresponded to a powerful dragon. After scanning these entries, Qin Mu knew how powerful these dragons were. Qin Mu carefully compared the entries and found that only Demon Apostle did not contain the word dragon, so he decisively chose Demon Apostle. As expected, this time there was another divine choice. This time the new words with time meaning were Future Past Innovation. Qin Mu looked at the entries in front of him and thought that this should refer to the source. The future is compared to the dragon of technology. The past is compared to the traditional dragon. Innovation is probably in contrast to the alternative dragon. Qin Mu still prefers tradition, so he chose the past. Ding dong. Host, do you confirm your choice to go? Confirm. Ding dong. God choice was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Demon Apostle Red Eyes Black Dragon. Warm reminder, the black dragon with red eyes will burn everything into ashes with angry black flame. Qin Mu was overjoyed. It was actually the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Red Eyes Black Dragon is a legendary dragon that can compete with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. More importantly, with the blessing of Yveltal's Dark Aura, it can definitely have the strength to rival the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Qin Mu wanted to release the Red Eyes Black Dragon immediately, but when he saw the system's warm reminder, Qin Mu gave up the idea. What if the Red Eyes Black Dragon used black flames to burn all the ordinary Pokemon in the Dragon Gym to death? Then he would have no place to cry. Qin Mu summoned the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon directly at the door, ready to release the Red Eyes Black Dragon in Carlos Canyon. As a result, at this moment, Bai K from the Ether Foundation came over with a group of reporters. Qin Mu felt annoyed when he saw these long guns and short guns and asked, why are you here? Bai K, who was wearing pink glasses, took out a contract and said, King Qin, I am Bai K, the deputy director of the Ether Foundation. I am here to discuss some matters with you. Qin Mu turned over and landed in front of Bai K, took out the contract and looked at it. It clearly stated 1 beast is rented for 1 week for 100 million alliance coins, and Qin Mu was not allowed to ask about matters during the rental period. Qin Mu looked at Bai K coldly and realized that these reporters were all sent by her to force Qin Mu to submit. I'm not interested, Qin Mu said coldly. Bai K didn't expect that someone would not accept such generous conditions and hurriedly confirmed, King Qin, the conditions can be negotiated. Hearing this, Qin Mu wanted her to go back to where she came from. However, seeing the reporters around, Qin Qin Mu thought of a good way to improve his reputation. Qin Mu waved his hand for the reporter to come forward, took out the contract, pointed to the terms on it and said, the Ether Foundation is really generous. It actually paid 100 million to rent my elf. Qin Mu paused, then said, it's a pity that my Qin Mu's elves are not loaned out. Then Qin Mu threw the contract to Bai Ke and said, but I want to ask your Ether Foundation. Bai Ke took the contract and thought the negotiation was going to break down. When she heard Qin Mu's words, she thought there was a turning point, so she nodded quickly. What does the Ether Foundation think of us trainers? They lend out Pokemons at will, and we can't even ask questions. Pico was speechless for a moment, looking at Qin Mu eagerly. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. After that, Qin Mu asked the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to blow Pico away so that she wouldn't be an eyesore here. Seeing Qin Mu's domineering attitude, the reporters asked questions one after another, hoping to increase traffic. May I ask, King Qin, do you despise the 100 million alliance coins, or are you simply speaking up for the elves? Will King Qin's treatment of the deputy director of the Ether Foundation cause dissatisfaction from the Ether Foundation? Qin Tianwang is so powerful, does he have the strength to compete with the Ether Foundation? However, Qin Mu did not answer any of the questions. He turned around and rode on the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and disappeared into the horizon. The reporters were left with a confused look on their faces, looking helplessly at their colleagues around them. Qin Mu came to the Carlos Canyon and jumped off the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. He took out the summoning ball containing the Red Eyes Black Dragon. This summoner is made of black diamonds and it emits purple light under the sunlight. Qin Mu could feel the chill in his hand just by holding the summoning ball. Qin Mu threw the summoning ball forward and released the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Red Eyes Black Dragon looked like a pterosaur with a sharp beak full of teeth and a ridged body. Clearly its wings blocked out the sun and there was a pair of red eyes on a pitch black body. The Red Eyes Black Dragon that had just been released seemed very e-sighted, flying wantonly in the air. At the same time, the Elf Alliance headquarters had already turned on a high-precision detector to search for the whereabouts of the three bees. However, due to the sudden appearance of the Red Eyes Black Dragon and its manic energy, the detector malfunctioned instantly. Seeing the detector go black and display the direction of Carlos Canyon, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was a beast that appeared at Qin Mu's place, the leader was relieved. Because the Red Eyes Black Dragon's pressure was too great, people's elves began to feel unwell one after another. What's wrong, Charmander? What happened? The elves are in such a turmoil. There must be a new mythical beast appearing somewhere. Another divine beast descended in the Kalos region. Rayquaza and the others outside the Kalos region also sensed this aura. However, this was the first time for them to sense the aura of the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and they were very curious about this unknown aura. So they turned around and did not look for Zygarde, but turned to the place where the aura appeared, which was Kalos Canyon. Chapter 78 Pokemon Alliance. The high-precision detector that was previously damaged by the Red Eyes Black Dragon was finally repaired with the unremitting efforts of the Alliance. This time, in addition to detecting the energy in the Kalos Canyon, the detector also detected 3 different energies on the border of the Kalos region. The leader hurriedly ordered the 4 Heavenly Kings and the Champion Colony to take the Alliance trainers to monitor the 3 bees. However, Rayquaza and the others have already arrived in the Kalos region. People looked at them in horror, remembering the last battle between Qin Mu and the super demon god Hoopa. Hell, Groudon and the others are here again. Run! You can't run away if you run for a while. Where is Qin Tianwang? Come and save us! But people soon discovered that Rayquaza and the others did not attack. Some brave people stopped and looked at Groudon and the others. In fact, Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza were not bad people by nature. Knowing that there was Zygarde, the guardian of Kalos, they dared not act rashly. Otherwise, if Zygarde was brought out, even if Groudon and Kyogre used primal regression and Rayquaza super evolved, they would not be able to defeat Zygarde complete form. Seeing that these mythical beasts ignored them, people took out their cameras and took pictures of them. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza. The news of Sora's arrival in Kalos spread like wildfire, attracting the attention of many people. Some bold media sent helicopters to track and film. Yalanchen of the Night Ocean Group saw Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza through the live broadcast. She excitedly ran to the 7 Colors gym ready to catch a beast with Red Elder. The Dark Hunting Group naturally got the news, but they knew that it was impossible for the Dark Hunting Group to eat any beast with their strength, so she immediately sent someone to the 7 Colors gym and made an appointment with Red Elder to catch a beast. Soon Carlos met Dolly in the 7 Colors gym. Old Hong, our Dark Hunting Group has professional capture weapon. As long as you send someone, we will definitely be able to catch a mythical beast. After listening to Li Wang's words, Yalanchen curled his lip and said, who doesn't have a mythical beast catching machine? Old Hong, together with my Yehei group we can definitely catch 2 mythical beasts, and then you and I will each get 1. Old Hong put down his teacup, turned on the live broadcast broadcast pointed at Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza above and said, "You two look at how many mythical beasts there are up there." Li Wang didn't understand what Old Hong meant and said, "3 What's wrong with Old Hong?" The shrewd Yalanchen saw what Old Hong was thinking at a glance. He actually wanted to catch all 3 Pokemon. "Mr. Hong wants the 3 of us to join forces to capture all 3 Pokemon." Mr. Hong nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's what I mean." Then he changed the subject and said, "We at the 7 Colors Gym want Groudon." "Okay." Yalanchen took the opportunity to say, "Then our Yehei group will take Kyogre. The Dark Hunting group is the weakest, so they can only take Rayquaza." Li Wang said, "Then our Dark Hunting group will take Rayquaza." Seeing that the distribution was so smooth, Hong Lao was very happy. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, then we will prepare ourselves and gather at my place in an hour." Yalanchen and Li Wang nodded in unison and returned to their respective bases to gather people, prepare weapons and prepare for a big fight. Yulong family. Adu woke up slowly, and when he saw the head of the Yulong family, Long Bassian, beside the bed, he grabbed his hand in horror and asked, "Where's Hoopa?" Long Bassian brought a bowl of soup and said, "Adu, it's okay. Hoopa was defeated by Qin Mu." Adu took the soup, drank it all, wiped his mouth and said, "So Qin Mu has 4 mythical beasts." At this time Long Ting behind him interrupted and said, "No, 5. When Qin Mu fought against Hoopa, he took out another mythical beast, Battle Greymon." Adu widened his eyes in disbelief and murmured, "5. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network." Long Ting didn't care about Adu, turned around and handed Long Bassian a piece of information saying, "This is the information of Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza. Please give the order, father." Hearing Long Ting's words, Adu frowned and asked, "What happened? Why do we need to investigate these mythical beasts?" Long Bassian turned on the TV and told Adu everything. After listening, Adu immediately sat up and said, "I want to be the commander-in-chief of this operation." Long Bassian looked at Adu in surprise and asked, "What about your body?" Adu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I am the strongest person in the Yulong family and I have the most combat experience. It's most appropriate for me to take on this role." Adu's face darkened and he said viciously, "This is also the only chance for our Yulong family, the only chance to defeat Qin Mu." Long Bassian patted Adu on the shoulder with a look of relief and said, "Okay Adu, you will be in charge of this operation." Long Ting, who was standing aside, heard that Long Bassian appointed Adu as the commander-in-chief, opened his mouth to say something but did not speak in the end. The news that Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza appeared in the Kalos region attracted the attention of many people, and even trainers in other regions got the news. Although they knew that the organization in the Kalos region would definitely not give up the 3 beasts in vain, they still rushed to the Kalos region with the mentality of giving it a try, hoping to get a piece of the pie. At the same time, Qin Mu, who was far away in the Kalos Canyon, also got the news. After seeing the live broadcast in the gym, Mary called Qin Mu. "Master, do you know? Something big has happened." Qin Mu frowned and said, "What happened?" "Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza, who were defeated by Master before, have returned." Qin Mu was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Mary, you quickly bring the Dragon Elf to Kalos Canyon. I will stop them." Hearing this, Mary hurriedly interrupted him, "Master, no, Groudon and the others have no ill intentions. They just came to the Kalos area." "That's good. I'll hang up if there's nothing else." After hanging up Mary's phone, Qin Mu calmly analyzed the situation. It was probably because Zygarde Perfect Form's momentum frightened Groudon and the others, so they came to Zygarde to ask about Hoopa. As for whether they would cause damage in the Kalos area, Qin Mu didn't believe that they could beat Zygarde, so he didn't care about it anymore and turned to study the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Although Qin Mu didn't want to pay attention to Groudon and the others, these beasts had already walked to the outskirts of Kalos Canyon, and behind them there was a group of trainers who were eyeing them. Some of these trainers came to watch the fun while others had ill intentions. Chapter 79. At this moment, Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon appeared together at the outskirts of Kalos Canyon. The energy fluctuations brought by the 3 beasts were very powerful, and all the wild Pokemon in the entire Kalos Canyon woke up. The appearance of these 3 beasts immediately caused countless Pokemon to panic. No matter what type of wild Pokemon, they could not withstand the threat of these 3 beasts. Whether it was skills, movement, flying, jumping, etc., they could not match the speed of these 3 beasts. In front of the 3 beasts, these wild Pokemon seemed so small, weak, fragile like paper with no resistance. They swept past like a gust of wind. At this moment, whether it was flowers, trees, stones, or any creatures, even if their bodies were made of iron, they would turn into powder in front of the beast. The power of the 3 beasts was chilling. These 3 beasts were Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon. The helicopter sent by the media just happened to capture the scene of the 3 beasts arriving at Kalos Canyon and transmitted all of this back to the TV station, broadcasting it live in real time. Everything that the 3 beasts had just done was broadcast on the TV screen. During this period of time, countless wild elves in Kalos Canyon had been frightened and had no idea of resistance at all. all. They could only watch the beast pass by them. People discovered an important thing through the live broadcast. That is, the three beasts were heading for the depths of Kalos Canyon. The depths of Kalos Canyon are the habitats of Chin Mu's dragon. What exactly did Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon want to do there? Did they want to rob the territory of these dragons? This time the media did not continue to report on Kyogre and the other three beasts at close range. They were afraid that if they got too close to these three beasts they would suffer retaliation from the three beasts' devastating blows. Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon, the three beasts crushed all the way with a strong pressure. The pressure of the three beasts was too strong. The airflow they brought was like a violent tornado raging around. Dust was raised on the ground and countless mud and sand were lifted up high, covering the sunlight, making it much darker. The entire Kalos Canyon fell into a state of darkness, leaving only the strong wind and endless grey smoke brought by the three beasts. In this strong wind, Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon's speed became faster and faster and soon disappeared in the vast grey dust. The people who saw this scene were shocked and even had a strong sense of fear in their heart. Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon did not stop flying. On the contrary, they flew faster and faster and even distorted the space, forming countless black shadows that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Shuttling among these countless black shadows, soon the three beasts arrived at their destination. At this moment the three beasts' eyes all fell on the center of Kalos Canyon, because in the center Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon were waiting for the arrival of the three beasts. Roar! At this time Kyogre raised his head and let out a long roar. The sound resounded through the sky and it did not fade in the air for a long time. Rayquaza and Groudon also opened their mouth and roared, and then the three beasts rushed to the three dragons in the middle of Kalos Canyon. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and War Greymon raised their heads at the same time and looked at the three beasts. Deathwing's eyes were terribly cold. This is our territory. If you don't leave I will not be polite to you, Deathwing warned Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon. But the three beasts ignored Deathwing's warning. They came here to feel a powerful energy, but they were sure that the energy was not emitted by the three dragons in front of them. They wanted to find out the source of this energy. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Looking for death. The hot-tempered Deathwing opened his mouth and sprayed magma fire at the three beasts. Kyogre immediately used Water Wave to resist Deathwing's magma fire. Then Kyogre opened his mouth and used the skill Frozen Wind. This icy wind with a thick wind blade attacked Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon also opened its mouth to spit out destructive rays which collided with Kyogre's wind. The two energies collided in mid-air, erupting with violent roars, and the winds flew in all directions, making the surrounding leaves rustle. In this strong wind some wild Pokemon with slightly lower strength were instantly blown to the ground with blood holes scratched on their bodies one after another. Blood gushed out and dyed the entire land red. The battle after this strong wind was like a real fight. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon fought with Deathwing, War Greymon, Kyogre, Rayquaza and Groudon. The strength displayed by the three beasts was shocking, and the abilities they possessed were even more powerful. Every move was overwhelming. Deathwing, Gaia, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and War Greymon all showed their most powerful side. Boom 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 boom. In the middle of the battle between the three beasts, strong gusts of wind formed one after another wind column met with various powerful energies. Under the attack of the wind column the three beasts appeared scars, but these scars healed quickly and returned to their original state. Under the attack of the strong wind the combat effectiveness of the three beasts was improved to the extreme. Ao! Groudon opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of sunlight and flames, and the flames turned into a giant bird and rushed towards the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon opened his mouth and spit out a burst of wind bullets to meet the flame. The attacks of both sides collided with each other and there was a violent roar. The flames and the wind bullets were in a stalemate. Rumble. Groudon refused to admit defeat and continued to bombard the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon with sun flame, but still could not break the explosive wind bomb. Deathwing's wings flapped gently and its flapping wings brought a strong whirlwind which blew Groudon's flames in all directions, covering a large area nearby. A huge vort formed on the ground and pieces of rock were absorbed by the vort, then melted and turned into a pool of cement, leaving countless holes on the ground. Chapter 80. People learned from the live broadcast that the three beasts had gone to Kalos Canyon. Many trainers who were close to Kalos Canyon immediately rushed to the outskirts of Kalos Canyon and witnessed a shocking battle. Look, Kyogre, Rayquaza, Groudon and Chin Mu's three dragons are fighting. Oh my god, it's so shocking. It feels like there's a hole in the sky in the center of Kalos Canyon. As expected, this exciting moment must be seen in person. A trainer wanted to watch this wonderful battle more closely, so he used his Pokemon to bring himself to a mountain peak, but was accidentally swept by the aftermath of the fight between the three gods of Fengyuan and the dragons and was knocked down directly. Colony, who was rushing to Kalos Canyon, saw this scene and immediately asked her Pokemon Wrestling Hawkman to step forward and catch the trainer and his Pokemon Pokemon. The man and his Pokemon had been knocked unconscious by the energy of the aftermath. Colony asked Wrestling Hawkman to put the man in a safe place and instructed the increasing number of people who came to watch the battle. Don't get close to Kalos Canyon or you'll be affected by the aftermath of the beast moves. Everyone nodded when they saw the fainted trainer and only dared to watch from the outside of Kalos Canyon. The leader of the Pokemon Alliance also rushed here, and when he saw the three beasts and the dragon fighting in the sky he frowned. How did they start fighting again? Does King Qin know about this? I know. Qin Mu, who happened to come with Mary, heard the leader's word. When the leader saw Qin Mu coming, he immediately went to greet him. Qin Tianwang, our Pokemon Alliance has detected the energy fluctuations of the three beasts before, but we didn't expect that these three beasts would come directly to Kalos Canyon and fight with your three dragons. Qin Mu looked up at the sky, and the battle between Kyogre Rayquaza Groudon Deathwing Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon was in full swing. That cracked Qin Mu, who had sharp eyes, found that the spyglass in the sky seemed to be the same one as Qinli. The leader then realized that Rayquaza is 1,000 miles away. No wonder the people of the Pokemon Alliance have never found him. It turns out that he was met up with Groudon and Kyogre. Qin Mu thought, well, this way we don't have to look for this Rayquaza. However, why did Kyogre Rayquaza and Groudon run to Kalos Canyon and fight with the dragon? Kalunyi asked curiously. Qin Mu turned his attention to the battle in the sky again. The mythical beasts are very sensitive to strong energy fluctuation. Could it be that these three mythical beasts sensed the existence of the newly summoned Red Eyes Black Dragon? Although the three dragons had defeated the three mythical beasts once in the battle against Hoopa, after several battles the energy consumed by the dragons has not been fully replenished, but Kyogre Rayquaza and Groudon have been recuperating for a long time and their strength has reached the highest peak. So at this moment the three mythical beasts and the three dragons are fighting hard, and it is hard to tell who has the upper hand for a while. The dragons just finished fighting Zygarde controlled by Team Flare, and now they are fighting with Kyogre and the other three legendary beasts. I'm really worried that they can't hold on. Nonsense. Looking at the state of the giant dragon, it is not at a disadvantage at all. In my opinion, it is the three beasts Kyogre Rayquaza and Groudon who are getting more and more tired. That is, didn't you see Qin Tianwang standing there and watching the show like nothing happened? Maybe he was absolutely sure that the dragon could deal with the three dragons. I have to say it is really surprising that the dragons still have such strength to fight against the three gods of Feng Yuan after fighting so many battles. Of course not. Don't you see who trained the dragon? King Qin's dragons are stronger than the last. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The trainers who were watching the battle outside the Kalos Canyon were discussing fiercely. There was a figure that stood out in the crowd. This person was wearing a cape and a blue mask on his face. He had been watching the battle in the sky silently while listening to the trainers' discussion. Lu Bo did not expect that Qin Mu's status in the minds of these trainers was so high. Almost everyone here believed that Qin Mu's dragons would defeat the three beasts. Although the battle was very fierce, as the owner of the dragons, Qin Mu was always a bystander. He did not intervene to command the dragons but let them play their offensive freely. If it was a battle against ordinary Pokemon it would be understandable, but this was a battle between the beasts. As a trainer he did not guide his Pokemon to deal with it. This made Lu Bo feel that Qin Mu had a kind of mystery that was hard to see through, so that he was increasingly looking forward to the final result of this battle. It was another fierce battle. Naturally the media would not miss such a good opportunity. They sent several helicopters to film the battle between the Feng Yuan three gods and the dragons in all directions. However, the battle was so intense that two helicopters were too close to each other and were hit by the aftermath of the fighting move. They crashed directly into the forest, which frightened the media and asked the remaining two helicopters to keep a certain distance. Everyone watched the battle intently. After the previous two battles, everyone knew that the ultimate move of the battle, Tyrannosaurus King, the Gaia Energy Cannon, was very powerful and played an absolute role in the previous two battles. So the trainers watching on the scene were all looking forward to Battle Greymon's ability to use his ultimate move again, Gaia Energy Cannon. However, Battle Greymon didn't think so. He thought that the three beasts in front of him didn't need to use his ultimate move. Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon teamed up to fight against Kyogre and Rayquaza, while Battle Greymon faced the strongest Groudon alone. This time he decided not to use Gaia Energy Cannon to defeat his opponent. In a secret laboratory somewhere in the Kalos region, the researchers who were working normally suddenly felt unwell and fell to the ground at the same time. However, they did not die but were temporarily unconscious. After a while, Mutuo appeared in the laboratory. Mutuo found a key from the researcher who fainted on the ground and then used the key to open a door with the word Elf Gene Bank printed on it. Mutuo walked in and then found the Divine Beast Gene among the many Elf Gene Bank. Mutuo tracked the Divine Beast Gene inside, restored the place to its original state and immediately left here. Chapter 81. In Kalos Canyon, the battle between Kyogre Groudon and Rayquaza and Deathwing Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and War Greymon has entered a white-hot state. The aura of both sides has become completely manic. Countless black lights have emerged on the surface of Deathwing's body one after another like a dense spider web. The auras of Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza are also becoming more and more powerful. The black lights on Deathwing's body are the power of magma, and the primitive power is also emerging from Groudon. On the surface of both sides' bodies, countless cracks are slowly forming and spreading to the surroundings. Rumble! Suddenly a loud noise came from Groudon. The originally flat hillside began to collapse and quickly eponded and quickly formed one stone after another and rolled down to Deathwing. Get back quickly! War Greymon was the first to notice something was wrong and shouted to Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, who were closest to Groudon, in front and then flew backward first. As soon as War Greymon, Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon left the red light on Groudon, suddenly plotted and countless fragments danced in the sky covering the surroundings. Rumble! As all the light on Groudon's body plotted, the entire Kalos Canyon began to shake violently. Even the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing on the other side were pushed back by the shockwave and fell heavily on the mountain wall. There were even large cracks on the rock walls beside them which showed how powerful the shockwave was. The deafening roar came again and the entire Kalos Canyon was completely boiling. Battle Greymon was not knocked down by Groudon's primal power but withstood this domineering power and stabilized his body. But he knew that Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon had exhausted most of their physical strength. If this continued, he would be alone against three. The trainers in the Kalos region who had been paying close attention to this battle also saw the dragon's effort. They were in a very heavy mood. They thought that Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon were very powerful and could easily resist the three beasts, but they didn't expect their consumption to be so terrible. Now Deathwing, Bitebee and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, it seems that they need to rest and recover their physical strength. If the fight continues like this, perhaps only Battle Greymon will be left on the field to fight against the three beasts. Although Battle Greymon's power is already very strong, it will definitely fall into a disadvantage in the face of the terrifying consumption of the Fengyuan three gods. Look, Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon don't seem to be in good condition. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza have been consuming the three dragons. It seems that Deathwing and Blue Eyes Kirin have already used up most of their energy. If this continues, Groudon will consume all the energy of Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and then only Battle Greymon will be left. How can they fight? The audience began to discuss. They originally thought that the dragons would definitely win this battle, but they didn't expect that Kyogre, Groudon and Rayquaza were sitting there, and the 3B seemed to have opened their minds and kept consuming the energy of the three dragons. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Battle Greymon have parried in several battles in a row in the past few days, and the energy they consumed has not been replenished, so they can't stand the consumption of the three beasts. Now it seems that we can only place our hope on Battle Greymon. Yes, that's right. Although Deathwing Blue Eyes can't hold out for long, there's still Battle Greymon. Battle Greymon's ultimate move, Gaia Energy Cannon, is extremely powerful, but it has come to this point. Why hasn't Tyrannosaurus used his ultimate move, the Gaia Energy Cannon? Everyone was wondering why War Greymon didn't use the Gaia Energy Cannon to defeat the enemy in one move. On the other side, in the center of the canyon, are for more novels 152,136 join launched a new round of offensive against the three dragons. At this moment, War Greymon's Zion became really serious. If he used his ultimate move, the Gaia Energy Cannon, he would definitely be able to repel the three beasts in front of him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But launching the Gaia Energy Cannon requires a huge amount of energy. He has already consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy in the previous battle, so the energy left in his body is not enough to launch the Gaia Energy Cannon. Seeing that Rayquaza's fierce attack was about to hit Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, War Greymon immediately rushed to the front of the two dragons and used Battle Tornado to block the turbulent airflow launched by Rayquaza. Then Battle Greymon said to Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon behind him, "You two go to the side to rest and recover your physical strength. Leave this to me first." Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon knew that if they stayed here they would only cause trouble for Battle Greymon, so they listened to Battle Greymon and spread their wings to fly to a safe distance. The trainers on the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were amazed when they saw this scene. What's going on? Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon actually retreated to the side. Doesn't that mean that only War Greymon is left on the field to fight 1 against 3? How can War Greymon fight back? Moreover, Groudon, Rayquaza and Kyogre all went to consume the dragon separately before and did not fight together. Now there is only Battle Greymon left on the field. If these three beasts join forces to fight against War Greymon, just as the audience guessed, the three beasts saw that only Battle Greymon was left to fight, so they immediately united united and launched an offensive against Battle Greymon. Previously Battle Greymon was still in the upper hand when fighting one-on-one, but now he is fighting 3 alone and most of his energy is exhausted, so he can only barely take the attacks launched by the 3 beasts. Groudon seized the opportunity and launched a million-ton punch at Battle Greymon, who was resisting. This move hit Battle Greymon's super metal armor so hard that the armor was deflated. Battle Greymon was repelled by this domineering force and fell on a hilltop. Battle Greymon was completely trapped in the mountain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How could it be possible? Such a strong Battle Greymon. What should we do? Are the dragons going to lose? The trainers at the scene cast their eyes over there. Unexpectedly Qin Mu stood there and remained indifferent. Everyone was puzzled. Seeing that the dragons were about to be defeated by the 3 beasts, why could Qin Mu still stand aside so calmly and watch as if nothing had happened? Roar! Just when everyone thought that Qin Mu's dragon was going to be defeated by the 3 gods of Fengyuan, a deafening dragon roar came from the depths of Kalos Canyon. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza, who were about to launch an attack together to defeat War Greymon, were stunned when they heard the dragon roar. Chapter 82. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza looked at each other in bewilderment. The energy contained in the dragon roar was so great that it shocked them instantly. Did you hear it too? That sound seemed to come from the deepest heart of Kalos Canyon. Groudon was communicating with Kyogre and Rayquaza in Elvish. It seems to be the sound made by a very powerful guy. Rayquaza said his guess. Groudon looked at War Greymon and Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, who were resting. He found that there was no surprise on their faces. The dragon roar just now was deafening and the 3 dragons couldn't have missed it. Could it be that a terrifying guess arose in Groudon's mind? Maybe these dragons have a more powerful companion. The trainers on the scene heard the dragon roar that resounded through the sky, and they all suffered from tinnitus of varying degrees. Although the audience in the live broadcast room could not hear the dragon roar on the scene, the dragon roar caused a buzzing sound in the camera, and the audience in the live broadcast room also heard the harsh sound. Everyone was guessing what was going on. Who made that dragon roar just now? I have heard the roars of Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Battle Greymon, and I am sure that the dragon roar was not made by these 3 dragons. So there is another dragon in Carlos Canyon. How is it possible? Isn't Carlos Canyon the lair of the dragons under King Qin Tian? How could there be other dragons? As soon as a trainer said this, he suddenly realized something and looked horrified. Could it be that King Qin is hiding a giant dragon in Carlos Canyon? When these words came out, everyone around was shocked. What? How is it possible? But everyone heard the dragon's roar, didn't they? As everyone knows, Carlos Canyon is the lair of Qin Mu's dragon, so the dragon that just roared is likely another dragon of Qin Mu. Most people chose to believe this after hearing this, but some people still didn't believe that Qin Mu had another dragon. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and War Greymon. Any one of these dragons is already a very terrifying instant. The fact that Qin Mu owns these 3 dragons is already surprising enough to us. How could there be another dragon? I believe it too. Dragons are not like wild Pokemons that can be found everywhere. Maybe the dragon roar was a disguised Pokemon. Nonsense. That dragon roar contained powerful energy. There was no way an elf could fake it. I agree. As soon as the dragon roared, the 3 beasts of Groudon stopped. They must know better than us how powerful the dragon roar is. People who held 2 opinions started arguing fiercely, but before the owner of the dragon's roar appeared, they did not dare to assert who was right. Eastern Kanto region. Mewtwo had just returned to his base with the genes of the legendary beasts obtained from various elf research laboratories. Looking at the genes of the legendary beast that he had obtained from many regions, Mewtwo smiled. With these genes of the legendary beast, he could smoothly carry out his plan. This plan has been in his mind for a long time. As the world's first artificial elf, Mewtwo felt that he could also use the genes of these legendary beasts to create his own elf. The more Mewtwo thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately brought these genes of the legendary beast to the research room in his base. There were more than 10 people in the laboratory. Half of them were elf doctors and the other half were experts in studying elf genes. Without exception, the minds of these people were controlled by superpowers. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Mewtwo handed the collected genes of the legendary beast to these doctors and experts. Use these genes to clone a divine beast. Yes. Facing Mewtwo's order, all of them bowed their head and responded. Mewtwo looked at the experts and doctors who took over the gene of the mythical beast and immediately began to study it and nodded with satisfaction. Sometimes it is really convenient to control these humans. Most of these people are experts and doctors who have participated in the creation of artificial elves before, so Mewtwo is confident that they can copy an elf from the genes of these mythical beasts. Mewtwo is in the laboratory watching these experts and doctors busying around, and at the same time he begins to look forward to the elf that are about to be copied. I wonder which mythical beast can be successfully copied. Mewtwo waited for a long time, felt tired and closed his eyes to rest, and after some time he heard a shout, "Success, success!" Mutuo immediately opened his eyes and then approached the research table. He found a Pokeball lying quietly on the research table. Mutuo was delighted and picked up the Pokemon egg. Mutuo used telekinesis to explore the Pokemon egg and found that the energy in it was extremely powerful. This made Mutuo ecstatic. Mutuo immediately asked someone to bring an incubator. Mutuo put the Pokemon egg which contained powerful energy into the incubator and adjusted the values. Although he didn't know what kind of beast was in the Pokemon egg, as long as the Pokemon egg was hatched the truth would be revealed. Mutuo brought dozens of evolution stones and put them into the Pokemon egg's incubator together, allowing the Pokemon egg to absorb these precious evolution stones. As long as these evolution stones are absorbed, this Pokemon egg can not only hatch at the fastest speed but also enhance the strength of the Pokemon in the Pokemon egg. After a while, the evolution stones placed by Mutuo were actually absorbed by the Pokemon egg. The faster the evolution stones are absorbed, the stronger the Pokemon in the Pokemon egg is. This makes Mutuo more and more looking forward to the birth of this Pokemon egg. Crack. After an unknown amount of time, a crack appeared on the elf egg in the incubator. Then the entire laboratory where the elf egg was located instantly plotted. It turned into a pile of rubble. Roar. Mutuo rushed to the scene immediately after hearing the sound. The original laboratory had become a ruin, and on top of the ruins stood a Yveltal. Mutuo was very happy. The energy of this Yveltal beast was extremely powerful. This was a Yveltal in its prime. Chapter 83. Mutuo looked at the copied beast in front of him with joy. He didn't expect that the first successfully copied beast would be so powerful. It turned out to be a copy of the god of death, Pelter. Pelter's copy looked around with a confused look on his face, and there was Mutuo standing in front of him. "Who are you?" Hearing this question, Xiao Meng smiled and said to the replica of Pelter, "You were created by me. Logically speaking, I am your master." Master. The replica of Pelter looked at Mutuo with a look of hesitation in his eyes. "I gave you life and brought you into this world. I am like your reborn parent. Is this the master?" After listening to Xiao Meng's words, the replica of Pelter continued to ask. Xiao 547 Dream shook his head. "More than that, as your master I have the right to let you do anything, and you must obey the master's orders." The replica of Pelter nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, master, but..." The replica of Pelter looked at Mutuo and asked another question. "Master, why did you create me and bring me into this world?" Xiao Meng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Because we have a common enemy." "Common enemy? Who is that?" "Human." When Xiao Meng said humans, his face was full of disgust. "The common enemy is humans? Why?" Pelter's clone still asked in confusion. "In this world there are many elves who are enslaved by human rulers. Countless elves are living in pain under the control of humans." Xiao Meng frowned at the replica of Pelter and continued. "Not only some weaker elves but even you, Yveltal's true body, all succumbed to the control of human. Me, my original body also succumbed to human control." Pelter's clone asked in disbelief. Mutuo nodded. "Humans are evil. Elves who succumb to humans bring shame to the elf, including you and me. Damn it, how could my original body succumb to human?" The replica of Pelter shouted angrily. Xiao Meng saw that his goal was achieved and continued. "Now do you understand why humans are the common enemy of us elves? Evil human. We elves should unite. Defeat human. We should not let humans enslave elves anymore." Looking at the clone of Pelter that had been successfully brainwashed by him, Mutuo smiled with satisfaction. The success of the clone of Pelter represented a good start for the replication of mythical beasts. The clone of Pelter was the first one, and more mythical beasts would be replicated net. By then, Mutuo imagined that the evil humans in this world were about to disappear, and he became more and more excited. Mutuo controlled the elf experts and doctors to continue to use the genes of mythical beasts to replicate the mythical beast. With the successful experience of the clone of Pelter, soon the second, third and fourth mythical beasts were replicated one after another. Groudon clone, Kyogre clone, Rayquaza clone. Mutuo looked at the copied beast in front of him with satisfaction, and the smile on his face became deeper and deeper. Moreover, Mutuo had tested these beasts, and they were all beasts in their prime, and their strength was stronger than the original body. These replicas of the beast not only had more strength than the original body, but also under certain conditions they could absorb the energy of the original body and even replace the real body. In addition to these advantages, Mutuo would give these replicas new beliefs every time a beast was created. Let them think that they were their masters and they all had a common enemy like themselves, human. After Mutuo's remark, all of these replicas of the beast hated humans to the extreme. They all regarded humans as the enemy they wanted to destroy. Mutuo was very satisfied with this state. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. In addition to these beasts, the replication of other beasts in the laboratory was still going on non-stop. It won't be long before Mutuo can take these replicas of the beast and make a big fuss in the world. Mutuo even fantasizes that if the humans who created him were still alive and saw that the human race in the world was about to be destroyed by him, Mutuo what would they regret creating him into this world? However, it's too late. Evil and selfish humans, in order to satisfy their own desires, brought him into this world without permission, making him suffer all the time. Now he wants to fight back. Evil humans, this is your retribution. You are about to usher in the end of humanity. In Kalos Canyon, in Kalos region, when the battle between the mythical beast and the giant dragons was already in full swing, a dragon roar of unknown origin was heard, temporarily stopping the battle. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza looked at each other. They had waited for a long time, but they didn't expect the owner of the dragon roar to appear. They all agreed that the dragon roar might be a trick played by the giant dragon. Maybe it was a trick to scare them and make them stop. After the three mythical beasts each changed ideas, they decided to pursue the victory and completely defeat the three giant dragons that were about to run out of energy. Just when Groudon was about to use primal power, Kyogre was about to use water cannon, and Rayquaza was about to use dragon dance, the three of them felt uncomfortable at the same time. The skills that the three mythical beasts were about to use were forced to stop. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza all looked at each other in panic. They all felt that the power in their bodies was rapidly weakening. What's going on? I feel the energy in my body is rapidly draining away. Groudon communicated with the other two beasts in Elvish. Me too. No, to be more precise, it feels like the power in my body has disappeared inexplicably. Kyogre also said. Rayquaza was very puzzled and said, this is too weird. Why did this happen to the three of us at the same time? Could it be that they have been fighting the dragons for too long and need to rest? Just when the three beasts thought that they had exhausted their physical strength due to the battle, they discovered something even more terrifying. Not only did they feel that the power in their bodies was rapidly weakening, but even their divine beauties seemed to have been drained away. Chapter 84. Shinmu has been paying close attention to the every move of Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza. If these three mythical beasts really attack the three dragons that have almost exhausted their physical strength, then Shinmu will summon the Red Eyes Black Dragon without hesitation. If the Red Eyes Black Dragon is summoned, Groudon and the other three mythical beasts will definitely be beaten and flee. However, Shinmu discovered a clue at this moment. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza, who were originally so aggressive, are now wilting. The three mythical beasts were about to release their own skills to attack the three dragons, but they stopped abruptly. Shinmu felt that the actions of the three mythical beasts were very suspicious. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza felt that their bodies were getting weaker and weaker at this moment. The energy in their bodies was lost faster and faster. Groudon looked at Kyogre and Rayquaza and asked in Elvish, what should we do now? If we continue like this, once all the energy in our bodies disappears, the three dragons will surely turn the table. Kyogre also frowned. Let's evacuate first. Not only the energy in the body, but also the priesthood is being drained away little by little. If this continues, we will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the three dragons. Rayquaza also said that the best way at the moment is to evacuate first. Although the three dragons are very weak at the moment, it is a great opportunity to defeat them. However, the strange things that happened to the three beasts forced them to give up the current great opportunity. The audience watching the battle on the spot and the audience in the live broadcast room all discovered the abnormality of the three beasts. Am I seeing things right? I just saw the three beasts were about to attack. They even made move. Why did they suddenly stop? I saw it too. I thought the three dragons were going to be defeated. I didn't expect the Fengyu and three gods to stop attacking. What on earth is going on? Why didn't they attack when there was such a good opportunity? Are they afraid of the dragon roar that just came? Everyone began to speculate why the three beasts suddenly stopped attacking the dragon. Shinmu, who had been keeping his eyes on the three beasts, discovered that they wanted to escape. Shinmu frowned. Could it be that his guess just now was right? The three beasts looked so aggressive before, but they became listless in an instant, as if the energy in their bodies had been quickly drained away. Shinmu began to ponder. At this moment, Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza gave up the battle in front of them and quickly fled from Kalos Canyon. Seeing this scene, Shinmu did not stop them, because the state of these three beasts gave Shinmu a sense of familiarity. Just now he remembered where this familiarity came from. The weak appearance of the Fengyu and three gods was very similar to Zygarde, who was controlled by the Flash team before. They looked like they were from the same source, robbing them of their energy and priesthood. However, all this was just Shinmu's guess, and he didn't dare to draw a conclusion. But if it was really as he guessed, it would be a big trouble. Everyone was shocked and puzzled to see that Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza had hurriedly fled from Kalos Canyon. What happened? Why did the three beasts give up the fight and flee from here? The three beasts clearly had the upper hand, and if they continued fighting, they would surely defeat the three dragons. Why did they just leave like that? Could it be that the three beasts really sensed the presence of a more powerful dragon? But apart from the dragon's roar, I didn't feel anything. My elf is fine. Everyone was curious about why the three beasts suddenly stopped fighting and fled from the Kalos Canyon, but after much discussion no one could come up with a reason. However, some sharp-eyed people also noticed some abnormal abnormalities when the three beasts left. Some people saved the live video and repeatedly watched the video clips before the three beasts left. Then they found that the three beasts had the same expression of fear on their faces before they stopped fighting. Then the three beasts began to become listless. But this state is different from the three dragons whose physical strength was consumed. The three dragons were weak because they consumed their physical strength little by little in the battle. But the three beasts were in a state of decline, but they became like this in an instant, which was very strange. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. What exactly caused the three beasts to become weak at the same time? This made people very angry. Some beast perts even watched and analyzed this video clip repeatedly, trying to find out the reason, but they all returned in vain. In the Dragon Gym in Kalos, Shinmu put Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon into the Pokeball. Although these dragons don't like to stay in the Pokeball, the Pokeball can help them recover their strength quickly. Moreover, if they stay in the Pokeball, Shinmu can carry them with him, which can also prevent some people from having bad intentions and wanting to take advantage of the weak moments of the dragons after several battles to do something. Just when Shinmu put the Pokeballs containing the dragons into his pocket, a Pokeball accidentally fell out. Shinmu looked down and saw that the Pokeball that fell was the god of death Yveltal. Shinmu picked up the Pokeball and then found something wrong. Shinmu frowned and then threw the Pokeball. He wanted to summon Yveltal, but what he didn't expect was this time he didn't summon Yveltal, but an egg. It was the egg that was sealed before. Shinmu's eyes were shocked. What's going on? He had clearly removed Yveltal's seal with the help of Zygarde and successfully subdued Yveltal, but now Yveltal has turned back into the sealed egg. What on earth is going on? Suddenly Shinmu suddenly remembered that the three gods of Fengyuan were in a strange state when they were fighting the dragons in Carlos Canyon. At that time Shinmu felt that the state of the three beasts was like a being of the same origin absorbing their energy and taking away their divine duties. It was just like the Zygarde cell that Mary picked up to the Zygarde core that was subdued by the Flash team. At that time the Zygarde cell absorbed all the energy of the Zygarde core and became the complete Zygarde. The more Shinmu thought about it, the more he felt that Yveltal's state of becoming a sealed egg was related to the state of the three gods of Fengyuan before. But the three gods of Fengyuan and Yveltal are independent entities and they do not have multiple forms like Zygarde, so why does this phenomenon occur? Shinmu felt uneasy. Previously the guardian beast of the Kalos region absorbed the core of Zygarde and became the complete form of Zygarde. Its terrifying strength was completely incomparable to any form of Zygarde. If the Fengyuan three god and his own Yveltal would also encounter similar situations, then Shinmu looked at the egg floating in the air in front of him, which was covered with thorns, and his emotions were complicated. He realized that a storm was about to come. Chapter 85. When a storm comes, it always seems particularly peaceful, but underneath the calm is a raging storm. Mutuo stood in front of this group of copies of the mythical beast and began to count them. Kyogre Ray Quasi Groudon Yveltal Deo Ysdio Ys Ladias Darkrai and Latios, a total of 9 copies of the mythical beast. He successfully copied 9 copies of the mythical beast. Coincidentally, there are also 9 regions in the Pokemon world. Mutuo smiled. He had never been so excited as today, because the plan that had been hidden in his heart for a long time could finally be implemented. Everyone, it's time to destroy these evil humans, Mutuo shouted, and the replicas of the mythical beast in front of him all roared in response. All of them were very excited. Mutuo immediately assigned these replicas of the mythical beast to various regions, and only the Yveltal replica was left. Master Yveltal's clone watched his companions go to their respective areas one after another, leaving only himself unassigned. He looked at Mutuo impatiently. Don't worry. Mutuo glanced at the Yveltal replica, then looked towards the Kalos region. You come with me to the Kalos region. Master, will you come with me? The Yveltal clone was a little surprised because other divine beast clones acted alone, but the master wanted to go to the Kalos region with him. He didn't understand. Your real body is in the Kalos region, and there is also someone I want to see. Xiao Meng narrowed his eyes slightly and a human figure appeared in his mind. Almost at the same time, all the trainers and Pokemon felt the pressure from all directions. Just when they were wondering what was going on, wild Pokemon riot broke out in various regions. First a Groudon appeared in the Alola region, then a Latios appeared in the Sinnoh region, and then Darkrai appeared in the Kanto region. One after another the legendary beasts appeared in various regions, shocking and puzzled people. Where did these legendary beasts come from? At the same time, Mutuo also came to the Kalos region with a copy of Yveltal. The other 8 legendary beast copies also appeared in various regions, accordingly waiting for orders. Everyone, start your show. Enjoy the fear of mankind. Mutuo used telepathy to give orders to the replicas of the mythical beast. At the same time, the replicas of the mythical beast that appeared in various regions were wreaking havoc in various regions. Not only that, the replicas of the mythical beast used the pressure of the mythical beast to oppress the wild elves elf and cause riot, controlling the elves to attack human. In an instant, all regions fell into panic. The inexplicably appearing mythical beast destroyed everything wantonly. People were shrouded in fear and panic. The place where the mythical beasts appeared was instantly reduced to ruins, and the people nearby were turned into ashes by the powerful skill energy of the mythical beast and all the surrounding object. The mythical beasts are killing humans cruelly, and they control the wild elves in every corner to attack anyone they see. To read the violent novels, go to Fila Novel Network. The Pokemons are going crazy. They are killing people. Run away. Some of the lucky survivors of the Pokemon attacks ran as fast as they could, shouting in fear. Some trainers also tried to stop it. These wild Pokemon have gone crazy. They attack anyone they see. A trainer shouted angrily, "We must stop them, otherwise the entire Pokemon region will fall into war and the whole world will be destroyed." "That's right, we must stop these crazy bees," another trainer shouted. "What should we do now?" a trainer asked uneasily. "What else can we do? Hurry up and gather trainers. We must stop these crazy Pokemons and mythical bees, otherwise the whole world will fall into war," one of the trainers shouted loudly. The trainers immediately rushed to various places. At the same time, all the wild Pokemons also poured out from the streets of various cities and rushed to various cities. At this moment the wild Pokemons have completely lost their minds. In their hearts there is only killing and destruction. Some wild Pokemons directly passed through various defense lines and went straight to various places. During this process no one reacted, and before they even figured out what happened, a wild Pokemon suddenly passed through the defense line. This terrifying speed and this powerful force made the power of those wild Pokemons become more and more powerful, which also made them more ferocious. In their eyes humans are just lambs to be slaughtered. Those trainers simply couldn't resist the attacks of these wild Pokemon. They had to give up the idea of summoning trainers to resist together and fled. This time the beasts rioted not only in one area but also in other areas. The elf alliances in various areas sent out core forces to stop the beasts from destroying and the elves from running away, but it was obvious that their actions did not work, because in a short period of time the defense forces of various areas became weak and the wild elves had already broken through into the city. After the wild elves broke through into the city, they began to go crazy and began to attack all humans without purpose. In addition, there were constantly wild elves entering the city, killing people in the city regardless of men, women, old or young. In an instant all regions fell into war and panic, and the Kalos region was no exception. After the Yveltal clone came to the Kalos region, it was wreaking havoc all the way. Li Ma Zhao. The lives it encountered, whether human or elf, were taken away by the Yveltal clone and turned into a pile of stone. The Yveltal clone stepped on these stones and destroyed the Kalos region piece by piece. The Yveltal clone enjoyed the pleasure of destruction and killing. He came to a village in the Kalos region. Seeing the villagers trembling and terrified at him, Yveltal's clone did not hesitate to use his skills to attack the village. At this moment a strong energy attack hit Yveltal's clone, forcing him back a few steps and repelling the skills he was about to launch against the village. Yveltal's clone looked angrily at the source of the strong energy. The guardian of the Kalos region, Zygarde, appeared in front of Yveltal's clone. Chapter 86. Yveltal's replica was very angry at this moment. The appearance of Zygarde complete form blocked his steps to destroy this place and also prevented him from destroying these evil humans. As an elf, he actually worked for this group of evil humans, which was simply a shame for the elf. He now wished that he could tear Zygarde complete form into pieces immediately. Yveltal's replica's eyes were bloodshot, his hands were trembling, and his whole body was emitting darkness and violent energy. His figure became larger and finally reached hundreds of meters high. The gigantic Yveltal replica looked at Zygarde complete form and then waved his hand vigorously. A giant energy ball smashed toward Zygarde's complete form. Seeing such a powerful energy ball, Zygarde complete form did not neglect it. He immediately used defensive energy to resist. The two energies collided with each other and the explosion resounded throughout the mountains and forests. Many large trees were destroyed, but Zygarde complete form was not hurt. The attack of Yveltal's replica was not a big deal for Zygarde complete form, it just a tickle. Yveltal's clone continues his attack. Destructive death ray. A burst of strong light flashed. The Yveltal replica sent out a strong energy ball and flew towards Zygarde complete body. Zygarde complete body did not dodge, and he also sent out a huge energy ball. This energy ball was much more powerful than the destructive death ray sent by the Yveltal replica, but it still could not escape the fate of being hit by the destructive death ray. The two huge energy balls collided with each other and the explosions continued. The two huge energy balls cancelled each other out, and finally the explosion disappeared, leaving only two huge meteorites falling. The two huge meteorites fell in the forest near the village. The Yveltal replica looked at the two huge stones that were as large as 200 or 300 square meters and was very shocked. In the previous fight he had clearly seen that Zygarde complete body was very powerful. He didn't know to what extent Zygarde Complete Body had reached. But from the previous fight, Zygarde Complete Body was definitely stronger than him. If you don't leave the Kalos area, what awaits you is destruction. Zygarde Complete Body looked at Yveltal's replica coldly. His words made Yveltal's replica feel very angry. But Yveltal's replica did not flare up but continued to attack. Zygarde Complete Body did not dodge at all. He directly fired an energy cannon and destroyed the energy cannon fired by Yveltal's replica. Yveltal's replica looked at Zygarde Complete Body with a gloomy face and then launched an attack again. He didn't believe that such an attack could not kill Zygarde Complete Body. Yveltal's replica launched 3 more attacks. The power of each attack was not weak. However, the result was the same and each attack was destroyed by Zygarde Complete Body. Yveltal's replica looked at Zygarde Complete Body and his heart was full of anger. At this time, Zygarde's Complete Body launched a skill Earth Control. A mountain composed of earth elements instantly appeared above Yveltal's replica. Then the mountain rushed towards Yveltal. The replica of Yveltal pressed down. Yveltal's replica saw so many mountains formed by the condensation of earth elements and he knew that this mountain of earth elements definitely had destructive power. Yveltal's replica immediately used his skill Landslide. Yveltal's replica barely broke the skill of Zygarde's complete form and took this move. Zygarde Complete Form looked at the replica of Yveltal in front of him. He had long known that the one in front of him was a clone. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Because his Zygarde Complete Form has absolute suppressive power over Yveltal's original body, but this clone in front of him just eliminated this defect when copying Yveltal's genes. So the Yveltal replica in front of him was not only not suppressed in front of Zygarde B's complete form but also could use his full strength. Just when the two bees were fighting fiercely, Qin Mu arrived with 3 dragons. Along the way he witnessed the tragic destruction of the Kalos region. Arriving at the scene, Qin Mu was stunned when he saw the Yveltal replica. Qin Mu then took out his own Yveltal. Yveltal was still in the form of a sealed egg. Now Qin Mu immediately understood why his Yveltal suddenly turned into the form it was in when it was sealed. Thinking of the strange reactions of Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza before, it is estimated that those mythical beasts also had the same situation as Yveltal. Qin Mu's guess was correct. The replicas of these mythical beasts have already wreaked havoc in other areas and attack countless people. Watching the battle between Zygarde Complete Form and Yveltal's replica, Qin Mu frowned. Zygarde Complete Form completely suppressed Yveltal, but it was obvious that this Yveltal replica was not suppressed by Zygarde. Although Zygarde Complete Form was very strong, this Yveltal replica was not suppressed by Zygarde Complete Form and his power could be fully earned, especially his special moves. Yveltal's replica can absorb the life of living things, which means that in the battle with Zygarde Complete Body he can always rely on the life of surrounding creatures to support himself. If this continues, the energy of Zygarde Complete Body will also be hosted by Yveltal's replica. Qin Mu's guess was right. Yveltal's replica was a little surprised by the battle with Zygarde and immediately used his special move and began to absorb the life of creatures in the nearby forest. In an instant, half of the forest lost its life and turned into stone. As the guardian of the Kalos region, Zygarde couldn't bear to see half of the forest lose its life, so he immediately consumed his body's energy and restored the life absorbed by Yveltal's replica. At the same time, Zygarde Complete Body's energy was also consumed by more than half. Seeing this, Yveltal's replica immediately attacked Zygarde Complete Body. Zygarde Complete Body, which had lost most of its energy, was becoming more and more powerless. Seeing this, Qin Mu wanted to help Zygarde Complete Body. Seeing this, Zygarde Perfect Form immediately used telepathy to stop Qin Mu's attack. Listening to the telepathy from Zygarde Perfect Form, Qin Mu looked at him and there seemed to be a complete emotion in his eyes. Zygarde Perfect Form said this to Qin Mu through telepathy. Only you can stop this riot. Chapter 87. How dare you be distracted during a battle? Yveltal's replica looked at Zygarde with a mocking look. Then he let out a long howl. The entire forest that had just been restored by Zygarde instantly turned back into lifeless stone. No. Zygarde silently reached out his hand to the forest, but the petrified forest remained unmoved. Oh Zygarde, you can't even take care of yourself, but you still care about that forest. Whoosh. Heavy winds were stirring between the two beasts. Qin Mu immediately felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw that a layer of silver-white light instantly covered the wings on both sides of Yveltal. His originally heavy wings became thinner and thinner as he waved, until both wings turned into thin sharp steel blade. Buried with the entire Kalos region, Yveltal's replica rushed high into the sky and then turned in half an hour, waving its steel-like wings and swooping down towards Zygarde. Yveltal, if you want to destroy Kalos, step on my body first. Zygarde looked up at the sky, unwilling to be outdone. A ray of light as bright as the sun suddenly appeared in the crack on his chest. Zygarde knew very well if he used this trick he would die again, because he had exhausted all his physical strength and fall into a deep sleep that lasted for hundreds of years. Zygarde felt that all his vitality was gasped gathered on this small ball of light, and his legs, which were originally deeply rooted in the ground, gradually became light. Zygarde, you leave first, leave this to me. Qin Mu saw that Kittiger was uncomfortable and took the poke ball and walked forward first. Blue Eyes, but Zygarde stopped Qin Mu without hesitation before he released the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon. Don't worry about me. In Kalos, death is just a reincarnation. One day I will come back again. He has been the guardian of Kalos for tens of thousands of years. If he sacrifices his life to protect this land, it would be a perfect destination. Yveltal. Zygarde stretched his shoulders and aimed the light ball on his chest at the swooping Yveltal. Don't think of hurting Kalos. Boom! A white beam of light with a diameter of several hundred meters gushed out directly from Zygarde's body. Yveltal, who was hit by the beam, howled in pain in the sky. Red and black feathers fell sparsely from the sky to the ground. Zygarde. Qin Mu just watched the body of Carlos's patron saint slowly turn into a lifeless gray in the process of emitting light beam. Suddenly Zygarde's knees softened and his giant-like body fell in the forest he loved most. Zygarde, with most of his body turned gray, lay on the ground gasping weakly. He was dying. Qin Mu looked at Zygarde on the ground with grief, but when he was about to walk over to see Zygarde's final condition, Yveltal's voice came from nowhere. Tisk, is this your limit? Before Zygarde could react, Yveltal grabbed the dying Zygarde's head with his claws. Although Yveltal was still stubborn, his situation was not much better. Almost all the feathers on his body had been destroyed by Zygarde's attack, but he still had the strength to kill Zygarde. No. Zygarde looked at Yveltal in despair. How could you? Before he could finish talking to him, Yveltal violently broke Zygarde's neck. A green rain of blood sprayed on the surrounding petrified forest. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Zygarde's body also completely turned pale. In this green blood rain, Yveltal's claws tightly grasped Zygarde's head, laughing wildly in mid-air. Ha 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 ha. The wounds on his body that were originally caused by Zygarde, as well as the fallen feathers, gradually improved as Zygarde's body slowly turned gray. Qin Mu looked at the proud Yveltal in the sky, narrowed his eyes and clenched the poke ball in his hand. Yveltal is absorbing its power. Now who else in the entire Kalos region can stop me? Yveltal's claws tightly grasped Zygarde's head. He excitedly dragged the head of the patron saint and flew it over the heads of all the Kalos people. He enjoyed the shock and fear on their faces. Qin Mu looked at him coldly. If it hadn't absorbed Zygarde's power, how could it be so rampant? Just when Qin Mu was about to release the Blue Eyes White Dragon to deal with Yveltal, Yveltal suddenly stopped strangely. Master, you are here. He posed in an extremely strange posture in the air, as if to prove how humble he was. A purple portal appeared in the air, and the one who came out of the portal was none other than Mewtwo, who was known as the strongest Pokemon. Well, how is the cleanup of Kalos going? Mewtwo asked him directly. Yveltal, like a pug, put Zygarde's head in front of Mewtwo in a flattering manner. Just now I destroyed Zygarde, the guardian of Kalos. He waved his wings excitedly and said to Mewtwo, from now on no one can stop us in Kalos. Good, then let's go back now. What, master? But there is no guardian of Kalos anymore. Shouldn't we seize the opportunity to pursue the victory? Is it your turn to speak now? Mewtwo said nothing but glared at Yveltal coldly. Sorry master, I shouldn't say too much. Everything is up to you. The E-Pression on Mewtwo's face looked better. Before leaving, Mewtwo used telekinesis to send a message to Kalos. Human, my revenge has just begun. The net time you come, it will be your doom. After saying that, he took Yveltal away. It's not that they don't want to take revenge on humans directly, but Qin Mu is still in the Kalos area. Mewtwo is still afraid of this powerful dragon gym leader. In order to make his plan go smoothly, Mewtwo decided to take Yveltal away first. Anyway, how can humans defeat the mythical beast? At the same time that Yveltal left, the replicas of the mythical beasts around the world also stopped attacking and left the attacked areas. Chapter 88. Qin Mu looked at the dead Zygarde in silence. The grey body had turned into a pale boulder and his head was casually thrown aside by Yveltal. Qin Mu gently touched his head with his hand and solemnly promised Zygarde, don't worry Zygarde, I will put an end to this chaos. In the sky, the green blood rain continued to fall. 2 hours after the disaster subsided, the Elf Alliance. Doctors, thank you for being here today. The person in charge of the meeting sat at the table looking at the doctors around him, who had more or less sorrow on their faces, and sighed silently in his heart. This time 9 legendary beasts appeared in 9 regions at the same time and killed a large number of humans and Pokemon. Many brave trainers and their Pokemon also lost their precious lives in the 550 war. Thinking of this, everyone in the Alliance was filled with hatred. Learn from Eparian. When summoning all the powerful Pokemon to prepare for a counter-attack, those legendary Pokemon suddenly slipped away. For a moment, the human team leading the Pokemon could only stay there angrily, and the trainers who originally hoped to seek revenge on the Pokemon could only call their Pokemon to shoot powerful but useless skills in the direction of Yveltal's departure. Regarding this phenomenon today, do any of you know what is going on? Since the location of the Alliance was in Carlos, which was the worst hit. Platano, a local doctor in Carlos, was the first to arrive at the scene, but he was also the most embarrassed doctor at the scene. The situation happened so fast that our trainers had no time to react. However, I still gained something. Having said this, he stood up, picked up the rotom floating beside him and introduced Ito, the counselor. This is the picture taken by my rotom. Everyone look carefully here. At this point, Dr. Bradno pointed to a small white dot in the center of the photo. Then he used 2 fingers to magnify that dot. Everyone's attention was attracted by the small white dot in the center of the photo. But when everyone saw what the small white dot was, everyone present gasped, Mewtwo. Is this the legendary Pokemon created by Team Rocket? Professor Oak looked at the photo of Mewtwo with deep eyes. Could it be that Team Rocket was behind this? I don't think so. Dr. Otamaki shook his head. Mewtwo didn't carry any control devices, not to mention, how could Team Rocket have the ability to create 9 more bees? Moreover, this time the 9 regions were attacked at the same time. No one saw any trace of Team Rocket's activities. The person in charge of the meeting looked solemnly at everyone present. Even Alola, which was floating on the sea, was severely attacked. For this reason, the Ether Foundation also sent representatives to us. Dr. Kukui, come out. It seems that everyone is not doing well. Dr. Kukui from Alola came in with documents and a serious look on his face. Hello everyone. The head of the Ether Foundation has entrusted me to convey their willingness to cooperate with the Elf Alliance. At this point, Dr. Kukui paused for a moment and raised the document in his hand. In order to deal with such a situation again, the Ether Foundation is willing to share some of its research on Ultra Beast with the Pokemon Alliance. What? Everyone present was shocked. The president said that the ultimate beast will appear from all over the world one day. If we can skillfully use their power, it will be an effective means for us to fight against the beast. After hearing this, the people who were originally excited suddenly felt a little nervous. If the Ether Foundation is willing to share research materials with them, then the situation this time is likely to exceed their previous estimate. To read the exciting novels, go to Fila Novel Network. By the way, when Mewtwo was leaving with Yveltal, he said he would come back. Yes. After hearing this, the doctors present had even more headache. Do you mean that this time it's not over yet and we have to come back net time? Right. Dr. Noder nodded sadly. Headquarters, I apply to establish a defense system in the Kalos region first and call on Pokemon trainers to fight against the net disaster. I approve it. The person in charge of the meeting nodded and then looked at the other people in the meeting. What do you think, everyone? Rather than setting up a guard team, I think we should go and call back Team Rocket's lair right now. Mewtwo was created by them, and they should also be held responsible for the dead trainers and Pokemon. Thinking of the tragic scene, Dr. Yamanashi clenched his fist. All the doctors present fell silent again. The sad Zion was as if they were praying for the unfortunate victims. If Mewtwo's actions have nothing to do with Team Rocket, then what exactly does he want to do? Dr. Suki looked at Mewtwo in the photo and had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that he wants to destroy all of humanity? It's not impossible. Everyone present knew that the reason why artificial Pokemon was a taboo was to prevent the birth of Pokemon like Mewtwo. If he really had this idea, no human would be able to escape this catastrophe. Mary, do you think Chin Mew will be okay? At this moment, Mary and Serena were hiding in the Dragon Gym. When the disaster happened, they immediately hid in the dark of the Dragon Gym. Therefore, the two of them escaped. Of course, the master is very powerful. How could anything go wrong? Serena looked at the chaotic outside with great concern. But that's a divine beast. Is it really okay? As the two were talking, suddenly the door to the basement was opened. What are you doing? Chin Mew looked into the basement curiously. Master. Mary jumped up in surprise and threw herself into the man's arms. Well, I'm back. Chin Mew looked at his disciple, who threw herself into his arms and happily rubbed her messy hair. Nothing went wrong in the gym while I was away, right? Don't worry, master, I'm here. Everything is fine. Chapter 89. Ahem, how are you doing outside? You didn't get hurt, did you? Looking at Serena pretending to cough twice, she turned away her jealous eyes from the two people hugging each other. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Chin Mew was keenly aware of Serena's little awkwardness, and after placing Mary aside, he approached Serena. Of course I'm fine. Upon hearing this turn of events, Serena's eyes were suddenly filled with worry. She touched Chin Mew's face distressfully and carefully checked his. Are you injured somewhere? Of course I'll be fine. Seeing Serena looking worried despite being jealous, Chin Mew's gloom was swept away. But the guardian of Kalos, Zygarde, is dead. What? Mari opened her eyes in disbelief. The guardian angel dead? For Mari from the Galar region, such a thing was unimaginable. And for Serena, the news of the guardian angel's death made her extremely sad. She could hardly control her tears, which kept falling. How could this happen? Chin Mew looked at Serena crying with heartache and held her tightly in his arms. Chin Mew gently stroked Serena's back and kept comforting her. Don't worry, I'm here. I will put down this rebellion as soon as possible and let Zygarde rest in peace. Yet, Mary looked at the two people hugging each other gloomily. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the gym. Master, someone is coming. Mary went to the door first. When she opened the door, a man in green clothes with a very sad expression held a stack of invitations and said to her, "Just yesterday Zygarde sacrificed himself for the people of Kalos. In order to commemorate him, we decided to hold a grand funeral tomorrow to pay tribute to this god who has made so many effort for us." The old man glanced at the three people in the room, took out 3 invitations from a stack of invitations and placed them in front of them. "I wonder if you 3 would like to come and participate." "I do." Serena took one of the invitations without even thinking about it. Just looking at the invitation, Serena's heart was filled with grief. Zygarde has given so much to us during his lifetime. We also want to live a glorious life and let him leave this world with dignity. "Miss, please don't be too sad." The old man looked at Serena's sad face and his eyes became moist. "Zygarde died for us and we must always remember this kindness. Please give us the remaining 2. Shin Mu took the remaining 2 from the old man and gave one to Mary. The 3 of them looked at each other in silence. After a while, Serena slowly recovered from her sadness. She leaned on Shin Mu and gently took Shin Mu's arm. "Tomorrow I want to go there and take a good look. Can you accompany me?" "Of course." Shin Mu overlapped the invitation in his hand with Serena's. "I will go with you." Early the next morning, along with the first salute of the morning, Zygarde's funeral will be held in the Flower Sea Park in Carlos. Shin Mu also changed his usual habit of sleeping until noon, put on a black uniform and sat on a chair in the park early in the morning with other Carlos people waiting for the arrival of the body of God Z. "Where's Mary? Isn't she coming too?" To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Serena, dressed in black, looked around curiously but couldn't find Mary. She said she wanted to do something for Zygarde, so she went to help with the float. "So good." Serena sat on the bench gloomily. "Do you feel better than yesterday?" Shin Mu touched Serena's hand with concern. "I feel so sad when I think about this." As she said this, Serena leaned her head on Shin Mu's body. The chairs they were sitting on were facing a huge pit that had been dug in advance. The pit was neither too big nor too small, just enough for Zygarde to be buried in. It is said that this huge earth pit is the result of the efforts of the people of Carlos. Shin Mu looked at the Flower Street parade that was about to begin in the distance and said to Serena, "Are you going to watch the parade in his memory? All the Carlist people are trying to turn this sad event into a lively one. Let the spirit of Zygarde live forever in our hearts." Serena nodded in agreement. Shin Mu imagined that this would be a very sad funeral, but since Mary said that she was going to join the float parade, Shin Mu realized the difference between Carlos and other regions. The legend and history of Zygarde were presented to the people through one float after another. At the very beginning of this float alone, there was a statue that 100% restored the shape of Zygarde. Presumably the sculptor must have spent a lot of effort to portray Zygarde so vividly. In the middle of the float, Mary was holding a sign, trying her best to act as a stone in the Zygarde myth. At the very end of the float was placed Zygarde's real body. Every time the huge float moved, the wheels 553 of the float would squeak on the ground. The creaking sound touched the hearts of everyone present. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the last float. All the noise seemed to stop in an instant. "Thank you, Zygarde." A little blonde girl holding a bunch of bright red poppies placed it on Zygarde's float. The bright red poppies were like a burning fire, igniting the enthusiasm of all the Carlos people present. They followed the example of the child, raised the fresh bouquets in their hands and threw them on Zygarde's body with all their strength. "Thank you for doing your best to protect us. Please rest in peace. We will protect Carlos well. Great patron saint. Carlos will always remember you." Shin Mu looked at everything in front of him and smiled silently. "I guess Zygarde would also be happy to see such a lively scene." "Excuse me, is this Mr. Shin Mu, the Dragon Gym leader?" Just as everyone was seeing Zygarde off, a man dressed very seriously suddenly stood behind Shin Mu, quietly patted his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Please come with us. I am a member of the Carlos Self-Defense League. I have something important to discuss with you." Chapter 90, Self-Defense Alliance. Shin Mu looked at the man standing behind him in confusion. "How come I have never heard of it?" No matter what the big deal is, he wants to accompany Serena to attend Zygarde's funeral first before dealing with it. But Serena patted Shin Mu's shoulder quietly and kindly. "It's okay, go ahead, I'll stay here with Zygarde for a while." A moment later, inside the Carlos Elf Alliance. "I am sorry to bother you during such a sad time." At this point, the head of the Carlos Elf Alliance bowed formally in front of Shin Mu. "But please remember, the issues we are going to discuss net concern the future of Carlos and even all mankind. In order to resist the sudden incident like today again, our Carlos Elf Alliance decided to form a joint army to defend the General Alliance together. I wonder if you are willing to join us." Shin Mu touched his nose. It turned out to be just for such a small matter. The leader of the alliance bent down and quietly waited for Shin Mu's reply. The leader himself had no idea whether he would join the alliance. Moreover, last time I heard that Shin Qin Mu's non-serious appearance fee was as high as 20 million alliance coin. Even if their alliance sold itself, it would never be able to come up with so much money. Just when the leader of the alliance was repeatedly struggling in his heart, Qin Mu spoke directly and replied lightly, "I agreed." I mean okay. The leader of the alliance was instantly overjoyed, but for the sake of his image he quickly restrained his emotion. "That means you agree to cooperate with us?" "That's right." Qin Mu nodded, but at this point the leader of the alliance scratched his head embarrassedly. "We can't pay you a very high appearance fee." Unlike what imagined, Qin Mu was not angry at all but laughed out loud. "I, Qin Mu, am not the kind of person who cares about money. I joined you only for the safety of the Kalos region. I didn't expect that the owner of the Dragon Gym would be such a noble person. It seems that we can't believe what we hear every day." "Thank you very much." "Don't worry, although we can't afford so much money, we will definitely not treat you unfairly." The person in charge looked at Qin Mu with admiration in his eyes. "Don't worry, you have to show your sincerity to me." The person in charge nodded affirmatively. "Don't worry about this. We are absolutely sincere. However, in order to exchange information and help each other, we have also specially invited champions from other regions to form an intelligence network with us." After saying that, the person in charge directly opened the door in front of him. Sitting at the conference table inside, almost all the people were champions from various regions. Takerin, Daigo, Mikali, and Dante. These trainers were the best champions in their respective regions before, but at this moment, in order to deal with this crisis that may lead to the extinction of all mankind, they all united together. Several champion trainers in the room looked at the new member curiously. "Who is this?" Dante from the Galar region asked first. He didn't remember that there was a new champion in the Pokemon League recently. "This is not the champion," the president of the alliance introduced to everyone. "This is Qin Mu, the Dragon Gym master from the Kalos region." "The Dragon Gym in Kalos?" Dandy looked at him with great interest. "Are you also a trainer who uses Charizard?" "No." Qin Mu shook his head. "I don't use fire-breathing dragons. I have other better options." However, Dandy has a different opinion. "For me, Charizard is the best dragon to read the exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network." "Okay, the two of you don't need to discuss dragons yet." Mikali immediately paused their conversation. "Let's think about how to deal with Mutuo." Zulan was the first to speak in front of everyone. "I think instead of just sitting there and waiting for death, we should think of a way to take the initiative." "Do you mean to go directly to find Mutuo and the nine-headed beast?" Daigo directly refuted her. "You are committing suicide. Besides, we don't have that many people to search. It's already good enough for everyone to maintain the law and order in their own area. What's more, even if we destroy them, what if he has other ways to summon other beasts? By that time all our efforts will be wasted." Zulan raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "But we can't predict when they will come back. Net time. It should be soon." Qin Mu looked at Zulan and said confidently, "When Mutuo took Yveltal away, he used his superpowers to tell everyone in Kalos that he would come back." Everyone fell into a brief silence. "Let's talk about something else. When Zygarde died, I witnessed something nearby. That is, Yveltal's loyalty to Mutuo was so great that it was almost abnormal." "How is it possible?" Everyone present couldn't believe it. Generally speaking, the mythical beasts in a certain area are either extremely arrogant or difficult to tame. How could they just succumb to others so easily? Although Mutuo is indeed one of the strongest elves in the world, it does not mean that other mythical beasts will succumb to him. "I have a guess." As he said this, Qin Mu stretched out a finger. "All the mythical beasts he brought were not real mythical beasts but copies of mythical beasts." "What is the rectus abdominis?" Everyone present was shocked again. Li Hao only Zulan still looked at him calmly and asked, "Why are you so sure that it is a replica?" "Because the real Yveltal is in my hands." As soon as these words came out, it was like a depth charge that directly hit everyone. Hearing this, everyone in the Carlos Alliance widened their eyes and looked at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" Qin Mu didn't say any more nonsense and directly took out a pokeball from his hand like a magic trick. Then he released the sealed egg containing a peltal. "See for yourself. This is." Mikali didn't dare to breathe. The spider house looked at the egg in front of him, which exuded an evil aura. This was indeed Yveltal. Daigo, who was familiar with history, made a conclusion with certainty. "How did you do it?" Everyone present was shocked by Qin Mu. Chapter 91. Throw the ball then catch it. After hearing Qin Mu's casual words, everyone present showed an impression of "Are you kidding me?" However, everyone present remembered Qin Mu such a unique trainer. But where does Mutuo get the power to create so many clones, especially clones of mythical beasts? Dandy, who was sitting net to him, did not participate too much. He just stroked the stubble on his chin and thought to himself, Mutuo was created by Team Rocket, so Pokemon must have utilized the power of Team Rocket. It's Team Rocket again. Dragon King Du's face was full of impatience. He must have dealt with a lot of things related to Team Rocket before. "Okay, let's stop here for now." After saying this, Qin Mu clapped his hands, supported himself on the table, stood up and said to everyone, "To catch a thief we must first catch the leader." Commander. I suggest that we concentrate all the defense forces in all regions in Kalos first, and when Mutuo arrives we will catch it all in one fell swoop. A few days later, the Kalos region. Epeltal. Master, where are we going to cause trouble this time? Yveltal flapped his wings and followed Mutuo loyally. Old place Carlos 557. But remember, you can destroy anything you want. Whether it's a human or a Pokemon, destroy them all without leaving a single one behind. Yes sir. A few minutes later, Yveltal descended again over the most prosperous city in Carlos. Yveltal flapped its wings and attacked the pedestrians on the road vigorously. But this time the trainers on the road were not as panicked as last time. Instead they escaped in an orderly manner under the guidance of the signboard. At the same time, a dazzling red light hit Yveltal directly and the loud alarm sounded everywhere in the city of Carlos. Everyone get ready, a coming. Zulan heard the alarm, picked up her Pokeball and walked out. I'll go with you. My Charizard can just make up for the lack of mobility of Garchomp. Dandy changed into casual clothes and stood side by side with Zulan holding a Pokeball. If Yveltal's petrifying rays come towards us, I can still get you out on time. Thank you very much. The two of them clenched their Pokeballs and walked towards the outside of the alliance. You should still remember the plan we talked about before. Bite B. Daigo and Mikali were already standing at the door waiting for them. Don't worry, I won't forget the plan. Everything will be done according to Chin Mu's instructions. You two should hide in this basement first. I will come back to find you after I defeat Yveltal. Master, you must be careful when you go there. Mary looked at him worriedly. However, at this time Serena was unusually calm. I believe in you. Zygarde is fighting with you. Please come back safely. After Chin Mu closed the entrance to the basement escape passage, he quickly came to the Dragon Canyon. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Battle Greymon Deathwing. Accompanied by Chin Mu's call, the three dragons in the dark canyon woke up one after another. Now it's your turn to show up. Yveltal shot out a fierce destructive death ray from his mouth, burning down all the houses that the Carlos people had worked so hard to build, and the people in these buildings who didn't have time to leave were burned to ashes along with the buildings. The people on the street who couldn't enter the escape passage screamed and ran away, and one after another they were turned into lifeless stones by Yveltal. Yveltal looked at the disaster in front of him with joy. Even if you hide in these buildings, you will still be killed by me in the end. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. From now on no one can stop me. Just as Yveltal was immersed in his masterpiece of killing, Zulan and Dandy quietly appeared behind him. Land Shark. Use Invisible Rock. Countless invisible rocks fell from the sky, completely blocking the defenseless Yveltal. However, this was not the end. Then more invisible rock continued to fall from midair, gradually twisting Yveltal's body. Charizard, don't take it lightly. Use flame jets to melt all the rock and seal it in that space. Dandy commanded Charizard to melt and glue together the invisible rocks created by Garchomp. He sealed Yveltal, who was still struggling. Beautiful. Yveltal in the invisible rock was in such a mess that he couldn't even stretch his wings straight. However, even so, there was still no wound on his body. In fact, his strength of struggle was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared in the sealed space made of invisible rock. Zulan opened her eyes wide. Be careful! As soon as she shouted that, a white beam of light shot out from Yveltal's eyes. Before Zulan could react, Dandy's fire-breathing dragon had already carried her far away. It was a close call just now. Zulan tightly grasped the Pokeball in her hand. Because it was too far away from its master, Garchomp turned back into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. Is it really useless? Zulan narrowed her eyes and looked at Yveltal, who was flying back into the air. Except that his feathers looked a little worse, there was almost no difference from before. But now his eyes were full of fire. These two low-level Pokemon brought by humans actually dared to use such a trick to put him in such an embarrassing situation. He will make them pay with blood. The angry Yveltal turned into a red whirlwind and rushed towards the two. Perhaps it sensed it. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, holding the two people and constantly fleeing from Yveltal. But even Charizard, no matter how hard he tried in flying, he was still no match for Yveltal, whose body structure was more like a bird. Anyway, sooner or later all the Kalos people will be killed. Now I will start with you two. Just when Yveltal was about to hit the two of them, suddenly a dragon roar came from a distance, and then an explosive gust of wind bomb hit his tail just right. Yveltal couldn't dodge in time and was directly cut off half of his tail by that thing. He kept circling in the air in pain and gave up tracking Dandy and Zulan. Who is it? Come out and die. It's me. Chin Mu stepped on the Blue Eyes White Dragon's neck and flew over from a distance. It's you, the human NET to Zygarde that day. Haha, even Zygarde can't stop me, and you think you can stop me with this dragon? Not only this one, Chin Mu said lightly. As he spoke, War Greymon and Deathwing appeared beside her. Boss, how do you want to deal with this enemy? Cut him into pieces. Chapter 92. The battle between Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Deathwing Battle Greymon and Yveltal's clone was very fierce. At this moment Yveltal's clone was extremely powerful. The Yveltal clone that absorbed Zygarde Charizard power was very imposing. Facing the attack of the 3 dragons, it was able to deal with it easily. During the battle, Yveltal's clone continued to absorb the life of the surrounding creatures to strengthen its own energy, which enabled him to suppress the 3 dragons of battle: Greymon, Blue Eyes, Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing. This made everyone stunned. Yveltal's clone is now so powerful that it is very terrifying. Even the 3 dragons were amazed. They never expected that the power of Yveltal's clone would be so strong. The situation on the battlefield became more and more serious. Deathwing was actually defeated under the fierce attack of Yveltal's clone. Although the power of Yveltal's clone is extremely powerful, his fighting skills are also very superb, especially speed and dodging. Battle: Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon immediately step forward to support Deathwing. The addition of Battle Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon made the battle situation a little more subtle. Battle Greymon's body was very huge, his defense was very strong and his power was also very terrifying. The attack of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was equally sharp and his power was equally terrifying. The battle on the battlefield became more intense, but the Yveltal clone was completely unstoppable. His power was extremely strong and his defense was also very strong. Battle: Greymon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing were suppressed by the Yveltal clone. The Yveltal clone completely disrupted the rhythm of Battle: Greymon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Deathwing, which suddenly turned the battle situation into a disadvantage. Roar! Battle Greymon roared angrily and its body suddenly expanded and became even larger than before. Its body quickly rotated in the air, smashing one piece of rock after another. Deathwing spread his wings and flew, attacking Yveltal's replica from all directions while constantly releasing magma fire trying to knock it down. But just as their attacks were about to fall on Yveltal's replica, Yveltal's aura suddenly changed and its muscles instantly bulged as if it was about to burst out of its clothes. Bang! A loud noise spread throughout the forest and Yveltal's replica suddenly swung its fist and a shock wave swept out in all directions, knocking Deathwing, War Greymon and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon all away. Yveltal's replica continued to move forward, continuing to attack Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Battle Greymon. The 3 dragons continued to launch various skills at Yveltal's replica to block Yveltal's attack. Although the 3 dragons' skills affected the speed of Yveltal's clone, they did not stop him. He continued to attack Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon. At this time, the skills launched by the 3 dragons were no longer effective. These skills could only reduce the speed of Yveltal's clone, but they could not stop him at all. He continued to attack the dragon. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Greymon also realized the danger of the situation. They quickly ran into the depths of the forest. They wanted to avoid the pursuit of Yveltal's clone, but just as they were escaping, Yveltal's clone suddenly stopped. Yveltal's clone raised his hand and threw it. A golden beam of light shot directly into the bushes. Boom! With a roar, the originally hard giant tree collapsed instantly. The bushes were blown to pieces and a huge crack appeared in the wood. The debris of the trees flew up and covered the wood. To read the violent novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Boom! 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 Several explosions followed and Yveltal's clone raised his hand and threw small meteorites into the wood. In this round of attacks, about 70% of the trees were destroyed in an instant and the remaining part still stood there stubbornly. But after the attack of Yveltal's clone, the trees finally couldn't bear the weight and collapsed instantly, turning into dust covering the entire forest. Yveltal's clone continued to move forward and everything he passed by collapsed along the way. The ground was covered with dense cracks like a spider web. Battle Greymon, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and Battle Blue Dragonman were unwilling to be defeated by Yveltal's clone. They frantically released their best skills in an attempt to stop Yveltal's clone, but Yveltal's clone was too fast. Waves of golden light flashed and their skills were swallowed by the golden light before they could be used. In this battle, Yveltal's clone showed its terrifying speed and strength. His strength is too strong to be stopped at all. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Battle Blue Dragonman and Battle Greymon have tried their best. They all want to stop Yveltal's clone, but it is still in vain. Their skills are still easily resolved by Yveltal's clone. Battle Greymon, Deathwing and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon can only keep dodging the attacks from Yveltal's clone. The 3 dragons fell into a disadvantage and Shinmu saw that the momentum was not right. If this continues, the fate of the 3 dragons may be exactly the same as Zygarde. When the time comes, the Yveltal clone will absorb the power of the 3 dragons and become an even more terrifying instant. Shinmu took out the Pokeball containing the Red Eyes Black Dragon without hesitation. Red Eyes Black Dragon, show yourself! Black light surged out of the Pokeball and turned into a huge dragon-shaped phantom. Roar! A deafening dragon roar spread across the sky, accompanied by the appearance of a very terrifying dragon. This dragon is more than 5 meters tall and 100 meters long. It is fiery red. There are blood red gems on its head inlaid on its forehead. It has a pair of blood red wings, a pair of blood red dragon horns on both sides of its body, a mouth with a pair of blood red fangs, a pair of huge dragon claws, and each finger seems to be cast in steel. steel. It exudes a terrifying breath. As soon as this dragon appeared, a huge pressure swept the whole field. After releasing the Red Eyes Black Dragon, Qin Mu pointed at the battle on the field and shouted to the Red Eyes Black Dragon, "Red Eyes Black Dragon, go and show your strength." Chapter 93. The appearance of the Red Eyes Black Dragon shocked the whole audience. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the black dragon in the sky as if they were frozen by magic. Another dragon. It was created by Qin Mu, and it was a dragon that was stronger than any of the previous ones, a dragon with super strength. And this was the pressure brought by the dragon, which was a feeling these humans had never experienced before. This pressure was very strong. They had never felt such a strong power from any of the mythical beasts, not to mention the Pokemon. Even some powerful trainers, feeling this pressure, couldn't stand it and wanted to escape from here. Their hearts were beating wildly as if they were about to jump out of their throats at any time. Among these trainers there were many champion trainers and Ace 5 SI0 trainers. They had experienced too much. What kind of adventures had they seen? What kind of things had they not experienced? But they had never seen such a terrifying human summoning various dragons one after another, and each one was more shocking than the other. Roar! The Red Eyes Black Dragon roared, pulling everyone back to reality, and with this roar the Pokemons fell down. The dragon's roar contained powerful force, and it directly scared some Pokemon who couldn't resist it to faint. Some Pokemon with stronger strength just barely managed to hold their trembling bodies and almost instantly returned to their Pokeballs. But the wild Pokemon were not so lucky. Some wild Pokemon were scared and fled everywhere. Because of extreme fear, they bumped into various wild Pokemon in the process of running away and fainted. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Red Eyes Black Dragon. Their eyes were full of awe. Another dragon with unpredictable strength. An ace trainer whispered, "How many dragons does he have? How did Qin Mu do it?" Another ace trainer said in disbelief, "I don't know how he did it, but I know I must not provoke him." Another ace trainer said. After hearing these words, the other ace trainers dared not speak out. At this moment they were all in awe of Qin Mu. Originally they saw that Qin Mu's 3 dragons were at a disadvantage in the battle with the Yveltal replica. They thought that Qin Mu, who had never lost, was going to lose, but Qin Mu once again shocked everyone. He actually summoned a more powerful dragon. These ace trainers didn't want to say anything. What? They are not ordinary trainers. They have experienced too many things and are very sensitive to some things. They know how these dragons came. This time the dragon is different from the previous one. This time the dragon is obviously much stronger. It is even stronger than any dragon they have encountered before. Such an instance is far beyond their expectations. Is Qin Mu going to defy the heavens? A trainer muttered to himself. He had never dreamed of such a person. How could there be such a heaven-defying instance in this world? This is simply illogical. The leader of the Pokemon Alliance, who originally thought that the Kalos region was really destroyed by the Yveltal replica, widened his eyes and then showed a look of joy. His vision was right. The surprises Qin Mu brought him time and time again were so shocking. The other major forces in the Kalos region were also in shock. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The leaders of the major forces were trembling again and again with the giant dragons summoned by Qin Mu. They all regretted it. Why didn't they try to win over such a powerful being like Qin Mu in the first place? If this young man really joined them, it would definitely be a great help. After all, who wouldn't want to win over such a monstrous being? But it was too late to regret. The leaders of these forces were secretly glad that they didn't make such a stupid decision and didn't offend Qin Mu. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The Yveltal clone also looked at the giant dragon in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Originally the Yveltal clone thought that he had defeated the 3 giant dragons in front of him and the people in the Kalos region would be helpless against him. He would be able to truly destroy the entire Kalos region, but he didn't expect this human named Qin Mu actually had such a powerful dragon as a trump card. No wonder the people in the Kalos region dared to resist him. Damn it, how did he summon such a powerful instant? How many secrets are hidden in this human? The Yveltal clone was ruthless in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Qin Mu and take away everything from Qin Mu. In this way he can completely destroy the Kalos region. Mutuo, who was originally imagining that his Yveltal clone had successfully won the battle and trampled on human bodies to successfully destroy the Kalos region, saw the appearance of the Red Eyes Black Dragon and his expression instantly became solemn. It turns out that the 3 dragons are not all of Qin Mu's strength. He actually has such a powerful trump card, and Mutuo is not sure whether this dragon is Qin Mu's last trump card, because the powerful power of this new dragon is so strong that even he has to be a little afraid. Originally he was sure that his Yveltal clone would win the battle against Mutuo, but after the appearance of this Red Eyes Black Dragon he began to be uncertain. But the Yveltal clone did not retreat and was still arrogant and rude. He snorted coldly, "It's just a black dragon. How dare you offend me? Today I will let you know how powerful I am. Roar! The red eyes black dragon suddenly roared to the sky, and then its body suddenly swelled several times and it directly turned into a 10-foot tall flaming dragon. 1-4. Under the big mouth of this flaming dragon, flames spewed out of the dragon's mouth, turning into SI groups of hot air waves spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air was distorted and the flames burned. Under the baking flames, the scales on the red eyes black dragon did not move at all and became even harder. Roar! The red eyes black dragon continued to roar, and the sound shook the void. Layers of air waves rolled in all directions. Some elves who could not dodge were blown away by the air wave. They screamed and their bodies plotted in the air, turning into blood mist and disappearing. At this moment the Yveltal clone immediately regretted what he had just said. Just a roar showed such a strong power. The Yveltal clone had a solemn prescience. He actually felt a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart for this red eyes black dragon. Chapter 94. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yveltal took 2 tentative steps back. He was quite far away from the red eyes black dragon, but before he could make any move he felt a chill behind him. Mutwa was floating in the ozone layer. Its cold eyes stared at his back. Yveltal, if you dare to flee from the battlefield, I will let those researchers stuff your body into a meat grinder and turn it into nutrients for other mythical beasts. Mutwa threatened Yveltal word by word while gritting his teeth. How dare you flee from the battlefield? No, no, Master Mutwa, I would never dare to go against your wishes. When Yveltal heard what Mutwa said, cold sweat broke out on his back. Why don't you just tear the enemy in front of you into pieces? Yes, my lord. He glared at the red eyes black dragon with resentment. Even if he didn't die after the fight with the red eyes black dragon, at least he would be skinned alive. But if he turned around and ran away, Lord Mutwa would not let him go so easily. Now he had no choice but to fight this guy to the death. Suddenly Qin Mu realized that the momentum of Yveltal in front of him seemed to be very different from before. The extremely sharp eyes seemed to be saying to Qin Mu and the red eyes black dragon, either you die or I die. This is very different from his previous attitude. Qin Mu frowned. His eyes unconsciously drifted to the higher sky where Mutwa was. Things were slowly getting tricky. Above the sky, Mutwa suddenly felt that someone was watching him. When he looked down, he saw Qin Mu at a glance. Oh, you can actually detect me. Xiao Meng looked at Qin Mu on the ground and narrowed his eyes. It seems that this guy is not just an extremely powerful Pokemon trainer. This matter is more interesting than he thought. It's a pity if he hadn't been against him repeatedly. Otherwise, after the Deng Shen beast killed everyone in the world, they left him as a human to communicate with them, which would be quite interesting. Red Eyes Black Dragon used self-sacrifice charge. Red Eyes Black Dragon roared to the sky. He stretched out his neck, took a strong attacking posture and rushed towards Yveltal in the sky, spreading his wings. Red Eyes Black Dragon rushed straight towards Yveltal with a burning body like a flame. However, Yveltal was not a vegetarian. Yveltal in the air spread his wings and the blood veins on his chest squirmed. Just when the Red Eyes Black Dragon was about to hit Yveltal, green hexagonal grid gradually appeared in front of Yveltal. These green hexagons quickly formed a strong shield. Qin Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. This was not Yveltal's move. It belonged to the dead Zygarde. Qin Mu silently clenched his fist, his eyes full of resentment towards Yveltal. Could it be that this guy can also absorb the skills of other Pokemon? Bang! The red-eyed black dragon turned into a ball of flames and slammed into the green hexagonal shield. Click! A huge crack appeared in the center of the solid hexagonal shield. The Kalos people hiding far away saw the green shield. They all realized that it was the shield of Zygarde, their most beloved guardian god of Kalos. But now this sacred shield was used by Yveltal as his own umbrella. It was really disgusting. Although Yveltal knew that his shield would crack if it was hit again. However, Yveltal inside the shield was not panicked at all. On the contrary, he was still proudly flying in the air with the shield. Just now he saw the Red Eyes Black Dragon rushing towards him and he thought he was going to die. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Unexpectedly, before he died, several powers of different sizes suddenly emerged from his body, and these powers came from the Pokemon and the forest that absorbed from the vitality, and he just took a look and chose the power that he needed most now. Carlos's Guardian Zygarde protective power. I didn't expect that this guy would still be useful even though he was dead. In that case, use your power to completely destroy the area you cherish most. Yveltal just thought about it. This solid shield directly blocked him. It blocked a fatal blow from the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Zygarde, your power is really useful. Yveltal's vigilance against the Red Eyes Black Dragon disappeared without a trace. The body that was originally burning like the sun also dimmed in Yveltal's eyes. Humph, this is a qualified dog. Mutwa, who was watching the battle in the ozone layer, finally showed a satisfied prescience. It was worth spending so many resources to cultivate Yveltal. If he couldn't even defeat an enemy of this level, it would be better to become the nourishment of other mythical beasts. However, Mutwa could see that even if it was the current Yveltal after he defeated the Red Eyes Black Dragon, there would be little power left. And Qin Mu didn't have only one powerful dragon like the Red Eyes Black Dragon. What's more, now the power of the entire Pokemon League is almost concentrated in Kalos. Even if it is a mythical beast, it would be quite difficult to fight. However, the laboratory resources of the Rocket Team seem to be more than this. Although it is impossible to clone a complete mythical beast, it should be no problem to clone a semi-finished product. In the 560th layer of the ozone layer, Mutuo stretched out his hand and a purple circular portal appeared directly in front of him. Since one is not enough to destroy the entire Talos, then bring a few more. What other skills does Zygarde have? What about it? Yveltal in mid-air stopped for a moment, thought seriously, and then spread his wings outward with force. On his body the black patterns kept gathering power towards his chest. Finally a small hot white ball of light gathered at Yveltal's heart. This was the trick that Zygarde used on him before he died. I'm afraid Zygarde would never have dreamed that after his death Yveltal would return all of this trick to the Kalos region. No, an angry voice sounded in Yveltal's heart. Not a full return, rather double the return. 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. He wants the entire Kalos region to taste the pain he suffered that day. Under Yveltal's feet even the originally soft and moist soil is constantly petrifying, and the ball of light in his chest that absorbs its vitality is also growing wildly at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. The leader of the Kalos Elf Alliance looked at the scene from the live broadcast in fear. Quickly put on anti-petrification equipment and summon all the trainers who can be summoned to take shelter. Chapter 95. Qin Mu's face darkened. He didn't expect that this guy not only absorbed Zygarde's defensive ability but also learned his offensive ability, and judging from the speed at which the petrification under his feet spread, the cannon beam that this guy can use is probably more powerful than Zygarde. Red Eyes Black Dragon, the situation is not right, don't be reckless, come back first. Thinking of this, Qin Mu simply clenched the pokeball in his hand and aimed it at the Red Eyes Black Dragon, just in case he could take him back at any time. Battle Greymon, you should also be prepared. I am afraid that what is going to happen net is a protracted battle. Yes master. War Greymon blinked his blue eyes earnestly. He half knelt towards Qin Mu and stretched out his hands so that he could walk to his shoulder. Protracted warfare is exactly what I am good at. Yveltal flapped his wings faster and faster in the air. The battle site between Qin Mu and Yveltal was originally a lush forest. Now it has become a rocky beach. In the future I don't know how to recover from this situation. At this moment the ball of light on Yveltal's chest is twice as big as his own. Carlos, accept my pain. Yveltal folded his wings backwards with all his strength and the ball of light on his chest suddenly changed shape. Then a huge beam of light shot out from it. Red Eyes Black Dragon, come back, Qin Mu said as he pressed the pokeball in his hand. A dazzling red light shot out from the center of the pokeball, enveloping the Red Eyes Black Dragon and putting it into the pokeball in his hand. Master, be careful. As he spoke, Battle Greymon had already taken Qin Mu away from where he was just now, but the huge beam of light was still chasing them relentlessly. Battle Greymon could not fight back, so he could only flap his wings behind him, holding Qin Mu in his arms and constantly moving around in the beam of light. Ha 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 ha. Yveltal laughed wildly and waved the huge beam of light on his chest. Zygarde's move was more useful than he thought. Zygarde's move was to absorb his own vitality and cause minimum damage to the enemy when he was on the verge of death. But for Yveltal, who could absorb the vitality of other Pokemon and humans, this move was like a cheat. As long as he kept absorbing the life energy of this area, his move could continue endlessly. Wherever the beam of light hit, it was first smoked into hot and red charcoal by the strong heat energy. Then under the effect of Yveltal's own petrification aura, it quickly turned into lifeless stone. Yveltal looked at every corner illuminated by the beam of light with pleasure. Whether it was the trainers or the Pokemon, the painful prescience of those people were enough for him to linger for a long time, and some trainers who had been petrified did not forget to point at Yveltal with their fingers even when they were about to die. Yveltal contemptuously pressed down on the stone statues that were pointing at him with his hard soles. They didn't even last a second before they were crushed to pieces by Yveltal's own weight. Kalos people, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for relying too much on the power of the patron saint. When this power falls into the hands of others, you will become lambs to be slaughtered. Now meet your doomsday. Why is it so quiet outside? Serena and Mary in the basement looked outside worriedly. Just now there were many people coming and going outside to read the exciting novel Go to Follow Novel Network, but suddenly after a loud noise all the noises fell silent. Compared with the last time, Yveltal's attack this time seemed a bit too strange. After a moment of silence, Serena looked into Mary's eyes and solemnly announced, I'm going to go to the street. What? No, you have to stay here. When Mary heard Serena say this, she immediately frowned, put her hands on her hip and looked at him very seriously. The master must have his reasons for asking us to stay here quietly. If you go out by yourself now, who will guarantee guarantee your safety. Serena raised her eyebrows and looked at Mary and said to him directly without any hesitation, I am a qualified Pokemon trainer, don't underestimate me, said Serena, ignoring Mary's dissuasion, and rushed directly to the escalator leading to the ground. At the moment when Serena was about to leave the basement, Mary said quietly behind her, but if you get hurt the master will be very distressed. This sentence made Serena stop her hand. Thinking of Qin Mu's distressed eyes, Serena's hand that was about to touch the mouth stopped for a moment. I know, Serena answered her in a low voice, but if I don't know what his current situation is, I can't stay here peacefully either. After saying that, Serena pushed open the door to the basement and walked out. As for you, if you want to wait here obediently for brother Qin Mu to come back, of course that's fine, but I want to go see him. After saying this, Serena sighed and was about to close the door, but just as the door was about to close, Mary held it up with her hand. Since you are going, I want to go too. I am the master's apprentice. No matter what, I should be responsible for everything and everyone in the gym when he is not around. Mari took out her Pokeball in front of Serena and took out Mega Charizard. She also tended her hand to her in a friendly manner. Let's go together so we can look after each other. Yeah, Serena and Marie held hands and rode Charizard X above the city. At this moment the city they were in was still dead silent. The trainers and Pokemon who were originally active on the streets had been turned into stones with painful pressions by the beam. This situation is worse than I imagined. Serena looked at everything on the ground with Azurius pression. Yes, the petrification range had not spread to here last time. How could it be like this now? Mary looked at everything under her feet in fear. Fortunately, the master had foresight to place the two of them in the basement. However, compared to the basement last time, the master seemed to have placed a black device in the basement before leaving. It must be that black device that prevented them from being petrified. Chapter 96. Battle Greymon, can you still hold on? Qin Mu looked at the Battle Greymon who was dodging in midair and was affected by the flashing light beam. Don't worry, master, I have no problem with this. Although Yveltal's attack was quite fierce, it was still possible for War Greymon to dodge it. This guy doesn't know when to stop. It really affects his performance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Mu thought seriously about how to fight back. If this guy can emit such a strong light cannon, the biggest reason is that he is constantly absorbing the vitality of the surroundings. In this case, cut the land under his feet from Carlos and other areas. War Greymon was stunned by Qin Mu's risky idea. But won't this cause great harm to the Kalos region? Qin Mu looked at the rampant Yveltal with deep emotion. If this is not done, then soon the entire area of Kalos will lose its vitality. Even if we defeat him, this place will no longer be suitable for human habitation. It is better to completely separate an area from most of Kalos now. In this way there is still a chance of survival in the future. Qin Mu directly took out the other 563 dragon's Pokeballs from his pocket and released them all in mid-air. The Red Eyes Black Dragon flew fleibly in the air, constantly dodging under the interference of Yveltal. You're just sending these three defeated men to deal with me. You're really underestimating me. You are just a fake. There is no need to use three heads to deal with you. Only one head is enough. Let's try it. As he spoke, Yveltal controlled the beam and continuously fired it towards the three dragons. The three dragons could only dodge in the air. It was not that they did not want to fight back, but the range of the beam was too large and the lethality was very strong. Battle Greymon Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Deathwing. Qin Mu secretly gave orders to the three dragons. Just use that white border as the scope and cut it directly off from the edge of Carlos. Yes, the three dragons answered in unison. Among the three dragons, Deathwing stretched his neck first and called for his own strength. After a tumbling, the grey-white borders all turned into boiling lava rivers. The Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon and War Greymon continuously launched spherical energy bodies, colliding with the boiling lava again and again. In such collisions, the range of the lava river gradually expanded. You can't even hit accurately. You're just a dragon-type gym leader, nothing more than that. Yveltal hadn't realized that something was wrong at this time. He even wanted to twist their heads off to claim credit for it from Mutuo. Thinking of this, the ball of light on Yveltal's chest suddenly turned into a pile of stars and disappeared. Seeing that he had finally let down his guard, Qin Mu was overjoyed. Now come out, Red Eyes Black Dragon. Qin Mu seized the opportunity and threw the Pokeball containing the giant dragon directly from mid-air. The shiny black and ferocious Red Eyes Black Dragon once again appeared in front of Yveltal. This time the Red Eyes Black Dragon, who had been prepared, directly raised his sharp scales. The claws of both hands popped out and rushed towards Yveltal fiercely. Just in time as his eyes moved, a small ball of light appeared on Yveltal's chest again, but just as he was about to repeat the same trick and absorb the vitality of the entire area to expand the power of the light ball. But after a while, when he found that his life force was continuously injected into the light ball but there was no replenishment at all, he realized that he seemed to be unable to absorb the vitality of the outside world. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. What's going on? Before Yveltal had time to think more, the brutal attack of the true Red Eyes Black Dragon directly crushed him. His sharp claws and teeth violently tore off his feathers one by one. The huge weight made the villain fall directly from the high sky onto the hard stone thorns. Swish! The sharp stone spikes pierced Yveltal's chest directly, and the black dirty blood flowed along the sharp stone spikes to the lifeless land. At this time Yveltal saw that a huge obsidian crack had appeared on Carlos' land since some time. Thinking of Qin Mu's almost abnormal behavior just now, Yveltal suddenly realized it turned out that everything he had just done was just to attract his attention, and their real purpose was to completely separate this lifeless land from the land that still had vitality so that their absorption ability would be ineffective. Hateful. Yveltal struggled hard on the stone spikes, but the more he struggled, the bigger the hole in his chest became. Don't let him take advantage of the situation. Red Eyes Black Dragon, use Red Explosive Bomb. Qin Mu's words had just fallen. The Red Eyes Black Dragon, flying high in the sky, opened its bloody mouth directly at Yveltal. A blood-red black hole condensed in the dragon's mouth. No, no, no. Yveltal looked at the small black hole in despair. Just by looking at it he felt a different kind of fear. Boom! The Red Eyes Black Dragon spit out the black hole directly to Yveltal's side. In an instant the space and time around Yveltal were both distorted by the small black hole. Click click click. Black blood burst out from the twisted space. Qin Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Yveltal become increasingly twisted by the small black hole. Qin Mu, master! A familiar voice sounded from behind him, and then Qin Mu suddenly felt a heavy blow from behind. The two girls each hugged one of his arms and quietly poked their heads out from behind him. Why are you two here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the gym? Qin Mu frowned and looked at the two of them. Although the expression on his face couldn't hide the joy of being cared for their safety, Qin Mu still had to let them go back to the gym first. Master, you are so good. Mary rubbed his arm and said to him coquettishly, we too were really worried about you at the gym, so we came to see you. Now that Yveltal has been dealt with, there shouldn't be any problem. But just as he finished speaking, a purple figure appeared again in the air. Super Mutuo-sama. Yveltal, who was twisted in space, stretched out his hands to the indifferent Mutuo. Please save me. Chapter 97. Is everyone okay? In the temporary shelter of the Kalos Pokemon League, many champion trainers and trainers who had evacuated here a long time ago finally came back to their senses after the long shock and bombardment. It's okay except for a little dizziness, we are all fine. Zulan reluctantly stood up from the trainers and then hurriedly walked towards the headquarters. Slow down. Dandy followed her, accompanying her to see the person in charge. In the monitoring room, the person in charge looked at the screen on the monitor with a serious expression. Just now the senior executives in the monitoring room were still rejoicing over Yveltal's near death, but in the blink of an eye the elf named Mutuo appeared beside him again. Please help me. Humph, useless trash. Mutuo stretched out his hand and the originally distorted time and space shattered violently again. Accompanied by a painful howl, a ball of red and black energy that kept jumping appeared in Kameng's hand. You will take over his job from now on, Yveltal too. Yes, my master. At this moment in the live broadcast, another Yveltal flew out from nowhere. However, this one was smaller than the previous one. However, when it completely absorbed the red and black energy, the size of Yveltal 2 suddenly responded to the same state as the original one. Remember, the one that just died was the result of you failing to complete the task. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely fulfill your request. How could this happen? In the monitoring room, Dan looked at Qin Mu and the other two uneasily. The person in charge stared at the screen for a while, then shook his head and slowly lowered his head. Although there is a second Yveltal, at least there is good news. The person in charge showed all the information collected during this period to Dandy. We have collected a lot of information about Yveltal. If there is a third one, it will be perfect for use. Person in charge, please let me out. Hearing this, Dandy turned around and walked towards the it with the pokeball. Dandy, it's very dangerous outside. Even if you are a champion trainer, you may not be able to help, but I don't want to sit and wait for death. With that, Dandy walked out of the monitoring room on his own. The person in charge sighed in embarrassment, but before he could go out and chase Dandy back, the weak Zulan at the side took the lead to stop him. It's okay. Even if Dandy can't do anything, he will make sure you return safely. Master Zulan. On the rocky beach, the newly born Yveltal attacked Qin Mu and his men fiercely. Perhaps it was Mutuo's encouragement that worked, and this Yveltal attacked them frantically at almost any cost. He used all his strength to release the shadow ball that contained huge energy. The sky of the entire area turned into the color of night. It was really a headache. Although Qin Mu had expected that Mutuo would appear in all likelihood, and even his appearance would change the entire battle situation, he did not expect that he would bring another Yveltal clone. Although the Red Eyes Black Dragon completely crushed Yveltal in terms of strength, it could not withstand Mutuo's continuous round-robin Robin battle. How many Yveltals did Mutuo copy? Red Eyes Black Dragon used the true red explosive bomb at his position. The true Red Eyes Black Dragon roared under Qin Mu's command. It spit out another small black hole towards Yveltal's position, and this time Yveltal was obviously prepared. More and more dense black mist emanated from his body. Then the black mist followed his body and drifted to the surrounding area. In the center of each black mist there was a thumping sound like a beating heart. Along with the sharp howls coming from the black fog, small Yveltals appeared one after another around the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Qin Mu couldn't help but frown. Its shadow clone to read e-citing novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. Serena is indeed an e-Parians trainer. She saw the essence of this skill at a glance. Although it is a shadow clone, it looks different from the ones used by ordinary Pokemon. It felt as if Yveltal had divided itself into countless small pieces to fight. As soon as Serena finished speaking, balls of light appeared one after another from the mouths of those little Yveltal. Same old trick. Qin Mu laughed disdainfully. I thought Yveltal too could be so powerful. The Red Eyes Black Dragon flapped its wings within the encirclement, its blood-red eyes looking at the Yveltals in front of it in confusion. The real body of Yveltal too was hidden in a group of lifelike clones and smiled triumphantly. I didn't expect that the Pokemon of this trainer would be so easy to fool. He didn't know east, southwest or north after just using a trick of shadow clone. He also didn't know the most. How could the original Yveltal be so stupid as to get himself into that state? Thinking of this, Yveltal looked at the Red Eyes Black Dragon with joy. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a good beating. But just when Yveltal was feeling smug about his cleverness, the Red Eyes Black Dragon's scarlet eyes stared at him. Before Yveltal number 2 could react, the Red Eyes Black Dragon suddenly rushed in front of him. Yveltal number 2 was startled. Before he could dodge, half of his left wing was bitten off by the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Yveltal hurriedly flew to a safe place, but with half of his wings missing and his body's center of gravity distorted, he could only fly wildly in mid-air. Even if he struggled, Yveltal would eventually fall to the ground in a mess. No, Yveltal struggled on the ground. I can't die in this damn place. When Yveltal thought of the way Mutuo looked at him just now, cold sweat broke out on his back. Red Eyes Black Dragon put an end to him. Qin Mu's voice was even colder than Mutuo's. At this moment it sounded like a death knell to Yveltal I's ears. Looking at the small black hole which once again condensed in the mouth of the Red Eyes Black Dragon, Yveltal too couldn't help but think of the tragic death of the first one. No. Yveltal looked at Qin Mu and Serena, who were waiting for his death with grief and anger. At least. The shadow under Yveltal turned into a black hand that quietly reached out to Serena. Before I die, I also want to take someone with me. Chapter 98. Serena. Seeing that Serena was about to be dragged away, Qin Mu hurriedly grabbed Serena's hand. The dark dry black hand stretched out from under Yveltal's body and tightly grasped Serena's ankle. Serena. When Mary saw Serena being attacked, she immediately sent Charizard to shoot blue 0-degree flames at the black hands. Although the black hands were hit by the flames, they were unwilling to let go and instead dragged Serena inside with all their might. Damn it, Red Eyes Black Dragon, increase your strength and completely destroy Yveltal. But before the Red Eyes Black Dragon could take action, Yveltal, who was still struggling on the ground, suddenly spread his wings, and the gap on his wings was recovering rapidly. In contrast, Serena's legs, who was caught by the black hand, gradually turned grey. 5si7. Yveltal number 2 is absorbing Serena's vitality. Qin Mu's heart was suddenly tightened. Serena. Oh, is this important to you? Yveltal 2 grabbed the unconscious Serena and showed Qin Mu his fully repaired wings. Damn. Qin Mu didn't dare to act rashly. There was no one around who could absorb his vitality. If Yveltal was hurt, he would definitely absorb vitality from Serena first. It would be hard to say what would happen at that time. He had to let Serena go first. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Mari looked at Serena, who was caught with self-blame. If she had stopped Serena in the gym, none of this would have happened. Don't say that, first save her first. Director Qin. The voice of the head of the Carlos Elf Alliance suddenly sounded from the communicator. We have finally restored the communication system, Dandy, and are now heading to your location. Many trainers in the Kalos Pokemon Alliance were waiting in front of the live broadcast screen, nervously watching the battle between Qin Mu and Yveltal. Dan, can you hear me? I can. The Dan Emperor's steady voice in the communicator made Qin Mu feel a little relieved. Help me distract Yveltal. Good. Battle Greymon. Always ready. Yes, Master. Battle Greymon stretched out his sharp claws and took a fighting stand. I stood behind Qin Mu. Oh, you want to fight me? Aren't you afraid that I will turn this little girl I caught into a stone? Yveltal raised Serena, whose legs were gradually turning into stone in a threatening manner. But what Yveltal didn't notice was that behind him a trainer from the Alliance quietly appeared. Charizard, use flamethrower. Now is the time. Red Eyes Black Dragon cut off the connection between Serena and Yveltal. Swish. In an instant a silver light flashed. A pool of blood gushed out from Yveltal's broken foot. foot. Ah! Yveltal flapped his wings in pain, but before he could react, a ball of high-temperature flame sprayed accurately on his back. Serena! Shinmu leaped forward and stretched out his arms just in time to catch Serena, who was falling from mid-air. Brother Shinmu, I'm fine. Serena's face was pale and part of her body had turned an ugly grey-white. She reluctantly raised her arm and touched Shinmu's face. Serena! All of a sudden all kinds of emotions rushed directly to Shinmu's head. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Sadness, regret, anger and endless hatred for Yveltal. Leave her to me, I will take her to the hospital for treatment. Dandy rode on a fire-breathing dragon and came to Shinmu's side in a hurry. He carefully took the unconscious Serena from Shinmu's hands. Dante, Mary is also in your hands. Dante grabbed Mary's arm and nodded. Leave this to me. He then led the two of them away from the battlefield at a very fast speed. Yveltal. With Shinmu's anger, the red eyes black dragon once again ignited a hot flame. Every scale and skin of his became red and hot, just like the lava rolling underground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yveltal turned around and flapped his wings to escape, but before he could flutter twice, Shinmu suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his feathers fiercely. Where are you going, Yveltal? As an evil god, Yveltal felt real fear for the first time. The overwhelming, indescribable sense of terror could actually erupt from a human. This was simply unimaginable. Facing Shinmu's relentless pressure, Yveltal could only stagger back. He had just taken 2 steps back when the red eyes black dragon with its bloodthirsty desire plotting appeared behind him. Red eyes black dragon, kill him. No. Yveltal huddled in a corner in fear. If you kill me, Mutwa will create a new you. Shinmu scratched his ears in annoyance. Just do it. Inside the Carlos Elf Alliance, everyone was staring at what was happening in front of them. This the gym leader we know. The Galar trainer couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw Shinmu commanding the red eyes black dragon to bite Yveltal. Fortunately, he hadn't gone to Shinmu's gym to get the badge because he was lazy. Otherwise his Pokemon would have been beaten half to death. Gym master, come on. Trainer Carlos on the side was very happy about how badly Yveltal was beaten and hoped that the gym master could use more strength. Revenge for Zygarde. Against the side, the leader of the alliance looked at the screen with mad feelings. The ferocious red-eyed black dragon. Fortunately, our elf alliance is not his enemy. At this moment, the red eyes black dragon held Yveltal's wings tightly with both hands and used all his strength to tear Yveltal in half. The whole live broadcast room was filled with Yveltal's screams of pain. Otherwise we will be the ones who suffer. Several members of the alliance also agreed. What a cruel person. From the screen, the rocky beach where Shinmu and Yveltal fought had been dyed red by Yveltal's blood, and the once invincible Yveltal was now lying on the ground dying. Just as Shinmu was about to give him the final blow, a green light suddenly flew out from the dying Yveltal's body. The light kept flickering on Shinmu's chest. Zygarde, is that you? Chapter 99. The green light flashing on Shinmu's body gradually expanded and the light became more and more dazzling. Everyone noticed the green light on Shinmu's body. What's going on with this green light that appeared on Shinmu's body? I feel a very powerful energy in this green light. Green light. Do you remember that when Zygarde, the guardian beast of the Kalos region, died, his body was emitting such a green light? Could it be that this green light is the power in Zygarde's body? Then where does the power in this green light come from? Is it the original power of Zygarde? Facing the mysterious green light that suddenly appeared, everyone was talking about it. Everyone was guessing what the green light on Shinmu's body was, but most people associated this green light with Zygarde. If Zygarde had not been dead, this sudden appearance of green light would make them think that Zygarde, the guardian beast of the Kalos region, had appeared. But Zygarde, the guardian beast of the Kalos region, is already dead, so what's the matter with this green light? Everyone was puzzled. Looking at the green light that suddenly appeared on his body, Shinmu was also worried. He was secretly puzzled. For some reason his intuition told him that this green light was not accidental. Moreover, this green light contained extremely powerful energy which he could feel very clearly. Just when everyone was surprised by this green light flew straight to the Yveltal replica. Under the shocked and surprised eyes of everyone, this green light began to absorb the energy in the Yveltal replica. As the energy in the Yveltal replica's body was absorbed by the green light, bit by bit the green light became bigger and bigger. This scene surprised everyone. What is going on? Look, the energy of the Yveltal replica's body seems to be being absorbed by the green light bit by bit. It seems to be true. The ball of green light is getting bigger and bigger. How could this be? It's too weird, right? Why would the green light absorb the energy in the body of Yveltal's replica? Everyone was very puzzled. Everyone was very curious about these questions, but no one could answer them. But what they were very sure of was that the energy contained in this green light was a very powerful energy. This powerful energy can even be compared with the energy in Zygarde's body. But soon everyone saw that the green light began to frantically devour the body energy of Yveltal's replica. After a while, the green light turned into a huge green beam of light which spurted out from the body of this replica. After spurting out, the green beam of light was instantly compressed and turned into a small ball of green light which flew to Qin Mu's side. Qin Mu looked at this small green ball of light with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He could clearly sense that this green ball of light was filled with a very surging energy. Qin Mu knew that the energy surrounded by this green light belonged to Yveltal's body. Qin Mu had the answer to the source of this green light in his heart. This green light is the masterpiece of a mythical beast. Thinking of this, the appearance of Zygarde flashed through Qin Mu's mind. After this green light returned to Qin Mu, it turned into a wisp of smoke and drilled into one of Qin Mu's poke balls. This poke ball contained Yveltal's body. After the green light was completely absorbed by Yveltal's body, Qin Mu felt the powerful energy from this poke ball. Yveltal's original power has all returned. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. And because of the nourishment of the green light, the strength of Yveltal's original body is even stronger than before. Qin Mu looked at the poke ball in his hand and a familiar face appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. It is worthy of being the guardian beast of the Kalos region. I have thought of all this a long time ago. Mutuo on the side was stunned by this scene. The sudden appearance of the green light made him feel the breath of Zygarde from it. So this green light that absorbed all the energy of Yveltal's replica was caused by Zygarde. But wasn't Zygarde defeated and died by Yveltal's replica? Why did this green light appear? Seeing his plan being destroyed step by step, Mutuo was furious. He decided to kill Qin Mu at all costs. Qin Mu's existence is a threat to them. It is a huge threat to them. Only by completely eradicating Qin Mu can they settle down completely. Damn it! Mutuo gnashed his teeth. Although his current strength is stronger than that of ordinary mythical beasts, the giant dragons around Qin Mu are more powerful than each other. Now the energy in the body of his helper Yveltal's clone has also been drained, turning it into a waste. He no longer has the bargaining chip to defeat Qin Mu, so he must get rid of Qin Mu as soon as possible. Only by killing Qin Mu can their crisis be resolved. Qin Mu sneered. Mutuo's behavior has long aroused Qin Mu's vigilance. He remembered everything Mutuo did to him. Since Mutuo dared to attack him, he must be prepared to bear the consequences. Seeing that his plan was about to fail, Mutuo couldn't help it and decided to stop it. Although the green light had sucked away the energy and priesthood in the body of Yveltal's clone, if he could snatch Yveltal's original body now, he could let the Yveltal clone absorb these energy and priesthood back. Just when Mutuo was about to make a move, a huge dragon blocked his way. It was the Red Eyes Black Dragon. A terrifying pressure emanated from the Black Dragon which made Mutuo tremble in his heart. This dragon was even more powerful than the Yveltal clone. Although Mutuo was far more powerful than the Yveltal clone, the Red Eyes Black Dragon in front of him still made Mutuo feel very daunted. Logically speaking, the strength of dreaming should not be worse than this Red Eyes Black Dragon, but even so Mutuo still felt a huge sense of oppression. With the obstruction of this Red Eyes Black Dragon, Mutuo had to give up his move and could only watch the energy and divine beauties in the Yveltal clone's body return to the Yveltal body. Mutuo was unwilling to give up and immediately used telepathy to summon the beasts that were wreaking havoc in other areas. Mutuo narrowed his gloomy eyes slightly, thinking that when the other beasts arrived he must defeat these dragons and completely destroy the human named Qin Mu. Chapter 100. After Yveltal's body absorbed all the energy and divine power in the green light, Qin Mu immediately threw the poke ball containing Yveltal's body into the air. Yveltal, come out! This time what came out of the poke ball was no longer an egg covered with thorns, but Yveltal's real body. Moreover, Yveltal's real body is now more powerful than the previous Yveltal. This is because the Yveltal clone had absorbed Zygarde's energy before, and now all of this energy has entered Yveltal's real body. When Yveltal appeared, everyone was stunned. Originally in their cognition, Yveltal's real body was a very powerful instance, and now they can feel that the energy of Yveltal's real body is even more powerful. Master. After Yveltal's real body came out, she greeted Qin Mu respectfully. Although Qin Mu as a boy did not have the delicate emotions of a girl, he still felt the difference between Yveltal and before. At the beginning, Yveltal's real body was conquered by him, and it was conquered by the dragon. It can be said that the first time he conquered Yveltal's real body was forced, and Yveltal's real body did not accept him as the master. The second time was considered a real conquest, relying on the oppression of Yveltal's real body by Zygarde complete body, forcing Yveltal to recognize him as the master. But Qin Mu also knew that this kind of recognition was harmful. Fear of Zygarde complete form and fearful recognition. But now Zygarde complete form is gone, and the suppression of Yveltal's original form no longer exists, but this time Yveltal's original form recognizes him as its master from the bottom of its heart. It was because of the incident with Yveltal's clone that Yveltal's original form saw Qin Mu's powerful strength and made him recognize from the bottom of his heart that this person who has enough strength to be his master. Qin Mu was very happy. From now on Yveltal's original form began to truly serve him. Everyone looked at the way Yveltal's original form was respectful to Qin Mu, and they all sighed. As expected of Qin Mu, he not only has a powerful, not only can he conquer the giant dragons, but he can also subdue a mythical beast like Yveltal's original body, and he can also make this god of death recognize him from the bottom of his heart. They have to admire Qin Mu's strength. Mutuo clenched his fist as he watched this scene. Originally the Yveltal clone could replace the original Yveltal, but now all his plans have been disrupted by Qin Mu. Just when Mutuo was angry, he heard the sounds of several mythical beast clones coming from nearby areas. Mutuo was delighted his helpers had arrived. Several deafening roars of the mythical beast made everyone present cover their ears. Then in the surprise of everyone in his sight, 3 replicas of the mythical beasts appeared here. They were Kyogre replica, Groudon replica, and Rayquaza replica. The energy emitted by these 3 replicas of the mythical beast was also stronger than the energy of the original bodies of the 3 gods of Feng Yuan. This meant that these 3 replicas of the mythical beast, like the Yveltal replica, also absorbed the energy and divine beauties of the original bodies of the 3 gods of Feng Yuan. That's why they have reached such a powerful level now. Mutuo's mouth corners raised. Although he had just lost the Yveltal replica, a great assistant, he now had 3 more helpers. Now he had a greater chance of winning this battle. Guys, if you don't use all your strength to destroy these dragons, your fate will be like the Yveltal clone, Mutuo said to stimulate the clones of the 3 gods of Feng Yuan. Sure enough, when the clones of the 3 gods of Feng Yuan heard this, they immediately showed a ferocious look towards the dragon. Defeat the dragon, destroy the evil humans, and save the elves who are ruled by human. Go. Mutuo gave an order, and the 3 gods of Feng Yuan attacked the dragon. The clones of Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza all launched fierce attack. To read the exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, War Greymon, and Red Eyes Black Dragon also immediately entered combat mode to deal with the attacks from the 3 copies of the mythical beast. Boom, 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 boom. In a few encounters, 4 energy beams broke through the void and attacked the copies of the 3 gods. Roar. The copies of the 3 gods also roared, opened their bloody mouth, and spewed out beams of energy beams to meet the 4 energy beams. Rumble. Click, click. In a split second, the energy beams collided with each other. Rays of energy flashed, illuminating the entire sky. At the center of the collision of the 2 energy beams, cracks appeared one after another as if they would collapse at any time. Although the 4 energy beams were blocked, the aftermath spread outward, destroying all vegetation within a radius of 10 kilometers. And this was just the beginning. The net second the 2 energy beams collided again. Crack. With a crisp sound, a towering ancient tree collapsed and turned into a pool of green mud. The 2 energy beams also became dim as if they had exhausted their energy. At the center of the collision of the 2 energy beams, cracks gradually appeared one after another. The cracks became more and more dense and finally shattered completely with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another, and these energy beams actually formed huge mushroom clouds at the center of the collision of the 2 energy beams, and the entire space became distorted. This scene shocked everyone. They all ran away in terror. Their faces were full of horror. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. They had never seen such might before. Although Deathwing, Blue Eyes Ultra Dragon, and War Greymon were not as powerful as Red Eyes Black Dragon, they also showed their special moves without showing any weakness. However, due to the consumption of the previous battle, they gradually became a little tired. Red Eyes Black Dragon realized this and immediately launched skills to attack Groudon and Kyogre clones and began to contain 2 copies of the mythical beast. The Rayquaza clone was handed over to the 3 dragons. 3 against 1. This gave Deathwing and the others the upper hand. The Rayquaza clone was beaten back again and again. Although Red Eyes Black Dragon fought 1 against 2, it did not show a state of hardship but was like a fish in water. It can also easily deal with the attacks of Kyogre and Groudon clones. Seeing that the Feng Yuan Divine Beast clone still couldn't gain the upper hand, Mutuo couldn't hold back and decided to join the battle. When everyone saw Mutuo entering the arena, they were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out.